One night, upon awakening, the world had transformed, and the objective of learning had shifted to battling in a foreign realm. Two disparate souls had merged in this new world. How would they confront the future? Do you? I lack a system, yet I possess two professions. Chapter 1. Rebirth or Transmigration. The morning sunlight bathed his face in warmth. Do you mumbled to himself, squinting sleepily after a prolonged moment. Another new day. How peculiar. Why haven't I heard the alarm go off? In a daze, Do you extended his hand towards the side. After a prolonged search, his eyes suddenly widened. Where's my phone? Who has stolen my phone? Do you, who had been lying down, bolted upright, as if resurrected. However, upon standing, he was taken aback. This was certainly not his bed. Indeed, his home had a wooden bed, as did most households. Yet now he found himself atop a metal bunk bed. How many years had it been since he last slept on such a bunk? He recalled that it must have been during his school days. Am I dreaming? This dream feels far too real. Dio mused, touching his faces. It felt tangible. Still disoriented, he touched his arm and felt the temperature distinctly. Suddenly, he resolved to pinch himself. Goodness, why am I pinching myself? It's bruised. No, this is not a dream. Finally, the sluggish Dio began to grasp that something was amiss. He leaped off the bed with a thud, seemingly adept at gauging a height. In his haste, he failed to notice how remarkably agile his body felt compared to his expectations. Surveying his surroundings, he exclaimed, "Isn't this my dormitory? The marks on the wall, the scorched coffee table, this is indeed my old dormitory. Could it be a prank, or have I been reborn?" As he contemplated, Dio hurried to the dormitory bathroom, where there was a mirror. Haha, I have indeed been reborn. A splendid life awaits. All that I have lost over the years shall return to me. I shall become a wealthy magnate and stand atop the world. Gazing into the mirror at his youthful visage, reminiscent of his school days, he chuckled, Was I truly this handsome in my youth? He traced his finger along his jawline. No, I must remain composed. I need to assess my current circumstances and devise a plan. I cannot let anyone discover that I have been reborn. That would spell trouble. Dio took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Pacing the dormitory, he suddenly smacked his forehead. How could I be so foolish? Some things, if forgotten for too long, will be irretrievable. I must write them down in code so that others cannot comprehend. After rummaging through drawers for a while, Dio snapped back to reality. Really, how could I have lost my composure? How could there be paper and pens in our dorm? Aren't those kept in the classroom? In their dormitory, it was the same for everyone. There were no academic overachievers, only students coasting through for their diplomas. In such a dormitory, how could one expect to find writing materials? For the sake of a glorious future, he needed to quickly jot down the clear thoughts still lingering in his mind. With that resolution, Dio disregarded everything else and grabbed his wallet, preparing to head to the convenience store for paper and pens. He hurriedly found his wallet and dashed outside. Just as he reached the dormitory entrance, he froze. What day is it today? Has the school ever held such an event? Standing at the dormitory door, he felt as though a crow had flown overhead. The scene was simply too shocking. Outside, the familiar layout remained, yet the people were inexplicably odd. If it weren't for the vitality coursing through his body, he might have believed he was the target of an elaborate prank. Before him walked an elderly man with a remarkably long beard, surely over a meter in length. What was that person by the roadside doing, disassembling a sniper rifle at an alarming speed? What kind of weapon was that? It appeared all too realistic. There was a stall nearby with various firearms on display, and people were inquiring about prices. Was it permissible for the school to sell replica guns? Wasn't that illegal? And what about the ammunition? In front of him, a group of young women strolled by, which was unremarkable, yet their attire was utterly bizarre. What was that? A costume party? Was this crossplay? He couldn't recall any such event from his memories. There was also a farmer-like figure, carrying a large basket filled with what appeared to be traditional Chinese medicine. Did the school even offer courses in traditional Chinese medicine? Why were so many people surrounding him, asking for prices? Lastly, what was that flying overhead? It surely wasn't a hot air balloon. It looked like an airship, and it was armed, no less. Were those weapons also fake? What on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating? Why is the school transformed like this? Dio was utterly bewildered. How had the entire world changed? Could it be that he hadn't been reborn, but rather transmigrated? No, this must be a ruse. The school must be organizing some event. This can't be real. Dio shook his head vigorously, struggling to comprehend the situation. No matter, he would first purchase a notebook. With that thought, he forcibly ignored everything around him and made his way to the familiar convenience store. Thank goodness, there hasn't been any change here. I knew it. Upon seeing the familiar convenience store, Du finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Yet, as he stepped inside, his breath caught again. Was this truly a convenience store? Welcome, young man. What can I assist you with? I have the most comprehensive guide to the rules here. This is your final year, right? You absolutely need this guide. I also have the finest bulletproof vests and a variety of tools, all perfectly ordinary items that won't provoke the rejection of the derivative world, just right for you graduates. Under the enthusiastic recommendations of the shopkeeper, Du found himself purchasing an assortment of peculiar items, realizing that the prices were suspiciously low. Did he truly need these? Standing outside the store, clutching his odd acquisitions, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In a daze, Du finally returned to his dormitory, where he began to regain clarity. Wait, what's going on? Why is this so different from what I expected? Du finally regained his ability to think critically. Chapter 2. Half merged after an outing. I returned without acquiring the notebook I desired, yet I came back with a rather peculiar assortment of items. Do not question why it is a set. It is simply because these items were contained within a single bag, a bag that is abundantly available in the convenience store. While I was shopping, others entered, and upon exiting, I noticed that many of them were also clutching similar sets. The notebooks were present, though not blank. Rather, they were guides pertaining to certain principles. What on earth is happening at this school? Let me gather my thoughts. This is undeniably a dormitory, but not one belonging to a university. It is a high school dormitory, which should not pose an issue. This year is presumably the last before graduation. Du meticulously analyzed the situation. There has never been anything of this sort in my memories of school, nor have there been such odd activities. It is unlikely that a high school would permit students to engage with such items. My physical condition strongly indicates that I have indeed been reborn. So, let us hypothesize that I have truly been reborn, and that this school is in such a state. With a grave expression, I pondered, does this mean that I have not only been reborn but also crossed dimensions, or that the world itself has transcended? Regardless of who or what is crossed over, it is imperative to clarify the situation first. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If this is indeed a dimensional crossover, then I ought to possess a golden finger, a unique advantage. I beckoned for it to reveal itself. A flock of crows flew overhead, yet nothing transpired. Very well. Since there is no golden finger, surely I must have some memories to rely on. I closed my eyes, striving to settle my thoughts. Indeed, I was not truly recalling anything. I was merely seeking tranquility. The occurrences of the past few moments had been overwhelming. If I did not calm myself, I feared my mind might explode. I lost track of time, and unbeknownst to me, I had kept my eyes shut for an extended period. In my former self, I would have grown impatient long ago, yet here I was, able to maintain my composure. This tranquility was remarkably soothing, and I felt an inexplicable familiarity with it. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my head, and darkness enveloped me. I knew nothing more. After an indeterminate span, when I opened my eyes again, it seemed as though something had shifted within me. It appears that meditation has borne fruit. At the very least, my memories have expanded slightly. In a sudden burst of frustration, I sprang to my feet. What in the world is this? Can someone clarify this for me? Tears of despair welled up in my eyes as I grasped the reality of my situation. I had indeed crossed over. The soul inhabiting this body had not completely dissipated. As for what had transpired with this body, I was left in the dark. Nevertheless, I was now occupying the primary consciousness, which was a silver lining. The soul of this body is also called Du. After all, it must be me, and there should be no issue with that, I reassured myself. The two souls began their fusion, which should not present a problem. Yet, the complication arose during the merging process. Why had it only fused halfway? I could distinctly sense that deep within my consciousness, the amalgamation of the two souls had only progressed to the midpoint. They intertwined like a two-headed beast, gradually blending together at a painstakingly slow pace. The agony I had just experienced was a result of this soul fusion. The outcome of this incomplete merging was that the original soul's memories had scarcely been absorbed by me. Only a few deeply ingrained memories had been inherited. As for my lineage, it remained unchanged. There was no melodramatic tale of orphanhood. My parents were still engaged in their research and had not returned home for many years. In my memories, it had been ages since I had heard from them. From a young age, I had been raised by my grandfather until his passing, after which my sister took up the mantle of caregiver. However, since she left for university a few years ago, her visits had become infrequent. The last time she returned was 2 years ago, and I had no idea what special task kept her away since then. For the past 2 years, I had largely been fending for myself. Fortunately, my family was relatively affluent, sparing me from hardship. I had no stories of childhood sweethearts or melodramatic connections with school beauties. My presence at school was exceedingly minimal. Everything felt so ordinary, much like before my crossover. This ordinariness felt excessive. Could it be that I am a false crossover being? If that was not troubling enough, the subsequent memories left me disheartened. This world was, indeed, anything but normal. It was a time of global dimensional crossovers. Vague memories told of a time hundreds of years ago when history remained unchanged. However, approximately several hundred years ago, likely during the Ming Dynasty, history took a dramatic turn. From that day forth, numerous fantastical realms descended upon our world, enabling some individuals with formidable mental prowess to communicate with these realms, thereby gaining various abilities. Humanity was thrust into an era defined by personal strength. In conjunction with otherworldly beings crossing over and local species mutating, humanity entered a dark age. After a century of darkness, humanity managed to regain its footing. The specifics eluded my memory. I could not ascertain whether the original DU had neglected to study or if the memories were lost during the merging process. In any case, from that point on, the focus shifted from education to the exploration of other realms. The strength of each nation hinged upon its ability to harness these other worlds. In this world, nuclear weapons were non-existent, nor were many advanced technologies I remembered. However, there were numerous examples of dark technology, the origins of which remained a mystery. As no one delved deeply into their study, it seemed that, under the constraints of world laws, research on these matters yielded little fruit. Students were compelled to begin their training from a young age, with a significant portion of their studies related to combat. For instance, my current body had been training in basic swordsmanship and meditation. No wonder I instinctively found calmness when I closed my eyes earlier. It was not a personal ability, but rather an innate instinct. Regrettably, most of the memories had vanished, leaving behind only the most profound snippets. Thankfully, I retained my swordsmanship. Otherwise, I would encounter trouble in 3 days. With a mournful expression, I spoke to myself, recalling that in 3 days, the moment of the school's dimensional formalization would arrive, a pivotal juncture of fate. Chapter 3. Dimensional formalization. While I am aware that dimensional formalization is of utmost importance, even more than the college entrance examination, what exactly is it? Indeed, the most critical details of my memories are missing. This half-fusion has proven to be quite detrimental. This merging has left me with far too little to inherit. Wait, do I not possess a dimensional formalization guide? Surely, it must contain the answers I seek. Suddenly, I recalled the book that the convenience store clerk had recommended to me, which I had mindlessly purchased. Indeed, I am quite brilliant to have prepared in advance. With a wry smile, I praised myself and retrieved the formalization guide from my possession, flipping it open. Yet, the more I read, the more I felt a sense of regret. Why could I not have arrived earlier or later? It turns out that dimensional formalization entails a transformation of one's body. Centuries ago, powerful individuals, in their wisdom, sought to ensure the prosperity of their descendants by modifying certain unique worlds. These derivative realms became supplementary planes to Earth, serving as venues for formalization. Entering these realms often necessitates engaging in various battles, with the outcomes determining one's potential to become an awakened being. Upon completion, one would attain the status of an awakened individual, with their body undergoing formalization. In DU's perspective, it felt akin to transforming one's physical form into a digitized avatar within a game, although the reality of the world may present some differences. The process of formalization serves as a shortcut for accelerating the acquisition of various skills, embodying one's inherent power. However, there exists a hierarchy among those who awaken. The higher the level of completion, the greater the potential, leading to superior templates in due course. DU's expression grew increasingly despondent. You are truly driving me to despair. It's one thing for you to neglect your training, but to deprive me of so much memory. Are you genuinely intending to let me squander my days away? Formalization is one of the most crucial paths in life. According to texts, only about 1 in 10 individuals can successfully complete this process. Upon completion, one becomes an awakener, a noble in the new earth, their status derived from personal strength, embodying genuine nobility with various privileges that elevate them above ordinary people. Those who do not awaken are relegated to servitude for the awakener. In this world, the elite are all awakener. The minimum requirement for formalization is the age of 18. As fate would have it, that is precisely DU's age this year. There are 3 opportunities to achieve formalization, none extending beyond the age of 30. Should one fail all 3 attempts, hope for a lifetime is extinguished. Beyond 30, the body's capacity to endure formalization diminishes, rendering any hope futile. The benefits of formalization are manifold. Once one becomes an awakener, They are liberated from all diseases, regardless of type, and their lifespan extends with the enhancement of their power. There are numerous advantages, which I shall refrain from enumerating here. It seems these are common knowledge, yet what I now lack is this very knowledge. Based on my own insights, the two souls within my mind require at least a month for complete integration. Such a duration might be bearable under different circumstances. But what is the situation now? Just 3 days remain until the pivotal moment of destiny. Having finally embarked on a new beginning, do you as reluctant to continue as a lowly drifter of society? No, if I cannot achieve formalization, my plight may be even more dire than in my previous life. Reflecting on the wretched existence of my past life feels like recalling yesterday. Indeed, it was merely yesterday. I simply took a nap. D remained uncertain if his transmigration was a blessing or a curse, fearing he might become one of those rare disappointments among transmigrators. Given the current circumstances, this seems highly plausible. After some time had elapsed, Du finally calmed himself. With hands clasped in prayer, he accepted his present situation. To my parents and family from my previous life, I hope you are faring well. Du silently prayed, feeling solace in the knowledge that his sister would look after their parents. In his past life, his sister was no ordinary person. Without him, her burden. She should be able to thrive. In this life, he hoped not to become a hindrance once more. Regardless, let me first ascertain what I have inherited. Suddenly, Du rose and instinctively retrieved the long sword from his bedside, drawing it forth. This sword had always rested by his side, yet in his excitement, he had overlooked it. Although this dormitory appeared nearly identical to his memories, subtle differences existed, such as this sword. In his previous life, such an object had not been present in his room. As he unsheathed the sword, its cold gleam shimmered. This was no mere ornament, but a genuine weapon forged from fine steel, suitable for combat. The long sword felt alive in his grasp, radiating brilliance as it sliced through the air, exuding an intimidating aura. This fundamental swordsmanship had been refined through countless practitioners over the years. Across the globe, the foundational techniques practiced are largely similar, with only minor adjustments made for different ethnicities and physiques. Du had been training in this style for over a decade. Gradually, he sensed the sword becoming an extension of his own body, the initially unfamiliar movements now second nature through practice. Even within the confines of this narrow dormitory, he could wield the long sword with ease, likely due to his frequent practice in this space, having become intimately familiar with the various maneuvers. Combat in a foreign realm would not always occur in open spaces. Therefore, being adept in confined environments is paramount. With my swordsmanship, it is possible I could emerge as a formidable swordsman. Du nodded, elegantly retracting the long sword, only to have misfortune strike. The sword failed to return to its sheath, instead nicking his hand. What a foolish display. Du broke into a cold sweat, relieved he had not exerted too much force, lest he had truly injured himself. How does my swordsmanship rank? I have no basis for comparison. This cursed memory, why can it not retain some basic knowledge? As he silently cursed, he tended to his wound. The injury was not severe, merely requiring a band-aid. Remarkably, the band-aid worked wonders, alleviating the pain almost immediately. Goodness, you actually purchased this? Are you determined to strive for improvement? A voice chimed from the doorway. Looking up, Du noticed a burly figure had appeared. Mouth agape in astonishment. I thought you were one of us. I never expected you would betray us. Was it not agreed that we would all languish together? The figure pointed an accusatory finger at Du, wearing an expression of betrayal. Recalling the individual, Du recognized him as the second occupant of the dormitory. But beyond that, he had little familiarity. To avoid recognition, Du feigned sorrow. I merely had a sudden epiphany. Even as a drifter, I intend to be the most languid of them all. I am prepared to give it a try. A path of no return, indeed. Nevertheless, I wish you good fortune. If you can become a semi-awakener, perhaps we can join forces and become security guards together? The second occupant shouted at Du. A semi-awakener? What on earth is that? Du inquired, perplexed, as he recalled no mention of it in the texts. You must be dazed from sleep. Are you self-harming for motivation? Surely, you are not an imposter? The second occupant stepped closer, scrutinizing Du closely. Du irritably pushed the figure away. You are too close. I never paid attention to such matters before. Semi-awakener sounds somewhat familiar. Well, you truly are out of the loop. Let me enlighten you. A semi-awakener is someone who has only partially undergone the awakening process. Such individuals cannot become professionals, possess limited potential, and exhibit inferior combat capabilities at the same level. If they enter a derived world, they can only serve as followers to the awakeners. It is said that if a semi-awakener has a well-coordinated skill set, their abilities may not fall short of those of an awakener. However, I have no intention of entering a derived world, I prefer to remain on Earth. A semi-professional on Earth is still a form of upper echelon. Is that so? Do you mused, feeling a twinge of curiosity but refraining from pressing further. Oh, now I understand. That explains it. The second occupant rolled his eyes. It was always this way. Your ignorance of your surroundings is quite concerning. This cannot continue. Awakeners constitute 1/10 of the total population, yet nearly half of the remaining populace are semi-awakeners. Look at my physique. I will undoubtedly become an awakener during formalization. Casting his gaze at the items strewn across the floor, the second occupant disdainfully remarked, "What use are these? If they were truly effective, formalization would be far too easy. It's better to prepare for oneself. Those are merely deceptions." Deceptions, you say? Well, it seems I have indeed been misled by that old woman. Yet, even if they are deceptive, they may still serve as a lifeline. I am uncertain of the utility of the contents within this bag, but at the very least, there is a considerable quantity. What are you two discussing? Another voice interjected, "Oh, old three, what are you planning to do?" At that moment, a well-mannered individual entered, adorned with spectacles and an air of refinement. This was the leader of the dormitory, a person who appeared calm on the surface, yet possessed a fervent spirit within, also serving as the dormitory head. Ah, the dormitory head has returned. You know, old three is preparing earnestly for the awakening process. Awakening? Although it is an essential path to transcendence, it is fraught with difficulties. The awakened are among the most perilous of all. Perhaps, like me, it would be wiser to remain a clerk. While it may not offer the advantages of the awakened, at least one can live a decent life. A glimmer of insight flashed in the leader's eyes. By the way, where is old four? Why hasn't he returned? Upon hearing this, old two burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That fellow is likely hiding from that woman, and he is in for a rough time. Ah, perhaps this is true love for him. Never mind such matters. Let's focus on preparing for life after graduation. Seeing that there was nothing pressing, the leader settled onto his bed, pulling out a book from somewhere to read. Indeed, my dormitory is filled with a bunch of idlers. I wonder what they all ended up doing in their previous lives. Old 2 seems to have become a security guard, while Old 4 has vanished without a trace. As for the leader, I heard he passed the civil service exam but has since been out of touch. I can only ponder what this life may hold. For individuals from the same dormitory, thrust into a new world, perhaps their paths will diverge as well. In any case, I distinctly remember being the least successful among us. Where are you off to? Seeing Du walking outside, Old 2's boisterous voice rang in his ears. Du covered his ears, feeling a headache coming on. It had been years since he had heard such familiar noise. I'm heading to the library to read. It's been a while, and I don't know if I'll have time in the future. Are you really going to prepare to become awakened? Are you truly abandoning your idleness? Don't give up on treatment. Du dashed out as if fleeing, but he could not escape Old 2's thunderous voice. Bystanders cast curious glances at Du, making him feel akin to an animal in a cage. At that moment, the oddest sight was not the bizarrely dressed individuals on the street, but rather himself, a seemingly normal being. After running for quite a while, Du finally stopped, having evaded Old 2's clamor. Sigh, I have become peculiar myself. Du glanced at the long sword he hadn't put down, surprised he had even taken it out. In his previous life, carrying a sword on the street would have surely led to a chat with the police. Yet, looking around, there were those wielding axes and large sabers, each dressed like characters from a martial arts saga. Perhaps, in comparison, he didn't appear so unusual after all. Wait, where is the library located? Du recalled and found the direction of the library, then dashed towards it. Perhaps due to his usually low profile and lack of adornment, he encountered no incidents along the way. No unexpected romantic encounters, no sudden rivals, nor any elderly gentleman. Strange, he thought. Could it be that I am truly a false traveler? Perhaps there are simply too many travelers in this world. Du suddenly grew serious. This is an era of universal travel, where travelers abound. Well, even if I embarrass myself as a traveler, it no longer matters since many have already done so. Du entered the library and surveyed the scene. Everyone was engrossed in their readings, and there were indeed quite a few people present. Where are the beautiful attendants? He grumbled, realizing that no one paid him any mind. If he wanted to read, he would have to seek it out himself. The notion of a serendipitous encounter with a beautiful girl was nothing but a fantasy. Chapter 5. This strange world. Since there were no legendary privileges, Du ventured deeper into the library in search of subjects that piqued his interest. First, it was essential to understand this world. This was basic knowledge. If one were unaware of these matters, it could be dangerous when questioned later. World history and the history of world development. Excellent. These 2 books will suffice. Du picked up the books and made his way to an unoccupied table. Someone nearby seemed to take notice of him, casting a disdainful glance at the books he held. Even now, you're wasting time on those useless tomes? Do you shot a glare at the individual, thinking, with that pockmarked face, how dare you look down on me? Do you not realize that appearance is justice? Though I may not be well-groomed, my looks surely qualify as above average. Nonetheless, do you refrain from engaging in an argument? That would be foolishness, not heroism. Seated at his table, he opened the book. Seeing that Du offered no reaction, the other person resumed their reading, seemingly uninterested. After all, this was a library, and causing a ruckus would benefit no one. This world has indeed changed unexpectedly. Du examined the book on the history of world development. His memories only touched upon the darkness of centuries past without elaboration. Now, perusing the records within the book, he began to grasp some understanding. At that time, for the sake of progress and the survival of humanity on Earth, the pioneers of various nations exerted tremendous effort in exploring other realms. The number of lives lost for various reasons was beyond counting. The records indicated that during that era, the mortality rate for those entering other worlds exceeded 90, making the awakened the least favored profession. Of course, back then, there were no systematic regulations as today. The rules emerged naturally after prolonged explorations in other realms. Having endured immense suffering, everything that followed was earned through the blood and sacrifice of the predecessors. The establishment of today's systematic training mechanisms was a hard-won achievement by those who fought for their successors. Indeed, regardless of the time, there are always admirable figures who emerge in moments of crisis. Du muttered to himself, realizing that without personal experience, he could only observe. What astonished Du the most was that the current world structure was remarkably similar to a unified state. The globe had been divided into 5 segments. Following the cataclysm hundreds of years ago, the powerful nations began to devour or unite with one another, ultimately forming several large regions and alliances. First was the Asian Alliance, which nearly encompassed the entirety of Asia, making it the largest alliance in the world. The Chinese people occupied a central position, having emerged as one of the world's top ethnic groups in this life. As for the island nation to the east, they no longer had the opportunity to engage in the unscrupulous acts of their previous life. Had it not been for the assistance of China, they might have perished long ago due to various disasters. Now, the island nation is China's most loyal ally, at least on the surface. The second largest alliance is the European Union, which comprises the major European nations and includes Oceania. Do not ask how they are connected. They utilize spatial gateways, making distance irrelevant on Earth, such as the marvel of black technology. Du shook his head in wonder. The third major alliance is the American Alliance, representing North America. These 3 alliances are currently the largest and most powerful in the world. In contrast, South America is fraught with chaos, riddled with internal factions, rendering it significantly weaker than the other 3 alliances, thus dubbed the Southern Alliance, ranking 4th in overall strength. The weakest of all is the African Alliance, which has not only failed to learn from the other alliances, but has regressed. Presently, the African Alliance is structured as a tribal coalition, with significant decisions made collectively by the leaders of the major tribes. However, despite their fragmented strength, their barbaric style renders their combat prowess formidable. As for the Arctic and Antarctic regions, these areas remain beyond human control. Several centuries ago, people had no means to reach these 2 regions. Hence they became occupied by mutated and otherworldly creatures. Now, these areas have transformed into forbidden zones for humanity, frequently launching attacks on the human realm. The state of the world has indeed opened one's eyes. However, it is truly a matter of pride that Huaxia has emerged as one of the most powerful and elite nations. Du smiled faintly, reflecting that centuries ago, Huaxia was the mightiest nation globally, boasting the largest population. In times of adversity, the people of Huaxia have always demonstrated remarkable adaptability and rapid development, without exception. Observing modern Huaxia, it resembles the 9 provinces from his memories, similarly divided into 9 regions, each assigned a number. His own region is the Asia Alliance, Huaxia District, Area 6, which corresponds to the former Shandong province. Indeed, everything has changed, yet the location of his home remains unchanged. However, when Du sought to uncover insights regarding the principles of law, he found nothing of substance. He perused numerous texts, but they contained only vague annotations, eluding his comprehension. Eventually, he stumbled upon a record in one of the books that illuminated his understanding. It turned out that upon entering the world governed by these laws, no matter what transpires, one must not divulge any information externally. By consenting to enter, one essentially signs a contract. Violating this agreement would incur severe penalties. No wonder there was such secrecy. It seems the repercussions are beyond what an ordinary person could bear. To his dismay, in this realm governed by laws, one can only carry the most basic equipment, Any items with special effects or advanced technology are prohibited, and bringing them in constitutes a violation, resulting in a diminished evaluation. What kind of absurdity is this? The more he contemplated the laws, the more his agitation grew. Forget it, he decided. It was best to leave this place for now. At the very least, he could familiarize himself with sword techniques in the days leading up to the event. However, Du felt increasingly disheartened, as the incomplete inheritance of memories rendered his swordsmanship far inferior to what this body could originally achieve. Even if he became familiar with the techniques, achieving even 80% of their original power would be a considerable feat. Was his dream of becoming a swordsman destined to be severed? With a heavy heart, he made his way to the training arena. Indeed, the school lacked a playground, only housing a training ground of sorts. In the following 2 days, Du spent his mornings in the library, acquiring the knowledge he lacked, and his afternoons to evenings training in the arena, striving to adapt to his new physique. Although his instinct for swordsmanship remained intact, the majority of his memories had vanished, leaving him to rely solely on his instinctive abilities. He had no way of knowing how much he could perform. Nevertheless, honing his skills was far better than doing nothing at all. Before he knew it, 2 days had swiftly passed. Just as he felt he was nearing adaptation, the time for the law enactment arrived. No need to be overly anxious, he thought. It was merely a ceremonial rite. At worst, he would become a semi-awakened individual and could join the security team afterward. Even if he failed, it was no great matter. His companion, Old Air, leaned heavily upon him, prompting Du to cast a resentful glance. This was a pivotal turning point in their lives. How could these uninitiated students grasp the vast disparities in societal status? In a world with awakened beings, the chasm in status would undoubtedly widen. Without power, there is no dignity, a truth Du understood better than anyone present. In his previous life, he lacked the opportunity, but this time was different. Before the law, nearly everyone stood on an almost equal starting line, with success within reach for anyone. All right, I'm no longer anxious. As he approached the training ground, Du forcefully shrugged off Old Air. Ah, Old C, you finally made an appearance. What have you been up to these days? Old Div inquired as a figure, wrapped snugly in layers, removed his sunglasses, revealing a fair and handsome face. Self-proclaimed as a woman slayer, Old C indeed had the credentials to boast. He was well known as the school's pretty boy. However, he often claimed to be charming without being lecherous, maintaining emotional connections with beautiful girls. Yet, once he won their affection, he quickly grew bored and moved on to the next target, never crossing the final line. Despite being the object of widespread disdain, many women did not harbor ill will towards him. I was merely avoiding Xiao Yun. You all know I have no choice. If it weren't for the mandatory law enactment today, I truly wouldn't want to come out. The law enactment was a mandate from the Alliance. Every individual reaching 18 years of age must undergo it, and this occasion was free of charge. If one were to conduct the law enactment privately, it would incur a substantial fee, rumored to be exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary people. You might as well give in. Xiao Yun is a wonderful girl, beautiful, well-endowed, and from a distinguished family. Most importantly, she's utterly devoted. Such a girl is rare. Old Da's words only deepened Old C's gloom. How could a charming figure like me be compelled by a mere woman to such an extent? To abandon an entire forest for a single tree? Such a thing is inconceivable to me. If it weren't for that woman's stubbornness, I wouldn't find myself in such a predicament, constantly pursued without respite. Du rolled his eyes. He wished he could be pursued in such a manner, but alas, no one chased after him. Forget it, I shan't dwell on you. Just keep it to yourself. We've arrived. Let us hurry inside. This cohort comprised 6 entire classes, gathering into a dense throng. The training ground was filled with a sense of bustling crowd. Unlike usual, at the center of the arena stood 10 peculiar incubator-like structures, surrounded by flickering lights. Even though Du had prepared for such a surreal scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Suddenly, he noticed a woman beside one of the strange incubators, speaking to someone. This woman seemed to be at the center of the square, impossible to overlook. Her powerful aura and stunning beauty left Du, who had encountered many stars, feeling a sense of awe. Yet, she appeared somewhat familiar. He must have seen her somewhere before. What are you staring at? It turned out to be the goddess of the affiliated secondary school of Jiaodong University, Shi Qianxue. He had heard she had been quite active lately, seemingly in the process of forming a team and reaching out to all those with potential for advancement. What does it matter how beautiful she is? According to the law of awakening, the more beautiful a woman is, the more difficult it is for her to pass the law enactment ritual. What law is that? I've never heard of it. Du questioned, puzzled. Old Air disdainfully remarked. Many beautiful women lack the desire to cultivate. It would be strange for them to pass the law enactment. Old Der raised his arm. striking a rather ostentatious pose that seemed rather embarrassing. That's not necessarily true. Many awakened women are exceptionally beautiful, for instance. Before Old C could finish, Old Air waved his hand dismissively. Those saved by spiritual energy are usually not lacking in looks. Enough of your bickering. Let us get in line. We'll be up soon. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Humph, for toads, how dare you discuss Shichinshua? Truly ignorant. What did you say, punk? Looking for a fight? Old Air shouted angrily as he turned around. Let us fight then. What do you think you are? A young, handsome dandy approached, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a flamboyant embroidered pillow. The individuals surrounding us are no ordinary folks. Each of them possesses a physique that rivals even the most formidable of bodyguards, forming a protective circle around us. Do you hastily grasp Air's arm, aware that rushing in would undoubtedly lead to trouble? What we discuss seems to have little relevance to you, and your behavior is rather excessive, he remarked, casting a wary glance at the intimidating figures before him. How can such individuals exist within a school? Is there no oversight? Humph, time is of the essence today. I shan't waste my breath on you. Once the formalization is complete, you will witness what I mean, scoffed the arrogant young master, Lin Feng, as he strode confidently forward. As he passed, other students quickly stepped aside, clearing a path in their wake. What nonsense. Just wait until the formalization fails. Then let's see how you face the world. Air spat, breaking free from Du Yu's grip, revealing his formidable strength. Don't provoke that individual. He is one of the most troublesome young masters of our cohort. Lin Feng, the youngest heir of the Lin group, widely known in the city, warned Lao Si, who had also encountered Lin Feng before. And he is notoriously vindictive. He harbors grudges against those who offend him. Air, you must tread carefully, Lao Si added. A minute feels like a day. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone, do you thought? A vindictive character? That certainly complicates matters. Before Lin Feng departed, do you notice the cold glint in his eyes directed at Air, and then at himself? Could misfortune befall him as well? In this new world, there were no benefits for travelers, no divine powers bestowed upon them. Yet the ability to offend others seemed to be an unfortunate gift. I have maintained a low profile. All I did was speak up for Air. Surely that cannot be the cause of my troubles. Du Yu shook his head, realizing that any regrets were futile. Given the chance, he would act the same way again. How could I stand idly by while my dorm mate faces conflict? He thought, if that weakling dares to trouble me, he will soon find himself oblivious to his own demise. Air clenched his fist, showing no fear of Lin Feng. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform of the training ground, an elderly man with white hair had inexplicably appeared. Students, quiet down and form a line. The formalization ceremony is about to commence. Our formalization is a hard-won treasure. A legacy left to us by our predecessors who sacrificed their lives, he began. Du Yu sighed inwardly. Principal, you're still the same, no matter the world. Your eloquence remains unmatched. Indeed, this elderly man was the principal of their school, rarely seen, yet always present when it came time to speak, often for hours without repeating himself. While other institutions had multiple leaders addressing the students, their school was singularly represented by the principal, leaving little room for others to contribute. As anticipated, the principal spoke for 2 hours without repetition. Had it not been for the vice principal's interjection, he might have continued for even longer, risking a shortage of time. Once the principal was finally coaxed down, the vice principal promptly stated, class teachers, maintain order, do not create chaos. Remember, you will only have 1 minute outside for every day within the formalized world. Prepare everything you need and leave behind what is unnecessary. Air's voice broke through, while Lao Si hid behind him, likely avoiding that troublesome Xiao Yun. Is this the formalization process? It appears quite straightforward. Du Yu mused, observing students entering the cultivation pots, which then sealed shut, obscuring their interior. Surrounding lights began to gather and accelerate after each individual entered. After a minute, the eruption ceased, and the participants emerged, most appearing dejected. Each batch consisted of 10 individuals, yet not every group would witness at least one individual successfully completing the formalization to become an awakened. Roughly estimating, the success rate was about 1 in 10, with less than half of the remaining individuals becoming semi-awakened. Those who succeeded radiated a complete white aura, persistent and bright, while semi-awakened individuals bore a flawed and dim aura. The failures emerged empty-handed, some calm, while others wept openly. Those who broke down emotionally were promptly escorted out by security. The atmosphere in the training ground grew increasingly tense. What a fragile mindset. How can they crumble so easily? Air scoffed. Du Yu focused ahead as another batch stepped forward. When the cultivation pod opened, one student emerged with a brilliant white aura, standing out among the crowd. Isn't that Shichinshua? She succeeded. Do you observe? Intrigued. Air rolled his eyes. It's merely a coincidence, not an official statistic. She has become awakened, which only diminishes your chances. When did I say I wanted to pursue her? Dee retorted, exasperated by Air's unfounded assumptions. Noticing Air's expression, it was clear he remained skeptical, so Dee opted not to argue further. It's almost our turn. Prepare yourselves. Dee checked his large backpack filled with items he had purchased, all compliant with the rules. Entering the formalized world prohibited high-tech products and weapons exceeding certain specifications. Thus, his belongings were unlikely to cause issues. Ah, Qianxue, truly a remarkable young lady, beautiful and capable, worthy of my admiration, Lin Feng's irritating voice echoed from nearby. Casting a sideways glance at Air, seemingly flaunting his status. This behavior stirred concern within Du Yu. Such pettiness could lead to trouble. Just you wait. I'll be ready when you come looking for trouble. Air shot back at Lin Feng, their rivalry palpable. Observers unfamiliar with their history might mistake Air for the traveler, given his fearless demeanor. As Du Yu pondered this, their batch approached the entrance. Don't dawdle. Step inside, urged a voice. Is there a check? Do you notice a staff member standing by the cultivation pod, holding a metallic rod? Let us ensure nothing contraband slips through, Laudo advised, adjusting his glasses. Move aside. I am no fool, Lin Feng interjected, following closely behind, miraculously in the same group. Fortunately, he was not from their class. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. The staff member remained calm, scanning them with the metallic rod while explaining the necessary precautions. This is not merely a cultivation pod. It is the vessel of worlds, a means to transport individuals to other realms, specifically designed for formalization. Soon, the group completed their checks and entered the vast vessel of worlds. As it gradually closed, the familiar surroundings seemed to drift away, leaving them in anticipation of what lay ahead. Chapter 8, Summoning System Task. Any kill, the elimination of any creature is acceptable for submission. As the panel suddenly materialized before him, Du felt no surprise. The regulatory guide he had referred to contained similar instructions. Although the details of the regulatory process were not meant to be disclosed, there were those who had circumvented this rule, documenting widely known information, ultimately resulting in this regulatory guide. While this guide may not hold great monetary value, it embodies the wisdom of those who came before. According to the text, the types of tasks encountered during the regulatory process typically include collection, capture, contact, elimination, and the fulfillment of specific conditions. This instance appeared to be the most common type, elimination. Recalling what he had read in the regulatory guide, Du gained a general understanding of his current task. The objective was to eliminate any creatures in this vicinity, regardless of their nature. Even a mere insect would suffice. However, the quality of the eliminated creature would determine the evaluation. Submitting a task with only an insect would undoubtedly result in failure. Ordinary animals, possessing minimal combat prowess, typically represented half-awakened beings. Only those with a certain level of strength qualified as awakened beings, explaining why they were so rare compared to the more numerous half-awakened. Many unable to meet the requirements would settle for less. Furthermore, the regulatory guide emphasized that the stronger the target, the better. Although the benefits of eliminating higher-level creatures were not explicitly stated, the emphasis placed on this condition clearly indicated its significance. Thus, he resolved to seek out formidable beings. Observing the surroundings, it appeared that he was likely to encounter animals. The landscape comprised a vast canyon, populated with numerous small insects, wild chickens, and rabbits. Though it remained uncertain whether any ferocious beasts lurked nearby. To be candid, Du felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his abilities could contend with a ferocious creature. Having trained for merely 2 days, he had yet to engage in combat with another person, let alone hunt. Perhaps the former Du had engaged in such activities, but those memories had faded, making his apprehension inevitable. With uncertainty weighing upon him, he could only forge ahead, reassured by the fact that he had an entire day at his disposal. As for indiscriminately eliminating a creature, that was not an option Du would entertain. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not consider this alternative. Aspiring for future greatness, he aimed for nothing less than the best results. Is my talent aligned with the summoning system? If so, does this mean I shall become a summoner? As he walked, Du reflected on the annotations in the regulatory guide. Since most creatures here seemed to be animals, it was highly likely he was undergoing a summoning system test. Each individual possessed unique talents. And at the onset of the regulatory process, one would be assigned to different derivative worlds based on their abilities, tasked with completing assignments specific to those realms. The outcomes of the regulatory process varied across worlds, and it appeared that his current experience leaned towards the summoner type. Consequently, acquiring summoner skills in the future would be more accessible, requiring less energy and yielding superior results. It was said that summoners possessed summoning capabilities far surpassing those of other professions. However, this did not preclude him from learning skills from other types. Even a mage could learn warrior skills, though the efficacy remained uncertain. Learning skills misaligned with one's inherent abilities would at least double the energy expenditure, and the maximum effectiveness would only reach 80%, an endeavor deemed unworthy. The lower the compatibility with one's own abilities, the greater the consumption and the poorer the results. Thus, under normal circumstances, few would pursue skills divergent from their talents. While not ideal, summoning seemed to be one of the most powerful and adaptable professions in its early stages. Dyu continued his journey, lost in thought. Drawing his longsword, he remained vigilant, aware that his weapon was merely crafted from ordinary steel, permitting its entry into this realm. Had it been an alloy, he would have been unable to bring it into the derivative world. The derivative world exhibited a significant aversion to items foreign to one's own realm. As noted in the regulatory guide, "Come out, let me see, at least a wolf or something would suffice," Dyu muttered while traversing the canyon. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, prompting him to instinctively thrust his longsword forward. Only after the action did he realize what had occurred. My body acted faster than my thoughts. I truly possess a talent for swordsmanship. Parting the grass, Dee beheld his sword piercing a rabbit, his earlier excitement palpable. Task: eliminate one rabbit. Would you like to submit the task? The panel appeared automatically, and Dyu promptly declined, causing the submission window to vanish. Task: elimination completed. You may submit the task at any time. How considerate. Dyu shook his head, contemplating the closure of the panel, which promptly disappeared. After his ordeal, he felt a significant alleviation of his earlier tension. With so many rabbits around, there must be predators that feed on them. Killing a rabbit would likely only classify him as a half-professional. A formidable creature would be preferable. Continuing to converse with himself, Dyu noticed a hawk soaring overhead, its presence igniting his envy. Such a creature represented the pinnacle of nature. How he wished to bring one down. Alas, his training revolved around swordsmanship, not archery. What a pity. If it were to descend before him, he would. Wait a moment. Dyu's eyes widened as the hawk suddenly swooped low overhead, only to be abruptly obliterated by a shadow from below. This swift kill indicated the presence of a powerful being. Clearly, this was not the natural creature he had anticipated. In the derivative world, encountering such beings was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual like him. The book warned that in such situations, retreat was imperative. Although death here would not be fatal in the traditional sense, it could leave lasting repercussions. Yet, he could not quell his curiosity. Just a glance. If it proved too perilous, he would withdraw. Taking a deep breath, Dee relaxed his pace and ventured closer. Gradually approaching from the slope ahead, he finally beheld the colossal creature. Chapter 9. The Giant Toad and the Nightshade. Is this something I can contend with? How on earth did such a creature come to dwell here? Dyu finally understood why no ferocious beasts roamed this area. Who would dare approach with such a monster present? Before him loomed a gargantuan toad, towering over 4 meters in height, its body a mottled yellow-green adorned with grotesque lumps. Its appearance was far from appealing, but what struck terror was the surrounding environment. The ground and cliffs were riddled with depressions, whether formed by impact or erosion remained uncertain. Scattered bones littered the area, unmistakably remnants of large predators. The shapes of these bones suggested that perhaps they had strayed into this place, only to meet their demise at the hands of the giant toad. Its immense size and the presence of bones indicated that this toad lacked teeth, rendering it incapable of swallowing such prey. A creature of my modest stature would likely be devoured in an instant. Dyu inhaled deeply, suddenly fixating on a nearby site, a recently deceased carcass. Presumably that of a deer, though its size was notable. The wounds upon it were puncture wounds, exuding a chilling aura, as though created by an icy spear. It appeared that this toad was a magical beast of sorts. He had certainly struck the jackpot. The book indeed mentions that when it comes to the laws of nature, it is quite rare to encounter beings of the level of magical beasts. Dyu silently swallowed, feeling as if that large toad had cast a glance in his direction. Yet it did not attack. It was unclear whether it was sated or sensed no threat from him. Although one would not truly perish during the ritual of law manifestation, failure would lead to peril. The second attempt would necessitate a fee that was exorbitantly daunting. Given his family's circumstances, it was utterly impossible to afford another chance. How frustrating. Was he truly destined to remain a mere half-awakened being, as his second brother suggested? He could still hunt a rabbit or two. Wait, rabbits. He wondered if this toad would consume them. No sooner had he thought this than a rabbit darted from the underbrush, and the toad opened its mouth. A shadow flickered, and the rabbit vanished. It must have snatched it up with its tongue, as if devouring an insect. If that were the case, perhaps he should take a chance. With this large toad around, it was unlikely that larger beasts would be present. At least, he had little hope of finding anything else within a day. It was either to become a half-awakened being or to gamble everything. If he could slay a magical beast, his potential would surely expand immensely. Do you felt as if he were hypnotizing himself? Fortunately, there were datura plants nearby. Using them would not hurt. If it proved ineffective, he would address that when the time came. Du was resolved to take the risk. Datura was a potent anesthetic in traditional medicine, and its effects were formidable. Overuse could be fatal. Datura, also known as mandrake, was something he had come across during his curiosity in the past. In his former life, this plant was abundant. Unexpectedly, he had now encountered this herbal remedy in this world spawned by the laws of nature. The appearance was identical. He only hoped it would be effective. Most people in this world hardly studied herbal remedies. The records of traditional Chinese medicine had long since transitioned into the study of various magical potions. For ordinary ailments, Western medicine had largely taken precedence, with references to common herbal remedies found only in ancient texts. Were it not for his soul originating from another earth, Du would have remained ignorant. Perhaps, to complete the trial of law manifestation, what was genuinely required was not combat prowess. Du dashed back to his previous location, opening his backpack to retrieve a series of traps. These were no ordinary traps, but ingeniously designed for capturing small creatures like rabbits and pheasants. They were simple enough to transport without violating any regulations. He had purchased them in a large bundle, and as his second brother had claimed, they seemed worthless. Utilizing these traps to catch small animals was merely a means to achieve half-awakening. Given their capabilities, they would hardly impact those who were not excessively weak. Those aspiring for the status of awakened beings would certainly look down upon such tools. Ironically, the items he had taken on a whim were now proving useful. Rabbits were plentiful here. He decided to start his endeavor. He wondered if these traps would indeed work. While he was not a professional hunter and could not predict the rabbits' paths, the abundance of rabbits should yield some success. His bag contained 30 traps, suggesting the designer had anticipated such scenarios. As Du arranged the traps, a sudden crack echoed behind him. Turning around, he smiled. He had indeed caught one. A hapless rabbit was ensnared around its neck, frantically attempting to flee, ultimately strangling itself. Its demise was fortuitous, making his plans more feasible. No longer setting additional traps, Du approached to retrieve the rabbit, then stood before a datura plant. After a moment's thought, he plucked its fruit and stuffed it into the rabbit's mouth. Its stomach now bulging, the rabbit appeared grotesquely overstuffed. This should suffice. A creature of such size as the toad must possess considerable digestive capacity. Holding the rabbit, Du sprinted forward, cautiously halting near the toad. Observing his surroundings, he suddenly hurled the rabbit. "Come and feast upon my enhanced rabbit," he silently proclaimed as the rabbit arced through the air. Oddly, the toad did not seem interested. The rabbit landed with a muffled thud, yet the toad ignored it. Could it be that it was incapable of seeing? He had heard that toads could only perceive moving objects. Just as he pondered this, the massive toad approached and stomped on the rabbit, crushing it underfoot. Its large eyes glanced down, clearly indicating it could see. This magical beast toad was likely of a different breed from ordinary toads. If it could see, why wouldn't it eat? If that were the case, he would have to rely on sheer luck. Du grew anxious. If he could not become an awakened being, how would he ever distinguish himself? Chapter 10 Finally, it took effect. It was time for one last gamble. If it wouldn't consume the dead, perhaps it would feast on the living. Du turned away, uncertain whether the toad had noticed him, but since he could not die this time, he might as well take the risk. Soon, he returned to the spot where he had caught the rabbits. Indeed, there were many rabbits, including white ones. Observing the scene, he noted that without fully setting traps, he had already captured 3 rabbits. One was ensnared around its neck and had strangled itself, while another was trapped by its leg, and the last was bound around its waist. Unable to escape, 2 live ones would suffice for his purposes. After considering, Du restored the activated traps and relocated them, utilizing the remaining traps in his possession. He had no intention of reclaiming these items. This area had long been devoid of wild beasts and human intrusion, leading to an overpopulation of rabbits. The large toad likely could not consume so many. Thus, even the white rabbits, which would ordinarily struggle to survive in nature, had thrived here. He secured the 2 live rabbits and carried them to a nearby hill. "Such adorable little rabbits. You shall be a meal for the great toad," he thought wickedly as he pinched the white rabbit's mouth and stuffed the spiny datura fruits into it one by one. This action would likely prove fatal for the rabbit, though it would not die immediately. The success or failure rested on this moment. "Go forth, little rabbit," Du shouted internally, once more throwing the rabbit into the air. As before, the rabbit soared through the air, but the toad showed no inclination to move. However, when the rabbit fell and began to struggle on the ground. The toad's expression changed. Watching the rabbit's desperate attempts to rise and escape, the toad could no longer resist. With such a sizable body and limited food sources, it had to minimize movement for survival. How could it let such an opportunity for food slip away? The toad opened its mouth, and in a flash of darkness, the rabbit vanished. Do you nearly leap for joy? Wonderful. It has finally eaten. He was certain that such a delightful little rabbit would be too tempting to resist. A weight lifted from his heart. He had one more rabbit, and after preparing it in the same way, he tossed it over. Indeed, the toad devoured this one too. It seemed it simply preferred live prey rather than dead. Yet after a brief wait, the toad displayed no further reaction, leaving Duyu perplexed. Why was it still unresponsive? Could it be that the Datura's effects were inadequate? He recalled that when he had stuffed the Datura fruits into the rabbit, its movements had noticeably slowed. It is not merely a matter of sustaining internal injuries. This indicates that the medicine is undoubtedly effective. Given the insufficient quantity, it would be prudent to increase the dosage. Duyu swiftly turned and dashed back, and indeed, he discovered that more rabbits had been ensnared in the area, 5 this time. As before, Duyu secured the rabbits and planned to administer the medicine once he reached his destination. He reset the other traps, awaiting the next opportunity for capture. After several rounds of tossing, Duyu noticed that each time he appeared, the large toad would gaze in his direction, clearly perceiving him as its caretaker. As anticipated, the toad must have sensed no threat from him, leading to its relaxed demeanor. Perhaps it had never encountered a human before and was uncertain whether he could be consumed. Otherwise, it would have likely been devoured long ago. While Duyu wallowed in self-pity, he continued to feed the great toad. After toiling for over 5 hours, he had captured more than 60 rabbits. If he continued in this manner, the rabbits in the area he discovered would soon face extinction, necessitating a change of location. Could it be that the toad had developed immunity to the poison? If so, would his efforts be rendered futile? Duyu began to doubt the efficacy of his method. Yet having come this far, he could only persevere. While capturing rabbits, he surveyed the surroundings. Aside from rabbits and small game like pheasants, there were no formidable beasts to be found. It seemed unlikely that a large creature would appear for several days. The great toad before him represented his only opportunity. As Duyu labored for over 8 hours, the toad exhibited troubling symptoms. Its previously robust body began to tremble, collapsing onto the ground and emitting guttural sounds. Clearly, it was in distress, its legs flailing aimlessly, a reaction it had not displayed before. This was excellent news. The medicine was taking effect. Duyu observed that the toad had ceased consuming the rabbits he had thrown, as an ice arrow materialized from thin air, shattering one in midair. Did it realize? Alas, it was too late. The fact that it refused to eat confirmed the potency of the medicine. Dear toad, you shall meet your demise, Duyu thought. Waiting as the toad continued to weaken, it lashed out at its surroundings, not knowing if it was venting its frustration or merely flailing. Its tongue struck against trees, splintering them. It collided with stones, shattering them. Ice arrows frequently flew forth, their destructive power astonishing. One arrow grazed Duyu, leaving him feeling icy and nearly immobilized. Such an assault was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Had anyone else encountered this, they would likely have fled or been slain. To ensure his safety, Duyu distanced himself from the great toad, observing from afar. Time passed, and while the effects of the medicine were slow to manifest, they were undeniably effective. 2 hours later, the toad lay increasingly feeble, its legs stiffening, its breath growing faint. For the past 20 minutes, it had not unleashed any ice arrows, and its tongue assaults had ceased long ago. It appeared utterly depleted of strength. This wild toad, devoid of enemies, would not feign death, would it? After a moment of contemplation, Duyu's gaze hardened with resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Having come this far, he could not falter at the final hurdle. Initially believing he could avoid combat, it seemed that confrontation was now inevitable. Duyu drew his longsword and approached cautiously, testing the waters. When he confirmed that the toad exhibited no reaction to his presence, he mustered his courage, circled around, and climbed onto its back, gripping a prominent wart on the toad. Duyu aimed his sword at the vulnerable spot where its neck met its head, an area that constituted a critical weakness for most creatures. Here, a multitude of nerves converged. Any damage inflicted would surely spell doom for even the mightiest of beasts. However, to his astonishment, Duyu's strike failed to pierce the toad's tough hide. Years of honing his swordsmanship had endowed him with remarkable precision, yet without penetrating the defenses, his efforts were in vain. The wounded toad suddenly sprang to life, leaping from the ground. Had Duyu not clung to its wart, he would have been thrown off. As the toad leapt, ice arrows shot forth in all directions, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Nearby remains were scattered, and the ground quickly froze over. Witnessing this spectacle, Du couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had he fallen, he would have surely perished. The manifestation of such power was far beyond mortal capability. It was perilous in the extreme. Once the toad's convulsions subsided, Du felt a measure of relief. With such deep poisoning and prolonged struggle, it must be experiencing a fleeting resurgence of energy. Regardless, he was now committed to this course of action. There was no turning back. Gripping his longsword tightly, he plunged it into the same spot once more. This time, as he targeted the same location, the toad's skin yielded further, exacerbating its injuries. After the subsequent attack, the toad's thrashing diminished significantly, as if it were approaching its limit. Du crouched low, lowering his center of gravity, ready to brace for any potential retaliation from the toad. Yet, this time, the struggle was short-lived. Why had it succumbed so quickly? Had it truly run out of strength? Regardless, he pressed on with his assault, with the toad offering no resistance. Du seized the opportunity. He drove his longsword down again, targeting the same area. On the third strike, the toad sustained even graver injuries. Following this attack, however, the toad's convulsions lessened considerably. Whether it was nearing its breaking point remained uncertain, but Du, emboldened, continued his relentless assault. Each strike diminished the toad's thrashing, though occasional spasms occurred before it resumed its weakened state. Du showed no mercy. After a series of relentless strikes, he finally pierced the skin at the back of the toad's neck. At long last, he had breached its defenses. The hide was remarkably resilient. If he could procure it for armor, it would likely surpass the protection of conventional gear. Taking a deep breath, Du acknowledged his limitations as an ordinary person. He could not maintain peak physical condition like a law-awakened individual. However, he was determined to reach that state soon. With the toad's skin compromised, its bones were finally exposed. Uncertain if they were similar to those of an ordinary toad, Du noted that they were segmented, with gaps in between. These openings lacked formidable defense. Smirking, he directed his sword towards the gap. Suddenly, the sword transformed into a streak of light, gliding effortlessly into the fissure. The toad, which had been thrashing moments ago, abruptly stiffened and lost all strength. I knew it, Du mused, recalling how a single needle could slay a bull through its next gap. This must work too. He was unsure if the anatomy of this creature mirrored that of a bull, but he had succeeded. In less than half a day, he had achieved what he set out to do. As soon as Du finished speaking, a task panel materialized before him. Task: eliminate the magical beast, the giant toad. Do you wish to submit the task? Of course I will submit it. Only a fool would refrain. Aside from this toad, what could possibly pose a greater challenge? Du remarked with irritation. Even if there were, I certainly couldn't contend with it. As he gazed at the flickering submission window, Du felt a sense of helplessness. This device appeared to be advanced technology, yet it lacked true intelligence. He clicked on the task submission area, and the panel finally changed. The task was completed. The process of formalization commenced, and the universal skills began to be allocated. Upon completion, a random summon was triggered. Random summon. Summon a level 1 beast for 24 hours. With a cooldown of 24 hours, level remains constant. Du stared at the rapidly flashing text, silently taking out a notebook for comparison. To his astonishment, the allocation was indeed random. It seemed that each type of awakened individual had only a handful of universal skills available. The text had long made it clear. Universal skills were those that any awakened individual of a major category might acquire, distinct from basic skills, which were the first skills obtained after awakening and served as a transitional ability. The term constant meant that this skill could never be upgraded. Moreover, such summoning skills were subject to a cooldown period. A full day of waiting was hardly practical. Yet, there was little to critique, as everyone seemed to receive similar treatment. However, this reliance on luck for skills left him feeling rather disheartened. Given his luck, stability seemed the wisest pursuit. In recent days, Du had gained some understanding of awakened individuals. They were categorized by levels, with each level possessing 2 skill slots. Universal skills did not occupy these slots, acting merely as transitional abilities. Basic skills, on the other hand, could only be enhanced through personal training. Yet, he pondered, could normal skills be upgraded by other means? If that were the case, it would be splendid. But why had such knowledge eluded him? As Du submitted his task, the large frog suddenly transformed into a flurry of light and vanished, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing this, Du's gaze turned somewhat mournful. He had hoped to peel away the creature's skin to see if it could be taken with him, but that was no longer possible. With the task completed, the process of formalization had to commence, and Du could not linger here. Once he departed, this space would automatically refresh, leaving no trace of his presence. He had not heard of anyone finding remnants left by others in the derived world. Chapter 12. An unexpected second transportation. As the task was submitted, Du's body began to dissolve into luminous particles, not vanishing, but but rather marking the commencement of the formalization process. To enter the derived world, one must first transform into a state of spiritual particles. Only then could one traverse to other realms, a fundamental aspect of formalization. Centuries ago, those who ventured into parallel worlds without completing formalization suffered greatly. In an era devoid of the formalization process, few who entered the derived world emerged alive. The surroundings grew increasingly hazy, and he realized he had succeeded. If slaying that enormous frog did not count as a success, he wondered who could claim victory. However, Du was unprepared for what awaited him. When his vision cleared, he found himself not aboard the world vessel, but in an open expanse filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. Where was this place? Had something occurred at the school? That seemed implausible. Their institution was renowned for its safety and had never been reported as a target of monstrous attacks. Furthermore, what had happened to the buildings and the other individuals? Confused by the situation, Du stared at the sky. Numerous flying creatures flitted about, and, oddly, some non-avian entities also floated above. They varied in size and moved chaotically. The ground was populated by smaller beings, each vibrantly colored, resembling elemental creatures, yet taking the form of small animals or insects. Upon noticing Du, they scattered away as if he were a nuisance, their speed exhausting him. He nearly felt compelled to assist them. Just then, a new panel appeared before him. Task: touch any elemental creature to complete formalization. What? Another task for formalization? What could this mean? Did formalization require a second iteration? Du felt utterly bewildered, clueless about the unfolding events. At that moment, the world vessel surrounding him was spinning rapidly, abruptly pausing in a bizarre manner. Subsequently, the ring resumed its rotation, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Du's body began to emit a glow, signaling the initiation of the formalization process. However, he remained within the derived world, albeit not the previous one. He had never heard of anyone undergoing a second formalization, unless some unforeseen circumstance had arisen. The only explanation was that his soul had yet to fully integrate. He recalled the dual-headed monstrosity that resided within his consciousness, its fusion incomplete. Perhaps the world vessel perceived him as two distinct entities. He could not determine if this outcome was favorable or unfavorable. Having reached this juncture, he could only continue onward. Regardless of the outcome, he had already invested so much. A failure this time should not weigh heavily upon him. Du scrutinized the task once more and surveyed his surroundings. Such a touch-based task was indeed rare. Typically, the first creature encountered would enforce submission without any chance for retraction, quite unlike the hunting tasks. From the current circumstances, the larger the creature, the better it appeared to be. Surveying his environment, he noted that the ground was littered with relatively small beings, while those soaring above were larger and more majestic. In the far sky, he discerned several peculiar silhouettes resembling legendary creatures. Yet, he understood these were not true beings, but rather elemental entities distorted into their current forms. Lacking the strength and insight required, he could only follow the flow. The finest specimens were scarce, but to attain the best, one had to ascend. Even with a bow in hand, it was an arduous feat. No wonder most individuals abandoned hopes of becoming awakened. The path was fraught with difficulty. To accomplish his task, he would likely need to leap several meters to reach the comparatively favorable elemental creatures. He wondered whether this realm was governed by elemental forces, magic, or perhaps some variant of summoning. Just then, a realization struck him. He recalled having recently completed a task, having slain an almost impossible-to-defeat giant frog. The potential of that achievement was uncertain, yet it had granted him a universal foundational skill. How splendid! He mused whether this skill could be utilized here. If so, perhaps he could leverage it to enlist a suitable creature. Gazing at the heights where the flying creatures flitted about, Du felt a glimmer of hope. An instinct told him that surrendering now would lead to profound regret. The likelihood of a second chance at formalization was slim. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. Even if another chance arose, would it still exist once his soul fully integrated? The answer was likely no. With determination swelling within him, Du began to activate the skill. He raised his hands, a white luminescence dancing between his fingers as he moved them in an unusual rhythm, as though sketching an invisible design. This cursed skill not only has a long cooldown but also requires a considerable amount of preparation time. Is it meant for us to summon it in advance for battle? This skill is utterly impractical. Du grumbled while his hands kept moving. This was a skill acknowledged by the panel. Even if he lost focus, it would still activate on its own. No one could interrupt him. So failure to cast the skill was not an option. At that very moment, there was no one capable of disrupting his casting. As Du's hands continued their intricate movements, a complex magic array materialized before him. Upon its appearance, Du breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he could utilize universal skills in this location. Now, the moment of truth was at hand. with years of good deeds and a spirit unafraid of deceit. Bolstered by the aura of a time traveler, may my fortune shine brightly. Diyu shouted, only to cast a furtive glance around. Relieved that no one had witnessed his somewhat juvenile display, he muttered to himself. Chapter 13. Official skill, Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. Regardless of Diyu's theatrics, his luck finally shone through. Within the summoning array, a bird slightly larger than a wild chicken appeared. After all, it could fly, right? It appeared to resemble an eagle, though its exact nature remained uncertain. Golden Sparrow, aerial summoning beast of the eagle family, weak in attack, fast in flight, and low in defense. Level 1. So it's called a Golden Sparrow. Indeed, it belongs to the eagle family, which explains its eagle-like appearance. Diyu stroked his chin, gazing at the sky. A glimmer of hope sparkling in his eyes. Go forth, target the largest one above, and bring it down. At last, Diyu had set his sights on the highest figure, though its exact form was obscured by distance. Countless other objects floated in the air, rendering it difficult to discern anything but a massive shadow. It vaguely resembled a sphere, yet details were lost in the haze. The Golden Sparrow soared into the sky, obediently following its summoner's command, unfazed by danger. Even if a dragon loomed ahead, Diyu knew it would charge forth without hesitation. Ascending to heights that humans could scarcely reach, the Golden Sparrow effortlessly climbed to what must have been over 1,000 meters. With Diyu's now long-viewed perception, he could only see a tiny speck. From this perspective, the Golden Sparrow appeared significantly smaller than that imposing object. At that moment, concern crept into Diyu's mind. He could only summon once per day, and there was no opportunity for a second attempt. If he failed, he would have to concede defeat. Yet, unexpectedly, as the Golden Sparrow ascended, the surrounding elemental creatures merely avoided it without retaliating. Whether this was due to their nature or the peculiar environment remained a mystery. Finally, the Golden Sparrow reached the top of the massive sphere and dove downwards to seize it. As it ascended, all surrounding entities vacated the area, allowing Diyu a clearer view of the object above. Suspended in the air was a gigantic shell. No, it was indeed a colossal shell. How extraordinary that such a large shell could soar through the heavens. But in the next moment, Diyu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, it can't be. The Golden Sparrow, upon contact with the large shell, vanished as if it were a balloon bursting into countless specks of light. Meanwhile, arcs of purple lightning crackled around the Golden Sparrow, enveloping it in a dazzling display. What on earth is happening? Is this thing made of bubbles? Finally, Diyu discovered the answer on the panel. The Golden Sparrow had completed its task by touching the thunderclap shell, initiating evolution. Please wait. Evolution complete. The Golden Sparrow has mutated into the Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. Detected pet, Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. Would you like to designate it as an official skill? This skill will occupy one skill slot. If not designated, the Purple Lightning Golden Eagle will vanish after 1 day. Purple Lightning Golden Eagle, evolved from the Golden Sparrow. It harbors immense power of lightning. Requires 24 hours to resummon upon death. Level 1, 10 stars, skill, electric current envelopment. Powerful currents wrap around the body, imbuing attacks with electrical effects while providing slight defensive capabilities. The Purple Lightning Golden Eagle? What is this? Can even pets undergo such a law-imbued ritual? No. Summoning entities are inherently law-imbued. This is an evolution that surpasses the original level's limitations. But what does the 10 stars signify? I've never encountered such a thing before. It's truly bizarre. Diyu mused silently. While pondering, he fixed the skill to his summoning abilities. This was a mutated creature. Failing to designate it would be foolish. Moreover, acquiring a skill is no simple feat now that he possessed the ability to summon the Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. He had already distanced himself significantly from others on the path of comparison, setting the stage for exponential growth. As Diyu confirmed the designation, the Purple Lightning Golden Eagle let out a jubilant cry, audible even from his distance. In that moment, the eagle broke the consistent effect of random summonings, allowing it to level up in the future. Of course, to achieve that, other forms of nurturing would be necessary. Forget that for now. Bring down that bird. Diyu scanned the sky, spotting the nearest target, a large azure bird. Though its identity remained unclear, its size suggested it would be formidable. The Purple Lightning Golden Eagle screeched and soared towards the large bird. Would this encounter mirror the last? If successful, could my Purple Lightning Golden Eagle evolve yet again? While this was crucial for him, the continuous evolution of his pet was undeniably a positive development. The Purple Lightning Golden Eagle lunged forward, diving at the azure bird. However, this time was different. The eagle's attack proved entirely ineffective, not even managing to disrupt a single feather. In retaliation, the azure bird, incensed by the audacity of this attack, merely waved its wing, sending the Purple Lightning Golden Eagle tumbling through the air with a cry of distress. What the heck? Aren't these creatures supposed to be non-aggressive? Du gazed anxiously at the sky. This was pivotal for his second law-imbued attempt, and he could not afford any mishaps. Yet, he soon exhaled in relief as the purple lightning golden eagle did not plummet to the ground. After a brief struggle in the air, it regained control and soared once more. All's well, all's well. Come down, we need to strategize. Du commanded, summoning the purple lightning golden eagle back to his side. Having absorbed once, the purple lightning golden eagle could not absorb again, but could make contact with other elemental creatures. However, this contact was merely superficial. Its inherent strength was still lacking. The elemental beings here might lack aggression and formidable powers, yet their defenses and fundamentals appeared quite robust. The apex of these creatures was far beyond what the purple lightning golden eagle could handle. Chapter 14. Riding the eagle into adventure, the purple lightning golden eagle landed beside him, and Du hurried over to inspect it. Upon seeing the injuries sustained by the eagle, he felt a pang of sympathy. The wounds were grievous. While summoned entities could recover over time, that process would still require patience, wouldn't it? But wait, why is its recovery speed so rapid? Du's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed a wound on the lightning golden eagle, which was visibly healing before his very eyes. Indeed, within mere moments, it vanished entirely. If the recovery rate was this swift, then the injury sustained previously must have been far more severe. Such rapid healing paired with grievous wounds, yet survival. What could be the explanation? Could it be that the peculiar rules of this space disallow death? Du pondered. Moreover, this extraordinary healing speed likely had a connection to the peculiarities of this realm. Regardless, after careful contemplation, Du resolved to take a risk. It was the only way to distinguish himself from others. Without any unique attributes, how could he possibly contend with the signs of powerful families and factions? Thus, he entrusted himself to the lightning golden eagle's recovery. Having observed its descent, Du finally discerned the full extent of the evolved lightning golden eagle. It was significantly larger than before, whereas it had previously been only slightly larger than a wild chicken. It now surpassed 2 meters in length, and with its wings spread, it likely reached 5 to 6 meters. Even ordinary birds of such size could carry a person aloft. However, the lightning golden eagle was no ordinary creature. It was a magical beast, having completed its transformation into a being of the laws. Carrying a person was far from a challenge. As for the danger, beings of the laws were immune to death during this phase. If there was a time to act, it was now. In less than 5 minutes, the lightning golden eagle had fully recovered. Glancing up, Du saw that the majestic creature had taken flight. It seemed that, after the assault, it was unwilling to linger in this place. Such large, apex beings were rare in the high skies, and the departure of such a grand bird was indeed regrettable. Fortunately, there were others at a distance. However, merely encountering one would be insufficient, and thus, it mattered little. As Du climbed onto the back of the lightning golden eagle, he sensed a hint of resentment in its eyes, yet it could not defy its master. Though it squirmed in protest, it ultimately acquiesced. Fly up, carefully, and do not let me fall, Du instructed, gripping its feathers tightly, causing the creature discomfort. This was no elemental being, but rather a magical beast. Pulling its feathers was surely painful. Yet Du paid no heed, for this was his first venture into the skies, and he did not believe he would survive a fall from such a height. Should he fail the second transformation, it would be an irreversible loss. At Du's command, the lightning golden eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The acceleration was exhilarating, a dizzying rush that was both intoxicating and terrifying. In the heavens, those with a fear of heights would surely feel their scalp prickle. Oddly, the wind was surprisingly gentle. At such speed, it should have been more forceful. Was this yet another quirk of this world's rules? Du soon found his attention captivated by the myriad bizarre creatures surrounding them. The density of these beings was such that even if one could fly, approaching the apex creatures would be perilous. In this space, merely moving would bring one into contact with these entities. It was fortunate indeed that the lightning golden eagle was formidable. Du was unaware of how others navigated such law-based tasks, but he was genuinely flying. The recent evolution of the lightning golden eagle had seemingly made the surrounding creatures more averse. They fled at the first sighting. Only the more powerful elemental beings remained indifferent to the lightning golden eagle, likely perceiving it as no threat due to its elevated rank. Slow down. We must avoid collision with these creatures, Du commanded in his mind, and the lightning golden eagle reduced its speed slightly. Throughout the journey, Du nestled against its back, burying himself within its feathers, anxious to avoid any contact with the surrounding beings. He understood that if the elemental creatures encountered the lightning golden eagle first, they would be forcefully expelled. Eventually, they successfully navigated through the thick throng of monsters. Upon surpassing this layer, they ascended further. While many elemental beings remained, their density had significantly diminished. The lightning golden eagle's agility allowed it to effortlessly evade them, continuing its ascent with Du Yu in tow. As they climbed higher, the speed of the lightning golden eagle increased, and the flight became more fluid. Stealing a glance below, Du Yu's face paled. How high are we? Even those untroubled by heights would likely feel apprehensive. Below, everything shrank into tiny black dots or vibrant specks of light. This altitude instinctively caused Du Yu to feel a rush of vertigo, rendering him pale. It was best not to look down any longer. Instead, he focused upward. At this point, the lightning golden eagle approached the peak altitude, and Du Yu sensed that maintaining this height required the creature to continuously flap its wings. In such an altitude, with Du Yu aboard, the eagle could not sustain this for long. They needed to locate their target swiftly and fulfill their objective. Du Yu scanned the surroundings with renewed clarity. As he murmured to himself, his eyes fell upon a nearby figure that ignited his excitement. Excellent, it's the black dragon. Among the myriad creatures in the sky, this dragon was the largest, seemingly ruling the highest territory, thus undoubtedly the strongest. Approach from above, and ensure it feels no threat. Du Yu commanded the lightning golden eagle, who cautiously navigated toward the colossal creature, which remained unmoved. Within moments, the eagle had brought Du Yu above the black dragon, which slowly raised its head, clearly aware of their presence. Be careful, do not get too close. It seems the black dragon is preparing to attack. Du Yu urgently directed the lightning golden eagle to ascend further. As they gained altitude, maintaining a distance of over 30 meters from the dragon, it finally lowered its head, returning to its former indifference. At this height, Du Yu could distinctly sense the increased strain on the lightning golden eagle. Carrying him at this altitude was undoubtedly taxing. You must not approach. I will rely on you to draw near, Du Yu calculated, aware that any contact would result in a momentary dissolution. If they veered off course, they would inevitably collide with other beings below, leading to significant losses. After a while, Du Yu, his fear of heights diminishing gradually, resolved. If we successfully complete our task, yet perish here, I wonder if the transformation can proceed. If we fail, the consequences shall be dire. I did not come here to seek death. After a lengthy contemplation, Du Yu addressed the lightning golden eagle. From here on, it is entirely up to you. I shall leap down. Regardless of whether I touch the black dragon, you must swoop down to catch me from below. Please, do not allow me to collide with any elemental creatures, and certainly avoid a direct fall to the ground. With the speed of the lightning golden eagle, he was confident it could catch him at this height, though he remained uncertain of the elemental beings that might act as obstacles. Let us first disperse the elemental creatures below, Du Yu instructed, guiding the lightning golden eagle beneath the black dragon. Soaring in circles to leverage the aversion of other beings to the eagle, effectively driving them away. From above, a colossal chasm has manifested in the sky, creating a gaping void. What a magnificent sight it is, a result of our own making. Now, it is time for the final gamble. Should we fail, we may not be granted a second chance. Let us ascend. Shortly, you shall guide me in a downward plunge, before entering the black dragon's attack range. You must evade it. I will leap down, do you understand? The black dragon's attack range is approximately 30 meters. Jumping from such a height truly tests one's fortitude. I cannot fathom how those who leap from buildings manage to endure such heights. Merely witnessing it instills fear, let alone being in the air. The Thunderhawk let out a cry, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The strength and progress of its master directly affect its own future. Thus, the Thunderhawk instinctively adopted a serious demeanor. It soared higher, quickly reaching above the black dragon. Suddenly, the Thunderhawk dove downward while Du Yu stood ready to leap, prepared for the descent. The wind was mild, unlikely to deviate his trajectory. Finally, the Thunderhawk approached within 30 meters of the black dragon. The dragon lifted its head, its chilling gaze sending a shiver through Du Yu's body. Without hesitation, he leapt, a thrilling plunge from the heights. Regardless of whether he had a safety line, Du Yu descended towards the dragon's position. However, due to the speed and his inexperience with high-altitude jumps, he miscalculated the distance. His form veered towards the dragon's side, making contact impossible. Damn it, how did I miss? I knew this was unreliable. Little Purple, hurry and catch me. Du Yu's acrophobia flared as he flailed helplessly in the air. Even his commands were muddled. The Thunderhawk, initially intending to avoid, swiftly turned in response to its master's call. Yet, this movement brought the Thunderhawk into the dragon's attack range. The black dragon, unlike the blue bird, had a fierce temperament. Upon noticing the Thunderhawk's proximity, it wasted no time, pivoting to strike with its wing. The massive wing enveloped both Du Yu and the Thunderhawk, casting a shadow that felt akin to the world's end. The suffocating sensation of impending doom made it difficult for Du Yu to breathe. In that critical moment, A spark of inspiration struck him, and he commanded, "Quick, hide behind me." If struck by this blow, the Thunderhawk would likely suffer grievous injuries, incapacitating it from aiding him. But what if the blow landed on him instead? The rules here differed. Compelled by instinct, the Thunderhawk darted behind Duyu, barely outpacing the descending wing. Before the Thunderhawk could comprehend, the Black Dragon's wing came crashing down. "Huh, I owe you one. I'll remember this." Duyu extended his hand forward. He had already jumped off course, and the dragon's attack seemed to be directed at him, making contact inevitable. Perhaps it was instinct, as the dragon momentarily overlooked the unique presence beside it. The wing struck Duyu fiercely, and the overwhelming force and suffocating pressure would have turned him to pulp had it been a real attack. Yet, due to the peculiar rules here, when the wing made contact, the black dragon's entire form halted momentarily before erupting into a cloud of black luminescence, akin to an exploding bubble. The black particles dispersed in the air, swiftly converging upon Duyu, vanishing into his being. At last, he understood where the previous light points had gone. They had been absorbed. His Thunderhawk had also absorbed the essence of a giant thunderclam. The wing had not harmed Duyu, but the gust it created propelled him away. Fortunately, the Thunderhawk was right behind him, and before he could be swept too far, he felt a jolt as he was caught. However, what was this? Why was it gripping his shoulder with its claws? "Easy there, I'm not prey." Duyu winced at the sharp pain. The Thunderhawk's claws were akin to daggers, effective against foes, yet painfully sharp when gripping him. With a plaintive cry, the Thunderhawk expressed its plight. If it did not hold on tightly, its master would fall. At that moment, a panel materialized before Duyu. Task: touch the Shadow Dragon. Completed. Task submitted automatically. General skill extraction in progress. Magic Bullet. A fundamental skill of the magical system. Low attack. Low consumption. Level 1 constant. Chapter 16. The Awakened. Before the Thunderhawk could land with Duyu, he transformed into a point of light, vanishing alongside the Thunderhawk that clutched him. The testing realm once again fell into tranquility. Numerous light points converged within the world arc, and the corporeal Duyu dissolved into a multitude of white light points, subsequently reassembling into his original form. However, at that moment, Duyu found himself with the Thunderhawk still gripping his shoulder. Though uninjured, the pain was undeniable. "You rascal, get off me!" Duyu exclaimed irritably. The Thunderhawk surveyed its surroundings, finally realizing they were safe, and cautiously released its grip, casting a reproachful glance towards its master, as if to say, "This is not my fault." Duyu rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers, causing the Thunderhawk to vanish. This was an application of a summoner's skill. As long as a summoned creature remained alive, it could be recalled at any time, with only a minor expenditure of magical energy. While others who had just become awakened might not possess much magical power, Duyu was different. He had undergone 2 processes of law manifestation, effectively giving him 2 magical professions, both relying on magical energy. Thus, theoretically, his magical capacity was double that of others. As for the specifics, Duyu was uncertain. As the light gradually faded, he sensed a transformation within himself, one that eluded his understanding. Yet, he felt considerably rejuvenated, and several discomforts he once bore had vanished. The scars on his arms had disappeared, and the calluses on his palms from rigorous sword training had also faded. Looking at his hands, they were smooth and fair, reminiscent of those meticulously cared for. In another life, many women would have envied him for it. This was the boon of law manifestation. No wonder those who experienced spiritual cleansing were always strikingly attractive. It seemed he had reached a new pinnacle of handsomeness. Duyu touched his face, breaking into a devilish grin. Shaking his head, he endeavored to regain his composure. "I understand now. It must be the influence of this body's original soul. Otherwise, how could I be like this? It is certainly not my true nature." Duyu nodded vigorously, deflecting the responsibility. At this moment, he sensed that within his sea of consciousness, the dual-headed creature's soul was rapidly merging under the influence of spiritual energy, soon to become a singular, complete essence. Any latent dangers had vanished. Moreover, his soul's strength had doubled compared to an ordinary person's, the benefits of which remained to be seen. With the fusion of his soul completed, Duyu felt a profound sense of relief, although there had been no apparent signs in recent days. Duyu was constantly concerned about the possibility of another soul rebelling, which would mean he would no longer be himself. At last, the radiance surrounding Duyu dissipated, and the process of transformation was fully complete. Before him, a panel materialized, not automatically, but rather at his will. This panel was something he could sense could be concealed at any moment. Name: Duyu. Level: Awakener. Level 1. Occupation: Summoner skill: Summon Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. Level 1. 10 stars. Occupation: Mage skill: Void Pet. Void. Basic skills: Basic swordsmanship. Level 6. Basic meditation level 10, max level. Universal skills, magic missile, a fundamental skill for mages. Low in attack, but also low in consumption, level 1 constant. Random summon, a universal basic skill for summoners. Randomly summons a level 1 beast for 24 hours with a cooldown of 24 hours, level 1 constant. Equipment, void indeed, summoner and mage were two distinct professions. He wondered if others shared this anomaly. Unfortunately, you could not inquire about this with anyone else, for the risk of being treated as a monster was too great. The panel itself appeared rather crude, containing only a few lines of information, with many sections left blank. He pondered whether this would change in the future, as there were no indications of attributes such as strength or agility displayed. How could one assess their power without such metrics? While muttering to himself, he chastised the predecessors for their lack of thoroughness in crafting this panel. Moreover, he questioned the meaning of the term pet. Were pets and summoned entities not one and the same? It seemed so. Du was overwhelmed with confusion, uncertain whether it stemmed from a lack of knowledge or if the merging of souls had caused his previous learning to fade away. He resolved that if given the opportunity, he must seek answers. As he stored the panel away, Du noticed luminous halos beginning to manifest around him. However, these halos appeared significantly larger and brighter than those of others. Could it be due to the different level of tasks he had completed? He realized he must conceal this. Should it be seen by others, it would spell trouble. The adage, "A tree that stands out will be felled by the wind," resonated with him. While he might not face issues within the confines of the school, the outside world was a different matter altogether. Having navigated the treacherous waters of society in his past life, Du was acutely aware of the malice that could lurk in people's hearts. The notion that good things must be destroyed if they cannot be possessed was not an isolated sentiment. In this world, where strength was paramount, this mindset would surely be more prevalent. Without a powerful backing or substantial strength, he could not afford to reveal his latent talents. Yet, how could he achieve that? To his astonishment, he discovered not one, but two halos emerging around him, two distinctly unusual halos. Just as he was consumed by worry, he felt a sudden surge of control over the halos. This was unprecedented. He had never heard of anyone else possessing such control. Could it be a result of the heightened strength of his soul? Indeed, Du found that he could manipulate the halos, albeit to a limited extent. Thus, he focused intently, attempting to diminish their luminosity gradually. The two halos began to converge towards each other, ultimately merging into one, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern that they were once separate. However, their brightness intensified as a result of Du's control, only to subsequently diminish with his careful adjustments, shrinking towards the size of typical halos. After a considerable time, Du exhaled, "Well, this is the best I can manage." He acknowledged the limitations of his control. At this moment, his halo still surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Among all the awakeners, the brightest and largest halo belonged to Shi Qianxue, the goddess of the university. Now, despite his efforts to restrain his halo, it remained slightly larger and brighter than hers. Though not markedly so, it was discernible upon closer inspection. Such an achievement could be deemed among the pinnacle in the school. However, he mused that while he stood out, he would not be perceived as a monster. Yet, a thought struck him, despite diligently training in basic swordsmanship. It was only at level 6, while his basic meditation had reached its maximum of level 10. In fragments of his former memories, he had always viewed himself as a melee fighter, diligently honing his swordsmanship. Yet now, his most formidable skill was basic meditation, inexplicably at maximum level. He questioned whether others had also achieved maximum proficiency in their basic skills, knowing that such a feat was not easily attained. It seemed that the merging of souls had altered this reality. The combined soul was perceived as two entities, and its greater strength had propelled his meditation technique to its pinnacle. Even the derivative world regarded him as a mage. The world arc could not be mistaken, and thus, a more powerful soul indeed conferred mage attributes upon him. Du was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, before he could delve deeper into his contemplation, the gate of the world arc swung open, revealing that his body had completed its awakening. Without hesitation, he stepped through, greeted by a chorus of envious voices from those outside. His halo was undeniably radiant, a clear indicator of his status. This halo symbolized a profound distinction. No one understood this better than his fellow students. It signified that from this moment forth, Du and they belonged to different realms. He had ascended to a higher echelon, akin to nobility, while they remained commoners. The hierarchical perception of individuals was starkly evident in this world. The gazes directed at him now carried an added layer of respect. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was the first to emerge. Du took a deep breath, acknowledging his success. Just then, Another gate of the world arc opened, revealing the emergence of another individual. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Only someone like me could be the most formidable. Come and envy me, exclaimed the second individual, a muscular man. It was evident that his impressive physique was hard-earned. Perhaps he had discovered a suitable world for his own awakening, as he too had succeeded. Though his halo was dimmer and smaller than Du Yu's, it was nonetheless a complete halo, signifying his status as an awakener. Once again, envious glances filled the air. I knew it. Brother, with your dedication, how could you not succeed? The muscular man approached Du Yu and playfully clapped him on the shoulder. In the past, such a gesture would have caused Du Yu discomfort. But following his transformation, his physical prowess surpassed that of his companion, rendering him impervious to any sensation of pain. The strength of an awakener's body was not merely a matter of appearance, but of intrinsic capability. Even as a mage, the dual awakening ensured that his physical attributes were still superior to those of the muscular man at level 1. Congratulations. Are you still planning to work as a security guard? Du Yu remarked calmly. Having endured far stranger experiences, such trivial matters no longer unsettled him. Of course not. Which security company would hire an awakener? The muscular man replied, wearing a frown. Witnessing his demeanor, those around him could not help but feel compelled to tease him. His expression was simply too comical. No longer would he pursue a career in security. Instead, he would attend university and join an organization, venturing into the derivative world. Yet, this was preferable to being a security guard. It promised far more excitement. Moments later, the muscular man's spirits lifted once more. This personality is truly. Du Yu felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. Congratulations to you all for successfully becoming awakened ones. It seems we won't have to part ways for the time being. Behind them, a gentle voice resonated. The two turned around to see the eldest brother approaching, radiating a luminous aura even brighter and larger than the second brother's. Haha, congratulations, elder brother. You two have become an awakened one. Both were elated. Meanwhile, the onlookers wore expressions of envy. How extraordinary is their dormitory, producing 3 awakened ones. Surely, the feng shui must be exceptional. Some recognized them, as many were from the same class. Upon hearing this, several individuals silently resolved to apply for a transfer into their dormitory once they vacated. The younger students would soon face their own awakening. How could this be dismissed as superstition? There are even greater superstitions. Feng shui is not a mere fabrication in this world. Do tell, what are your disciplines? We should discuss how to coordinate our efforts moving forward. To begin, I am from the combat department, destined to be a formidable warrior, declared the second brother loudly, his demeanor suggesting it would be surprising if he were in the magic department instead. Du Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I belong to the summoning department. When spells are not in use, they remain undetectable, but summoned entities are different. Once called upon, they must remain by one's side, making exposure inevitable. Thus, Du Yu decided it was best to simply declare himself a summoner. Excellent. Our synergy will be quite effective. I am from the magic department, so we shall have a mage, a warrior, and a summoned beast to support us. Our team will surely thrive, the eldest brother quickly analyzed. As the trio conversed, others gradually emerged from the dormitory. Before long, the fourth brother stepped out, but he bore no aura, neither a complete nor a fragmented one. This indicated failure. Haha. Congratulations to you all. Regrettably, I have failed, he said, displaying some frustration yet not despairing, indicating his focus had shifted to the next opportunity for awakening. Do not be disheartened. Considering your abilities, this was merely a stroke of ill fortune. You shall undoubtedly succeed next time. Chapter 18. The indelible fourth brother, of course. I did not train in vain. If the third brother could succeed, there is no reason I cannot, he replied. Why involve himself? Was he truly underperforming? Du Yu remained unaware of his own unreliability, having seldom interacted with others and solely training alone. Without communication, how could one train effectively? Thus, while his swordsmanship was commendable, it was only moderately above average within the school. Typically, those who achieved awakening were the most elite. Although some fortunate individuals could succeed, they were the exception rather than the rule. Yet, here he was, having succeeded, and his aura indicated considerable potential. Naturally, the fourth brother's failure left him feeling despondent. Never mind. There will always be a place for you among us. We await your return. Indeed, when the time comes, we shall all rise together. Let us see who dares to underestimate us. The second brother flexed his muscles. Rest assured, I am not so easily toppled, though I have failed this time. Success awaits in the next. Given the fourth brother's circumstances, the cost of awakening might sting, but it was certainly within reach. Although Du Yu refrained from confronting the fourth brother, someone else soon chastised him. A crisp voice rang out. Lu Hao, I've finally found you. Where have you been these past few days? You didn't answer my calls. Do you have any idea how anxious I was? Everyone turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a yellow dress rushing towards them. Wait, a dress? Today is the day of awakening. How could she wear such attire? It was known that clothing, unless imbued with special abilities, would accompany a person into the derivative world, and a dress was hardly suited for battle. Even the most fashion-conscious woman would not choose such an outfit for this occasion. Yet, the newcomer was well known to them. Hu Xiaoyan, one of the women the fourth brother had pursued. Unlike others, once Hu Xiaoyan had caught his attention, she clung to him tenaciously, making it impossible for him to shake her off. Despite his efforts, he could not escape her. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Hu Xiaoyan gazed at him with a tender look. I've told you before, I'm not interested in you anymore. You have a brighter future ahead. Go find someone who truly loves you. But my heart is already yours. Without you, I would lose my way. Her gentle gaze intensified Lu Hao's discomfort. He wondered why he had attracted such a troublesome woman. Because of Hu Xiaoyan, it had been ages since he had invited another girl out, depriving him of countless joys. His feelings towards her were not of hatred, merely annoyance. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Lu Hao attempted to slip away, but Hu Xiaoyan abruptly stepped forward and grasped his arm. Wait, my father wishes to see you. The onlookers widened their eyes. A meeting with the parents already? Many were envious. It must be admitted that while Hu Xiaoyan's popularity was not at the pinnacle, she certainly was not lacking, embodying the essence of a goddess. The fervent pursuit from such a woman was indeed enviable. Most importantly, they had heard rumors of her affluent background. Securing a woman like her could save years of struggle. The envy was palpable, especially as Lu Hao sought to distance himself from such a coveted figure. Perhaps we should let this go. I truly have things to do. Lu Hao stammered, bewildered that even her parents were involved. My father insists on meeting you today. Will you come with me, or shall I take you by force? Please, let us not do this. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. Lu Hao finally realized that Hu Xiaoyan had not come alone. Several bodyguards accompanied her, exuding an unmistakable military presence. Regardless of whether the fruit is sweet or not, I will persist in my choice. I find joy in this struggle. Hu Xiaoyan's gentle gaze now bore a fierce glint. Today is the day of awakening, is it not? You should proceed with that first while I wait outside. How does that sound? Lu Hao's mind raced, contemplating various thoughts. However, Hu Xiaoyan was resolute. No, you will accompany me now. The matters of awakening can wait. Without preparation, success will be elusive. You have not completed it either, so it is perfect. We shall do it together. Hu Xiaoyan was relentless. Even if women in love often lacked intelligence, after all this time, Hu Xiaoyan was well aware of Lu Hao's character. If she did not secure him today, he would undoubtedly evade her. She had already cast aside her dignity in front of so many people. There was no way he would escape her grasp. Lu Hao wished to struggle further, to articulate his thoughts, but Hu Xiaoyan had anticipated his resistance. With a wave of her hand, she turned and walked away. Two bodyguards approached from behind, seizing Lu Hao's arms and leading him away. The higher-ups from the school witnessed this scene and promptly lowered their heads, pretending not to see. The act of directly apprehending a student from the school was contingent upon the individual involved. Should we not intervene? Just watching the fourth get taken away? The second murmured. This is a good thing. Why should we stop it? The first adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. Do you nodded in agreement? It seems the fourth cannot escape this fate. But perhaps it is for the best, as it increases the likelihood of his awakening. Indeed, the girl's family is not ordinary. With such support, if the fourth fails to awaken, it would either signify a stroke of extraordinarily bad luck or his utter incompetence. Never mind. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters when there is no real danger? Chapter 19. Lin Feng's diminished evaluation. Watching the fourth being taken away was truly a spectacle of the year. However, their dormitory had gained notoriety. Among the four, 3 were awakeners, and 1 was being pursued by a formidable goddess. Discussions about the dormitory's fortune echoed throughout the school. Dee rolled her eyes, thinking that if their dormitory had good fortune, then surely others in the same building did as well. At that moment, a startled voice came from behind. Heavens, what is happening? They turned to see Lin Feng emerging last, his expression notably grim. A luminous aura surrounded him, similar to that of the second, indicating that he had completed the testing process successfully. In this batch of 10, for had awakened, a remarkable yield. Yet, Lin Feng's aura was peculiar. While it was initially complete, a portion of the white aura had turned black, dissipating rapidly. Despite the aura's attempts to replenish itself, it ultimately faded into an incomplete form. This signified that, before everyone, an awakener had transformed into a semi-awakener. A school administrator approached with a stern expression, anger evident in their demeanor. Have you forgotten what I have instructed you? Prior to entering, a thorough check is mandatory. During the process of awakening, one must not carry high-tech devices, as it may lower one's evaluation. Lin Feng, his face darkened, retrieved his newly acquired favorite mobile phone from his pocket. Though it was undoubtedly a high-tech gadget, it bore no combat utility. However, the derivative world exhibited a strong aversion to items not native to it, especially those possessing unique capabilities. In such a world governed by strict rules, the introduction of such specialized items would be perceived as cheating, resulting in a diminished evaluation. This phone was the reason for Lin Feng's lowered standing. Had it been an ordinary phone, he might have retained his status as an awakener, albeit with reduced potential. Instead, this phone had forcibly relegated him to a semi-professional status. In a fit of rage, Lin Feng hurled the phone to the ground, offering no response to the administrator. Just as the administrator was about to speak, a teacher beside him intervened, whispering something into his ear. Although the administrator's expression remained dark, he nodded and refrained from further reproach. "Damn it, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have brought this." Lin Feng turned to glare at the surroundings, finally locking eyes with Du Yu and the second. "You didn't check. You claimed to know everything and told us to step aside. Now that you failed to awaken, you blame us?" The second, unwilling to take the blame, retorted sharply. This only fueled Lin Feng's fury. "You, I see you're looking for trouble. Dare to oppose me, and you'll regret it. I swear, not a single member of your family will survive." At that moment, the principal, having caught wind of the situation, arrived on the scene. Lin Feng turned, ready to unleash his ire, but upon recognizing the principal, he promptly silenced himself. This principal was not an ordinary figure. He was a formidable presence, and even the renowned Lin family would think twice before crossing him. "Students are merely upset. They intentionally made me bring my phone for the awakening process. Such behavior is utterly despicable. You clearly neglected your responsibilities and now seek to place the blame on us. We were informed from the outset that checks would be conducted. Humph, the responsibility of checking before the awakening lies with them. Just because my young master says it's unnecessary doesn't mean it isn't required. They are derelict in their duties." A sycophant promptly echoed this sentiment, and Lin Feng appeared to concur wholeheartedly. "The school has its own regulations. There has never been a mandate for mandatory checks. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Furthermore, if anyone dares to harm my students, I will not stand idly by. Similarly, if there are any retaliations against my students' families, I will also be extremely displeased." The principal was sending a signal to the Lin family. Do not assume that being a large conglomerate grants you the freedom to act as you please within the school grounds. Lin Feng understood that he would likely not regain his standing, so for the time being, he had to concede. He shot a fierce glare at the second, and then at Du Yu before turning back respectfully. "I was rash earlier. I assure you, I will not retaliate against anyone." Lin Feng lowered his posture. After speaking, he left the scene with his bodyguards and sycophants, his demeanor aggressive. Such behavior was quite disrespectful toward the principal. Yet he seemed unperturbed, thinking to himself that a spoiled child needed to be disciplined. Turning back to the second and others, the principal reassured them, "Fear not. As long as I am here, no one will dare retaliate against you." His words carried significant weight, providing a sense of relief to the group. However, Du Yu felt a bit disheartened, wondering why she had become a target of resentment. Nonetheless, she was the least worried. Her family was elusive, lost somewhere unknown. A mere Lin Feng would be of no concern. If he could truly locate them, she would even be grateful. The second waved dismissively, "Ha ha ha," with the principal's reassurance. "I am at ease. Once my strength grows, what does the Lin family matter?" This fellow was truly audacious, prompting even the first to feel speechless. "Ah, young man, your courage is commendable, but do not be too reckless. While the Lin family is merely a local clan, their strength should not be underestimated. You few are not their match. All right, you all go wait over there. And remember, the first class is vital. Do not miss it." The old principal turned and sauntered away, his movements reminiscent of an ordinary elderly gentleman. Yet, the earlier confrontation with the Lin family left an indelible impression. This principal was certainly not an ordinary figure. The group exchanged glances, noticing the next batch of students approaching, and turned to depart. After a while, Lin Feng's aura began to rapidly diminish and fade away. Chapter 20. The allure of Shi Qianxue. The group moved to the side, with the first addressing the others. "Do not worry too much. Even the Lin family would hesitate to cause us trouble within the school. Behind the school stands the entire education system. Moreover, once we leave this city, the Lin family's influence will not reach us. While the Lin family is a top family in our city, they are insignificant in the broader context of the Huaxiao region, let alone the entire Asian alliance. Indeed, once we depart, I am curious to see what they will do. One day, When I have amassed great strength, I shall return and show them what I am capable of. The second brother seems to continue underestimating the Lin family. Those unaware might assume his backing is formidable, yet in truth, he is merely a foolish daredevil. How pitiful it is for me to be caught in such a predicament. However, I possess two professions, albeit my progress may be slow at first. Once I thrive, I must admit, a mere Lin family may not intimidate me. Humph. Should they dare approach me, I will ensure they regret it one day. A thought flickered through Du Yu's mind. Noticing that his two roommates displayed no signs of fear, the eldest brother felt somewhat reassured. Upon arriving at the designated location, they found a considerable gathering of individuals already assembled. This place is a congregation for the awakened. Their auras still shimmering brightly. Here, only the awakened reside. Those yet to awaken have ventured elsewhere, for none dare approach this vicinity. The disparity in status among individuals is vividly apparent in this setting. As the trio arrived, they attracted the attention of others. Welcome to your arrival. To their surprise, the first to greet them was Shi Qianxue. Do you sense that she was looking directly at him? No, it was not an illusion. She was indeed gazing at him. This goddess, who had always seemed distant, stood before him. However, Du would not delude himself into thinking he possessed charm. Otherwise, it would have been evident long ago. This was undoubtedly related to their awakening. Congratulations on becoming awakened. From now on, we shall be part of the same world. Shi Qianxue complimented the trio before continuing. We are planning an expedition into the derivative world and would like to invite you to join us. The others have already agreed. The eldest brother smiled slightly. Thank you for your invitation. We shall certainly consider it. Those newly awakened are notably weak in strength. Exploring the derivative world alone is perilous. Joining a larger group is undoubtedly advantageous, as it would facilitate a steady enhancement of their abilities. After a brief exchange, Shi Qianxue shifted her focus to Du Yu. You are Du Yu, correct? May I inquire which university you aspire to attend? I recommend Capital University. It is the pinnacle among the A-League schools. Having nurtured countless exceptional awakened individuals, Du Yu was momentarily taken aback. Seizing upon Shi Qianxue's demeanor, he quickly realized her intent to win him over. If possible, I would certainly like to attend, he replied. Given that Capital University is the best, how could he possibly forfeit such an opportunity? If you cannot make it, then who can? Shi Qianxue smiled, her expression akin to a blooming flower, bringing a sense of tranquility. Shi Qianxue was also observing Du Yu. He had always been remarkably low-key, to the point of being ordinary. Yet unexpectedly, not only had he successfully awakened, but his aura appeared even larger than hers. A larger aura does not necessarily signify greater strength, but it does indicate potential. Without potential, individuals of the same rank would possess lesser strength and diminished chances of advancing to higher levels. Indeed, regardless of Du Yu's previous state, Shi Qianxue valued his future. Of course, Du Yu did not believe that Shi Qianxue held any genuine interest in him. She merely sought an ally. If he were to think that the goddess had affections for him, he would be a fool. While other young individuals might entertain such notions, Du Yu would not. Having struggled in society for so long in his past life, he held no agreement with the romantic ideals of the youth. To win the favor of a goddess, one must possess strength, not mere affection. As long as he has sufficient power, what goddess could he not attract? In that moment, a fervent ambition ignited within Du Yu. Du Yu, I would like to invite you to join our battle team. This is not a temporary arrangement. Once you enter university, if we find ourselves in the same institution, we will continue to fight and grow together, benefiting all parties involved. We hail from the same origins, and uniting will prevent us from being bullied. Is this recruitment so blatant? Du Yu mused, realizing they were indeed being rather hasty. I will consider it, he replied nonchalantly. But I have yet to gain admission to Capital University. No one knows what the future holds. In this world, universities that accept awakened individuals are scarce, and all are top-tier institutions. To be candid, there are only a few awakened universities within the A-League, and given that the capital is the most prosperous region, gaining entry remains challenging. Very well, we shall discuss it further after the college entrance examination, Shi Qianxue said with a smile before departing. Wait. The goddess took the initiative to recruit you. Why didn't you accept? The second brother rushed over, whispering loudly. Of course, this whisper was merely his perception, as it resonated almost as loudly as a shout. The eldest brother lightly chastised the second brother. The third brother's hesitance is reasonable. It's best to consider it carefully. That woman is no simple character. Be cautious. It is easy to be led astray. The eldest brother's perception of Shi Qianxue differed from others, while many beheld her allure. He recognized her capabilities, viewing her as a formidable opponent in a certain sense. I understand that as awakened individuals, our primary focus must be our own development. Until I gain admission to university, I will not hastily join any team, Du stated calmly. In truth, he was acutely aware that his situation was quite unique. With two professions, should others perceive anything unusual, it would be problematic. Thus, in the future, he would likely need to operate independently in many circumstances. Uncertain of whether his journey as an awakened individual would be smooth, he acknowledged his limited knowledge of such matters. Soon, another wave of individuals completed their assessments, and all the awakened stood forth. Chapter 21. Benefits and the first lesson. Follow me. I am your teacher for the next 2 months. You may call me Teacherly. These 2 months are crucial for you to adapt to your identity as awakened individuals, significantly impacting your upcoming college entrance examination. Upon the completion of the trials, a middle-aged man exuding an imposing aura approached. The awakened could sense a powerful pressure emanating from Teacherly. Even among the awakened, there exists a hierarchy. Awakened universities are not all created equal. To gain entry into a prestigious university, one must surpass their peers. This period is vital for all of you. Every awakened individual in the entire alliance undergoes this process. You need not feel disadvantaged. Teacherly spoke as he walked, and the others could only follow. Before long, they arrived at another location, a building devoid of students, save for a few cleaning staff. At the base of the building lay a dedicated training ground. Step inside. This is the teaching building specifically designed for awakened individuals. Although it is spacious, it is solely for you. Adjacent to it was the dormitory, with each student assigned a room where they would reside henceforth. Later, you may return to settle in. For now, listen attentively. With a wave of his hand, a group of individuals emerged. Now, go collect your wristbands. These are your benefits. Only awakened individuals receive them. Half-awakened individuals must either purchase them or exchange merits. To receive such benefits immediately upon awakening underscores the elevated social standing of the awakened. Excellent. We have 5 classes, with 32 awakened individuals this time. We surpassed the passing threshold, which is commendable. However, do not become complacent. An increase in numbers makes it more challenging to stand out. Teacherly displayed a peculiar smile. Teacher, what is the purpose of this wristband? A female voice inquired loudly. Du opened the box before him, revealing a wristwatch slightly larger than the average timepiece, fitting snugly around his wrist. The center featured a reflective screen, exuding a distinct aura of advanced technology. This wristwatch was an extraordinary high-tech artifact, capable of communication, entertainment, remote video, information retrieval, and internet access. In essence, it could accomplish everything a smartphone could, and more. Yet, one might wonder, isn't this akin to an ordinary mobile phone? Teacherly scoffed. Of course, it is not the same. This wristwatch is a unique creation, having undergone modifications by our predecessors. And it is the sole device that allows for casual entry into other derivative worlds. If you attempt to take a mobile phone with you, it will shatter upon arrival, leaving you empty-handed. Inside the derivative worlds, the communication function of this wristwatch will be rendered useless, but it remains effective for research and documentation. Furthermore, its sturdy exterior makes it highly resistant to damage, serving as a potential shield in critical moments. At this juncture, a student interjected, "What is a white crystal coin? Is it a new form of currency?" Teacherly tapped the table, acknowledging the inquiry. Excellent question. This is also part of the knowledge I aim to impart today regarding the derivative worlds. Our alliance's currency is ineffective there. The white crystal coin serves as hard currency. These coins materialize when you vanquish formidable foes or complete tasks in the derivative worlds, crystallized from the world's spiritual energy. Initially, they were shaped like stones, but they have since evolved into coins. As he spoke, Teacherly produced a white coin. Its surface appeared semi-transparent, reminiscent of plastic, yet upon closer inspection, its true material was indiscernible. The natural white glow emanating from the white crystal coin instilled a sense of significance among the onlookers. To enhance one's abilities and skill levels, one must absorb white crystal coins. However, be advised that once traded, these coins can no longer be absorbed and are only useful for other purposes. What does it mean that traded white crystal coins cannot be used? What kind of rule is this? Do you swiftly grasp the implication? If traded coins could also enhance strength, those from affluent factions could rapidly amass power, creating an imbalance. This must be a mechanism to maintain equilibrium, perhaps governed by rules not yet understood by him. Unbeknownst to Du, the original white crystal coins were non-tradable until a loophole was discovered by the predecessors, allowing for transactions. Even so, once tainted by another's essence post-trade, they could no longer be utilized for strength enhancement. Open the back cover of your wristwatch, Teacherly instructed. Inside, you will find a white crystal coin. This coin serves as the power source for your wristwatch, usable for 1 year. After that, your fate depends on your own efforts. Of course, coins obtained through trade are equally valid. Upon opening his wristwatch's back cover, do you confirm this revelation? Most awakened individuals typically range between 4 to 5 stars, meaning they must absorb 4 to 5 white crystal coins to reach level 1 peak, at which point they can transition to level 2. The greater the potential, the more coins required. Absorbing numerous white crystal coins leads to stronger capabilities upon leveling up, a phenomenon that becomes increasingly apparent over time. You may not recognize it now, but potential is crucial. You'll come to understand its significance in due course. Similarly, the skills you learn possess a star rating, capped at your awakened star level. It cannot exceed the threshold. The rules for skill enhancement mirror this system. Absorbing an equivalent number of white crystal coins will elevate your skills. Therefore, higher potential results in slower advancement. Yet the long-term rewards are greater. Isn't it more perilous if those with high potential progress slowly? One student mused. Teacher Lee chuckled ominously. Indeed, there will be many perils ahead. He added, historically, the highest recorded star level was 9. Since then, no one has matched that feat. You do not yet know your star levels, but when you do, be sure to register them for your benefit. At this point, Teacher Lee glanced at Du Yu and then at Shi Qianxue. Among those present, only Du Yu and Shi Qianxue exhibited the greatest potential, a notion not lost on the others, who felt a twinge of envy. Though unaware of the exact utility of potential, they recognized its significance. Du Yu, however, was aware of his star level. He possessed a mutated skill, summoning the purple lightning golden eagle, which was rated at 10 stars. According to Teacher Lee's assessment, he too should be classified as 10 stars. Yet, the highest recorded was merely 9 stars, and Du Yu understood the necessity of concealing his true level. He feigned indifference, though his slightly accelerated breathing betrayed his act. However, to Teacher Lee, this merely appeared as a student's excitement, and he paid little heed. Now, I must share some vital knowledge that pertains to your very survival, Teacher Lee announced solemnly. There are 3 methods for entering derivative worlds. The first involves the use of instruments that connect to fixed derivative worlds, informing you of your destination. However, such instruments are typically controlled by powerful factions, necessitating either payment, allegiance, or a share of your spoils. You can find marked locations on your wristwatch's map. The second method involves seeking items with coordinates to other worlds. Most are single-use, though some can be utilized multiple times, including keys to derivative worlds. These keys come in various forms and are essential for establishing fixed connections. As for other single-use coordinate items, many are purchasable, but you must seek them out yourselves. The third method is the simplest yet most perilous. Teacher Lee's smile widened sinisterly as he raised 3 fingers. This method entails random teleportation, where you sacrifice a white crystal coin to enter a random derivative world. The level of that world is uncertain, and it may prove dangerous or trivial, offering little in return. However, for you, it is unlikely that any world could be deemed trivial. A shiver ran through the crowd. Only a madman would resort to such a method. One exclaimed. Indeed, only a fool would dare, Teacher Lee affirmed. Yet, there are many fools among us. The ancient predecessors accessed these worlds through such means, leading to a high mortality rate. The mention of mortality cast an unsettling chill among the students. Was this truly their teacher? After a brief pause, Teacher Lee resumed his normal demeanor, shifting the discussion to the issue of time within derivative worlds. Although you have become lawbound, there remains a risk of being assimilated by the laws of the derivative world. The higher your strength, the longer you may remain there. However, your maximum stay is 1 week. Exceeding this limit will result in your assimilation by the world's laws, rendering you unable to return. What happens if we cannot return? Another student shouted. It won't be a problem, it's just that we can't return. The so-called derivative world is one where the characters and events repeat, akin to a movie playing on a loop. Once a cycle concludes, everything refreshes. At this moment, all within it reverts to its original state, and anything that does not belong will inevitably vanish. Teacher Lee raised his hands in an explosive gesture, enhancing the eeriness of his smile. So, how can we return? A timid girl inquired, trembling. That is indeed an excellent question, and the answer is rather simple. Each time you enter the derivative world, a randomly generated task, known as the main quest, will be assigned to you. It's straightforward, as long as you complete it. You can return at any time. What if we fail to complete it? The girl blinked her large eyes in curiosity. It doesn't matter if you don't finish. The task will remain. If the conditions for completing the task disappear, it will automatically vanish and regenerate into a new one, though such occurrences are rare. As long as you accomplish it, you can come back. Suddenly, Teacher Lee's tone grew serious. However, do not assume that the tasks are easy and that you will succeed. These tasks are arranged according to your levels. The higher your level, the more challenging the task. Therefore, when you are leveling up, do not forget to enhance your skills. Otherwise, failing the task could leave you stranded in the derivative world, which would be quite an ordeal. Teacher Lee seemed rather entertained by the thought of students failing to return. Dee rolled her eyes, realizing that her consumption would be substantial. 2 professions, 2 sets of skills. Though developing her strength would undoubtedly make her formidable, the initial resources required were overwhelming. She could only rely on herself, which was indeed troublesome. Additionally, there is something crucial for you to note. The outside world does not refer to us as awakeners, but as professionals. Why are we called professionals? It is because we can choose our professions, and a good profession can provide immense support. Of course, popular professions are not weak. Among the top 100 in the guild, most are mainstream professions. Those half-awakeners next door, deemed useless, cannot change their classes. Once you have your own profession, defeating several of the same level will pose no challenge. Moreover, their inferior star ratings make them easy targets. Teacher Lee appeared to hold a disdainful view of the half-awakeners, showing no hesitation in expressing his contempt. Is this person truly a teacher? Dee thought, as he was quite different from her previous impressions of educators. Excellent. It seems you have all absorbed this information. The 3 points mentioned are of utmost importance. Now, let us discuss some basic common knowledge. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You can approach me at any time over the next 2 months, but remember, you must do so while I am present. If I'm not here, you won't be able to find me. Teacher Lee's apparent irresponsibility left Dee wide-eyed, and others shared her sentiments. Unperturbed, Teacher Lee continued to explain some trivial knowledge. After concluding his explanation, he added, if there are still things you do not understand and cannot locate me, you can inquire using your wristwatch. Everything I mentioned can be found on it. What does that mean? Is this class merely a waste of time? Chapter 23. The Magic Web Spanning the World. It cannot be entirely deemed a waste, as the internet encompasses everything, and we may not know what is vital or trivial, thus saving us considerable time. To the right, the leader had already activated his wristwatch, connecting it to a network after a series of identification procedures. However, the second-in-command, sitting beside him, appeared puzzled. Why are there so many things here we've never seen before? This network doesn't seem like the one we usually use. Although the second-in-command enjoyed fitness, he was no stranger to the internet. Indeed, this was not an ordinary network. Suddenly, a soft voice rang in Du Yu's ears. She turned to see Shi Qianxu was seated at her left, having entered her awareness without her realizing it. Observing the surrounding glances laced with hostility, Du Yu instinctively recoiled. Was it necessary? Beautiful women seemed to attract trouble wherever they went. The more stunning the woman, the more complicated the situation. Yet, she felt a peculiar sense of elation. Although she knew Shi Qianxu could not possibly take a liking to her, the thought was exhilarating. Do you know what kind of network this is? Are there different types of networks? In her previous life, the internet was mainly categorized by geographic regions, essentially unifying into one. In this world, anything was possible. Are you unfamiliar with the magic web? Allow me to elucidate. Shi Qianxu organized her thoughts, not bothering to lower her voice, drawing the attention of those around her. As for Teacher Lee, he wore a peculiar smile but chose to remain silent. Shi Qianxu continued, approximately 200 years ago, the father of the magic web established the first internet company, connecting global information and making it freely available to everyone. Over 50 years ago, he renamed the company to Magic Web after acquiring it from the goddess of the magic web from another realm. He then planted the magic web on Earth, allowing it to grow alongside the planet. The network we use today is but a branch rooted in the magic web. This network is not solely for information retrieval. Through special means, it can harness the magic web's power for combat. Du pondered, wondering if this was akin to a type of mage. If one were to purchase items through the regular internet, they would be delivered to your hands. However, with the magic web, items can be transmitted directly, albeit at a slightly higher cost. Not just slightly higher, the transmission fees are calculated in white crystal coins. By now, the leader had familiarized himself with the magic web. As lights and shadows flickered, streams of information flowing past. Du noted that the leader's clarity of thought surpassed that of the average person. It seems you have all grasped the concept of the magic web. Allow me to share one more detail. The magic web can facilitate not only the transfer of items, but also the entry of consciousness. You can open shops within the magic web and engage in face-to-face communication with others. These are all tasks you must undertake on your own. Additionally, since you have become awakeners, your learning capabilities have significantly improved. If you previously struggled with foreign languages, you will find it much easier to learn now. Teacher Lee's steady voice resonated, but combined with his peculiar expression, it felt rather eerie. Do you have any further questions? He scanned the room, noting that no one had inquiries. After a pause, he said, since there are no questions, you may leave. Remember to return in 3 days. I will take you to the derivative world for familiarization. Entering the derivative world incurs considerable costs, so do not miss this opportunity. With that, Teacher Lee transformed into a yellow glow and vanished in an instant. This supernatural event, occurring right in front of them, left even the awakeners momentarily stunned. Glances exchanged among the group reflected their disbelief at the teacher's unreliability. Was this the conclusion of the first lesson? Moreover, the break was a full 3 days long. The college entrance examination. I wonder if I can pass. My grades have always been poor. The second-in-command lamented as he rested his head on the desk. The chief, without turning back, remarked, "Here is some information regarding the college entrance examination. We are awakened ones. There is no need for a written test. Only assessments of various vocational abilities." Upon hearing that there would be no written portion, the second-in-command sprang up with enthusiasm. "That's wonderful. Now I have nothing to fear." Indeed, this overly practical individual was met with disdain from those around him. However, some high-achieving students felt disheartened, realizing their hard-earned grades might now be rendered futile, which was quite vexing. Initially, the knowledge everyone acquired was partially foundational, yet a significant portion was applicable only to ordinary individuals. Without becoming awakened, that knowledge would have proven useful. However, once they became awakened, it became irrelevant. Ordinary individuals would pursue further education at conventional universities, while semi-awakened would attend affiliated colleges of the awakened. Each individual had their own path ahead. "What are your plans?" Shi Qianxue inquired of Du Yu. A flutter surged within Du Yu. Having a beauty speak so closely was truly intoxicating. "As for me, I have no specific plans. I suppose I will visit the library in the coming days," he replied. "Hasn't the top floor of the library been opened?" Du Yu recalled his lack of knowledge and realized that this was an opportune moment to fill in the gaps, as opportunities to do so would become scarce in the future. Indeed, the highest level of the library contains books accessible only to awakened and semi-awakened individuals. It would be beneficial for us to explore. I will be there in the coming days as well. Although the magic network has a wealth of knowledge, we cannot discern what is truly useful for us. The books in the library will undoubtedly contain what we urgently need. The chief paid no heed to Shi Qianshue's words. But upon overhearing their conversation, Shi Qianxue finally regarded the residents of the dormitory with newfound respect. It seemed these individuals were not merely fortunate. D. Rose, wishing to leave the space, spending too much time with a goddess like Shi Qianxue made him anxious about losing control. At present, he felt his self-discipline was insufficient. Chapter 24, Random Teleportation. Du spent the entire day within the library. However, he was not alone on the top floor. Nearly all awakened individuals had gathered there, and most semi-awakened individuals congregated nearby. Naturally, the central area was reserved for the awakened, while semi-awakened individuals could only find places to sit in small groups around them, as their status was vastly inferior. Du busily searched for what he needed, oblivious to his surroundings. The world felt unfamiliar to him, and he found himself intrigued by everything. Unfortunately, the records regarding the magic network were rather vague and sparse. However, the knowledge explained by Teacher Lee was documented in detail, allowing Du's plans to take shape. As dusk approached, he set aside his books and departed the school. Yet, he did not return home directly. Instead, he visited the market to procure some special materials. Those well-versed in literature would recognize these materials as the essentials for inscribing basic magical arrays. Upon returning home, Du began to grind the materials, meticulously mixing them in precise proportions. He then drew a remarkably unique magical array on the floor. The array appeared simple, but emanated an unusual energy. As the array was completed, a mysterious force surged within it, causing it to radiate a brilliant light. In his previous life, such a transformation would have been impossible. It seemed that the peculiarity of the array was not the sole reason. This world was infused with a special energy. Du sensed the void, filled with numerous extraordinary elements he had previously been unable to perceive. Now, as an awakened, he could feel their presence, albeit vaguely. Just moments ago, some of that energy flowed into his array, activating it. He retrieved his wristwatch and activated it. Since acquiring it, he had never utilized it. Now, he sought the only white crystal coin contained within. Given my talents, if I were to elevate alongside them, who knows if they would discover the discrepancies in my star rating. Thus, I must take this risk. An innate sense of adventure compelled Du to embrace this gamble. In truth, he felt an urgent pressure, a nagging sensation that if he did not hasten his advancement, something detrimental might occur. Perhaps this was due to the insecurity of navigating a new and unfamiliar world. Regardless, he resolved to attempt it today. If he could not generate more white crystal coins, his future path would undoubtedly grow more arduous. The reason he had refrained from activating the wristwatch until now stemmed from this very concern. Although his family was relatively affluent, Du had never encountered a white crystal coin at home. To offer a white crystal coin as a sacrifice, it must be unused. If his wristwatch had been activated before, the white crystal coin would no longer be eligible for sacrifice and could only serve as energy. Thus, this pristine white crystal coin was a key placed in his hands. Though he remained uncertain of the world he would enter, he could only rely on fate. As he pondered, he placed the white crystal coin within the magical array. At that moment, Du was fully equipped with items capable of being taken into the derivative world. The white crystal coin hovered above the array instead of falling. Suddenly, a peculiar flame ignited, incinerating the white crystal coin into ashes almost instantaneously. The array on the ground dissipated in an instant. At that moment, a swirling vortex appeared before him, rapidly expanding and exuding a powerful gravitational pull. Du was caught off guard and was swiftly drawn into it. In an instant, he and his belongings transformed into motes of light, vanishing along with the vortex. Darkness enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely different world. It was nighttime on Earth, yet here it appeared to be dawn. However, he was situated within a forest, obscuring his view of the surroundings. The forest was not a rainforest. Fortunately, his equipment was adequate. Had it been a rainforest, he would have encountered considerable challenges. Upon landing, Du concealed himself behind a tree, cautiously observing his surroundings and the canopy above. Should any danger arise, he would be prepared to respond. After a long while, Du exhaled in relief and opened his interface. World, Eastern Yalan Continent, Goblin Forest Task. Eliminate 100 goblins. Upon seeing this task, Du understood his current predicament. He was in a region known as the Yalan Continent, specifically in an eastern forest. This forest's most treacherous inhabitants were goblins. He could only wonder if these goblins resembled those in his memories. As for the rewards for completing the task, nothing was specified, as that was beyond the interface's purview. Typically, task rewards consisted of white crystal coins, the crystallization of a world's spiritual energy. The amount of reward depended on what the world deemed appropriate. Shaking his head, Du decided to forge ahead. Since this was the Goblin Forest, it was unlikely to harbor many ferocious beasts, as they would have likely been consumed. Although the interface did not provide a map, it did offer general directional guidance, ensuring he would not become lost within the forest. Du carried provisions and water sufficient for 7 days, as he could only remain in this place for that duration. If he failed to exit within 7 days, he would be trapped indefinitely. Thus, he needed to seek out goblins as swiftly as possible. As he spoke, he pointed toward the side. With a resounding crack, a tree splintered, revealing that Du had just cast a magic missile. The power of this magical projectile left Du feeling rather dismissive, as its force was only marginally superior to a punch delivered by himself. Aside from its capability for ranged attacks, it was virtually useless. Upon closer inspection, a faint purple glow could be discerned, though the dense forest obscured it somewhat. This skill also required mana, and with his current reserves, he could manage only about 20 casts before exhausting his supply. In truth, it would be more effective to wield his longsword instead. It seemed that prior to acquiring a magic-oriented profession, his mana had proven insufficient. As Du spoke, he began to move his hands in preparation for a summoning. Chapter 25, Goblin Forest. After a 24-hour cooldown, his summoning ability was finally available for use. Without delay, Du seized the opportunity in this moment of safety to perform the summoning. He could only wonder what creature might materialize this time. Before him, a summoning circle emerged, its radiance fading to reveal its contents. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be a dog, a mutt, to be precise. Indeed, a small, unadult canine stood before him. Upon noticing Du, the little dog scampered over, nuzzling against his legs with remarkable affection, yet Du felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Surely his luck could not be this poor. It was truly a mutt. He found himself torn between feeling grateful for his previous fortunate summon of a flying companion and lamenting this apparent misfortune. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he could always attempt another summoning the following day, so it mattered little. Opening his interface, Du examined the details of his new companion. Summon creature, mutated rural dog, level 1, trait, tracking. Well, even the panel acknowledged its canine identity, albeit mutated and at a mere level 1, which was rather low. The little dog circled around Du's legs, resembling any typical mutt he had encountered before. With its tracking trait, he decided to put it to work in locating the goblins in the vicinity. Although the dog was a mutt, as a summoned creature, it shared a bond with Du, enabling it to comprehend his commands. In an instant, the little dog perked up its ears, sniffed the air, and then bounded off in a particular direction. Du was taken aback. Could it truly detect the goblins here? Or did it even know what a goblin was? Unbeknownst to him, Certain thoughts he harbored were already sensed by the little dog. Within this forest, aside from Duyu, there existed only a singular, potent presence. Abundant in numbers. The dog, being a magical beast rather than a true mutt, could readily discern that this was the target its master sought. Duyu followed closely behind the little dog, summoning the purple lightning golden eagle into the sky. You keep a lookout from above, he instructed. Now with both an eagle and a dog at his side, he felt somewhat akin to a wealthy young master. Though he mused that it was rather uncommon for a young master to take a stroll with a dog in a forest, perhaps he was indeed the only one. Shaking his head, Duyu hastened to catch up. After what felt like an eternity, the little dog turned back, waving its paw at him. Remaining silent throughout the process, a commendable hunting dog indeed. Duyu quickly approached, parting the underbrush to reveal several green-skinned creatures moving about. Their verdant skin, sharp teeth, and pointed ears unmistakably identified them as goblins. Although they bore some differences from those depicted in certain games, there was no mistaking their identity. This particular group consisted of 6 goblins in total. 2 at the front wielded hefty clubs, indicating their role as melee fighters, while 3 at the rear carried bamboo baskets likely filled with stones for ranged attacks. The final goblin, armed with a bow, posed the greatest threat. Duyu swiftly assessed the situation. Despite their diminutive stature, their robust physiques suggested considerable strength. An ordinary adult would likely struggle against them. With 6 goblins in play, even Duyu, without the aid of the purple lightning golden eagle, would find victory uncertain. Little Purple, I will target one of the stone-throwing goblins while you handle the archer at the back. We shall work together to defeat the remainder. Little Dog, try to entangle the 2 goblin warriors, but if it proves too difficult, retreat. With his plans laid out, Duyu approached cautiously. This was only the second time he employed the magical projectile, and his control was still developing. As he neared within 30 meters, he realized he could advance no further. Raising his hand, he focused his gaze on a stone-throwing goblin, summoning a light purple magical projectile that manifested in an instant. Caught off guard, the goblin received the projectile squarely on its head, resulting in a fatal blow that shattered its skull and severed its spinal cord. Such force was beyond what a goblin of its size could withstand. Almost simultaneously, a cry echoed from above as the purple lightning golden eagle swooped down. Its talons crackled with purple electricity, a manifestation of its electric current ability. In a flash, the eagle's speed surged, and one claw seized the archer goblin by the head. Though the goblin attempted to retaliate, it was momentarily incapacitated by the electric shock coursing through its body. In the next moment, the eagle's razor-sharp talons pierced through the goblin's skull, dispatching it with ease. Another claw swiftly dispatched a nearby stone-throwing goblin, leaving Duyu momentarily stunned by the eagle's impressive performance. Realizing they were under attack, the remaining goblins momentarily lost their focus, unsure of whom to confront. In that brief distraction, Duyu launched his second magical projectile, this time targeting the chest of a stone-throwing goblin. It was sent flying, several ribs shattered, though it remained alive for the time being. The little dog, however, wasted no time and charged forward. You were supposed to entangle them, not attack, Duyu exclaimed. But before he could finish, the little dog emitted a yellow glow, clamping its jaws around a goblin warrior's leg, severing it cleanly. Before the goblin warrior could retaliate, the little dog darted away, leaving one of the goblins incapacitated. After the ambush, only one goblin warrior remained charging toward Duyu. Although his mana replenished rapidly, there was no reason to squander it. He drew his longsword and prepared to confront the creature head-on. Let me test your combat prowess, he declared. Duyu's stature dwarfed the goblin, akin to an adult overpowering a child, as he lunged forward with his sword. The goblin swung its wooden club to deflect Duyu's strike, demonstrating surprising strength. Duyu felt a tingling in his hands. This creature was no pushover. Yet, its agility was lacking. With a deft sidestep, Duyu evaded the goblin's charge, swiftly slicing his sword across the goblin warrior's neck. Chapter 26. Basic Archery Skills. Observing the struggling goblin warrior, Duyu wasted no time in delivering the final blow. He then approached the still-breathing stone-throwing goblin and the incapacitated warrior, dispatching them both with a swift strike. Now it was time to examine the spoils of battle. As Duyu glanced at the ground, 3 glowing orbs appeared where the goblins had fallen. It felt akin to a scene from a video game. He picked up the orbs, squeezing them in his hand. They were surprisingly resilient. Murmuring to himself, he regarded the interface. The orbs could be opened, much like treasure chests in a game. Casually, he opened one of the orbs, revealing its contents. Very well, I have recouped my losses. Duyu sighed in relief. The items within were none other than white crystal coins. Indeed, solely white crystal coins. The goblin archer had dropped 2, and the other 2 luminous orbs each contained 1. It seemed the drop rate was quite favorable. D was uncertain whether this was due to the bonus for defeating a small squad or some other factor. However, with such a drop rate, he felt considerably reassured. He had already regained what he had invested and even acquired 3 additional coins. After some contemplation, D placed all 4 white crystal coins in his palm to begin absorption. The coins transformed into points of light, swiftly consumed. This was a unique method of enhancement reserved for awakeners. In contrast, the natives would need to cultivate their strength through rigorous training. The direct absorption of these white crystal coins was far more efficient than any form of training and came without side effects. Checking his status panel, D noticed his level remained at 1. However, he could sense a slight increase in his physical strength and a significant boost in both his mental acuity and magical power. Most importantly, the strength of his summoned Earth Dog and the Violet Thunder Golden Eagle had noticeably improved. This was a form of enhancement specific to summoners and their summoned creatures. Although his level hadn't increased, this was not a conventional game, and explosive growth could not solely be tied to leveling up. As long as he absorbed these coins, his strength would naturally improve. Now, to examine the spoils. D lowered his gaze and began to sort through the items left behind by the goblins. Perhaps because he was slaying goblins, he felt no adverse emotions despite this being his first kill. Rather, he found himself quite at ease. The goblins had left little of value. The only item that caught D's eye was a bow. Picking it up, a gleam sparked in his eyes. Ordinary combat bow, maximum draw weight 2, light white, non-equipable. What does light white signify? He was unsure, but it must denote a weapon's quality rating. The term non-equipable likely indicated that while it could be utilized, it could not be taken outside. The final rating of draw weight pertained to the bow's potential power. Do you, accustomed to gaming, found this evaluation method somewhat unfamiliar? However, upon reflection, it was more aligned with reality. If bows were rated simply by their attack power, it wouldn't be feasible. Different draw weights yield varying powers, and the bow's effectiveness is primarily manifested through the arrows it propels, as well as the distinct techniques employed by different users. Perhaps this was the proper way to evaluate it. Nodding to himself, Du decided to give it a try. He pulled the bowstring, discovering it required a bit of effort, yet it remained usable. Quite good. Though he had never used a bow before, it was worth practicing. Du picked up the arrows scattered on the ground, knocked one onto the combat bow, and aimed at a large tree ahead. On his first attempt, his aim was clearly off, and the arrow struck a different tree. However, as an awakener, his coordination and mental acuity had improved significantly, and he soon grasped the method of using the bow. Indeed, after becoming an awakener, foundational strength enhancement was remarkably easy. Observing his status panel, he noted the addition of a basic archery skill at level 2. Continuing to elevate this skill would not be so simple. However, this second level would only ensure he could hit stationary targets within a certain range. To be candid, it was less effective than his magical projectile. The sole advantage was that it did not consume his magical energy. Thus, it was merely archery, and there was no need to engage in dedicated training for it. This was merely a transitional tool for early use. The true focus should be on enhancing his magical abilities and the powers of his summoned creatures. Little Earth Dog, continue the search. Seek out more such groups. Du instructed the small Earth Dog. The creature wagged its tail, sniffing the air, and promptly set off in another direction. It seemed that summoning the small Earth Dog was indeed fortuitous. His luck appeared to be quite favorable, with the small Earth Dog guiding him. Du no longer had to search for the goblins himself. Before long, another group was discovered. This time, it comprised 5 goblins, including 1 archer, 2 warriors, and 2 stone-throwing goblins. As per his previous strategy, he prepared to strike. Du cast a glance and immediately commanded Little Purple. In the next instant, he drew the bowstring, aiming at one of the stone-throwing goblins. Once the target halted, he released the string. With only a level 2 in basic archery, he could only hit stationary targets. The moment he let go, a magical projectile shot forth with swifter speed than the arrow. Almost simultaneously, both stone-throwing goblins had their skulls shattered. The goblin archer was also dispatched by the descending Little Purple, its head torn apart. In the next moment, a magical projectile struck one of the goblin warriors, severely injuring it, while the small Earth Dog similarly bit off the leg of another. All the goblins lost their combat capabilities in unison. Well done. In such a short time, he had slain 11 goblins, completing more than a tenth of the main quest. Teacher Lee had been correct. The main quests were indeed quite manageable. Du approached and dispatched the incapacitated goblins one by one, garnering 2 more white crystal coins. This time, the drop rate was somewhat low, but he considered it acceptable. Quantity sufficed. His need for improvement required a greater consumption of white crystal coins than others. Nevertheless, Achieving such gains during his first foray into the derivative world was no small feat. Chapter 27. This time, a bear. With no habit of leaving behind white crystal coins, do you continue to absorb, adhering to the previous strategy of allowing the small earth dog to seek out more targets? As he searched, he gradually came to understand the nature of the goblins within this forest. These creatures were akin to primitive tribesmen, lacking in intelligence. Goblins consumed nearly everything, primarily small animals and mushrooms. Some goblins, upon encountering their deceased kin, exhibited no curiosity about the cause of death. Instead, after a brief inspection, they proceeded to carry the bodies away. Initially perplexed, Diyu soon comprehended their actions. One particularly starving goblin had the audacity to tear off an arm from a fallen comrade and began to consume it. To these goblins, the remains of their kin were perhaps merely a source of sustenance. Diyu felt a wave of nausea, while he had felt none during the act of killing. Witnessing them consume their own kind was challenging to accept. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he advanced and killed them all. He knew that his actions would not alter the goblin's nature, but at least it brought him some solace. Throughout the day, aided by the small earth dog, Diyu managed to slay over 200 goblins. In truth, his task had long been accomplished. It was merely that he had not submitted the quest, which was why it lingered on his panel. The task was in a state ready for submission, yet once done, he would have to depart from this world. This was a clever tactic. Completing a quest, but delaying submission allowed for freedom in time management. Through the extermination of these goblins, Diyu accrued a substantial number of white crystal coins. He had absorbed 10 coins for his summoning class, yet no advancement had been made. For the first time, Diyu realized that to level up, he needed both classes to reach their respective thresholds. This meant his resource consumption had doubled compared to a single class, leaving him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, he believed that the benefits gained after breaking through would be even greater. 3 days hence, a collective enhancement was scheduled, so it seemed prudent for Diyu to refrain from leveling up for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to conceal his level, temporarily capping it at level 1. His magical prowess had only absorbed 9 white crystal coins, and he had not furthered his advancement. However, the accumulation of white crystal coins remained of paramount importance. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 would require the expenditure of 10 coins. And progressing to level 3 would demand 20. Each subsequent level would necessitate an additional 10. This was the foremost drawback of achieving a higher star level. By the time he reached level 10, he would need a staggering 100 coins to attain the pinnacle of awakening. While it appeared that his gains were considerable, the reality of leveling up was far from simple. Stowing the remaining white crystal coins in his backpack, Diyu prepared to rest. After nearly 20 hours of relentless activity throughout the day, even he felt fatigued as night fell. Fortunately, now that he was an awakened one, Diyu required less sleep than an ordinary person who would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. The forest remained relatively pristine, having been tidied by goblins, with fewer hazardous elements. Surrounding him were the Thunderhawk and the little earth dog on alert. Diyu found no need to select a particularly favorable spot for shelter. Erecting his tent sufficed. Among the goblin varieties, aside from the initial 3 discovered, there were goblins wielding longswords and those brandishing spears, constituting the entirety of the known species. The long swords were scarce, thus making that type the least common, while the spears were presumably rare due to the difficulty of their manufacture, akin to the archers among the goblins. Over time, Diyu noticed that the goblins in this area were predominantly level 1. When asked how he came to this realization, it was evident from the markings above their heads. Although he could not discern the attributes of his enemies, their levels were visible. A single digit floated above them, signifying their rank. Regrettably, all goblins remained at level 1, rendering the distinction moot. At dawn the following day, upon awakening, Diyu was greeted by the jubilant Thunderhawk, which affectionately nuzzled against him. Oddly, the little earth dog was nowhere to be found. Diyu felt an unusual absence without the familiar presence of his affectionate companion. The Thunderhawk fluttered its wings and pointed to a clear patch of ground. Realization struck Diyu. A full 24 hours had elapsed. The creatures summoned through basic summoning could only persist for a day, with a cooldown period of the same duration. How could he have forgotten? The constant presence of the Thunderhawk had caused him to overlook this fact. Diyu had already invested 10 white crystal coins in summoning the Thunderhawk. With any increase in his level, the creature would also grow stronger. At this moment, the Thunderhawk was significantly more formidable than before. Previously, he could contend with a goblin squad of 10. Now he could easily handle 20. Testing his fortune for the day, he called forth his summoned creature. Standing on the open ground, he did not choose a specific location. After having a meal and organizing his belongings, he commenced the summoning. The gestures and summoning array were familiar, and the resulting summons remained random. To his surprise, the creature that emerged was much larger than before. Lo and behold, it was a bear, a splendid find indeed. Duyu's eyes sparkled. Bears were exceptionally powerful combat companions. Summoned creature, brown bear, level 1, mutated, with the trait of immense strength. Another ordinary animal transformed into a magical beast. Though the specifics were unclear, its prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of the little earth dog. Today seemed fortunate for him. Excellent. With you by my side, today's endeavors would be significantly easier. Come, help me locate the goblin patrols. Let us continue our hunt. Having tasted success, Dee was not about to let this opportunity slip away. As his hunts progressed, the white crystal coin yield had steadily diminished. The reasons remained unknown. Yet as long as he could still reap rewards, he would not let it pass unseized. The brown bear sniffed the air, much like the little earth dog, though its movements were considerably slower. Progressing forward, it sniffed along the way at a pace that was more than half compared to yesterday. What was amiss? Why the sluggishness? Was it not said that a bear's sense of smell surpassed that of a dog? Could it be that without the tracking trait, it was ineffective? The brown bear's performance was less impressive than he had anticipated. Chapter 28. Goblin Warriors. It was evident that even though a bear's nose might be superior to that of a dog, once transformed into a magical beast, the effectiveness largely depended on traits. Lacking a tracking characteristic, the brown bear was inferior to the little earth dog in this regard. Nevertheless, relying on its innate sense of smell, the brown bear eventually located a goblin squad. This group consisted of 20 goblins. Witnessing such a scene, Dee felt a twinge of hesitation yet clenched his teeth. Let us engage. With that, he drew his bowstring taut. He had arrows aplenty, thanks to the goblin archers who had generously supplied him. Arrows flew forth in a barrage, complemented by his magical projectiles. Duyu alone created a veritable hail of ranged attacks. The goblins, being of the same level yet significantly weaker, posed no challenge. In a single wave of assault, he dispatched 5 goblins, though it came at the cost of considerable magical expenditure. Descending from the skies, the Thunderhawk swooped down like a phantom, swiftly traversing the ground, obliterating goblin heads in a series of swift executions, surpassing Duyu's own speed. At that moment, the brown bear charged into the fray. To Duyu's astonishment, the brown bear exhibited formidable combat prowess. While its sense of smell may have been lacking, its offensive capabilities far outstripped those of the little earth dog. Truly, the strength trait was fearsome. With a single swipe, the bear nearly obliterated one goblin, sending it crashing backward, clearly beyond saving. Another strike sent 2 goblins flying. One evidently dead, the other grievously wounded. This terrifying power, coupled with its impressive defensive capabilities, emboldened Duyu in battle. Now, even against a squad of 30, he felt he could emerge victorious. However, when faced with a truly large force, luck would still play a crucial role. With his mind at ease, Duyu unleashed his arrows with greater enthusiasm, swiftly neutralizing the entire squad. Splendid. That was exhilarating. Let us continue the hunt. As the slaughter proceeded smoothly, Duyu's spirit soared. Under the leadership of the brown bear, the trio advanced with near impunity, yet the goblins remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom. In the afternoon, Duyu parted the underbrush and his expression turned grave. Before him lay the goblins' encampment. The sight that greeted him was a sprawling assembly of crude, thatched huts, the habitat of the goblins. At the center stood 3 larger huts, accompanied by 3 goblins significantly larger than the average. They appeared to be the chieftains. However, the distance was too great to ascertain their levels. Surrounding them was a multitude of goblins. Counting them revealed at least 300. In the open area lay a bounty of food, including various game, wild fruits, and mushrooms, intermixed with the remains of their goblin kin. The sheer volume was impressive. The surrounding goblins were engaged in revelry, singing and dancing, seemingly celebrating some occasion. These imbeciles, amidst the corpses of their kin, were feasting and celebrating. Did they possess no awareness? Their intellect was scarcely above that of animals. How could they have evolved into humanoid forms? Duyu muttered to himself, yet cautiously retreated with the brown bear. Regardless of the goblin's apparent foolishness, they remained formidable beings. Though confident in his abilities, Duyu did not presume he could overcome a force of approximately 300 goblins. After a night of searching, he had come to understand the gravity of the situation. Before the onset of nightfall, all the goblins would return to their respective tribes. And the dusk was fast approaching. Just as Duyu was about to retreat, he suddenly noticed that one of the 3 leaders departed from the tribe with a small contingent, leaving him curious about their intentions. His eyes gleamed with intrigue, prompting him to follow suit. The massive form of the brown bear was too conspicuous, so to avoid detection, Duyu temporarily dismissed it. Regardless of the summoning method, His summoned creatures could always be retracted. In the air, he relied solely on Xiao Zi, his eagle, to pinpoint the target. With its innate keen eyesight, the magical beast possessed even sharper vision than ordinary eagles, free from the common flaws of its kind. Following the connection with Xiao Zi, Du effortlessly kept pace. When the goblin leader had distanced himself considerably, Du finally caught up. To his surprise, the goblin warrior bore a name, indicating either a profession or a title. Notably, the goblin warrior's level displayed as 2, suggesting a significant enhancement in strength. However, the entourage comprised only 10 bodyguards, a manageable number. Yet, complacency was unwise. All 10 guards wielded long swords, implying formidable offensive capabilities. A peculiar smile crept across Du's face at the thought of the kitchen knife squad. Ahead lay a small earthen slope, steep on one side and easily ascendable on the other, a discovery made by Xiao Zi from above. According to their current trajectory, they would soon reach this point, so Du resolved to arrive first. With that thought in mind, he swiftly circumnavigated the area and concealed himself atop the slope before the goblins arrived. Within 10 minutes, the goblins came rushing past, and Du smirked. "I've been waiting for you." He drew back his bowstring, aiming at the foremost goblin armed with a long sword. As the target approached his range, he released the arrow with precision. Remarkably, the goblin warrior displayed remarkable reflexes, evading the arrow with a sidestep, a feat Du had never encountered before despite having attacked numerous goblins. The arrow, failing to strike the goblin's head, merely grazed his shoulder, inflicting a wound. Without time for regret, Du drew back the bowstring again, still aiming at the same target. Now, with the goblin injured, its reaction speed had diminished, allowing Du to pierce the creature's eye with his arrow. The other goblins, suddenly aware of the attack, reacted as expected, shouting and charging forward. Initially, the fastest among them was the goblin warrior, but he found himself obstructed by his subordinates, trapped in the middle. Thus, Du decided to eliminate the lesser foes first. "Xiao Zi, take them out from behind," he commanded. With a crackle of purple electricity enveloping the sky lightning eagle, it descended like a golden meteor. The electrical discharge erupted, incapacitating half of the goblins armed with iron weapons. This outcome exceeded Du's initial expectations. Taking advantage of the stunned goblins, the sky lightning eagle swiftly dispatched 2 of them. The remaining goblins, bewildered by the assault, faltered momentarily. Meanwhile, Du remained active, eliminating 1 goblin with 2 arrows while 2 magical projectiles took out another. This left 5 of the 10 longsword goblins eliminated. "Curse that generic basic skill," Du muttered. Frustrated, the power of the magical projectiles was disappointingly inadequate. As a transitional skill, it lacked the potential for growth, remaining stagnant in effectiveness. While he could easily incapacitate ordinary goblins with a single headshot, the longsword goblins required a precision strike to achieve the same result. After 2 attacks, they might remain alive but would certainly lose their combat effectiveness. This basic skill seemed utterly useless. Du contemplated that his combat prowess wielding a long sword might surpass the impact of his magical projectiles. However, facing the kitchen knife squad, he was reluctant to charge in alone. With the assistance of the sky lightning eagle's electric strikes, however, the kills came effortlessly. The goblin warrior attempted to target Xiao Zi, but the eagle's speed allowed it to evade easily. Du recognized the advantage of a higher star rank. Even though Xiao Zi had yet to reach level 2, its inherent strength surpassed that of the goblin warrior. While Xiao Zi drew the attention of the goblin warrior, Du positioned himself behind to clear the remaining foes with magical projectiles and arrows, all without releasing the brown bear. The entire process unfolded without a hitch, and once the last longsword goblin fell, the goblin warrior bore numerous wounds. "Let us see how resistant you are," Du muttered as he launched a magical projectile. The paralyzed goblin warrior could not evade. He watched helplessly as the projectile struck him. While the magical projectile lacked power, the goblin warrior was equally compromised. Upon impact, a bruise blossomed on his torso, and a bone fracture occurred. "A warrior indeed," Du remarked, noting that the magical projectile had lost its potency against a foe of a higher level. As he grumbled, he sent another magical projectile accompanied by an arrow. The goblin warrior roared, charging at Du with his long sword, forgetting the imminent threat posed by the sky lightning eagle nearby. Xiao Zi swooped in and pecked the back of the goblin warrior's neck, tearing open a bloody gash. The goblin warrior screamed in pain and instinctively turned to retaliate. Overlooking the distant archer, 2 arrows struck him in succession, and a magical projectile collided with his head, leaving him dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zi lunged, grasping the goblin warrior's head with a fierce claw, channeling electricity that surged through him, ultimately bringing about his demise. Quite a resilient skull you have, Du observed, noting that an ordinary goblin would have been pulverized. Upon the goblin warrior's demise, a white orb of light materialized. Du approached and picked it up. I wonder what treasures lie within this orb, he mused, opening it without hesitation. To his delight, several white crystal coins spilled forth alongside a long, slender object. His eyes widened in realization. It was a long sword. This sword was significantly thicker than his current weapon, of similar length but wider at the edges, glimmering with a cold light, indicating its sharpness. The description read, Warrior's Long Sword, Sharpness 6, White. While the appraisal was simple, this white rating surpassed that of his previous longbow. Most importantly, this was a genuine piece of equipment, capable of being taken into other worlds. Unlike the items he had previously collected, which were limited to this realm. Du unsheathed his long sword and, after a moment's contemplation, clashed it against the warrior's long sword. His weapon was effortlessly severed, the cut smooth and precise. Regardless of its quality, the steel was evidently of superior craftsmanship. Such sharpness could not be attributed to mere material properties. Du was acutely aware that even a steel longsword could not be so effortlessly severed. This feat was undoubtedly the result of some ethereal energy enhancement, surpassing what mere materials could achieve. Nevertheless, he was elated to equip his first piece of gear. It was said that such equipment was quite rare among awakeners, and given that this longsword was rated white, it must hold considerable value, though he was uncertain of its exact worth. Without a second thought, he discarded his previous longsword. As an awakener, any possessions not transferred through trade could not be utilized by anyone else, even if stolen, due to a peculiar rule. Du was unclear about the specifics of this rule, but as long as it served his purpose, he was content. Now, it was time to rest. Yet, just as Du prepared to send Xiaozi soaring into the air to search for a resting place, he suddenly noticed another team departing from the goblin tribe, heading in his direction. What were they up to? A spark of realization ignited within him. Never mind, he thought. It would be prudent to delay his rest and eliminate a few more. Defeating a goblin tribe would surely yield greater rewards. He murmured to himself before swiftly clearing the corpses from the ground. Clearing meant dragging away the bodies. The remnants of battle and bloodstains were of no concern, for the goblins would not notice them. Chapter 30. Nightly Cleanup. Unfortunately, despite the simplicity of goblin speech, Du could not comprehend their words or understand their habits. Nonetheless, fortune favored him. After clearing the bodies, he remained vigilant. Soon enough, a second wave approached, numbering over 30. Regrettably, none had a warrior to lead them, rendering their formation quite disordered. As they advanced, Du was astonished to find 3 goblins straying from the main group. Were they lost? How unexpected! He watched the scene with a bemused expression. Remaining hidden, he commanded Xiaozi to fly to the other side, where she swiftly dispatched the trio of lost goblins and returned with the sole orb of light, resuming her watch. The remaining goblins continued their journey, but their formation had become severely elongated, resembling a line of offerings. You truly are delivering yourselves, Du remarked. Xiaozi, hold your position until I signal you. As the goblins entered his firing range, he shot an arrow without hesitation. They were not the longsword-wielding goblin guards and lacked any instinct to evade. With his newly attained level 3 archery, targeting such oblivious moving targets was a trivial task. One arrow flew forth, slaying a goblin, followed by another, eliminating a second. Only then did the remaining goblins realize they were under attack. The foremost goblin roared in fury and charged toward Du, while the others remained leisurely oblivious. Without any unified command, these goblins were like grains of sand scattered in the wind. What had initially seemed a challenging battle now appeared trivial to Du. This encounter proved unexpectedly effortless. He refrained from summoning the brown bear and did not engage in close combat himself, relying solely on his ranged archery and Xiaozi. He dispatched all the goblins. The only time he expended some magical energy was when the goblins rushed too quickly, but his magical reserves remained abundant. After becoming an awakener, his stamina replenished rapidly, and his energy remained vibrant. With no magic-consuming combat spells in play, his endurance exceeded his expectations. Continuing to monitor, he was curious how many more would come to deliver themselves. Du commanded the Thunder Eagle to soar once more while he cleared the battlefield. Just as before, he needed only to drag away the bodies, as their presence would have no adverse effect. In fact, leaving them behind could attract other goblins seeking food, an unsightly scenario. After removing the bodies and resting briefly, he found his stamina fully restored and his magical energy nearly replenished. At that moment, more goblins emerged from the tribe. The goblin leader was leaping about, seemingly agitated, yet he failed to make an appearance. 2 groups were widely dispersed, both advancing in his direction. Excellent, he thought. He would swiftly eliminate the 20 or so in front before dealing with the 30 or so behind. Du silently calculated as he awaited their arrival. As expected, the goblin teams were too large to maintain cohesion, quickly devolving into chaotic clusters. As darkness enveloped the sky, it became apparent that these goblins were not well suited for night operations. Du finally understood why most goblin teams were not particularly large. It was not a deliberate strategy, but rather a natural consequence of their wandering. It was not surprising to see individuals become separated, and he even speculated whether some goblins would fail to return at night. If not for the goblins' overwhelming reproductive capabilities and the fact that this entire forest was their domain, they might have long been devoured by wild beasts. When the next group arrived, Du was ready, with arrows and his longbow at the ready. As soon as they entered his range, he wasted no time in releasing his arrows, the process mirroring his previous encounters. With Xiaozi's assistance from behind, the scattered group of over 20 goblins was swiftly dealt with. Just as the second group arrived, Du had already eliminated the first. This time, he had no opportunity to clear the battlefield before the new wave of goblins, noticing their comrades were under attack, rushed toward him in a frenzy, resembling a chaotic swarm. A ragtag bunch, Du scoffed, unleashing arrows without reservation, interspersed with a few magical projectiles. Within mere minutes, he hardly felt fatigued as he eradicated all 50 goblins. As before, he pressed on. Du was confident that, although the goblins might not comprehend the purpose of their exploration, they would not relent. After this round of eliminations, he anticipated more to follow. Indeed, just as he had surmised, the goblins continued to arrive in waves, making the task of clearing this goblin tribe considerably simpler. Throughout the night, Du oscillated between combat and battlefield cleanup. Initially numbering over 300, the goblin tribe dwindled to a mere 50 by dawn. At this point, even the most foolish of goblins would recognize something was amiss. In the vast tribe, only a scant few remained, a clear indication that all was not normal. The distressed leader, realizing the situation, began to shout in a strange tongue, though Du could not decipher the words. Eventually, one of the two remaining leaders, brandishing a flagpole, led over 20 goblins away, still trudging toward him, albeit with evident reluctance. At such a critical moment, they were still splitting their forces. What a befuddling decision. I need to rest for a moment. My energy is waning, Du muttered to himself, leaning against a tree trunk for a brief respite. Having concentrated on archery for so long, he felt his vitality beginning to deplete. Recognizing a significant improvement in his archery skills, Du nonetheless found himself still at level 3, unable to ascend to level 4. If foundational skills could be so easily enhanced, there would not be so many who remained underqualified. Chapter 31. Goblin Shaman. The wait was interminable, even though it was not excessively long. As the goblins approached his ambush site, Du felt as though he had been waiting for an eternity. Finally, they arrived. What a waste of my time. Peeking out, he prepared to strike. True to form, as soon as the goblins entered his range, he swiftly loosed an arrow. The ordinary goblins had no chance to evade his shot. However, just as Du expected a repeat of previous encounters, trouble emerged. A sharp gust of wind whizzed past his ear, and instinctively he dodged, only to realize an arrow had been shot toward him. The speed was such that he almost failed to react. What on earth is happening? Du concealed himself and peered forward, discovering that the source of the attack was a goblin archer. Yet this was no ordinary goblin archer. He understood that due to his rapid skill advancement, he was superior to these simple-minded goblins. Positioned on a slope, he held a vantage point, affording him a longer range. Consequently, ordinary goblin archers typically fell before they could reach a distance capable of threatening him. His purple lightning golden eagle also prioritized attacking those who could engage from afar. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lie in wait for such a long time, eliminating countless goblins. However, he did not anticipate that this particular adversary would possess a range that surpassed his own, an absolute elite. Though its level was also 1, it bore a significant disparity in strength compared to the awakened ones. Cursed, I am under fire. This is troublesome. Du felt a surge of anxiety. He could not unleash his attacks freely. The goblins would continue their frenzied charge toward him. With so many goblins, overcoming them with his current abilities seemed daunting. Timing his actions, Du swiftly conjured a magic missile and ducked once more. Having just revealed himself, the goblin shot an arrow in his direction, and failure to evade would mean certain injury. Hit. You shall perish. Even the mightiest archer cannot withstand this. Du watched as his magic missile sped toward its target. Yet before he could rejoice, a similarly hued magic missile soared back at him, intercepting his projectile midair. With a resounding explosion, the two missiles detonated, sending a muffled sound through the air. No way, such precision. The goblins have such capabilities? Du glanced toward the origin of the missile, a towering goblin emerged. The goblin shaman, one of the three leaders, indeed a magic wielder. Duyu's expression turned grave. Being suppressed by both an archer and a mage was no trivial matter. This goblin shaman was level 2, who knew what other spells it might possess. If this attack fails, retreat will be my only option. Feeling the fire of determination within him, he resolved not to squander this opportunity. Scanning the air, he suddenly sprang up and unleashed his brown bear companion. In the next moment, an arrow was already released. Shortly thereafter, another magic missile followed suit. At this point, the elite goblin archer had closed the distance, entering Duyu's range. Indeed, the moment he acted, the two goblins responded in kind. An arrow and a magic missile were sent his way. His magic missile was once again intercepted mid-flight, but the arrow was not. It struck the brown bear, eliciting a pained roar. The arrowhead had embedded itself into its flesh, penetrating through its thick fur. Meanwhile, Duyu's arrow was deftly evaded. Just as the goblins believed they were out of danger, a shadow descended from above. This time, it was the purple lightning golden eagle. With a surge of electricity, the eagle swiftly seized the goblin archer, crushing its skull. Excellent. One foe down. Now I feel much safer. Duyu exhaled in relief. With the formidable archer no longer pressing him, he could engage in the ensuing battle more comfortably. Little Purple, continue. Eliminate all the archers first. There were still several archers in the vicinity, albeit not as elite as the previous one. Duyu positioned the brown bear in front of him while he unleashed his attacks from behind, occasionally casting magic missiles at the goblin shaman to divert its attention. With Little Purple's relentless assaults, the number of archers dwindled rapidly. At that moment, the goblin shaman suddenly bellowed, shaking its flag. A red light spread outward. The goblin shaman activated a bloodlust skill. An information stream flickered across the panel, though it did not appear before him. Duyu understood the skill's name. As for its effects, he was well aware. The red light enveloped the goblins, enhancing their speed significantly. Observing their weapon-wielding motions, it was evident their strength had increased. The shaman appeared to be an auxiliary class. Fortuitously, they had eliminated the archers first. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Duyu felt a wave of relief. Without the archers, no immediate threat loomed over him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a magic missile at the shaman, commanding the brown bear to attack. The poor bear, having been tethered by Duyu, was only able to endure attacks without retaliating, which was undoubtedly frustrating. Upon receiving Duyu's command, the brown bear roared and charged at the nearby goblins. Though the goblin strength had surged, they were still inferior to the brown bear. In a single blow, the empowered goblins met their demise, their corpses shattered yet again. Duyu entangled the shaman while Little Purple seized the opportunity to strike from above, diligently eliminating the ordinary goblins. Once the regular goblins were wiped out, the remaining shaman would pose little challenge. However, Duyu could not help but admire the shaman's accuracy. None of his magic missiles managed to breach its defenses. Chapter 32. Universal Skill Scroll. After a fierce battle lasting several minutes, the remaining goblins were finally vanquished. Repeatedly casting magic missiles had nearly depleted Duyu's mana, and he suspected the shaman was not far behind. Despite being at level 1, he possessed the benefits of 2 classes, maintaining a 10-star existence. Thus, his mana was not significantly less than that of his opponent. The absence of quantification regarding mana levels was inconvenient. It was a hassle to calculate. Relying on his instincts, he gauged that his mana was running low. Yet, he could not ponder such matters now. The goblin shaman must be dealt with first. With the ordinary goblins eliminated, Duyu shifted his focus entirely onto this foe. A flicker of fear crossed the shaman's face, but escape was no longer an option. To witness a goblin attempt to flee was indeed astonishing. In the air, Little Purple dove down, leaving a claw mark on the terrified shaman. Instinctively, the shaman pointed its flag skyward, unleashing a magic missile. However, the already departed purple lightning golden eagle was unharmed, and the missile missed its mark. The ritualist's magic projectile missed its target, while Duyu's spell hurtled towards the ritualist. There was no way to intercept it now. The ritualist's speed was already inferior to that of the warriors, and the magic projectile struck one of its legs with a sharp crack. Duyu understood that the goblin ritualist's leg was broken. Under the force of the magic, the goblin's leg contorted into an odd shape. This creature lacked the robustness of a brown bear and collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. However, the lamentation was short-lived, as the brown bear charged forward and, in a fit of rage, brought its powerful paws down with great force. A deep crater formed in the ground, and the goblin ritualist's body was reduced to a mass of pulpy flesh. Honestly, it's quite bloody to slay a monster, Duyu remarked, panting in exasperation. The fierce expression on the brown bear's face vanished, replaced by a look of grievance directed at Duyu. All right, All right, let me tend to your wounds. You said helplessly as he approached. The brown bear had been acting as a meat shield, sustaining multiple injuries. Several arrows were embedded in its body, the most severe being the one from an elite archer, the entire arrowhead buried within. Numerous gashes from blades marred its fur. And you knew that without the ritualist's enhancement, these goblins would never have been able to inflict such deep wounds. He pulled out the arrows one by one, not bothering to treat the wounds, which naturally began to stem the bleeding. Though the brown bear was a magical beast, it was also a summoned creature, not an ordinary being. With the summoning ability in effect, its blood quickly coagulated, and healing began to take place. You should rest over there, you gestured aside. And the brown bear obediently sauntered over to lie down. Xiaozi descended gracefully from the sky, landing on a nearby stone, gently preening her feathers. The pace of battle was swift, and thanks to her speed, she had not been hit at all and remained unscathed. Now came the moment of fortune. You stepped forward to collect the white orbs of light. Although termed as a stroke of luck, it was hardly related to fortune. After all, this was not a game. The quality of the orbs was as it was. The items that emerged were uncertain, but their overall value would not vary significantly. As he crushed each orb, you couldn't help but grimace, for they primarily yielded white crystal coins, with no other equipment in sight. It seemed that obtaining gear in this derivative world was indeed no easy feat. The drop rate was far too low. He wondered about the last orb and whether it would contain any equipment. This orb, dropped by the goblin ritualist, was certainly worth saving for last. Taking a deep breath, you opened the orb, and, first, a pile of white crystal coins emerged. However, next appeared something entirely different, a white object resembling a bottle. Wait, this was not a bottle. You suddenly realized it appeared to be a scroll. Indeed, it was a scroll. Magic Projectile, a universally applicable foundational skill for magic users. Low attack, low consumption, level 1 constant, does not consume a skill slot upon learning. This was undoubtedly a skill book, but how could it be? Why was it a magic projectile? You stared in bewilderment at the skill scroll in his hand. Such skill books were exceedingly rare, even more so than equipment. A good skill was priceless. Yet, what was this universal foundational skill all about? You quickly recalled that there was a mention in a book about such skills. These universal skills could be learned by anyone, regardless of their profession, without any distinction. Moreover, since the skill S attack was constant, no profession could enhance it. So what use was this skill? It was of no benefit to him, merely redundant. Wait, perhaps this skill wouldn't be of negligible value. Yu's eyes sparkled. He suddenly remembered that for a warrior, having a ranged skill in the early stages would be a significant advantage. Indeed, in the early game, when everyone had yet to class change and lacked skills, many situations were challenging to handle. If a warrior were to learn an unsuitable ranged skill, no one would be willing to pay the price. However, this universal skill, which did not occupy a skill slot, was different. It was tailor-made for them, a veritable investment with lifelong benefits. Thus, while Yu was uncertain of its exact worth, it likely wouldn't be low. With this thought, he gleefully placed the scroll at the bottom of his backpack, waiting for an opportunity to trade it. Alternatively, he might search for other universal skills that suited him for an exchange. Aside from this scroll, the remaining spoils consisted solely of white crystal coins. Now that he had amassed a considerable quantity of these coins, Yu felt indifferent towards them, merely tucking them away. Let us begin the recovery process. Xiaozi, keep monitoring. I want to see if they will continue to split their forces, Yu declared as he settled down. Without recovery items, he had to rely on his innate recuperative abilities. The brown bear had already fallen into a deep slumber, and in this state, the recovery speed of summoned creatures would be accelerated. Chapter 33, Assault on the Goblin Camp. For a full hour, Yu remained in place, restoring his stamina and magic to their peak, or at least he felt that way. During this hour, the wounds on the brown bear healed, and its fur regrew. It appeared as though it had never been injured. The summoning skill was indeed remarkable. Such injuries would take days to heal on an ordinary bear, and the scars would remain permanently. However, this creature bore no visible wounds. After such a lengthy period, the goblin leader had still refrained from sending out more troops, indicating that it had reached its limit. Within the vast encampment, fewer than 30 goblins remained. Aside from the leader's anxious pacing and shouting, the rest of the goblins were blissfully indulging in their feast, relishing the abundance of food. Some goblins were even engaged in the noble pursuit of procreation by the campfire, completely indifferent to the presence of their kin. These creatures, despite their humanoid appearance, were akin to beasts. In some respects, they were even less aware than beasts. At least beasts recognized the danger posed by the corpses of their kind. It was possible that they had not encountered peril for too long, which rendered them so unguarded. However, this evening, an unexpected guest arrived. Du Yu, fully restored, approached stealthily alongside the brown bear, which was likewise in perfect condition. Xiaozi stood perched on a nearby tree, observing. Through her connection with Du Yu, she relayed some basic information, allowing him to grasp the situation of the goblins. As Du Yu neared, Xiaozi had nearly finished her recovery as well. 30 goblins, with the terrain in their favor, should not pose a problem. The real concern lay with the leader. The Dark Goblin, level 3, was a formidable opponent. Observing its appearance, Du Yu could not ascertain whether it was a magic user or a combat type, but either way, it would not be easy to deal with. Suddenly, Du Yu's eyes brightened. Wait, what is that? Is that a staff? If so, it was likely a magic user. A plan began to formulate in his mind as he prepared to summon the brown bear at any moment. Du Yu paid little heed to the surrounding chaos. Having found a prime vantage point, he swiftly released an arrow that pierced through the camp, impaling 2 goblins engaged in their own pursuits, ensuring they would never be apart again. The other goblins remained oblivious to the unfolding events, providing Du Yu with the perfect opportunity to unleash 2 more arrows, claiming yet another pair of goblin lives. This provoked the remaining goblins into a frenzy. Upon realizing they were under attack, they charged towards Du Yu. However, the disarray of their camp, cluttered with various debris, hampered their movement, turning their advance into a cumbersome endeavor. Not far from the fray, a dark goblin, having noticed the assault, wielded its staff to conjure a dark arrow. The ominous projectile grazed Du Yu, embedding itself into a large tree with a corrosive effect, creating a gaping hole that spoke of its potency. Frustration welled within him. This Tier 3 goblin was formidable, and a direct hit could spell disaster. Du Yu had anticipated this and was prepared. Suddenly, Little Purple swooped down from above, diverting the dark goblin's attention. Seizing the moment, Du Yu summoned a brown bear, its massive form crashing beside the dark goblin. With a swift paw, the bear sent the goblin sprawling to the ground, resembling a bullied child. However, just as the bear moved in for a follow-up strike, the dark goblin rolled away, regaining its footing and retaliating with a dark sword strike that struck the bear's shoulder. Hold on, I'll be there soon, Du Yu shouted, undeterred by whether they could comprehend him. His arrows and magical projectiles continued to rain down on the surrounding goblins, showcasing his prowess. As the remaining goblins finally closed the distance, Du Yu discarded his longbow, drawing forth his warrior-esque sword. With his left hand casting magical projectiles and his right executing his honed swordsmanship, flashes of silver illuminated the area, as few goblins could withstand the razor-sharp blade. At that moment, Du Yu resembled not merely a mage, but a warrior. He deftly dodged and struck, inflicting injuries and even slaying goblins with each precise thrust. When evasion was impossible, he resorted to magical attacks. The intensity of the battle demanded his utmost concentration, rapidly depleting his energy and magical reserves. He had not anticipated such pressure from merely 5 or 6 goblins. Amidst the chaos, Du Yu struggled to maintain control, and despite his efforts, he suffered a blow from a stone and a sting from a sword behind him. Had his backpack not absorbed some of the impact, he would have been gravely injured. Stimulated by pain, Du Yu's sword seemed to move with newfound swiftness. Without looking back, he swung his sword, dispatching the goblin that had attempted to ambush him. A single stroke injured 3 goblins simultaneously. In this explosive state, Du Yu's combat prowess was astonishing. Fortunately, the number of goblins was dwindling, and just before exhaustion claimed him, he managed to stabilize the situation. Before him now stood only 3 goblins, posing no significant threat, and he eliminated them without sustaining any further cost. After catching his breath, Du Yu turned to assess the situation, only to find his brown bear adorned with 3 ominous wounds. Chapter 34. The weakening curse. Despite his injuries and reluctance to move, Du Yu knew he had to act. Should the dark goblin manage to slay his bear, his own demise would follow. Resolving this, he circled around, having long since misplaced his bow, silently approaching the battlefield. He timed his movement with the dark goblin's next release of a dark arrow, launching a magical projectile towards it as he charged forth. The magic detonated upon impact, staggering the dark goblin and creating a dent in its back, likely fracturing a bone. Yet, the damage was not severe enough to incapacitate it entirely. The magical projectile had lost its potency against a Tier 3 magical creature, revealing its limitations. The dark arrow soared into the air, striking the unsuspecting lightning eagle, marking its first hit. The connection with the electric currents erupted in a dazzling display, momentarily weakening the eagle, leaving it drained of much of its energy. In a split second, Du Yu reached the dark goblin, his warrior's sword cutting through the air with astonishing speed. He was taken aback by his newfound strength as he sliced through the goblin's waist, leaving a deep gash. Before he could fully comprehend his own prowess, he followed up with a second strike aimed directly at the goblin's vital point. The dark goblin, finally reacting, attempted to evade, but a fresh wound marred its chest. In a desperate bid, the dark goblin swung its staff, unleashing a wave of red energy that enveloped both Du and his bear. The dark goblin had cast a weakening curse, its effects lasting a minute. Information flooded Du's mind, but elation was far from his thoughts. The red energy drained him of strength, leaving him sluggish and lethargic, his sword feeling heavier by the moment. Cursing under his breath, Du could not help but feel a flicker of relief that he had not faced both leaders simultaneously. The combination of weakening and enhancing, alongside a horde of goblins and a warrior, would have formed a formidable army. Though perhaps disorganized, their strength was undeniable, suppressing the discomfort coursing through him. Du unleashed another magical projectile, unyielding in its power. At such close range, the dark goblin, unskilled at evading, took the hit squarely to the head. The dark arrow it had conjured shattered, leaving the goblin momentarily dazed. The bear, having endured the weight, let out a fierce roar and struck the dark goblin on the head. The goblin, still reeling from the previous blow, was slammed to the ground, further disorienting it. Regrettably, had it not been for the curse, this assault might have been decisive. With determination flooding his veins, Du charged forth, his sharp sword aimed at the dark goblin's heart. The warrior's blade penetrated effortlessly, and with Du's weight behind it, he impaled the goblin, delivering a fatal blow. The grievous injuries sustained rendered the dark goblin's struggles futile, and it soon succumbed to death. Du sat on the ground, inhaling deeply as he awaited the cessation of the curse's effects. At last, he comprehended the notorious reputation of curses. Previously, in the game, he had not felt their impact, as they had not affected him directly. However, the sensation was truly unbearable. Du murmured to himself, glancing at his brown bear. He noted the severity of its wounds, 3 dark, gaping holes exuding a foul stench. The dark power continued to erode the wounds, perpetually enlarging the scars. Had the bear not possessed such robust skin and flesh, and if the strikes had not targeted vital areas, it would have perished long ago. Fortunately, after a while, the wounds on the bear ceased to expand, likely indicating the depletion of the dark power. Had it continued, this summoned creature would have been left for dead. Du gently patted the bear's head, and the bear gazed back at him with a pitiable expression akin to an abandoned puppy. It was difficult to resist the charm of such a sight. This great bear exhibiting such vulnerability was indeed disarming. Following this battle, Du did not immediately attend to the luminous orbs, for he was utterly exhausted and, for the first time, had sustained injuries. A sword had grazed his back. Though not deep, it was still a wound. Upon inspection, however, Du discovered that his injury was miraculously healing on its own, with hardly any blood oozing forth. The advantages of a long-imbued body were evident. No wonder it was said that a body without such laws bore significant weaknesses. Simply possessing the ability to staunch bleeding was of immense significance. Observing the goblins, he noted their formidable strength. However, should they sustain injuries without any special constitution, their wounds would not heal rapidly on their own. After resting for 5 minutes, Du felt his strength gradually returning, and the bear's wounds appeared to be mending as well. The dark power was indeed troublesome, and the stench in the air was unbearable. It was time to depart. Suddenly, Du noticed a large chest emanating a white glow at the center of the camp. That was unusual. He distinctly remembered that this goblin camp did not possess such an item. Furthermore, the chest's opulence and pristine condition were clearly out of place in such a setting. Confused, he reasoned that his memory should not be mistaken when had this chest appeared. In the next moment, he finally understood upon glancing at the panel. Chapter 35, Class Change Quest Hidden Quest, Clear the Goblin Tribe, Minor, Completed, Reward, 1 white treasure chest. So I have completed a hidden quest. No wonder this item has appeared. I thought if the Goblin Tribe had a chest, it would have been thoroughly soiled and disordered by now, Du mused. In the realm of derivative worlds, quests come in several varieties, typically revolving around a main quest that, while straightforward, carries severe consequences if left uncompleted. Following that are quests issued by other individuals, which offer a range of rewards, sometimes none at all, contingent upon the task issuer's generosity. Failure to complete these holds no repercussions. The final category is hidden quests, which do not manifest until specific conditions are fulfilled, with rewards directly bestowed by the derivative world. However, hidden quests are peculiar. The same actions may yield differing results, meaning that while his extermination of a goblin tribe constituted a task this time, it may not necessarily do so in the future. If another were to undertake the extermination, there would be no guarantee of a hidden quest. The system is decidedly intricate. One might say that hidden quests are delightful surprises. Then, do you notice the lower section of the panel, a smile breaking across his face? So that is how it is. My basic swordsmanship has reached level 7. No wonder I felt so strange before. It appears I truly am a prodigy. Having trained in swordsmanship for over a decade, it has nearly become an intrinsic part of me. Externally, it may seem like level 6, but the foundation is certainly more profound. After this arduous battle, I have unexpectedly leveled up. Regrettably, my unexpectedly maxed out meditation technique remains ineffective. Perhaps it is simply that I currently lack the opportunity to utilize its effects, which feels rather wasteful. Level 7 swordsmanship is indeed a mark of advanced skill, significantly benefiting me, especially at this juncture. The chest would not remain here permanently, so I must open it without delay. Du approached and opened the chest. A burst of white light illuminating his eyes. 100 white crystal coins. How generous this derivative world is. Du remarked to himself. Having slain nearly 700 goblins from the entire tribe, he had only amassed about 300 white crystal coins prior. This addition represented a substantial increase. Within the chest, he also found a goblin statue. Goblin statue, world coordinate, can enter the eastern goblin forest of Yalan continent, 3-3. So it is a world coordinate. This is splendid. Du's eyes sparkled. His arrival in this world had been a random selection. With this goblin statue, he could continue exploring this realm. It appeared to be quite vast, undoubtedly possessing great value. He resolved to investigate further upon returning, as he might uncover more about this world. Moreover, even if he chose not to utilize it, selling it could yield considerable profits. 3 usages. World coordinates vary in price according to the tier of the world. Shaking his head, Du carefully stored the statue and continued examining the chest, but regrettably, there were no further treasures within, leaving only a dagger. Damaged dagger, sharpness 1, pale white. The equipment in this derivative world is indeed rare, at least it is a knife. Du sighed and stored it away. Though it may not serve him, he could sell it, even if its value might not be particularly high. Next came the time to open the luminous orbs. Du opened them one by one, most containing white crystal coins. Only one orb revealed a fruit, which possessed detoxifying properties. Du collected it for future use. Finally, he opened the orb from the dark goblin. As expected, it primarily contained white crystal coins. This is absurd. Hadn't he teacherly claimed that white crystal coins were not easily obtained? Why are there so many here? Over 400 now. If I used them all to level up, I could advance several ranks. Were it not for the necessity of concealing his strength, Du would have already elevated his capabilities. Frankly, had he not possessed 2 professions and enjoyed a stroke of luck, completing such a quest would have been nearly impossible. For others, even fulfilling the main quest is no trivial task. He stored the white crystal coins, leaving behind a transparent purple sphere, resembling a glass orb. Inside, a peculiar arrow pointed in a specific direction. Class change quest. You have obtained clues for a class change. Follow the arrow to seek the mysterious land and complete the first phase. Du's eyes widened at the panel's prompt. A class change quest? Could it be that this item is a clue for a class change? A look of disbelief washed over Du's face. The outside world referred to them as professionals precisely because they possess their own vocations. Most professions were typically acquired within already developed derivative worlds. Such rare inheritances encountered externally often represented uncommon professions, some weak, others formidable. Ultimately, the decision to pursue a class change is one that each individual must make for themselves. However, clues for class changes are exceedingly precious. Having obtained one, he could not let it slip away. Securing a quality profession is no simple feat for someone like him, lacking a background or substantial wealth. Rather than settle for an ordinary vocation, he resolved to seize this opportunity, for such chances are indeed rare. With determination brewing within him, Du steeled his resolve. However, it would be best to wait until tomorrow. In my current state, venturing forth would be perilous. Du turned to leave this place, for the stench within the camp was unbearable. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He could not return empty-handed. There was still this item. He retrieved the staff from the lifeless dark goblin's grasp. Obsidian staff, enhances dark spells, possesses the skill dark arrow, with a cooldown of 2 minutes, white, non-equipment. Although it may not be an actual piece of equipment, it could still prove useful in this realm. He had witnessed the power of the dark arrow firsthand. A 2-minute cooldown was manageable. During critical moments, it would suffice. His meditation technique would finally come into play. With the staff in hand, Du hoisted a deer from the goblin's recent hunt, setting off from the camp. Most of the goblin's provisions were inedible, but the game they had captured was still viable. Roasted venison would certainly be a welcome improvement over the rations he had brought. He could finally enjoy a satisfying meal. With 2 animals in tow, Du departed. Chapter 36. The zombie-infested cave. On the 3rd day at dawn, the brown bear dissipated into flecks of light. This time, Du observed the bear's disappearance with his eyes wide open. So this is what it looks like when time reaches its limit. The dark arrow is indeed formidable. It had not fully recovered overnight. At least several hours had passed. However, he had not anticipated that his summoned creature, which typically recovered swiftly, had only mended half of its wounds due to the corrosive nature of dark power. Without healing assistance, recovery was impossible. Rising to his feet, Du began the summoning once more, employing the same array. Yet this time, luck seemed to escape him. A mere insect emerged. Before him fluttered a butterfly, vibrant and larger than both of his hands combined, radiating a mesmerizing, dreamlike glow. Had this been his previous life, the sale of such a butterfly would have sufficed for a lifetime of indulgence. Dream butterfly, a unique species evolved from remnants of dream fragments. Trait: concealment, allowing enemies to overlook its presence. Skill: dream dust, which induces a dream state in the target upon exposure, restoring them when attacked. Du regarded the grand butterfly with a hint of frustration. This was the first time he had encountered a level 1 summon with skills. While the ability was undeniably potent, he mused that even in battle it could provide a strategic advantage. However, the prospect of recovering after being attacked seemed futile. Once injured, death was inevitable. Its concealing ability allowed the dream butterfly to evade detection, akin to a chameleon, and it possessed a form of mental guidance. Testing this connection, Du found that even he, with his dual profession and maximum level meditation, would instinctively overlook the presence of the dream butterfly unless he maintained a mental link to it. Confident in his mental resistance, he recognized the butterfly's utter lack of combat capability. Today, he needed to complete his job change task, and a pet devoid of fighting prowess seemed inadequate. Alone, accompanied only by a thunderhawk, might prove insufficient. Regardless, the job change took precedence, if all else failed. He could use white crystal coins to upgrade before attempting the task. Taking a deep breath, he commanded the butterfly to perch upon his shoulder. Its notable weakness was its sluggish flight. Even when he ran, the dream butterfly struggled to keep pace. Producing the orb, Du followed the pointer's direction, running towards the indicated path. Was this not the same direction the goblins had explored last night? It seemed he had stumbled upon their intentions. A vague notion began to form in Du's mind as he retraced his steps to the spot where he had ambushed the goblins. The area was in disarray, raising questions about how the goblins perceived the situation. Crossing a small rise, he continued forward, guided by the arrow, encountering little danger along the way. As he ventured beyond the confines of the tribe, he gradually spotted more wildlife. Various beasts, upon noticing him, exhibited no signs of aggression. Instead, they fled. Perhaps to these creatures, he and the goblins appeared as similar beings, both humanoid in form. Given his size, they might have assumed he posed a greater threat. Du paid them little heed and pressed onward. After 2 hours of travel, Du finally beheld a goblin troop. Indeed, this was the goblin forest. One tribe was hardly the only one. This appeared to be the territory of another goblin tribe. Slowing his pace, he cautiously monitored his surroundings while checking the arrow's direction. Encounters with goblin bands along the way were met with his uncompromising resolve, but the white crystal coins gained from their defeat dwindled with each kill. There seemed to be an underlying rule to this. He would need to investigate further upon his return. Time passed, and after a meal, Du, following the arrow's guidance, reached the base of a small hill. No, the arrow pointed not to the hill itself, but rather to a cave nestled within its side. Elevated 5 meters above the ground, making it difficult for an average person to discover, and even harder to ascend. This must be the mysterious locale referred to. Xiaozi, come down, he beckoned. It was not their first flight together. Though Xiaozi felt some discomfort, it had long since adapted. 5 meters was a simple leap for them. Hoping the cave would not hinder Xiaozi's abilities, Du grimaced. Should Xiaozi also be affected, he would be left with no combat power. Nonetheless, having arrived at this juncture, he would not retreat. Clearing the underbrush at the cave's entrance, Du stepped inside. To his surprise, the orb in his hand emitted a soft glow, illuminating the surroundings and alleviating his concerns about visibility. His initial intention to create a torch was promptly abandoned. The ground was relatively even, though a peculiar odor pervaded the cave, which Du found unpleasant. Pushing onward, he instructed Xiaozi to follow closely behind. Unable to fly, Xiaozi trailed him like a clucking hen, discomfort evident in its demeanor. Suddenly, a commotion arose. What creature lurked within? Was it a goblin? No. It was a zombie, a goblin zombie, to be precise. The zombie bore the label Ordinary Corrupted Zombie, Level 1. It seemed this was the trial for his job change. Du chuckled, stepping forward without assistance. Goblins were inherently weak, and now, slowed by their undead state, they posed no threat to him. Advancing, Duyu brandished the warrior's sword and swiftly severed the goblin zombie's head. As a zombie, decapitating it should ensure its demise, yet in the following moment, his brow furrowed. The zombie perished, but he felt unwell, akin to the discomfort of a fever. The corrupted zombie had unleashed a plague, and the notification on his panel confirmed it. You have been afflicted by the plague. Duyu's expression soured as he pondered the duration of this affliction. If it were permanent, it would certainly be troublesome. Chapter 37. The Dark Shaper. Duyu proceeded cautiously, testing the waters, but the results left him perturbed. The zombie's plague was unavoidable. Any close combat would result in infection. Once infected, he would experience debilitating weakness akin to a severe cold. Not only does it induce dizziness and weakness in the limbs, but it also leads to a gradual decline in one's condition. This state lingers for a minute before dissipating, leaving one uncertain if an antidote exists. Although I possess a detoxifying fruit, using it here would be an utter waste. Each time the plague's effects manifest, I sense my vitality waning. Quietly calculating that if I remain in this state for an hour, I might very well perish here. At this moment, I regret not bringing my bow and arrows when I departed from the goblin territory. Had I done so, I could have engaged in ranged attacks. Alas, my only means of distance combat now lies in magical projectiles. I must not allow these creatures to draw near. And I am unsure if this affliction can stack. If it can, I would likely lose my combat effectiveness. Thus, I tread carefully, contemplating the situation. Through experimentation, I have determined that my dream butterfly is utterly ineffective, as zombies do not rely on sight. While the butterfly does not provoke their aggression, it is of no use against them. Moreover, the dream powder ability of the butterfly has no effect on zombies whatsoever. Most importantly, given the zombies' sluggishness, as long as their numbers are not overwhelming, I truly regard this control ability with disdain. I suppose I shall consider it a pet for now, as I can replace it tomorrow. As I cautiously advance, my arrows remain effective. Along the way, I encounter zombies, and without hesitation, I employ magical projectiles to shatter their skulls. The zombies are slow, allowing me ample time to aim. Currently, the dream butterfly serves as my reconnaissance tool, effortlessly conveying simple information without drawing the zombies' attention. For instance, I can discern whether zombies are lurking around a corner merely by observing the butterfly's flight path. This significantly reduces the risk of ambush from such lethargic beings, which pose little threat if they cannot surprise me. However, I must periodically restore my magical energy. Such is the extent of my concern. How much longer must I traverse this cavern? These zombies yield nothing upon defeat. After such a lengthy pursuit, despite slaying numerous zombies, I find that none have dropped any loot, not even a single white crystal coin. They are indeed poorer than beggars. Yet, I cannot abandon my class advancement. I must persevere. Suddenly, I noticed the dream butterfly spiraling in the air, suggesting the presence of zombies. But why so many circles? How numerous could they be? After pondering this, I instruct my companion, Xiao Zi, to wait while I sprint ahead. Although Xiao Zi's lightning can mitigate the zombie plague's effects on me, its combat prowess is limited in this scenario. To my dismay, I find an exceedingly large cavern ahead, densely packed with a multitude of zombies, at least 100 by rough estimation. With my current magical capacity, I could eliminate at most half before being unable to cast any more spells. Will I have to resort to my sword against the rest? I am reluctant to engage in close combat with these creatures, but I cannot retreat. I shall press on. The stone platform at the center must be my intended destination. Taking a moment to gather my thoughts, I step back cautiously, examine the ground, and then unleash a magical projectile. The spell strikes a zombie squarely in the head, reducing it to fragments. The surrounding zombies, sensing an attack, immediately begin to roar. Fortunately, I have retreated to a safe distance, rendering myself invisible to them. Only a handful of zombies emerge to investigate, making them manageable targets. I am thrilled to learn from the dream butterfly that I can easily lure them away from their horde. After retreating a sufficient distance to ensure they have separated from their main group, I commence my assault. One by one, magical projectiles fly forth, while Xiao Zi darts in to pick off the zombies with swift precision. The Thunderhawk possesses a skill that envelopes it in electricity, dissipating part of the plague's impact, though it still feels the effects much more tolerable than my own experience. A brief respite restores my strength, while I too must recover my expended magical energy. Thus, I methodically eliminate the horde of zombies, merely living targets. In under 2 hours, I successfully clear the area of the undead. Thankfully, these zombies pose no further threat after their demise, as they harbor no plague toxins nor pose the risk of a true epidemic. Otherwise, I would surely meet my end here. The acrid stench of decay, prompts me to grimace as I step over the fallen zombies, finally arriving at the vast stone chamber. The stone platform around which the zombies had gathered now reveals a skeletal remains, utterly decomposed. Upon touching it, the bones crumble to dust, scattering across the ground. No hope of reassembly. I had wished to grant you a proper burial, but that is no longer an option. Shaking my head, I access my panel, which indicates the completion of the first phase of my task. Besides the remains, I discover a notebook upon the stone platform. Approaching, I open it to find an option to spend a white crystal coin to activate the translation feature, valid for 1 month. Is this functionality indeed available? I retrieve a white crystal coin, which promptly turns to ash, and to my astonishment, the text becomes comprehensible to me. The notes describe a dark shaper, a summoning class that requires dark crystals and suitable biological corpses to create a creature of dark elemental type, each creature occupying a skill slot. I wonder how powerful this profession may be. It seems I need both summoning and dark attributes, and thankfully, I possess them. When I awakened, I encountered a black dragon, endowing me with a potent dark attribute. My class advancement task, Dark Shaper, second phase, locate a dark crystal. At this moment, the task's parameters have shifted. But how am I to find such a thing? Oddly, I notice the arrow within the sphere has changed direction. Chapter 38. Ironclad Zombie. Since the arrow remains functional, I shall continue to follow its guidance. However, I first require a moment to recuperate. I have expended considerable magical energy in vanquishing so many zombies, and it will take time to restore my strength. Who knows how many more zombies I may encounter. After resting for a while, I feel my magic has nearly fully replenished, prompting me to proceed alongside Xiao Zi and the Dream Butterfly. Beyond this stone chamber lie several passages. In the past, I would have never dared to enter such a vast underground labyrinth, fearing the inevitable consequence of becoming lost. Yet now, with the arrow to guide me and my panel marking directions, I believe I can navigate without issue. As before, I find an increased number of goblin zombies along my path. With no other option, I am forced to proceed with caution, dispatching these zombies as I go. After traversing a considerable distance, I finally arrive at my destination. Ahead, even without needing to investigate, I can perceive that the stone chamber is exceptionally large. I advance carefully, peering around the corner. Within this chamber, only one zombie resides, yet it is astonishingly large. An ironclad zombie, level 3. Its head appears disproportionately large. Will I be able to contend with it? Muttering to myself, I survey the layout of the chamber. It is spacious, yet a few stalactites remain, and at the center stands a stone platform upon which rests a box, presumably the item I seek. Dark crystals are rare byproducts of various dark mineral veins, not particularly valuable in themselves. However, acquiring one is no trivial matter. Clearly, there are no minerals here. This must be a place intentionally left behind by those who sought to preserve their legacy. The notes above detail the cultivation methods of the Dark Shaper, yet they are exceedingly convoluted. Learning through a regulated body, completing tasks, and enhancing oneself with a substantial amount of white crystal coins is far easier than direct cultivation. Moreover, the potential for future development surpasses that of conventional training. This illustrates the true purpose of professions for the awakened. However, beside the stone platform, the imposing iron-skinned zombie leaves you feeling somewhat disheartened. The zombie, entirely coated in a dark sheen, occasionally glimmers with a metallic luster. Unlike ordinary creatures, the zombie remains unfazed even if light suddenly floods the cave. In Duyu's perspective, this iron-skinned zombie stands over 3 meters tall, perhaps even nearing 4. Its solid musculature and formidable hammer are clearly not for show. Should such force strike him, it would likely spell his demise. Nevertheless, the spacious stone chamber above offers a potential advantage for Xiao Zi to take flight. With Xiao Zi's assistance, his odds of success should be substantial. After all, it is merely a zombie, and its movements are not expected to be particularly swift. Utilizing the surrounding stone pillars grants him a tactical edge. Having come this far, he has no choice but to fight. Duyu, inherently adventurous, chooses to engage. Xiao Zi ascend. Duyu suddenly shouts, propelling himself forward. With a swift motion, he brandishes his obsidian staff and unleashes the skill, Dark Arrow, upon the iron-skinned zombie. A shadowy arrow coalesces and swiftly darts towards the creature. The speed and size of this arrow far exceed those released by the dark goblins. Duyu understands that this is due to his fully leveled basic meditation, which enhances his capabilities. Although the interface lacks specific attributes for basic skills, the resulting power is undeniably tangible. The zombie's reaction proves sluggish, significantly slower than the dark arrow. The arrow strikes the iron-skinned zombie's head with precision. Excellent, it hit. Duyu exclaims, but his expression grows solemn. for the impact merely creates a slight dent in the zombie's skull, with dark energy continuing to corrode it. Clearly, the damage is minimal. The iron-skinned zombie's defenses are formidable. Du mutters under his breath, but refrains from rushing in. Instead, he opts to cast magic missiles from a distance. The obsidian staff provides no enhancement to these missiles. Wielding it offers little advantage. The encroaching dark energy will require time to erode a hole through the zombie's skull, leaving him with no choice but to wait. However, in 2 minutes, he will be able to use his skill again. The iron-skinned zombie charges at him, while Xiaozi demonstrates her prowess. In a flash, she becomes a streak of lightning, appearing above the zombie's head. With a clang, her claws spark against the zombie's skull. In the next moment, the iron-skinned zombie swings its hammer downward, but it cannot hope to strike Xiaozi. However, her attacks prove ineffective against the iron-skinned zombie, merely leaving superficial scratches. With a resounding crash, the hammer slams into a stone pillar, shattering a segment instantly. Such incredible power must not be allowed to connect. Du and Xiaozi coordinate their efforts, employing a methodical approach to combat. Gradually, the iron-skinned zombie realizes it cannot keep pace with its agile foes, unleashing a roar that reverberates throughout the cave. Soon after, similar zombie sounds echo in response. Du's expression shifts as he turns to see numerous zombies converging on the stone chamber. This spells trouble. Damn, it can summon minions too. If surrounded, I'll be in peril. Xiaozi, you handle him. I'll deal with the surrounding zombies. The encroaching, ordinary zombies pose a greater complication. With limited magical energy, he cannot afford to squander it on these lesser foes. It appears he must resort to close combat. A cyan fruit materializes in his hand. Detoxification fruit, capable of alleviating mild toxins, granting immunity to common poisons for 20 minutes. Indeed, this is the fruit Du procured from the goblin tribe. Now, there is no need to reserve it. Feeling discomfort, he quickly consumes the fruit. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Can't the process of taking medicine be simplified? He grumbles. Yet, his condition improves instantly. This fruit proves effective against the toxins of the zombies. No longer fearing poison, Du regards the zombies with newfound confidence. Stowing the staff, he draws his warrior's sword and approaches the nearest zombie with a unique gait, aiming to eliminate as many as possible before they can surround him. Chapter 39. Seizing and fleeing. For an ordinary person, dealing with these common zombies would be quite troublesome. However, for Du, it is a different story. His speed vastly surpasses that of the zombies, and their most significant threat lies in the toxic aura they emit. Now unperturbed by poison, the zombies' formidable defenses are rendered insignificant before the warrior's sword. With a mere flick of his blade, he can sever a zombie's head, a task easier than slaughtering a chicken. The sheer strength of the zombies poses no threat to him. It must be acknowledged that while their power exceeds his own, their sluggishness allows him to evade harm with relative ease. As he navigates the stone chamber, he dispatches every zombie in sight, occasionally glancing back at the iron-skinned zombie's movements. At this moment, the iron-skinned zombie is completely captivated by Xiaozi. She occasionally swoops down to attack, while the zombie can only futilely swing its hammer, causing chaos around it, but failing to land a blow on Xiaozi. Though it appears precarious, the situation is manageable. Thankfully, these zombies lack intelligence. If they had even a modicum of cunning, they would pursue him, placing him in jeopardy. Time is running short. He must return. Du silently calculates the time. As the cooldown period approaches its end, he hastily retreats, and upon entering the attack range, the cooldown finishes. He takes aim, leveraging the accuracy honed through magic missiles, and activates Dark Arrow once more. A shadowy arrow swiftly flies forth, striking the previous wound on the iron-skinned zombie's head. The injury deepens, and the corrosive energy intensifies. After launching the attack, Du flees without looking back, continuing to eliminate ordinary zombies nearby. Despite the fact that these individual zombies pose no threat, if they gather in numbers, the situation could become dire. Zombies are, after all, zombies, and their collective strength is formidable. Surrounded by a horde, Du does not believe he could survive. The number of zombies within this tomb is unknown, and recklessness is ill-advised. Moreover, the fruit's effects will only last for 20 minutes. Beyond that, he will succumb to the zombies' plague toxins. At that point, he may lack the strength to escape. Employing the same strategy, Du unleashes 2 additional attacks on the iron-skinned zombie, with 4 dark arrows. The corrosive abilities will soon render the iron-skinned zombie either dead or severely weakened. However, Du gradually observes an increasing number of surrounding zombies, giving him a sense of endless slaughter. I cannot continue like this. If I wait any longer, I will have no chance to flee. Desperate measures. As the cooldown for the 5th time elapses, Du turns and races toward the iron-skinned zombie. Once again, he releases a dark arrow. However, this time, after casting the spell, he does not turn to engage the ordinary zombies, but instead charges directly at the iron-skinned zombie, for time is of the essence. He refuses to be trapped in a dire situation. Noticing Duyu's advance, the iron-skinned zombie raises its hammer without hesitation, ready to strike. Duyu swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing a magical projectile that struck the iron-skinned zombie's wrist. Although the magic bolt failed to inflict significant damage, it effectively disrupted the creature's movement. The hammer veered off its intended path, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater, scattering countless shards of stone. Seizing the moment, Duyu leapt into the air, thrusting his valiant longsword toward the exposed wound on the zombie's head. The iron plating had long since corroded away, allowing his blade to penetrate without obstruction, embedding itself deeply into the zombie's skull. However, it was soon ensnared by the creature's muscular grip. With a furious roar, the iron-skinned zombie swung its hammer once more. Just in time, the violet lightning eagle grasped Duyu's shoulder and propelled him backward, prompting Duyu to relinquish his hold on the longsword. The hammer whooshed past him, the resultant gale stinging his face. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Duyu resolutely commanded the lightning eagle to advance again, delivering a powerful kick to his own sword. At last, the iron-skinned zombie could no longer withstand the onslaught. The blade was driven deep, nearly halfway into its skull, causing severe trauma even to the towering creature. With one final, anguished roar, the iron-skinned zombie succumbed and collapsed. However, with its demise, the surrounding ordinary zombies became even more frenzied. "Quick, let me down. We must flee. We cannot linger here any longer." The ordinary zombies were closing in, forming a nearly complete encirclement. Staying any longer would render escape impossible for Duyu. The greatest peril did not stem from the iron-skinned zombie, but rather from the horde of ordinary zombies. Upon landing, Duyu drew his longsword, stowed the luminous orb, and grasped the box tightly, sprinting toward the exit. With no extra hands to spare, he reluctantly abandoned his dark staff, realizing it was not an equipped item and thus inconsequential to leave behind. Clutching the box in one hand and wielding his valiant longsword in the other, he unleashed his swordsmanship to its fullest potential, each arc of his blade extinguishing the lives of the relentless zombies. After a brief escape, he retraced his steps through the passage he had initially traversed. The lightning eagle alighted beside him, following closely. Enveloped by crackling violet electricity, any zombie daring to approach would be met with a fierce electric shock. Yet, the eagle had not consumed the antidote fruit and relied solely on the protective current to combat the toxic plague, leaving it in a weakened state. "Hurry, we're almost there," he urged, spotting two zombies ahead that lunged toward him. Their speed was lackluster, and without hesitation, Duyu advanced, severing their heads with a swift stroke. Before their bodies could collapse, he kicked them aside, propelling himself and the eagle forward. This marked the passage they sought. With their escape from the stone chamber secured, the prospect of a large-scale zombie encirclement was now impossible. Feeling relieved, Duyu pressed onward, aware that numerous zombies still trailed behind. "The direction is correct. We must move swiftly." A glance at his markers revealed no drop in speed as he continued his flight. As he fled, the number of blocking zombies dwindled, for he had previously cleared this path. The distant howls of the zombies echoed behind him, gradually fading into the background. Duyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had escaped. This place had proven perilously dangerous, and he felt drenched with exertion. Chapter 40. The third phase of the quest. With no time to waste, Duyu raced back to the initial stone chamber, emerging from the cave mere minutes later. He and the lightning eagle leapt from the cave's mouth onto solid ground, finally at ease. After an entire day's ordeal, the sun was setting on the horizon. "We made it out. I wonder if the task has been completed." Opening the box, Duyu found a pitch-black object resembling a lump of coal, yet it radiated a disquieting power. This was a manifestation of the concentrated dark element. Upon checking the task panel, he noted that the second phase had indeed been completed. Class Transition Quest, Dark Shaper, Phase 3. Enter the Goblin Tomb, seek the Cursed Raven, and eliminate it to obtain its body. Must I slay yet again? Now it is a raven? The ominous title of Cursed Raven suggested no benign nature. Duyu felt at a loss. His knowledge regarding class transitions was limited. Initially, he had anticipated discovering clues for transitioning only around levels 3 or 4, yet here he was, stumbling upon them at first opportunity. With no time to ponder, he resolved to follow the quest step by step. Had he not possessed 2 classes and a touch of good fortune, he doubted others could have completed even the first phase. Observing his longsword, he noticed traces of corrosion, which pained him deeply. This was his first and finest piece of equipment, Who could have anticipated the iron-skinned zombie would be such a formidable foe? He hoped the forthcoming adversaries would prove less perilous. Otherwise, he might reconsider returning. The recent sprinting and combat had drained much of his magical energy, and his stamina was nearly depleted, as was the eagle's. Both Du Yu and the eagle required time to recuperate, thus he refrained from pressing onward. Noticing the arrow within his orb had shifted once more, Du Yu realized its purpose. It was meant to guide him in locating the cursed raven to create a dark companion. He recalled a passage from his notes that seemed to describe this very orb. Originally, a magical array was necessary to fuse the corpse with the dark element stone, thereby forming a dark pet. However, the notes lacked any record of the magical array, only referencing the orb. Thus, eliminating the cursed raven would likely facilitate the creation of his first dark pet. Manufacturing the initial skill to assist in the class transition was not uncommon, and Du had encountered similar instances before. He felt no trepidation regarding his ignorance of the magical array. Upon completing the transition, he would acquire all requisite knowledge. Even if that weren't the case, he could always utilize a substantial amount of white crystal coins for deduction purposes. Such coins had far-reaching utility beyond mere empowerment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a rested Du prepared to set forth once more. Let us endeavor to reach our destination by nightfall and search by daylight. Scouring a tomb at night is unnerving. This sentiment was directed both at the eagle and himself for encouragement. The task was perilous. Du had often been tempted to use white crystal coins to elevate his level. Thankfully, he had persevered. He recalled his instructor, Mr. Li, had warned against recklessly entering derived worlds due to their inherent dangers. If his level elevation were discovered, who knew what repercussions he might face from the academy? As a newcomer to this world, Du remained largely uninformed about many matters, so exercising caution was prudent, at least for the time being. Following the arrow's direction, Du continued his journey. Strangely, upon exiting the cave, the glowing orb's radiance diminished once more. Even as night fell, it showed no inclination to shine again. This phenomenon likely had something to do with the cave itself. Although Du did not fully comprehend the reason, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. As he pressed forward, the encampments of goblins in the goblin forest had significantly thinned, most having returned to their tribes. He only needed to navigate around these gathering sites. However, Du was taken aback when he encountered a blockade he could not bypass. Ahead lay a small goblin encampment, housing no fewer than 100 goblins, situated in a gorge. Yet, the arrow continued to guide him forward. Without delving into the location of this gathering place, it is evident that even if one were to charge forward, they would not stand a chance against them. Frustratingly, Xiaozi has not fully recovered, and carrying me while flying would be too taxing. Du surveyed the surroundings, seeking alternative paths, but both sides were flanked by steep cliffs, making it impossible to approach without being detected. Unless, Du's gaze turned towards the dream butterfly. You have not contributed at all during our journey. It is now your time to exert some effort. Du spoke softly to the dream butterfly. The dream butterfly, being merely an insect, did not voice any objections and gently departed from Du's shoulder, gliding forward. Indeed, Du intended to rely on the power of the dream butterfly. If this fails, they would have to wait until Xiaozi fully recuperates to carry them across. This is not the derivative world governed by rules. That world is quite unique, allowing Xiaozi to soar thousands of meters into the sky. In the normal world, however, Xiaozi lacks such abilities. The dream butterfly ascended above the tribe, scattering an invisible powder, dream dust. In a single breath, the dream butterfly released all its dream dust, which would remain effective for quite some time. Under the influence of the dream dust, the goblin's gazes gradually turned vacant. Xiaozi, go and see if they can perceive you, Du instructed. Xiaozi, with a hint of melancholy, flew forward and landed, even circling before the goblins, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Well done, let us proceed. Du clenched his fist and dashed across the edge of the cliff. The goblins, still in a daze, entirely failed to notice something passing by their tribe. You have accomplished a great feat, Du praised generously. With this maneuver, a significant amount of time was saved. Chapter 41. Goblin Cemetery. Having traversed the obstructive goblin tribe, Du continued forward, following the arrow until he finally reached the entrance of his destination in the late hours of the night. Ahead, he discovered numerous tribes encamped in the vicinity. Although not overtly hostile, this place likely held significant importance to the nearby goblins. In the distance, a dark and somewhat chilling atmosphere loomed. The dream butterfly, having used its dream dust, was now rendered ineffective, and Du had long since put it away. However, throughout their journey, Xiaozi's condition had improved. Not far ahead, Xiaozi, let us go, Du instructed as he climbed atop the back of the golden eagle. Xiaozi flapped her wings, stealthily flying over the goblin tribe under the cover of night, and once again, the goblins remained oblivious. Continuing forward, they approached the goblin cemetery. Though this place was not as you had imagined. Rather than a cemetery, it resembled a mass grave. Goblins, by nature, do not construct graves, and typically consume their kin upon death. Throughout the journey, you had witnessed numerous elderly goblins arriving at this site, collapsing within the cemetery. From his observations, you speculated that elderly goblins, sensing the end of their lives, would depart from their tribes towards the cemetery. If they were to perish on the way, they would undoubtedly become sustenance for other goblins. Only those who reached the cemetery could find their final resting place here. This was indeed a sanctuary for goblins, and young goblins would not tread here. Thus, despite the disarray, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil. However, within the cemetery, many goblin skeletons wandered about. And you preferred to avoid entering at this hour? Perhaps it would be best to rest here for the night and venture in tomorrow. It was said that the undead were averse to sunlight. Even if they were not afraid, visibility would certainly be improved. The darkness was unsettling. Having dealt with zombies previously was one thing, but with options available, you would not risk entering now. Moreover, he had yet to see where the cursed raven was hiding. Concealing themselves in a valley, you retrieved the orb of light left behind by the defeated iron-skinned zombie. Such a formidable foe surely left behind something of value. He wondered what might be contained within. Upon opening the orb, the first thing to appear was the familiar white crystal coin. You had grown somewhat indifferent to these coins. However, his eyes brightened upon noticing what followed. Equipment, indeed. It was equipment. After fighting for such an extended period, you had only obtained 2 pieces of equipment. One was the warrior's sword he currently wielded, and the other was a dagger acquired from a chest of relatively low level. Now, once again, he had found equipment, radiating a white glow. You had come to understand that equipment was categorized by levels. For instance, the lowest tier, which could be freely brought into the derivative world, bore no level. The next tier was pale white, followed by white. Beyond that, you had yet to encounter anything else. Wait, what is this, a chain? Upon realizing the nature of the equipment, you felt a sense of disappointment. This was not the hammer wielded by the iron-skinned zombie, but rather the type of chain that wrapped around it. The chances of equipment dropping were low, yet there were certain patterns. Typically, dropped items belonged to the creatures they were obtained from or were previously owned by them, as he had read in the library. Yet, he had not anticipated that a chain could also drop. Black iron chain, hardness 7, a sturdy and heavy chain, white. This was the chain's attribute, and it appeared unusable for himself. He wondered if anyone else could make use of it. After all, this chain was not solely for offense or defense. It could serve other purposes as well. With no other option, he decided to stow it away for the time being, as it was rather burdensome. You had already collected quite a bit along his journey. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to conceal the chain in this location, intending to retrieve it after completing his quest. Carrying such a heavy object would significantly hinder his mobility. Releasing the dream butterfly, although now ineffective, could still serve as a precaution. You found a spot, laid down some dry grass, and prepared to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, it marked the 4th day since his arrival in this world. He wondered what he might summon today. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a sense of excitement akin to drawing cards. The familiar magic circle appeared, and the summoning commenced. A burst of light erupted and gradually faded. What is this? Could it be a result of the surrounding darkness? You gazed at the summoned creature with a mix of intrigue and disbelief. This time, it was entirely different from ordinary animals. Ordinary zombie, slow-moving, immensely strong. Skill, plague toxin. Before him stood a zombie slightly taller than himself. But you knew this zombie would not pose a threat. Despite its imposing size, the plague toxin skill was indeed promising. You led the zombie forward, venturing deeper into the goblin cemetery. The pointer on the orb had disappeared, indicating that he had reached his destination, confirming that the cursed raven must be nearby. Let us confront that skeleton, you directed, pointing at a nearby skeleton. The zombie lumbered over, and upon noticing the zombie, the skeleton dashed forward with remarkable speed. In contrast to the zombie's sluggish pace, the skeleton moved as swiftly as the wind. However, both were undead beings, unafraid of death and oblivious to adaptation. The skeleton swung a bone club, striking towards the zombie's head. With a mere jolt, the zombie's head swayed slightly, sustaining no significant injury. Simultaneously, the zombie raised its hefty wooden club and struck downwards. Had it been a skeleton under human control, it would undoubtedly have evaded the zombie's assault. However, the skeleton before us was autonomous, utterly oblivious to the need for evasion. Consequently, the club descended, shattering half of the skeleton's form. The zombie advanced and delivered another blow. completely obliterating the now defenseless skull of the skeleton. At that moment, a faint wisp of flame was drawn into the zombie's mouth. Unexpectedly, the zombie was capable of absorbing the soul's fire, a revelation that left Du Yu in awe. The minor injuries it had sustained rapidly vanished. Du Yu sensed a surge in the zombie's aura, but just as it rose, the aura suddenly plummeted back to normal. Alas, it is my skills that hinder you. Du Yu realized. As the zombie was a product of his abilities, it was naturally bound by their constraints. Although its recovery speed was accelerated and it remained under his control, the potential for the undead to augment their power was suppressed. Regrettably, his skill remained a level 1 constant, meaning the zombie's summoned strength would forever remain static. With no other options, Du Yu continued onward with the zombie, but this time, he wielded his long sword, prepared for any encounter. In the air, Xiaozi occasionally swooped down to assault skeletons, serving as his eyes to locate the cursed crows. While honing his swordsmanship, Du Yu also cast magic projectiles to refine his aim, knowing the cost was minimal and he would soon recover. Simultaneously, he endeavored to direct his zombie to target the goblin skeleton's heads rather than indiscriminately attacking. The zombie's stature mirrored that of a human, and thus its blows could easily rain down upon the comparatively smaller goblin skeletons. A single strike to the head could ensure a swift kill. Yet, the zombie consistently opted to strike the bodies first, requiring a second blow to finish the foe. Du Yu sought to alter this behavior, carefully guiding the zombie. Initially, the zombie struggled to comprehend his intentions, leading to chaotic movements that failed to meet his expectations. However, after over 2 hours of practice, Du Yu gradually adapted to this control, and the zombie began to understand how to execute its attacks more accurately. Although this achievement was modest, it signified progress for a mindless creature. Each headshot saved precious time. Have we located the cursed crows? That direction, then. Xiaozi conveyed the information, and a smile crept upon Du Yu's face as he directed the zombie toward their target. As they advanced, the instances of encountering cursed crows multiplied, leading Du Yu to suspect that more than one might be present in this area, thus increasing the likelihood of completing his task. However, slaying skeletons here yielded minimal rewards. While the initial bounty of white crystal coins was decent, it paled in comparison to the riches amassed during his earlier encounters with goblins. As the slaughter continued, the rewards dwindled. Du Yu began to comprehend that the more one exterminated a particular type of creature, the lesser the eventual gains. He lamented his lack of reading and knowledge. Accompanied by the sluggish zombie, Du Yu journeyed until dusk, finally laying eyes upon a cursed crow. The creature was entirely black, with massive wings and piercing red eyes, its claws seemingly ensnared by crimson light, enveloped in a shroud of ominous mist, exuding an aura of malevolence. Its cry was even more grating than that of a typical crow, though it seldom vocalized. Du Yu stealthily approached a resting cursed crow perched upon a tree. Suddenly, he launched a magic projectile, which struck the crow with great speed. The creature had no opportunity to evade. With a resounding thud, the cursed crow was sent soaring into the sky, flapping its wings in a desperate struggle to regain its balance. The cursed crow, born of evil, mysterious, and uncanny, was inherently imbued with a lethal curse. Its level was marked as 1, yet its ability to withstand Du Yu's magic without sustaining severe injury indicated a remarkable magical resistance. Abruptly, a ring of red light radiated from the cursed crow, spreading swiftly and rendering Du Yu unable to evade. He felt a peculiar force sweep across his body, yet nothing transpired. The cursed crow had unleashed its curse aura, triggering the dispersion of curses. Du Yu glanced at his status panel, recognizing the activation of the cursed crow's skill, but the meaning of dispersion of curses eluded him. Soon, he realized that as he attempted to focus on targeting the cursed crow with a magic projectile, his attention inexplicably waned. A magic shot was released, only for him to discover it had gone awry. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to concentrate, and his second projectile finally found its mark, though it bore no significant effect. Is it a curse of distraction? Du Yu mused, as he felt his focus slip once more, coinciding with the cursed crow's counterattack. Dark feathers coalesced above, cascading towards him. Due to his diverted attention, he failed to evade the assault and was struck. The feathers pierced his skin, eliciting waves of pain. A cursed bird. While the attack wasn't particularly powerful, its wide area made it challenging to dodge. Fortunately, the assault was manageable, and Du Yu withstood it. However, given the crow's aerial agility and high magical resistance, defeating it through his own means seemed futile. But he was no ordinary individual. Xiaozi was already on high alert. Upon receiving his command, the purple lightning eagle transformed into a streak of violet light and swiftly ensnared the cursed crow. At the moment of attack, Du Yu noticed Xiaozi hesitated, undoubtedly due to the curse of distraction. Nonetheless, the purple lightning eagle's speed was unmatched, and the cursed crow could not escape. The captured crow struggled momentarily before emitting a wretched cry. The immense current combined with razor-sharp talons tore the crow asunder. Diyu pondered whether it could still be utilized. He felt his mental clarity return. Class transition task. Eliminate the cursed crow. Shall I lock onto the target before me? As Diyu prepared to confirm the lock, Xiaozi suddenly shook her head. Did that imply there were even more formidable foes among these crows? The meaning was unclear to Diyu, but Xiaozi affirmed with a nod. Chapter 43. Finding their leader. Given that there were stronger adversaries, it would be wise to forego this one. The dark shapeshifter's abilities rely on dark essence stones and suitable corpses, but the strength of the corpse in life carries its own prerequisites. Firstly, it must be slain by oneself, not through another's hand, nor can one employ weapons that vastly exceed one's own power. Otherwise, the essence would become tainted, diminishing the quality of the summoned creature. Secondly, the higher the quality of the utilized being, the greater the potential quality of the summon. Here, quality refers not merely to level, but to the innate attributes of the creature. For instance, a common crow differs vastly from a crow of royalty, even if the latter possesses a lower level. Since there were superior options, Diyu would not settle for anything less. This initial skill would fundamentally shape his future potential for growth. Despite the inferior quality of his skills, Diyu believed that he could still upgrade them in the future. However, he pondered why one should wait for later when it was possible to accomplish tasks in the present. Thus, he discarded the notion, continuing onward with Xiaozi, leaving the zombie behind. This zombie was undoubtedly the weakest creature he had summoned as a pet. While its combat power was decent, its sluggish speed hindered his progress. Even without the zombie, Diyu could dispatch enemies with relative ease, and his speed would only improve significantly. Moreover, the zombie was an undead creature, surrounded by enemies that were also skeletons. The plague toxins had no effect on the undead, and the zombie itself could not attack from a distance, posing no threat to the cursed crows. In previous battles, the zombie merely flailed about aimlessly beside him, providing no assistance whatsoever. Hence, Diyu decided to abandon it, as it could not keep pace with him and would be left to fend for itself. Indeed, he did not retrieve the zombie, but rather left it behind. Given the zombie's capabilities, as long as it was not overwhelmed by a horde of skeletons, it would likely be safe. After all, a disposable pet's fate was of no concern to him. Letting go of the zombie indeed allowed him to move much more swiftly. In this place, Diyu continually encountered cursed crows, their numbers growing and their speed increasing. Most were ordinary, with only a few instances of encountering leaders. But Xiaozi informed him that stronger foes awaited, so Diyu refrained from engaging. Interestingly, the cursed crows did not attack unless provoked. Perhaps they did not recognize humans or had other reasons for their restraint. Eventually, Diyu came to understand that the presence of goblins in the area perhaps led the crows to perceive him as one of them. Animals often exhibit poor observational skills. If a creature walks upright, they assume it is akin to themselves, possibly having never encountered a human before. When older goblins perished, a swarm of cursed crows would descend upon them, slowly devouring their remains. The dark aura emanating from the corpses would infect them, and the tainted goblin remains would absorb the surrounding death energy, explaining the genesis of the goblin skeletons in this area. After all, not every burial ground gives rise to skeletons or zombies. Hence, as long as Diyu remained standing, the cursed crows would not actively attack him, serving as a means of conserving energy. Squinting slightly, Diyu boldly continued his search. As dusk fell, he suddenly heard a most unpleasant sound from a distance. Yet, upon its emergence, the surrounding cursed crows lowered their heads. Is that it? I see, Diyu thought, pinpointing the source. However, night had fallen, complicating any potential confrontation. The black crows against the darkened sky were difficult to locate and even more challenging to combat. Furthermore, Diyu noticed an apparent increase in skeletons in the area after sunset. It seemed that during the day, some skeletons would hide in shadowy spots or bury themselves in the ground, only to emerge at night. While individually they posed little threat, a large number could become troublesome. Reluctantly, Diyu marked the location and temporarily departed with Xiaozi. Upon returning to the outskirts, he cleared a clean area and finally took a moment to rest. By dawn, it marked the 5th day since entering this world. He resolved to complete this phase today and fully become a professional. Motivating himself, Diyu commenced his summoning ritual. As the glow of the magic circle faded, a look of realization crossed his face. I knew it. Summoning is indeed influenced by the environment. Before him stood a ragged zombie dog. Zombie dog, a canine undead infected by the breath of death, swift and imbued with plague toxins. The description was succinct, yet its speed far surpassed that of the previous zombie, allowing it to keep pace without hindrance. During their journey, Du engaged in practical training with the zombie dog. Although its attack power was slightly weaker than the zombies, it was far more intelligent. It quickly grasped attack techniques, effortlessly jumping to strike the heads of shorter goblin zombies. While the zombie dog's attack power was not as formidable as that of the zombie, it could still dispatch the equally unimpressive skeletons with ease. Sustaining injuries was a minor setback, but the absorption of soul fire allowed for swift recovery. After all, this soul fire could not enhance the zombie dog's level or strength, but it served well as a restorative resource. Du decided to keep the zombie dog, thereby increasing his pace. In less than a day, he returned to the location he had marked the previous day. With Xiao Zi's assistance, he quickly identified his target. It was there, yet to his surprise, it was accompanied by guards. This posed a challenge. Wait, why had the guards flown away? Du observed that his target had inexplicably strayed from its protectors. The focus of his attention was the Cursed Crow King. Its description identical to that of the Cursed Crows, save for its elevated level of 3, suggesting it would be formidable. Cautiously circling the area, he detected no other crows nearby, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This was an opportune moment. He must act swiftly to prevent it from regrouping with the others. With a command, Xiao Zi transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the target. The attacked Cursed Crow was too slow to react. The purple lightning golden eagle effortlessly tore through the black mist enveloping it, leaving a deep gash. However, in the next instant, a red halo radiated outward. The Cursed Crow King unleashed its cursed aura, casting a weakening curse. So this is the weakening curse? Du mused, recalling the sensation of utter fatigue he had previously experienced from a dark goblin's attack. Fortunately, he was at a considerable distance from the Cursed Crow King, allowing him to test the range of the curse. Xiao Zi, being a combat type, was not at a disadvantage despite the weakening influence, maintaining superiority over the Cursed Crow. However, this made it apparent that defeating the Cursed Crow would not be an easy feat with a command. The zombie dog cautiously approached, probing forward. The cursed aura extended 130 meters, a frustrating distance for Du, as neither his magic projectiles nor arrows could reach the target. Gritting his teeth, he armed himself with a bow and ran forward. Indeed, he now wielded a bow, having scavenged arrows from fallen goblins. Well aware that his magic projectiles were ineffective against the Cursed Crows, as he entered the cursed aura's range, Du felt a wave of weakness wash over him, but pressed on beneath the Cursed Crow. At that moment, another halo emanated from the Cursed Crow King, dispelling the weakness and replacing it with a distracting sensation. What a nuisance, another dispersing curse. Du fumed, biting his tongue sharply. The pain and metallic taste of blood jolted him back to a semblance of normalcy. While he was no longer weakened, he could still harness his strength. Seizing the fleeting moment of clarity, Du swiftly drew back his bowstring and, while Xiao Zi attacked, released 3 arrows skyward. Unfortunately, due to the dispersing curse, 2 of the arrows veered off course. However, another arrow struck the body of the Cursed Crow. The Cursed Crow is a creature of the auxiliary type, possessing formidable curse abilities and strong magical resistance, yet its physical defense is considerably weaker. Despite being a level 3 entity, it was pierced in the abdomen by an arrow. Overwhelmed by injuries, the Cursed Crow could no longer endure. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zi approached and firmly grasped the Cursed Crow King's head, twisting it violently and delivering a decisive rotation. The Cursed Crow King, with its neck broken, fell silently to the ground without a scream. Yet, the curse upon Du did not dissipate, indicating the Cursed Crow King was still alive. Consequently, Du discarded his bow and arrow, unhesitatingly charging forward to draw the sword of the warrior, plunging it into the Cursed Crow King's body. The Cursed Crow King only struggled briefly before the red glow enveloping it faded away. Mission: eliminate the Cursed Crow completed. The target was still the same as previously indicated. Yet the objective had changed. Among the crows here, none possessed a quality surpassing that of the one before him. Without hesitation, Du chose to lock onto the target. In the next moment, a sphere in his hand flew forth, absorbing the Cursed Crow King's corpse within. The sphere shattered, and a unique magical array unfolded, expanding in the air with a radius of 2 meters. A mysterious power emanated outward. Du intuitively retrieved a dark element stone, tossing it forward. The stone transformed into a cloud of black smoke, continuously releasing vast amounts of pure dark energy, which was absorbed by the magical array, gradually merging with the Cursed Crow King's corpse and undergoing refinement, altering its nature. Soon, dark clouds appeared in the sky, obscuring the surroundings. Du, bewildered by the sudden darkness at midday, realized the density of dark elements within the clouds. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as a bony claw emerged from the ground, followed by a skeleton crawling out, a phenomenon typically encountered at night. Not just one, but numerous hidden skeletons began to rise around him. Their target, was it just him? Panic-stricken, Du shouted and summoned his zombie dog, sprinting away. Midway, Xiao Zi descended, and Du leaped onto her back, fleeing. Chapter 45. You all keep fighting now on Xiao Zi's back. Du finally had a chance to observe the unfolding events below. Numerous skeletons were emerging, pursuing him relentlessly. In the rear, the cursed crows took to the sky as well. Had they all gone mad? He had merely slain a cursed crow king. While it was understandable for the cursed crows to chase him, why were the skeletons joining in? To his astonishment, every skeleton within the graveyard seemed to be pursuing him. Temporary mission, pursuit. Because you disrupted the slumbering souls in the graveyard while performing the dark-shaping ritual, all beings within the cemetery have launched a manhunt against you. Time for pursuit, 1 hour. What was this? Was he to seek another location for shaping? There was no time for such considerations. He needed to run. He recalled a place where he could divert the blame. An idea sparked into U.S. mind. His Thunderbolt Golden Eagle could not fly for long. Given it was only level 1, but it could still escape the graveyard. If they sought to pursue him, so be it. He remembered the large tribes outside. Let these pursuers entertain themselves there. Du flew towards the direction he had come from, spotting a large goblin tribe below. Among them, he noticed a level 6 goblin. Taller than himself. A goblin of such stature was not to be trifled with. This goblin spotted him and let out a furious roar. No use in that. What could it do from afar? It should deal with its ancestors instead, Du retorted without hesitation. He was uncertain whether the goblin could comprehend his words. Goblins had their own language, simple and rudimentary, lacking the complexity of a complete linguistic system. Even his Panel S translation feature failed to interpret their tongue. Shortly after Du flew past, the cursed crows arrived, accompanied by a multitude of skeletons from the periphery. The goblin, now preoccupied, had no time to chase him. The cursed crows flew low, prompting the goblin archers to attack them. As the cursed crows were assaulted, they abandoned their pursuit of Du and retaliated against the attacking goblins. Rings of curses unfurled, and the cursed crows began to unleash their power. Initially stronger than the skeletons, the goblins found their capabilities diminished under the curses, rendering them comparable to the undead. They could only rely on their skill and weaponry to hold their ground. However, the sheer number of goblin skeletons quickly engulfed even other nearby goblin tribes. Du exhaled in relief as he landed on a hillside behind the large tribe. Observing the goblins rushing back to their encampment, he felt reassured. It seemed possible for them to withstand the onslaught for an hour. You all keep fighting. I'll take a moment to rest, he thought silently, finally having the opportunity to organize the knowledge that had flooded his mind. In the instant his class transfer was completed, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge essential for a dark shaping master. Including the magic array used for fusion and methods for locating dark element stones, everything was at his disposal. Typically, mastering such an extensive array of knowledge would require years of dedicated study. Yet, it had all been crammed into his mind at once, leaving him overwhelmed. Without the protective mechanism of a law-formed body, anyone else subjected to such a transmission might have suffered a mental breakdown. 20 full minutes later, Du opened his eyes, having absorbed the knowledge imparted to him. Whether he could wield it effectively depended solely on his own abilities. The powers of awakened beings are acquired rapidly. Although they lack certain elements, their experience remains insufficiently solid. Nonetheless, awakened individuals do not take detours or leave behind hidden dangers, an advantage absent among the natives. Curiosity piqued. Du examined his status panel. Name, Du level, awakened level 1 status, exhausted magic, 80 occupation, dark shaper, talent, enhances the strength of shaped creatures by 20, skills, summon purple lightning golden eagle, level 1. 10 stars, Curse Crow King, level 1, 8 stars, profession, magic type skills, none companion, none basic skills, basic swordsmanship level 7, basic meditation level 10, maxed. Basic archery level 3 universal skills, magic bolt, level 1 constant. Random summon, level 1 constant. Equipment, warrior longsword, sharpness 6, white. Items, goblin statue, 3-3. With the completion of his class change, Du's panel underwent a significant transformation. His previous summoning class had now evolved into a dark shaper, a hidden profession far removed from those commonly encountered. The strength of hidden classes largely depends on individual performance, a fact that cannot be disputed. However, the panel's simplicity was disconcerting. The status was simply described as exhausted, and magic was represented as a mere percentage. Who designed this panel? Could it not be more quantifiable? Du's dissatisfaction soared to new heights. Regardless of how unrealistic the numbers seemed, they would serve as a more convenient measure of strength and condition. Yet, he had no means to alter the panel's presentation and was resigned to adapt. As for the talent associated with his profession, he had not heard of it before. Nevertheless, it was a blessing, augmenting the strength of dark-shaped creatures by a significant 20. While it did not enhance the purple lightning golden eagle, it would greatly benefit the creatures he would create in the future. With both skill slots at level 1 occupied, Du felt no regret, yet he couldn't help but critique the panel's rudimentary nature. Next came the transition to a magical profession. He pondered which to select. Finding hidden quests proved exceedingly challenging, and if that proved fruitless, he would explore mainstream professions, perhaps uncovering something suitable. After this experience, Du understood that locating a hidden special class was no easy feat, and the uncertainty of a successful transition weighed heavily on him. His desire to attain 2 hidden professions had waned considerably. As Du studied his knowledge and panel, he observed the ongoing battle. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on his panel. Temporary task, assassination, completed, reward, 1 white treasure chest. Surprised by the swift completion, Du glanced back, realizing the fight was far from over. The issue at hand was no longer his own survival, but rather an ethical dilemma between the combatants and their ancestors. He gazed speechlessly at the battlefield, where the conflict raged on. Having already discerned the cause, Du looked toward the rear. The pursuing skeletons gradually lost interest in their chase, as they acted autonomously without guidance. Soon, they dispersed, returning to their designated places. In the air, some of the cursed crows began to withdraw from the battlefield as well. Without the support of the cursed crow's aura, the skeletons faltered against the goblins. The goblins, long repressed, roared and immediately launched a counterattack upon realizing their adversaries were weakening. Countless goblins perished in this fierce battle, their bodies littering the ground, but the skeletons met an even grimmer fate, as the area surrounding the goblin tribe became strewn with bones. What could one say about such a situation? Du shook his head. It was better for the instigator to remain inconspicuous. Once the skeletons had completely retreated, Du observed that this large goblin tribe had lost at least 1/3 of its population. The fate of the other, weaker goblin tribes would likely be even worse. Waiting for the scene to settle, Du opened the treasure chest he had acquired. The chest did not materialize from thin air. It appeared directly on his panel. He could not be bothered to extract it physically and opted to open it directly. A temporary task. He wondered what it might contain. Light flickered, and a smile crept upon Du's face as he beheld the scroll in his hand. A one-time item. He had not anticipated such good fortune. Goblin Summoning Scroll. Summons 10 level 2 elite goblins. Calculating the combat potential of 10 level 2 elite goblins, Du realized that even a direct confrontation would be challenging. These were no ordinary goblins. Their quality rivaled that of the guards accompanying the leaders he had previously defeated. Each elite goblin possessed the strength of several ordinary goblins. And since they were level 2, their exact power remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he had acquired an additional trump card. Even if it could not be used for combat, it could serve as a means of escape or a barrier against foes. With this thought, Du stowed the scroll and mounted his companion, Xiaozi. Let us go and see if there are any tribes we can confront. Soon, Xiaozi soared above the large tribe. Forget that, let us explore elsewhere. Du noticed a level 6 goblin roaring angrily at him. It was not an opponent he could contend with. And what of the remaining goblins within the tribe? Would he charge in and seek his own demise? None of the goblin tribes in the vicinity were weak. Fortunately, these creatures were not particularly bright and had not realized that the skeletons had emerged due to his influence. Otherwise, if they pursued him, Du had little confidence in his ability to escape. After searching the surroundings, Du ultimately discovered a small goblin tribe on the brink of destruction. At that moment, only an injured leader remained, a level 3 goblin warrior wielding a large knife. However, his arm was severely hurt, forcing him to rely on his left hand to grip the blade. It was evident that this goblin was unaccustomed to the situation, and his strength was severely diminished. Within the tribe, fewer than 20 goblins remained. Compared to the larger tribes surrounding them, they were at a significant disadvantage. It was unclear what had befallen this tribe. Either they had fewer members or the others had simply not returned. Given the circumstances, one would expect a retreat. Du regarded these creatures' intellect with disdain, but this was advantageous, as it afforded him the opportunity to annihilate yet another tribe. With this in mind, Du instructed Xiaozi to place him beside the tribe. Then, as Xiaozi ascended once more, Du charged forward. His restored magic and stamina perfectly suited for battle. The unfortunate goblin leader, caught off guard, had no inkling that an ambush awaited him. A magic bolt followed by an arrow struck the already injured goblin leader, inflicting further harm. The leader cried out in strange tones, rallying the remaining goblins to fight. The surrounding goblins, desperate, rushed to join the fray. With a wave of his hand, Du summoned a zombie dog. The creature appeared in close proximity to the leader, sinking its teeth into him instantaneously. A green aura enveloped the leader, weighing down his movements and slowing his speed considerably. Curse it, I forgot. This creature carries a plague toxin. Do you realize, having only dealt with skeletons and momentarily overlooked this capability? It dawned on him that his zombie dog was not devoid of skills. It simply had not manifested them due to its previous encounters. Excellent. Let the toxin be unleashed upon all the goblins. Initially, you regarded the zombie dogs merely as cannon fodder, intended to distract the leader. However, the dynamics of the battle swiftly shifted. The zombie dogs adeptly evaded the leader's attacks, racing towards the other goblins. With remarkable speed, the zombie dogs managed to poison several goblins before they could reach Duyu. Most of those yet untouched were either eliminated by Xiao Zi or dispatched by Duyu using magic projectiles and the bow he had just acquired. The already dwindling goblin numbers fell even more rapidly. Within minutes, without even summoning the cursed raven, Duyu had reduced the goblin tribe to a solitary leader. Under the effects of poison, the leader could not withstand even 2 minutes in Duyu's grasp. With a fierce cry, Xiao Zi's claws pierced through the goblin leader's skull, marking the obliteration of a second tribe at Duyu's hands. Was it possible that there were no hidden quests associated with the destruction of a tribe? Duyu glanced at his interface, only to discover that no hidden quest had appeared. He had hoped for another reward, alas, without a special compartment. At least he had acquired some light orbs. He decided to open the orbs, as the battle had not been particularly taxing. Indeed, it had been akin to taking advantage of a fire. Perhaps it was this opportunistic approach that precluded the emergence of a hidden quest. It seemed that next time, a more direct confrontation would be prudent. As he opened the light orbs, he found an abundance of white crystal coins, alongside a large goblin sword. Goblin greatsword, sharpness 2. A common goblin weapon, light white. It was indeed an improvement over the dagger, though still of little use. Duyu mused that his warrior's longsword remained superior. The drop rate for such equipment was exceedingly low. He decided to store it away for the time being. However, as he organized the white crystal coins, he suddenly perceived something amiss within his backpack. What happened to my white crystal coins? Why are there so few? It dawned on him that he had been so preoccupied with fleeing and processing the knowledge he had just acquired that he had neglected to check his bag. After battling the goblins without further inspection, he finally recognized the discrepancy. With caution, he examined the records on his interface and uncovered the cause of his diminished coins. Why had no one informed him of such an occurrence? He discovered that during his dark shaping to manifest the cursed Raven King, he had inadvertently burned through more than 100 white crystal coins. The coins had served as energy, enabling him to successfully create the Raven King in a short span of time. Otherwise, it would have taken infinitely longer, and the quality might have suffered. He resolved to ensure he possessed a sufficient quantity of white crystal coins before attempting to create any new summons in the future. But that's a concern for another day, he thought, as he had yet to determine where to locate dark essence stones, which were not easily found. He needed to seek out more mineral deposits in the future. Having vanquished a tribe, Duyu was able to return directly to the goblin graveyard. This time, he was not seeking trouble with the goblin skeletons. Rather, he intended to retrieve the chains he had previously left behind. Due to their weight, they had hindered his combat effectiveness, so he had concealed them in that location. However, being a piece of white-grade equipment, he could not simply discard them. Thus, Duyu returned to that secluded valley, extracted the chains, and wrapped them around himself. This is quite heavy, he lamented, yet there was no alternative. As dusk approached, Duyu and Xiao Zi departed the goblin graveyard in search of a safe resting place. Feeling particularly fatigued, upon awakening, he realized it was already the 6th day. The goblin tribe had lost much of its significance for them, and Duyu mused aloud. Let's venture beyond this forest. Xiao Zi could only respond with gestures, as it lacked the ability to speak. Thus, they decided to journey northward. Due to the weight of the chains, Duyu could not ride Xiao Zi, so he resorted to walking. Fortunately, his pace was still swift, allowing them to navigate around goblin tribes and eliminate any encountered squats. The spoils of their journey were satisfactory. Over the next 2 days, Duyu spent most of his time on the road, reflecting on his actions since arriving in this world. He often deemed himself too reckless. Had he exercised a bit more caution initially, he might have evaded some dangers. While he recognized his adventurous spirit, he felt a tinge of apprehension upon introspection. I was indeed impulsive, but without that impulsiveness, I could not have accomplished my class transition. Duyu felt a sense of satisfaction with his new identity as a dark shaper. The strength of this class was evident, as he could summon creatures of high caliber. The only drawback was the scarcity of dark essence stones. However, that was a matter for another time. As for his second class, Duyu had yet to make a decision. He would need to conduct thorough research upon returning home. He lacked confidence in attempting another independent job selection. Discovering clues for a hidden class had already been a stroke of luck. Most hidden classes were controlled by families or organizations, not truly rare, but simply less common. Only those he uncovered independently were genuinely rare. He pondered the population of dark shapers. If many existed, competition for dark essence stones would be fierce. Though concern lingered, it served little purpose now that he had successfully transitioned. 2 days passed swiftly, and Diyu noted the diminishing presence of goblin tribes around him, affirming he was on the right path. The surrounding wildlife was becoming increasingly abundant. Yet, despite the passage of 2 days, he had not exited the forest. It merely appeared less dense. If I had just half a day more, I surely could have left the goblin forest and explored the outside world. Now, it seems I must return, Diyu sighed. He opened his interface and selected to submit the task of goblin extermination. This was a main quest, offering no rewards. Upon submission, Diyu transformed into a flurry of light and vanished instantly. Simultaneously, Xiaozi returned automatically to Diyu's summoning space, no longer appearing at his side. As the light flickered, the scenery around Diyu shifted back to his home, to the familiar setting. However, something felt amiss. Wait, the light seems off, he realized. When he left, it had been midnight, so the outside should have been enveloped in darkness. Why was it now brightening? He turned to his previously set alarm clock. This doesn't add up. How could the time be so misaligned? Wasn't the passage of time in the derivative world 1 minute corresponding to 1 day? I was gone for 7 days. That should equate to 7 minutes, not 7 hours. Diyu stared incredulously at the clock, realizing he had been absent for a staggering 7 hours. This contradicted everything he understood. I need to investigate this further, he resolved. My wristwatch. It connects to the magic network and can provide any information I am qualified to access. Recalling his wristwatch, and now that he had an ample supply of white crystal coins, Diyu retrieved one and placed it into the device. Thus, for the first time, the watch's program activated. Chapter 48. Connecting to the Magic Network. Welcome to the 6th generation wristwatch from the Magic Network Company. Would you like to enter the ownership recognition program? This time, it was not a panel but a direct vocal prompt. Diyu responded promptly, yes. The recognition program was activated, commencing a full-body scan, which was recorded successfully. Next, the palm print was scanned, followed by the iris, both of which were also recorded successfully. A DNA verification was conducted, and the results were noted. Diyu felt a slight pinch in his wrist. It turned out there was a blood extraction needle embedded in the watch. This device not only analyzed but also documented genetic information, a remarkable feat of advanced technology. While the overall technological prowess in this world might not surpass that of Earth in Diyu's previous life, the black technology here was significantly superior. Much of this advanced technology had been directly acquired from other worlds. Though Earth could manufacture such devices and understood the underlying principles, a substantial gap existed due to the lack of accumulated development. Should any upheaval occur on Earth, it was highly probable that its inhabitants would be incapable of recreating these technologies. However, Earth's progress was not primarily driven by technology, but by traversing worlds. This wristwatch was likely a piece of black technology from one of those worlds, refined and adapted for use on Earth. Greetings, esteemed owner. Welcome to the 6th generation wristwatch. Would you like to connect to the Magic Network? The Magic Network is the largest global network and the most comprehensive resource distribution center. Diyu consented without hesitation, and the connection to the Magic Network commenced. It was said that this network could extend across the entire globe, leaving no corner untouched, whether above ground or below. On land or sea, as long as one was on Earth, they could connect to the Magic Network. Whether this was true or not was irrelevant to Diyu, who promptly began to explore. Please specify the type of knowledge you require. Can't you tell? Diyu replied with a hint of annoyance, rolling his eyes. Please select the knowledge you need. The wristwatch will search the Magic Network automatically. Oh. Diyu finally understood that the intelligence of this wristwatch could merely be deemed as auxiliary and was far from being a high-level artificial intelligence. What kind of black technology was this? It deserved a poor review for lacking advanced intelligence. Advanced intelligence is exceedingly hazardous. Once it spirals out of control, it poses significant risks. Therefore, high-level intelligences are prohibited from existing on the network. Just then, the wristwatch's spirit unexpectedly interjected. It seemed that the limitations were intentional rather than beyond capability. Regardless, such matters were not for Diyu to contemplate. As long as it was functional, that was sufficient. He muttered to himself, preparing to initiate his inquiry. However, before he could proceed, he was first presented with the fundamental rules of the Magic Network and its associated legalities. One should not assume that the world had become devoid of laws merely because it had transformed into a realm of traversal. In fact, the laws had become even more stringent. The phrase harsh measures in chaotic times aptly described such tumultuous circumstances, with awakeners often clashing in other worlds over interests. Conflicts were abundant, and they wielded immense power. In such scenarios, the real world necessitated robust measures to maintain stability. If these awakeners were permitted to unleash their abilities, humanity's demise would likely ensue. Therefore, it was prudent to ascertain the legality of actions beforehand. Similarly, the usage of the magic network was governed by laws jointly established by various alliances. Violation of these laws would inevitably attract the attention of law enforcement, which in this world was not complacent. One could hardly dream of becoming a police officer without considerable strength. Patiently, do you committed all legal provisions and usage rules to memory before finally entering the magic network? All right. The first inquiry: what is the time ratio between the derivative world and the real world? Do you directly pose the question to the wristwatch spirit, confident that it would provide the answer? 1 minute in the real world equates to 1 day in the derivative world. This ratio holds true across all derivative worlds. Then what is my situation, where 1 hour corresponds to 1 day? What does that imply? According to the system, the comparison between the outer domain world and the real world is 1 hour to 1 day, with exceptions where the time ratio may vary, with 1 hour to 1 day being the maximum ratio. Outer domain world? That term rings a bell. Please elucidate the situation regarding the outer domain world. Diyu narrowed his eyes, pondering whether he had not ventured into a derivative world, but rather into an outer domain world. Soon, an article appeared, detailing the distinctions between the outer domain world and the derivative world. Gradually, Diyu began to comprehend. The so-called derivative worlds are those incomplete realms that rely on the real world as their core. These worlds resemble storylines found in films. Once the narrative concludes, the world resets and begins anew, perpetually cycling. Initially, these worlds were derived from Earth, hence their designation as derivative worlds. However, some worlds were not derived but existed independently. These worlds, akin to Earth, lack fixed narratives and can be considered as progressing normally. Since these worlds are deemed to exist in reality, yet are not rooted in Earth, they are classified as outer domain worlds. Each outer domain world is exceedingly precious. Many fervently pursue clues leading to them. Gaining access to an outer domain world signifies a continuous influx of knowledge and resources. A well-utilized outer domain world can even sustain the growth of a formidable organization. Thus, it seems I have struck gold. Initially, I believed that using a white crystal coin as a basis and acquiring numerous white crystal coins and equipment was a stroke of luck. Little did I expect to encounter an outer domain world as well. Reflecting on the goblin statue, which provided 3 coordinates for entering the Yalan world, Diyu began to grasp the true value of this artifact. The significance of this world might elude many students, but Diyu was different. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, albeit as a minor player, he had broadened his perspective. Though he might not fully grasp the thoughts of the influential or the value of unique items, he had developed an understanding. As for the goblin statue, after some contemplation, Diyu ultimately decided to keep it. Selling it might yield considerable benefits, yet if he could develop its potential, the advantages would be even greater. However, he wondered if the Yalan world had already been discovered by others. Chapter 49. Resolving doubts. Having unraveled the mystery behind the disparity in time, Diyu felt a sense of relief. Not only had he not encountered issues during this venture, but he had also reaped benefits beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. He was thoroughly satisfied, deeming it unnecessary to expose these treasures for the time being. It would be wiser to stow them away securely. He placed the valuable items in his chest and carefully locked it. Despite having hidden them well, a lingering unease remained in Diyu's heart. He recognized this as a psychological discomfort stemming from an overnight windfall. After some time, this feeling would likely dissipate. It appears I must relocate swiftly. I cannot continue residing here. His home had always been a familiar sanctuary, but its security was evidently inadequate. Storing his possessions in the dormitory was equally unwise. Though the school was generally safe, what if something went awry? Especially after such significant gains, future ventures into different worlds would likely yield even more. Thus, securing a safer place to reside was essential. As an awakener, acquiring material possessions in the mundane world had become remarkably easier. Once unattainable luxury villas now seemed within reach for awakeners. What truly held value, however, were areas with special properties, often referred to as auspicious terrains. In these locales, Diyu currently possesses limited knowledge, yet he is acutely aware that they are beyond his reach. He is still beset by numerous uncertainties, and thus resolves to investigate further. As he contemplates this, he resumes his search on the magical network. This time, he notices that while the initial bounty of white crystal coins upon slaying goblins is substantial, the rewards diminish with each subsequent kill. What could be the reason for this? If there are any questions, he can simply inquire with the watch spirit, which proves to be far superior to Baidu. Before long, The Watch Spirit presents another article. These writings are esteemed research papers authored by renowned individuals, highlighting the world's stringent regard for copyright. However, Du has no desire to delve into the identities of the authors. He merely needs to ascertain that these are authoritative texts based on verified information. It appears as he suspected, with few discrepancies. Nonetheless, caution is warranted for the future. The detailed data within the article indicates that if one engages in mass extermination of a single species within a world, the rewards will progressively diminish with each kill until they vanish entirely. However, upon re-entering the world and targeting the same type of creature, the calculations will reset, rather than accumulate based on previous kills. This rule exists to prevent individuals from exploiting certain methods to farm creatures. Of course, this is merely DU's interpretation. After all, the world's stance on such farming behaviors remains ambiguous, as its laws differ fundamentally from human cognition. Yet, with such a fixed rule in place, vigilance is essential. In future encounters, he must vary the creatures he targets. However, the yield from undead creatures is exceedingly meager, at least in Du's estimation. Next, he seeks information regarding weapon and equipment levels. The scene before Du transforms, revealing a wealth of equipment data. Light white, and brilliant white denote the weapon ratings for Awakeners, corresponding to 3 distinct tiers, with level 10 classified as brilliant white, but differing in value. The sharpness and durability numbers reflect their respective levels rather than a mere numerical accumulation. Initially, Du believed that sharpness level 2 equated to sharpness level 11, yet it seems this is not the case. Sharpness level 2 indicates a sharpness degree of level 2, implying the overall weapon strength is also at level 2. This is not a simple additive measure, but rather a representation of tiers. Thus, his sharpness level 6 warrior's sword stands as the pinnacle among white weapons, boasting a sharpness of level 6, which explains its exceptional effectiveness. Regrettably, as a ranged combatant, he cannot fully harness the weapon's immense power. In fact, during his previous encounter with the iron-skinned zombie, his weapon sustained slight damage, revealing his inadequate performance. Nevertheless, his luck has been remarkably fortuitous, evoking a sense of irony and helplessness. Now, the focus shifts to the matter of talents. He requests the talent data to clarify his accumulated inquiries from this endeavor. To his astonishment, talents are not universally possessed. They may only manifest post-class change, contingent upon the individual. Statistics reveal that the higher one star rating, the better the conditions for completing the class change, thereby increasing the likelihood of talent emergence. Moreover, talents vary in strength. As Du peruses the displayed talents, he feels a sense of exasperation. Many of these talents seem to offer little utility, with some even proving counterproductive. He is left pondering how such talents came to be. Fortunately, his talent is notably advantageous, directly enhancing the combat prowess of his summoned creatures. A wave of relief washes over Du. Had his talent been as disappointing as the others, he would have been truly disheartened. The final query pertains to class change. He requires information regarding the mage class transition and promptly requests the relevant data. The volume of information regarding class changes is substantial, warranting thorough examination. In a state of heightened excitement, Du feels no fatigue. On the contrary, he is invigorated. Suddenly, he discovers that there are level requirements for class changes. Transitioning at a lower level yields greater potential, whereas changing at a higher level may result in diminished effectiveness and even a decrease in star rating. Du's eyes widen in surprise at this revelation. Initially, he had suppressed his level to avoid unwanted attention, fearing unforeseen complications. However, it seems that maintaining a lower level is not entirely without its advantages. Fortunately, he remains at level 1, having refrained from leveling up. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Irritation wells within him. His teacher forewarned him. Unbeknownst to Du, it is generally challenging to undertake class change tasks at level 1. Most level 1 transitions occur not through tasks, but via direct payment, resulting in subpar transition quality. To ensure a higher quality class change, he must commit to remaining at his current level. Du resolves to strive for excellence, for otherwise, his journey to this world would be in vain. Chapter 50. The Open Trading Market. Resolving his inquiries swiftly, Du silently peruses the upcoming class transition materials, particularly those pertaining to mage classes, which are of utmost importance. Each time he returns from a derived world or an outer domain, he carries with him the essence of other worlds' laws, which must be entirely eradicated before he can re-enter another realm. Failing to do so may result in conflicts with the new world's laws. Over the past 7 days, Du has accumulated a significant amount of this essence, requiring at least 1 to 2 days for complete restoration. Calculating the time, he deduces that he should be unaffected by the school's collective activity scheduled in 2 days. However, during this period, he will have no opportunity for further excursions. At last, he comprehends the situation. In due time, he will seek to transition. The city center appears to harbor the derived world he seeks. When the time comes, he will venture there to test his luck. Du has gained a rough understanding. However, daylight is now breaking. Eager not to squander time, he succumbs to fatigue and opts to rest. After transitioning, his sleep duration is notably shorter, and he awakens later than the average person. Revitalized, he attributes this to the benefits of his class change and enhanced meditation level. Upon activating his watch, he reviews the stored messages. One is from Air, as he and Dada plan to study at school. Du contemplates briefly before responding that he has matters to attend to. None of the others have attempted to contact him, as they are unaware of his watch number. He has only shared it with Dada and Air. Even CC has not reached out, having not encountered him recently. Watch Spirit, please manifest. I wish to sell some white-quality equipment. Master, it is advisable to avoid magical network transactions, as they entail high fees. Generally, for white-quality items. Unless they are of a special type, seeking a nearby trading market suffices. As he speaks, the imagery shifts to reveal a map of the city, marked with 3 red dots. Du examines it closely. These points denote 2 markets and an auction house. This transparent trading market is not what he initially perceived. Influenced by his previous life, Du harbored the notion that ordinary individuals and special populations should remain segregated. Typically, special individuals would shun the ordinary. Yet in this world, these exceptional beings occupy elevated positions. How could they possibly avoid mingling with the common populace? Thus, the trading market became increasingly legitimate. Furthermore, entry to the trading market was strictly forbidden for anyone who was not an awakened. Within the city, there were 3 trading spots. The auction house was of little concern, as the items in his possession seemed to lack significant value, although decent. Du did not believe that the items he had acquired with his current abilities would be regarded as treasures by others. Therefore, he decided to head to the trading market, opting for the nearest one. Du neatly arranged his belongings, taking only a chain, a knife, a dagger, and a skill scroll with him. These 4 items were intended for sale. Upon stepping outside, he summoned an autonomous vehicle to take him to the market. Indeed, it was an unmanned vehicle, a marvel of modern technology on this earth. Not only was it driverless, but it also employed magnetic levitation, enabling it to soar through the air at remarkable speeds. The taxis of this new world were truly extraordinary, rivaling the speed of airplanes. In mere moments, the hovering vehicle came to a smooth halt, and Du felt no jolts or abrupt changes in velocity throughout the journey. It appeared that this seamless operation was a product of advanced technology. After settling the fare via his wristwatch, Du alighted from the vehicle. The atmosphere was bustling. Before him lay a vast market, reminiscent of a traditional bazaar. Vendors displayed their wares, while shopkeepers tended to their stores, creating an impression of delightful chaos across the expansive area. Here, no ordinary individuals roamed. Each entrance was guarded by detection machines that prohibited entry to anyone who was not an awakened or a semi-awakened. These machines did not simply assess their status as awakened, but rather checked for the presence of a special wristwatch, marked distinctly for the awakened. The wristwatches used by ordinary people were entirely different. Non-awakened individuals could not purchase wristwatches capable of connecting to the magical network, as the majority relied on mobile phones, an exclusive privilege of the awakened. After a brief examination, Du entered the market. However, as soon as he stepped inside, a rather unsavory character nearby called out to him. "Hey there, young sir, do you need a mask and cloak?" Concealing one's identity is vital here. It turned out that he was a vendor specializing in masks and cloaks, operating on the periphery of the market due to his ordinary status. This was not the only stall of its kind. Such vendors were scattered all around. The trading market was divided into 2 levels, the inner part for awakened individuals and the outer part for ordinary traders. Why is it necessary to hide one's identity? Could there be dangers lurking? The vendor continued. You must be newly awakened, right? You do not know the treachery of human nature. If you possess valuable goods, others may covet them. While they may not dare to act in the city, outside of it, the rules do not apply. Furthermore, once you enter the derivative world, concealing your identity becomes essential. Du glanced into the market and noticed that many people wore masks or cloaked themselves thoroughly. With so many adopting this practice, it was wise for him to do the same. Lacking a formidable backing and with his own abilities being insufficient, it was indeed prudent to remain discreet. Moreover, awakened individuals frequently ventured into the wilderness beyond the city to explore places that lacked legal protections. While the law forbade violence among awakened on Earth, such regulations were unenforceable outside its confines. Indeed, While the magical network covers vast areas, it is not omnipotent, added another vendor from a nearby stall, supporting the previous speaker. Although the veracity of their claims was uncertain, they made a compelling argument. Without waiting for further elaboration, Diyu interjected, "Very well, I will take one." The vendor promptly handed him a mask and cloak. Diyu examined them with a bemused expression, noting that the mask resembled a cartoon character. It seemed that despite the world changing, some things remained constant. As for the cloak, it struck him as overly flamboyant, but he decided to accept it nonetheless. After paying with his wristwatch, he found the items to be reasonably priced. "Would you care for some accessories to express your individuality?" chimed in another vendor from a nearby stall. Diyu glanced at the assortment of accessories: cat ears, magic wands, swords, and foxtails. What an absurd collection. What was more, these were mere trinkets, devoid of any practical use. He shuddered at the thought of parading around the streets adorned with such items, fearing he might be mistaken for a weirdo. No, this is quite sufficient for me," he replied hastily, eager to escape further absurdity. Wary of what ludicrous suggestions might follow, Diyu swiftly entered the awakened market. The crowd sighed as yet another opportunity slipped away. Once inside, Diyu exhaled in relief. The demeanor of the individuals here was far more composed than those outside. After all, they were all awakened, and even the vendors exuded an air of superiority. Seemingly unbothered by the need to entice customers, people browsed freely, and theft or robbery was utterly unfeasible here. Even if someone were to steal, without utilizing the trading panel, the spoils would be rendered useless. This was a rule of the derivative world. Only recognized items and equipment were intrinsically linked to the awakened themselves. Transferring them without the trading panel rendered them worthless to others. This explained why Diyu had never witnessed an ordinary person possessing items from the derivative world. They simply could not utilize them. Even if they held such items, they would be little more than decorative ornaments. The service within the market was commendable. Observing a signpost, Diyu smiled and followed the directions provided. Soon, he arrived at a modest shop, which, despite its size, attracted a considerable flow of customers. To operate a store here indicated that the owner was no ordinary individual. Most could only manage stalls. "Esteemed awakened, how may I assist you?" greeted a charming young woman with a bright smile as Diyu entered. "I wish to sell some items. Do you accept them here?" "Indeed, we do. Please, follow me," she replied graciously, gesturing for him to proceed. She guided him with great care, never daring to walk ahead. As they walked, Diyu curiously inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be an ordinary person." Noticing her physical demeanor suggested a lack of strength, she replied softly, "Sir, you jest. An awakened could not serve here. We are mere attendants, dedicated to this establishment." Diyu nodded slightly, recognizing that the world of the awakened was indeed distinct from that of ordinary folk. Just as he was about to pose another question, the young woman spoke again. "Sir, we have arrived. This is our manager." A young man with a warm smile approached them. "I am the procurement manager of this shop. How may I assist you today?" His demeanor indicated he was also an awakened, treating Diyu as an equal. "I wish to sell some items. What do you think of this?" Diyu said, presenting the skill scroll. "A universal skill scroll? A magic missile. Indeed, a valuable scroll," the manager remarked. Universal skill scrolls generally held considerable worth, though some might not align with the user's abilities. Such situations are exceedingly rare. However, universal skills are always welcome to possess, especially during the lower tiers of progression. Acquiring an additional useful universal skill can significantly aid various endeavors. The procurement manager, unfazed, inquired about the desired price, revealing his worldly experience. "Are there other types of universal scrolls? I wish to exchange scrolls for scrolls." The manager, showing no surprise, acknowledged the high demand for universal skill scrolls, which are typically sold swiftly upon arrival. "Fortunately, you are in luck. We happen to have one available," he remarked, turning to a female attendant with a brief instruction. She promptly departed and soon returned, carrying a box. "Sir, what do you think of this?" "It is the last one we have." Upon opening the box, Diyu examined the scroll and read its description. Phantom Blade, a combat-oriented universal foundational skill that combines one's strength with sword-type weaponry to create a phantom image, slightly enhancing attack power. The Phantom Blade can target ethereal entities. Level 1, constant, an excellent skill, indeed, Diyu mused, intrigued. The term universal foundational skill refers to a collection of level 1 constant skills, potentially usable up to level 3, beyond which they become ineffective. Given that he was suppressing his own level to remain at 1, he had no intention of leveling up. Relying on his physical prowess and swordsmanship, this combat skill, although not perfectly aligned with his profession, would still prove invaluable. The designation of combat-oriented universal implies that individuals of the combat class may automatically acquire this skill upon reaching a certain threshold. In truth, any profession can learn it, making this a rare skill, seldom matched under normal circumstances. Moreover, its capability to combat spectral beings renders it an enduring asset. However, this ability too has its limitations. Whether it be skills of the magic warrior type or the warrior's aura skills, they are all capable of dealing with ghosts. Even rare skills can only be utilized up to level 3, rendering them transitional. For instance, my magic projectile can similarly grant a warrior ranged attack capabilities. As do you aim to sell scrolls, he understood the necessity of familiarizing himself with such items. Everyone is aware of their value, so there is no need for elaboration. It is indeed true that your scroll is of lesser value than mine. Indeed, all awakeners have a keen sense of pricing. No one has the luxury to nitpick the comparative worth of two skills. It is clear that Phantom Blade holds a marginally higher value. Although the difference is slight, he could compensate accordingly. However, the white crystal coins he produced must not be carelessly distributed, as doing so would impede his cultivation. Only untraded white crystal coins may be utilized to enhance one's strength and skills, or to deduce new skills. Du drew forth his dagger, an ordinary blade, and stated, "Add this to the mix and calculate the price." The other party's eyes brightened. "Ah, equipment. Although the level is somewhat lacking, it is still equipment. Very well. I shall compensate you with 22 white crystal coins in exchange for the 2 items you possess." Du nodded slightly. "Let us proceed with this price." Simultaneously, he found it somewhat astonishing that the price of equipment exceeded his expectations. What he deemed inconsequential could command such value. Clearly, he had underestimated the worth of equipment. This reinforced his resolve to keep the existence of his warrior's sword a closely guarded secret. Through the interface, they swiftly completed the transaction. Du departed without a backward glance, both parties refraining from exchanging names or contact information. Adorned with a mask, Du had already conveyed his desire for anonymity. Thus the other party refrained from inquiry. Their interaction was purely transactional, distinct from the typical marketplace. Once away from the crowd, Du found a quieter area to unfurl the scroll. Instantly, a shadowy essence flowed into his being, leaving no perceptible sensation. Is this how one learns? It feels rather anticlimactic. Upon consulting the interface, he confirmed the addition of the Phantom Blade universal skill to his repertoire. Well, as long as it appears on the interface. The rest can be tested later. This skill is not without its drawbacks. It can only be activated with sword-type weaponry. If one were to employ other weapon types, it would prove ineffective. Were it not for the prevalence of sword practitioners, the value of this skill would diminish significantly. Moreover, Du experimented with the white crystal coins he had acquired. Indeed, aside from their unique functions, they serve little other purpose. These coins may function merely as a battery source, and while other uses may exist, Du remains unaware. He cannot absorb these white crystal coins, nor can he utilize them to enhance skill levels. To him, they are merely a symbol of wealth. Nevertheless, he thought little of it and pocketed them. Then began to meander about, for he still had 2 items to sell. As he wandered, he noticed a small stall ahead surrounded by a throng of people. Upon approaching, he heard a gruff voice calling out, "Step aside, step aside. If you're not buying, don't crowd me. You're wasting my time. It's not that we don't wish to buy, but your demands are rather excessive. Equipment is equipment, yet you insist on heavy equipment. The heavier, the better. Where are we to find such gear?" "Precisely. Generally, heavy equipment is of a higher level, and few possess the strength to wield it. You are setting the bar too high." Du edged into the crowd and observed the confrontation. The stall owner, a rugged man with an unkempt beard, had only 2 items on display: a mundane teacup, seemingly without value, and a crystalline stone. A sign nearby proclaimed basic skill, mental lock, level 6. Exchange condition, heavy weaponry. Must be of substantial weight, any type accepted. How can a basic skill be for sale? It said that such skills cannot be obtained through external means. Du pondered. He was aware that foundational skills must be learned and trained, and cannot be enhanced through white crystal coins or dropped as loot, making them among the most challenging skills to acquire and enhance, at least for awakeners like them. Yet, what of this crystal stone? Could it genuinely be a foundational skill stone? Surely, not everyone could be deceived. Nearby, a figure donned in a Sun Wukong mask scoffed, "Humph. And what else could it be but a misguided attempt at training?" "What do you mean by misguided training?" This inquiry came not from Du, but from several newcomers drawn in by the commotion. The crowd's excitement had captivated many, but not all understood the situation. The masked individual, brimming with self-satisfaction, exclaimed, "Ah, you are all unaware, are you? At times, individuals may identify their talent as that of a warrior, only to awaken with a magical affinity, while others who are deemed magical may find themselves transformed into combat specialists, rendering their previously honed skills obsolete. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Indeed, I experienced this myself. Soon, others chimed in, resonating with the sentiment. In truth, do you also face a similar fate? He had once been assessed with a higher aptitude for combat. However, due to the fusion of his soul, he underwent 2 awakenings, both resulting in magical capabilities, with summoning being categorized under the magical domain as well. Thus, some fortunate individuals acquire blank skill crystals, allowing them to extract their redundant foundational skills and convert them into skill crystals that can subsequently be sold. It raises a curious question. If these items are so precious, why sell them here instead of at an auction house? While such items are indeed rare, they are not particularly valuable. Why bother sending them to an auction house? Most cannot afford them, and those from affluent families would simply pay directly for foundational skills from others, as they possess blank crystals themselves. Selling at a lower price would be a waste, while a higher price would deter buyers. It's quite an awkward situation, to say the least. Do you ponder this in silence? Mental locking is a skill that requires specialized techniques to master, one he had not learned before, hence he lacked this skill. Its function is to assist in targeting spells, but its short range and limited effectiveness render it less appealing. Once one becomes a mage, there are myriad methods to ensure their spells hit their intended targets, leading to little interest in such a skill. It seems a rather unfortunate individual has devoted all their training time to the magical realm. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Having comprehended the situation, do you felt reassured? On one side, there was a party eager to buy, yet unable to meet the conditions, while on the other, a resolute refusal to accept alternative terms led to a standoff. The burly man was as obstinate as a mule, unwilling to relent. I shall see who can meet such demanding conditions today. Ultimately, the young man in dispute surrendered but remained seated across from the stall, fuming with indignation. Noticing the young man step aside, do you approached and inquired, "May I take a look?" The burly man responded gruffly, "Feel free to look, but don't speak to me if you cannot meet the conditions." It appeared such encounters were not infrequent, for the burly man exhibited considerable disdain for these individuals. Do you picked up the item, and the panel confirmed the details? Indeed, this item is genuine, but who can possibly meet such demands? Heavy weapons? Those capable of wielding heavy arms are typically at least level 4 or 5. Their fighting styles are already established, so who would buy such a thing? Heavy weapons retain considerable market value, even when melted down for other materials. Can heavy weapons really be melted down to forge other arms? Du Yu's eyes widened, as this was the first time he had encountered such information. However, could weapons reforged after melting still be taken to other derivative worlds? That would no longer qualify as equipment recognized by those realms, would it? Regardless, such matters bore no relevance to him. Du Yu removed the cloth strip he had bound around himself, saying, "How about this?" Unwrapping the cloth revealed a radiant white glow, capturing the attention of all present. This white chain-like equipment was indeed a rarity. Such weapons were typically beyond the reach of average individuals, as evidenced by its considerable weight. Indeed, I never expected someone to produce such an item, one knowledgeable observer remarked. However, its primary utility may not be as a weapon. Its versatility as a chain could prove invaluable. A discerning buyer called out to Du Yu, "Young brother, don't trade that. Sell it to me instead, and I will offer a handsome price." You all must be in cahoots with him. I know your tricks. Don't attempt to deceive me." The young man who had previously haggled glared in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury, feeling cheated. Don't think you can fool me. If you have the ability, just trade." The young man sneered at the duo. Du Yu and the burly man paid him no heed, as the latter hefted the chain, his satisfaction apparent. A white weapon of such heft was indeed well suited for him. Although it was a chain, with a bit of training, he could wield it with ease. "True, the weapon is splendid," Du Yu remarked, "but its value is somewhat lacking, not worthy of my skill crystal." Du Yu remained unperturbed. "While it may be of lower value, you seem to struggle to sell it. I see you've been here for quite some time. Raise the price, otherwise." "I cannot agree." The burly man contemplated the chain, torn between reluctance to part with it and the thought of selling it for a pittance. An utter waste of his skill crystal. Du Yu smiled faintly. There was a glimmer of opportunity. "Then, I shall add 20 white crystal coins." The burly man shook his head. 50 coins, that's my final offer." Du Yu retorted, "You asked for too much. My white crystal coins have their own worth. I cannot part with them all. At this rate, I must decline." While the skill was useful, its initial utility was limited, as many knew. Being a mage, it was common knowledge that mental locking was a foundational skill, yet few pursued its mastery. Most understood it might prove valuable later, but saw no reason to invest heavily in acquiring it. The burly man's resolve finally wavered, after a long pause. He raised 3 fingers. Add 30 white crystal coins. Any less is unacceptable. It was clear this was his final offer. Diyu considered briefly and acquiesced. Very well. I shall agree to 30 additional coins. He produced the 22 coins from their recent transaction, adding 8 of his own. Though it was a modest sum, he felt a twinge of regret. Continue your charade. I wonder how long you can maintain it. The incredulous young man observed the two, as though they were merely actors in a play. His skepticism spread among the onlookers, unsure of who was genuine and who was performing. Diyu paid no mind to the crowd. As long as it served his interests, he proceeded with the transaction through the panel. He activated the crystal, which instantly transformed into luminous points, merging into his being. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge and experience flooded his mind, and a new foundational skill, mental locking level 6, appeared on his panel. Diyu smiled, feeling a heightened awareness of his surroundings. Though the direct locking range was limited, he could still enhance the precision of his spells. Recalling the goblin shaman's technique of intercepting spells with magical projectiles, Diyu felt he could replicate such feats. This, indeed, was the essence of mental locking. It seemed he had not made a poor investment after all. Meanwhile, the young man seated on the ground stared in disbelief. The activation of the crystal proved the transaction was not a ruse, as one could not fake using an item. Filled with frustration, the young man's gaze turned hostile towards Diyu. However, Diyu paid him no heed. The fellow could not discern his true nature. If he dared to act in the market, he was courting danger, underestimating the enforcers of law and order present. Ignoring the young man's trembling finger, Diyu turned and blended into the bustling crowd. Soon, his whereabouts became a mystery, lost among the throngs of individuals adorned with various masks. Diyu felt a surge of satisfaction. This visit to the market had proven fortuitous, yielding significant rewards. 2 skills, one versatile and one foundational, had greatly enhanced his capabilities. Even without a level increase, Diyu was acutely aware that his combat prowess had significantly improved. Uncertain of what treasures the market might hold, he wandered aimlessly in search. However, fortune seemed to have abandoned him, as he spent the better part of the day without encountering anything that piqued his interest. Chapter 54, being followed ultimately. He resolved that if he could not afford fine items and could not find suitable inexpensive ones, he would cease his search. It was already midday, and if he lingered any longer, he would miss lunch. Yet, he did not leave empty-handed. He sought out a weapons shop, brandishing the long knife he possessed. After some haggling, he acquired 200 white crystal coins. While they held little value for him personally, they could prove useful for future purchases. To his surprise, his gains had escalated remarkably in just a few days. Through his inquiries, Diyu learned about the market for weapons. Ignoring the special capabilities of unique weapons, the standard price for ordinary pale white weapons often exceeded 100 white crystal coins. White weapons commanded prices in the thousands, while bright white weapons began at tens of thousands. The pinnacle of bright white weapons, those of level 10, could not even be assessed by ordinary standards. Such items were typically traded in exchange for other goods, as few could amass the requisite white crystal coins. Essentially, white crystal coins were not currency, but vital resources for personal enhancement, with only a fraction ever exchanged. After concluding his transaction, Diyu stowed the 200 white crystal coins in his bag and ventured outside. However, after walking for a short while, he sensed something amiss. His intuition had been nagging at him, and he soon realized he was being followed. Who could it be? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Diyu walked a short distance until he encountered a mirror. Behind the glass, a shadowy figure flitted past, and he caught a glimpse of something suspicious. Regardless of the identity of his pursuer, it was clear that being targeted was not a fortuitous circumstance. With this thought in mind, he discreetly exited the awakened market and entered the marketplace of ordinary people, where he could conveniently enjoy lunch. The awakened market was not devoid of eateries, but the establishments there sourced their ingredients from derived worlds, offering luxuries unrecognizable on Earth. It was said that consuming certain exotic foods could benefit one's health, yet such extravagances were far beyond Diyu's means. Moreover, why indulge in such opulence when he could procure these items himself from derived worlds? To him, the act of consuming foreign ingredients on Earth appeared nothing short of pretentious. As he strolled through the bustling, ordinary market, he noted its vibrancy compared to the awakened market. Not only was the crowd more numerous, but the infrastructure was also superior. The awakened market lacked skyscrapers, which made the outside marketplace resemble a thriving metropolis, while the awakened market felt more like a rustic village. Suddenly, Diyu veered sharply into a nearby building, causing his follower to hesitate momentarily before realizing Diyu had vanished. Alarmed, the pursuer rushed inside but found nothing. After a fruitless search, he departed. unaware that Du was observing him from a nearby table. The moment he entered, Du had discreetly removed his cloak and mask, tossing them into a corner while he sat down. He quickly purchased a meal and began to eat like any ordinary person. The pursuer, oblivious to Du's presence, left without a clue. As Du consumed his meal, his gaze grew pensive. What had gone awry? Was it the knife he had sold? Surely. 200 white crystal coins could not provoke such interest. As the masked individual exited, Du remained perplexed. Nevertheless, this incident served as a cautionary reminder that even on Earth, vigilance was paramount. It was not as secure as it appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the 200 white crystal coins he possessed held substantial value. To the average person, one white crystal coin was recognized as worth 100,000 in the marketplace, a price set by officials yet far from its true worth. In private transactions, the value soared to 1,000,000, 10 times the official rate, and still remained in high demand. Unless in dire need of funds, few would part with their white crystal coins. Thus, 200 coins represented a staggering worth of 200 million in the mundane world, a sum sufficient to entice many to take risks. Not every awakened individual thrived in derived worlds. Many preferred the comforts of Earth, enjoying a luxurious lifestyle without the perils of relentless struggle. Their funds often came from a blend of commissions earned through their renown and, for some, through nefarious means. Unlike equipment, which could not be utilized without panel transactions, white crystal coins were distinct. They would automatically belong to the thief after a brief period. This rule resembled trading, merely extended over time. The person trailing Du either intended to rob or steal. Initially, Du remained unaware of such dangers. As he dined, he consulted his wrist device for information, leading to a sudden realization. Should such a person be apprehended, they would face judgment from the Awakened Guild, usually resulting in dire consequences. However, Du had no intention of pursuing the matter, as it would yield no benefit and could invite further trouble. Once he finished his meal, he tidied up and retrieved his mask and cloak. After all, they were his possessions, and he had no intention of discarding them. Frugality was essential. With his belongings in hand, Du made his way home. Reflecting on his recent acquisition of mental locking, he understood its true merit. Had his perception not been heightened, he might have remained oblivious to the pursuit. This seemingly simple foundational skill was far more profound than it appeared. Chapter 55. Testing new skills after finishing his meal. Du exited the building without disguise, summoning a driverless vehicle to carry him home. He was astounded by the value of white crystal coins. With such wealth, he could potentially acquire his desired villa. Frustration bubbled within him as he lamented that his sister had awakened for so many years, yet had not returned to assist him. While he felt no resentment, acknowledging her struggles to raise him, he believed she must have her reasons for not aiding him. Besides, he was no helpless child. He would handle his own affairs. It was astonishing how, despite his previous shortcomings in life, he now possessed such abilities and wealth before even enrolling in college. Indeed, awakened individuals were fundamentally different from ordinary people. A mere trifle obtained in the derived world could elevate him to heights only dreamt of by the common populace. He carefully organized the newly acquired white crystal coins separately from his existing ones, mindful of their indistinguishable nature. After tidying up and drawing the curtains, Du began to test his newly acquired abilities. Among these was the skill known as the Phantom Sword Shadow. As Du unsheathed his long sword, he instinctively noticed a barely perceptible ethereal outline forming along its edge. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Upon closer inspection, he decided to swap his sword for a standard steel one and thrust it against a wooden post he had been practicing with. To his dismay, he found no significant enhancement to his attack power. Indeed, the improvement was so minuscule that it was almost negligible. He pondered whether this skill would be futile against an armored opponent. Skeptical about the high praise this universal skill received, Du continued his experimentation. After some time, he discerned the true function of the Phantom Sword Shadow. It transformed a portion of his inherent strength into an illusion, which effectively represented the sword's attack power. This ethereal layer not only safeguarded the sword from wear and tear, but also ensured the stability of his strikes. As battles prolonged, fatigue would naturally diminish one's strength, and weapon durability could be inconsistent. However, with the Phantom Shadow in place, the weapon's attacks became remarkably uniform, maintaining its sharpness regardless of the sword's positioning. Even as his stamina waned, the lethality of the sword remained unaffected, as though its destructive force were rendered constant. Regrettably, Du was not a combat specialist, and thus this advantage held little value for him. Nevertheless, the Phantom Sword Shadow also possessed a significant capability. It could inflict damage upon souls, targeting entities impervious to conventional physical attacks, and even sever magical projectiles. without the phantom sword shadow. Attempting to strike a magical projectile would likely result in the sword being repelled. However, such tests were impractical for Du Yu, as his physical capabilities rendered him incapable of accurately targeting magical projectiles. Next, he turned to the mental lock skill. Previously, he had sensed its efficacy in the marketplace, allowing him to detect nearby movements, even when being followed. After further testing, he finally grasped the auxiliary attack benefits. It became evident why this skill was undervalued. Its locking range was disappointingly limited. He discovered that at level 6, the mental lock could only encompass a mere 6 meters. Within this range, he could effortlessly strike a fly's wing with his magical projectile, a rather formidable feat, however. He questioned the necessity of locking onto such a short distance when direct magical attacks would suffice. His current magical projectiles could reach over 100 meters, thus, 6 meters seemed trivial. Even at maximum proficiency, the range would only extend to 10 meters, still lacking utility. Yet, Du Yu also uncovered that within this 6-meter radius, his magical projectiles could perform remarkable maneuvers. Originally, they could only fly in a straight line, but within this range, he could make them curve twice. The limitation arose not from the impossibility of more maneuvers, but rather from the projectile's speed. After 2 turns, they would invariably exceed the 6-meter boundary. Consequently, the floor of his home bore witness to the destructive power of magic, leaving a sizable crater that he would have to repair later. Similarly, this precise locking mechanism enabled Du Yu to intercept incoming attacks with absolute certainty within the 6-meter range. When attacking with magical projectiles, he could effectively counter not only enemy spells, but also various flying projectiles, as long as his own magic functioned properly. Although the magical projectiles did not specify cooldown or casting times, they did exist. He required approximately 1 second to cast each projectile, with a cooldown slightly less than 1 second, resulting in an effective interval of nearly 2 seconds. Upon concluding his experiments, Du Yu surveyed the chaos that had overtaken his home. Name: Du Yu. Level: Awakener. Level 1 status: Healthy mana, 100. Occupation: Dark Shaper. Talent: Enhances the strength of shaped beings by 20. Skills: Summon Purple Lightning Golden Eagle. Level 1. 10 stars. Curse Crow King. Level 1. 8 stars. Occupation: Magic type skills: None. Pet: None. Basic skills: Basic Swordsmanship. Level 7. Basic Meditation. Level 10. Max: Basic Archery. Level 3. Mental Lock. Level 6. Universal skills: Magic Projectile. Level 1 constant. Random Summon. Level 1 constant. Phantom Sword Shadow. Level 1 constant. Equipment: Warrior's Long Sword. Sharpness 6. White. Items: Goblin Statue. 3-3. Goblin Summoning Scroll. 1-1. Examining his attributes, Du Yu noted their commendable nature. He contacted a repairman for the floor and moved on. With the day's agenda seemingly empty, he resolved to visit the school library. While the magical web contained an abundance of knowledge, he found himself uncertain of what he truly needed. Chapter 56. The collective activity is about to begin. Upon arriving at the library, Du Yu discovered that his companion, the second member of their group, had vanished, leaving only the leader engrossed in reading. To Du Yu's surprise, the library was sparsely populated. He had anticipated a throng of scholars, yet only a few individuals occupied the space. The half-awakened were even fewer than the professionals, congregated in corners, each hesitating to disturb the others. Among the awakened, aside from the leader, only 2 others remained. Du Yu selected several books and settled beside the leader. "Where's the second member?" he whispered while flipping through the pages, mindful of the library's quiet atmosphere. Without lifting his gaze, the leader replied in hushed tones, "He left." With his personality, he could never sit still. "If any pressing issues arise, I'll inform him once I have clarity." Du Yu nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense. The second member was far more inclined to action than contemplation, and forcing him to remain in the library would be akin to torture. Suddenly, the leader spoke quietly. "I have news about the fourth member." "What? Where is he now?" "It has been several days since I last saw him." Despite not being an awakened individual like them, Du Yu had lived with him for 3 years and hoped for his well-being, especially since he had become entangled with a woman. The leader explained that the fourth member had visited Xiao Yun's home, where her family had received him favorably. He was currently undergoing training in preparation for his next awakening attempt alongside Xiao Yun. Rumor had it that her family had announced that if he successfully awakened, they would consent to his relationship with her. Du Yu's expression darkened. Given the fourth member's character, he might intentionally fail. After all, he had 3 chances to awaken, and even if he failed once more, opportunities would remain. For him, being tied to one woman while missing out on others would be unbearable. Indeed, that's my thought as well. However, Xiao Yun's family seems resolute. They have made it clear that if he fails, it would signify he is unworthy of her. effectively severing any hopes she may harbor. What are they planning to do? Du inquired, a note of concern creeping into his voice. The leader shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know the specifics, but judging by the recent behavior of the fourth, it seems troubling. He has been training far more diligently than before. Is that so? That's reassuring. With his abilities and innate talent, if he truly applies himself, he may surpass us all. Do you acknowledge the truth in this statement? Recognizing his own limitations. In terms of raw talent, the fourth was indeed the strongest among them. Previously, he had the highest likelihood of awakening in the dormitory. Yet, this fellow had always been rather lackadaisical in his training, often preoccupied with charming young ladies. The fact that he had managed to hone his skills to this extent was a testament to his extraordinary potential. So he will be back soon? No. Xiaoyan's family has high expectations for him, requiring 2 years of rigorous training in preparation for his awakening at the age of 20. It seems we may not see the fourth for quite some time. Du felt a twinge of disappointment, but was also comforted for the fourth's sake. By the way, Shi Qianxue has managed to gather most of the awakened ones and is planning to establish an alliance. In the days to come, they intend to support each other. What are your thoughts on this? The leader's words took Du by surprise. Shi Qianxue was indeed formidable, but he felt indifferent. Regardless, after the college entrance examination, we will all go our separate ways, and this alliance will be rendered moot. You make a valid point. This alliance might provide us with an advantageous opportunity, improving our chances for the upcoming examination. Are you suggesting that you agree to join? The leader nodded gently. Indeed, I intend to join. Though the second does not wish to participate. He seems to have his own plans, perhaps leaning towards the guild. As for you, take your time to contemplate. There's no rush. The leader had always been like an elder brother, selflessly considering their interests. While Du usually stood alongside the leader in various matters, this particular situation warranted careful deliberation. To realize his potential, Du needed a talented ally. After all, he harbored 2 professions and many secrets. Collaborating with others could lead to unforeseen complications. Beauty, no matter how captivating, is only enjoyable if one is alive to experience it. Furthermore, Shi Qianxue was no ordinary woman. It was unlikely she would take a fancy to him without reason. Having lived long enough in his previous life, Du was devoid of any illusions. Focusing on himself was paramount. I will think it over. That's fine. Even if you decline, Shi Qianxue won't abandon you. You can join at any time. Given your exceptional talent. A slight smirk crossed the leader's face, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Although Shi Qianxue possessed remarkable abilities, Du's brother still overshadowed her. As long as she could not surpass him, the leader seemed pleased, revealing a curious psychology. Over the next 2 days, Du immersed himself in books at the library. By the following evening, the aura of the laws surrounding him finally dissipated, bringing a sigh of relief. After all, the school's first organized action was on the morrow, and he could not afford any slip-ups. After a restful night, Du set off for school, wielding a plain steel longsword. The dormitory had now become vacant. While it was still an option, the awakened had considerable freedom, either residing in the old dormitory, the new one, or even at home without any repercussions. With his belongings neatly arranged, Du walked towards the school. At the new teaching building, many had already gathered. The square now featured a massive structure resembling a warehouse. Upon spotting Du, Shi Qianxue approached him. The gazes of those around him turned sharp, proving the troubles that came with the goddess were ubiquitous. Du, it has been quite challenging to find you these past few days. I heard you were in the library, and I had some matters to attend to. My apologies. Shi Qianxue said as she drew near. No need to apologize. We were all preoccupied with our own affairs. Du replied, quickly evading the attention of the youthful crowd. Shi Qianxue smiled slightly, sensing his awkwardness and feeling her strategy was nearly successful. Seizing the moment, she continued, Du, we have recently formed a temporary cooperative team. This group is intended for us to progress together over the next period, as we will enter various derivative worlds for training. Training together will expedite our growth, which will significantly benefit our college entrance examination preparations. Moreover, during the summer vacation, we can enhance our skills collectively. The higher our levels upon entering school, the better our starting point will be. I would like to invite you to join us. What do you think? Since we are all newly awakened, our strengths are still limited. Without collaboration, it will be challenging to navigate the derivative worlds. As anticipated, Shi Qianxue sought to recruit him, and her assertiveness was becoming increasingly apparent. Du pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I need to think about it first. After all, I have yet to experience the derivative worlds. I will respond after my first visit. His moment of silence was to convey that he was seriously considering the offer while maintaining a cautious stance. Such matters necessitated familiarity and understanding. Shi Qianxue nodded lightly, showing no signs of displeasure. At that moment, the crowd stirred. Turning his head, do you notice the second had arrived, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with someone? Rushing over, he was startled to find the person confronting the second was none other than Lin Feng. You scoundrel! Aren't you a semi-awakened? What are you doing in the territory of awakened ones? The second shouted without hesitation. Humph, you lowly peasants, born of inferior stock, will always remain inferior. Do you not know there are items that can elevate a semi-awakened to an awakened state? Lin Feng retorted scornfully. A semi-awakened can become an awakened? I thought only individuals transitioning from ordinary to awakened could achieve that. Du Yu remarked, recalling the conversation. Just then, the leader approached Du Yu's side. I have looked into this matter recently, and it is indeed possible for a semi-awakened to become awakened. However, the cost is significantly higher than for ordinary individuals, and their potential is considerably limited. The transformation requires very special items that are not commonly visible. Even if they become awakened, their potential remains the lowest tier, with limited future achievements. They lack universal skills, rendering them blank slates, and will not possess any innate talents as professional practitioners. Is that so? How unfortunate. Yet, during the awakened phase, they likely won't differ much from others. Du Yu mused, recalling something. By the way, I remember there are universal skill scrolls and basic skill stones. If Lin Feng possesses special items to become a professional, he should have access to those as well. Such items exist? I was unaware. If Lin Feng has those, his current strength might be more formidable than anticipated. The leader's expression grew serious, though he was not overly concerned. After all, a person with low potential and low star rating was unlikely to become a future obstacle. However, the second was not as composed. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he transformed into a spiky, agitated creature, both sides glaring at one another, unwilling to yield. Humph, you scoundrels, thinking you can prevent me from becoming an awakened one. But let me assure you, the Lin family possesses numerous ways to achieve awakening. Brace yourselves for my retribution. Du Yu felt an impulse to cover his head, astonished that he could still witness such outrageous behavior. If one wishes to retaliate, they should do so openly. After all, does a biting dog not bark? If you intend to seek revenge, then come forth. Let's see if I fear you. I will crush your very essence. The second brother was unyielding in this regard, boldly shouting back. Consequently, the bodyguards beside Lin Feng assumed he was about to attack and quickly positioned themselves for combat. Du Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to assist. They were not in the new teaching building. If they were in the Awakened Ones building, bodyguards were strictly forbidden. However, before Du Yu could act, someone else arrived even sooner. What are you doing? This is a school, and fighting is prohibited within its grounds. If you do not wish to participate in today's activities, you may leave at once. At some point, Teacher Li had appeared outside. Without any further action, a gust of wind arose, sending the seemingly robust bodyguards flying. Despite Lin Feng's seething anger, he dared not unleash it at that moment. After all, this was a school, and the Lin family lacked the authority to create chaos here. Everyone, follow me inside. Also, no unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. Teacher Li's piercing gaze fell upon the bodyguards who had just risen, ready to follow. They instantly felt a chill sweep over their bodies, freezing in place. Regardless of their imposing appearance, these bodyguards were merely ordinary individuals. As they entered, Lin Feng found himself beside Shi Qinxue. Qinxue, it has been a while. I have now become an awakened one. Rest assured, I will protect you during this endeavor. I heard you formed a coalition. I wish to join as well. With my strength, I am undoubtedly superior to some. Why did he need to glance at her when saying this? Du Yu thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. This time, he had not even stepped forward, yet somehow he was targeted. What was this fellow thinking? Shi Qinxue smiled faintly. Congratulations. I was genuinely worried for you. Of course, you are welcome to join the coalition. After a brief smile, she reverted to her usual icy demeanor. However, it seemed she smiled more today than ever before. Indeed, experience and status can transform a person's character. Du Yu mused silently, opting to remain quiet as they followed the teacher further inside. The enormous warehouse-like machine in the plaza must be a large World Arkansas presently. Some individuals accompanying Teacher Li were fine-tuning the World Arc, aligning it with coordinates. This was school property. Any mishap could lead to severe consequences. Chapter 58. Comfort and Disappointment while others adjusted the World Arc. Teacher Li unexpectedly produced a device resembling a large satellite antenna. He pointed the antenna at them, stating, "Excellent. There are 22 individuals in total, and all 23 have arrived, none missing. I am quite pleased." This remark darkened Lin Feng's expression. What did he mean by 22 individuals? Was he not considered one of them? Although he had arrived later, he was still an awakened one. Yet, Teacher Li held a unique position and background, rendering Lin Feng cautious. Over the past few days, He had gathered ample information about the school. Without a formidable teacher to keep these strong-willed students in check, Lin Feng had to swallow his frustration. He recognized his low star level but knew there was little he could do. After all, he had initially been an ordinary half-awakened individual. Were it not for certain individuals, he would not find himself in this predicament. Filled with resentment, Lin Feng cast a glance at Du Yu, who appeared contemplative. At that moment, the second brother noticed, and soon the two were locked in a silent showdown. Though lacking Du Yu's keen perception, he could observe the actions of those around him. Du Yu sighed, hoping that the upcoming activities would proceed without incident. Just then, the large pot suddenly emitted a brilliant light that swept over everyone. A radiant glow enveloped them, and a number appeared above each head. 1. Excellent. Your levels have not risen, indicating that you have refrained from unauthorized entry into the derivative world. I am gratified. So this was its purpose. They were indeed being tested, Du Yu thought, relieved. Had he absorbed another white crystal coin, he would have surely reached level 2, making it impossible to conceal. He silently exhaled. Violating regulations was not without consequences. With years of experience navigating society, Du Yu understood well the ramifications of such actions. Your approach is commendable. Entering the derivative world is not without peril. For those newly awakened, the mortality rate stands at a staggering 90, especially for individuals untrained and unprepared. Is the mortality rate truly that high? Du Yu pondered. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. When he entered, he possessed 2 professions, granting him greater magical power and physical prowess. Not to mention the unique combat capabilities of his special pet, the purple lightning golden eagle. Alone, he was likely equivalent to a team of 3 or 4 other awakened individuals. Without the purple lightning golden eagle and the benefits of dual professions, he might struggle against a single goblin. Facing 2 would be arduous, and 3 would necessitate a hasty retreat. How could he have charged headlong into a group of 6 goblins during his initial encounter? In retrospect, Teacher Li's observations were indeed accurate. For others, completing their tasks would likely prove impossible. The ultimate outcomes would either be death in the forest or, after 7 days without fulfilling the main quest, assimilation into another world, making a return impossible. Yet, it was precisely these advantages that emboldened him to explore the derivative world, and fortune favored him. He discovered an external world and even achieved a special hidden class job transfer. At that moment, Teacher Li stowed the device and continued, however, I find your lack of ambition disappointing. Had you dared to embrace adventure, you would have certainly surpassed level 1 by now. What? Teacher, what do you mean by that? A student shouted. Nothing of great import, merely that you lack the spirit of adventure. Do you understand? Those who become significant figures invariably possess a sense of risk-taking. Yes, the mortality rate is higher, but the survivors are the elite. If you are unwilling to attempt even this, your achievements will be exceedingly limited. Performing well on the college entrance examination requires not only your current abilities, but also a certain level. Teacher Li spoke little, but his expression was undeniably one of disappointment. But what did this disappointment signify? Was it a result of all individuals returning safely, or did he secretly hope some would fail to arrive? Given Teacher Li's notoriously harsh demeanor, such a possibility could very well be true. As the situation unfolded, many students began to experience regret. Those who had the potential to become awakened ones, regarded as the elite, felt a sense of uniqueness. Complaints echoed among them, with some lamenting that had they known the outcome, they would not have adhered to the school's directives. Others seemed eager to venture back and explore the derivative world independently. Yet, a few still harbored a sense of gratitude, recognizing that such a high mortality rate was no trivial matter. Observing their expressions, Teacher Li appeared amused, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Enough of these futile thoughts, he proclaimed. Let us prepare for this upcoming event. You are officially entering the derivative world, so ensure you have checked your belongings. Do not carry prohibited items. Bringing such items will not lower your evaluation. Rather, any contraband will be obliterated, and upon your return, those items will be utterly destroyed. As he spoke, Teacher Li cast a glance at Lin Feng, recalling how this individual had previously smuggled a phone into the derivative world. Had it not been for that, he would have become an awakened one instead of a semi-awakened. Feeling the weight of Teacher Li's gaze, Lin Feng's frustration deepened. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Nevertheless, despite his low star rating and perceived lack of potential, Lin Feng firmly believed he could still become a formidable awakened one. He had learned from his brother that the derivative world was rife with unique items capable of enhancing one's star level and compensating for innate shortcomings. He was determined to seek out such treasures. Chapter 59. The world of pirate attacks. Indeed, several individuals were found carrying forbidden items, which they unearthed one by one. Some even brought cameras, seemingly intending to document their adventure. Do you felt a throbbing headache? While there were indeed combat videos on the magic web, they were not filmed with high-tech equipment, but rather captured with specialized recording devices. Now that everyone is present, I will assist you this time, but thereafter, you must rely on yourselves, Teacher Lee stated as he entered the opened warehouse, followed by the others. However, the second-in-command and Lin Feng remained locked in a glare, both seemingly at odds. Inside the warehouse, a soft glow illuminated the space, contrary to their expectations of total darkness. Once all had entered, the doors closed from the outside. In an instant, countless energy particles converged, beginning to wash over the vessel of the world. The next moment, the bodies of the group began to emit light, gradually becoming transparent. Ultimately, they transformed into specks of light, vanishing within the vessel of the world. Yet, even after their disappearance, shadows of their forms lingered within, serving as a means of location for the vessel, ensuring their safe return. In truth, regardless of the method of traversal, they would ultimately find their way back. However, the vessel's mechanism also provided a safeguard, ensuring that even in the event of its destruction, they could return to safety. As the scenery shifted, Diu quickly acclimated, surveying his surroundings to discover they were aboard a ship. This vessel, constructed of wood, sported 3 masts and relied on sails for navigation. Individuals moved about, suggesting it was a cargo ship, yet some appeared to be sightseeing, indicating a blend of a tourist vessel and a freight ship. Such antiquated ships had not graced Earth in many years. Many began to caress the ship's railings, exclaiming in awe. Meanwhile, Teacher Lee leaned against the side with a smirk, observing their actions without uttering a word. Minutes later, the group finally began to regain their composure. Excellent. It seems I did not have to wait long. I had anticipated a longer delay before the narrative commenced. The crowd paused, realizing they were indeed in a derivative world, not a place for leisure. First and foremost, upon entering a new derivative world, your priority is to survey your surroundings and avoid danger, ensuring your safety. Next, you must access your panels to review the tasks and the nature of this world. Faces flushed with embarrassment as they recognized their lack of experience. Indeed, should they become distracted by the scenery, they could easily fall victim to an ambush. Even Shi Qianxue's cheeks turned slightly pink, clearly feeling a bit sheepish due to her inexperience. Only Di remained unfazed, recovering swiftly due to his prior experience in an outer world. Proficient in panel usage, he was the first to access it. World, pirate attack task. Survive until the end, teacher. What does survive until the end entail? Is there danger involved? Someone finally inquired. Teacher Lee, unfazed, teased. This world is a brief segment with a short narrative arc, resulting in rapid cycles. Survive until the end simply means to endure. He continued. This world of pirate attacks has been fully controlled by our school. It is a resource world specifically designed for your training. Initially, there is no danger, and subsequent battles will occur in stages. The area is limited, so there is no need to venture far, and time is not overly extended. Pausing, Teacher Lee summarized, however, the most crucial thing to understand is that in a derivative world, information is paramount. You haven't gathered any intel before arriving, have you? Of course not. We had no idea which world we were entering, some students muttered under their breath. Very well, let me enlighten you. This world consists of 3 stages. Upon our arrival, we will find ourselves aboard a ship disguised as a tourist vessel and cargo ship. Indeed, it is a military vessel designed to attract pirates. Understanding dawned on them, and it became clear why it was termed a pirate attack. The scenario was straightforward. After approximately 20 minutes, they would encounter a pirate ship, entering combat to help them acclimate. During this skirmish, the pirates would be no match for them and would ultimately retreat. Following that would be the second stage, where reinforcements would arrive, bringing the total to 5 pirate ships. The group paled at the prospect of being outnumbered. Their objective was to withstand the onslaught of the 5 pirate vessels, ensuring their ship's crew remained unscathed. Just endure for an hour. If you fail, you will perish. Teacher Lee remarked nonchalantly. Before you all meet your demise, I shall refrain from intervening. The battles are entirely in the hands of my dear students. Such a lack of responsibility raised eyebrows, but no one doubted Teacher Lee would act otherwise. And the third stage? Surely that would involve the completion of the Navy's plan? Teacher Lee nodded slightly. Indeed, if you can hold out for an hour, the Navy will encircle and annihilate this batch of pirates. At which point you shall be free to leave. Suddenly, Teacher Lee seemed to recollect something. Remember, even if you succeed in this task, the rewards are rather meager. The only benefit lies in the white crystal coins you earn. Diu rolled his eyes, after spending considerable time in Goblin Forest. He had come to realize that the so-called world rarely offered substantial rewards. Merely the white crystal coins were a consolation. However, the others reacted differently, their eyes lighting up at the mention of white crystal coins, as that was precisely their aim. Only Lin Feng wore a look of disdain. Umph. A bunch of impoverished souls, swayed by a mere handful of white crystal coins. As a member of a prominent family, he had no shortage of white crystal coins, though they were not earned by his own efforts. Chapter 60. The first phase begins. Is there anything you do not understand? Teacher Li inquired with a smile, surveying the surroundings. He then continued, if there are uncertainties, do not trouble the teacher with them, for time is running short. It is now up to you. With a nimble leap, Teacher Li ascended to the top of the mast, a remarkable feat given the height. Once he departed, the others felt there was no further point in asking questions. Everyone prepared themselves, forming groups of 3 as previously arranged, dispersing around the ship. Upon spotting the pirates, they would gather towards the direction of the attack, striving to survive until the end. Shi Qianxue took a deep breath and promptly issued her commands. The members of the alliance quickly formed teams as per her instructions and spread out. These individuals are remarkably compliant, Diyu mused. Qianxue, allow me to protect you. Lin Feng approached with a gentle smile. After contemplating, Shi Qianxue nodded. All right, you two follow, and let us head to the bow of the ship. Also, I leave the stern to you. This last remark was directed at Diyu. Unsurprisingly, it sparked another wave of discontent from Lin Feng. However, upon seeing Shi Qianxue depart, he gestured to them and followed her team. A group of exuberant young individuals, Diyu observed, noticing that aside from the 3 of them, only 2 socially inept individuals remained. It seemed that everyone else had already joined the alliance. Shi Qianxue's organizational skills were enviable. Had he possessed such abilities in his past life, he would not have faced such misfortune. Let us go check the stern. After all, in the first phase, there is only one pirate ship. The leader was entirely unfazed. Although he wished to join their alliance, he was not yet a member. Diyu nodded, and the trio made their way to the stern. At this moment, Diyu skillfully began his summoning. On the ground, a familiar magic circle materialized, with the leader and the second watching closely. Is this the power of summoning? I wonder what it can bring forth. Can it fight? The second's anticipation quickly turned into disappointment as he observed the summoned creature. Diyu felt a tinge of frustration. Why did it have to be this particular entity at such a crucial moment? Was the atmosphere here so thick with death? Indeed, Diyu had summoned a skeleton, armed with a sword and shield fashioned from bones. It was entirely white and surprisingly agile, yet its combat prowess seemed lacking. Summon, sword and shield skeleton. A common member of the undead, mere cannon fodder. It bore no special traits or skills, merely a disposable skeleton. Should it be summoned in greater numbers to form a skeleton sea, it could become formidable. However, with just one, it was rather underwhelming. Diyu shrugged. What can I do? It's a random summon. I have no control over what comes forth. At that moment, a young girl at the ship's railing began her summoning. Her universal skill was not random, but a targeted hound summon. Though her strength was similarly weak, she could reliably summon 5 hounds, all at level 1. Thus, among them, this girl had considerable strength and was highly valued by Shi Qianxue, who had assigned 2 warriors to protect her. Yet, her demeanor exuded a certain fragility, leaving one to wonder how she would fare in the future. Diyu had no interest in befriending her and paid no mind to how others perceived him. Lin Feng dashed to the bow. Otherwise, he would surely face mockery again. No worries. Even if your skeleton falters, I am here. The leader brandished his large axe. Indeed, the second was a rare warrior wielding heavy weaponry, though he excelled in polearms. The cumbersome chain he had crafted would likely not suit the second's taste. Meanwhile, the leader had produced a hand crossbow, a weapon he had brought along. Its attack power might not be overwhelming, but its rapid-fire capability was impressive. Look, they've appeared. They're here. A swift vessel emerged on the horizon. The first phase of the mission commenced, marking the initial confrontation with the pirates. Although the interface displayed nothing, everyone was already poised for action. Quickly, right side of the ship, their target is the right side. A student shouted, leading his team in that direction. Concurrently, the disguised naval personnel on the ship brandished their weapons and rushed forth. What are you doing? Stay calm and prepare for battle. A figure exuding an officer's demeanor called out, likely the captain. Diyu noted that this captain bore the number 3, indicating a level 3 presence. The ornate sword at his waist was undoubtedly no mere decoration. The captain peered through his telescope at the pirate ship. Shall we send a signal? A crew member inquired loudly. The captain shook his head. No need. It's just a single ship, not our match. We shall discuss it later. With that, he dismissed the idea of signaling, and the first phase officially commenced. The pirate ship approached swiftly, the disguised warship laden with cargo, unable to match their speed. The seemingly vacationing individuals retreated calmly and orderly back to the cabin. Indeed, had they all been imposters? It appeared everyone had been deceived since their arrival. Du mentally reminded himself that in future worlds, he must not be swayed by appearances. One could never know the true circumstances. As Du pondered, the pirate ship drew near the right side of the vessel. Haha, today will yield great spoils, brothers. Charge! The pirates, clad in vibrant attire, roared as they closed in. Once within a certain distance, grappling hooks were hurled, securing themselves to the ship's railing. Boarding battle? Was there no cannon or catapult? It appeared entirely reliant on face-to-face combat, a method reminiscent of ancient times. While Du contemplated, the others grew increasingly tense. This was not merely their first skirmish. They were up against living foes, and the thought of taking lives for the first time weighed heavily on their minds. Du felt the same. Chapter 61. The clash with humanoid beings. As the pirates surged onto the ship, Du understood he could no longer afford to wait. Having experienced battle before, he reacted far quicker than the others. The skeleton at his side was already charging forward. The skeleton lacked any special abilities, but the pirates were equally unremarkable. The first pirate to leap aboard clashed with Du's skeleton in a back-and-forth exchange. Seizing the opportunity, Du stepped aside, his sword transforming into a flash of white light as it pierced the pirate's throat. He felt no discomfort. Was he truly a monster? Du mused to himself. Yet his actions remained unceasing as he lunged at another pirate. Upon seeing Du approach, the pirate swung his large blade down without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, the disparity in skill levels was too great. The blow landed on a less forceful area of the sword, causing the pirate to feel his weapon slipping from his grasp. In that moment, even the dullest pirate realized the enemy was no ordinary foe. Du did not squander time. The speed of a sword far surpasses that of a knife. Stepping forward, Du's long sword swept across the pirate's wrist, severing it cleanly, rendering the pirate incapable of further combat. Stunned, the pirate could hardly comprehend the loss of his wrist before the sword pierced his chest. Withdrawing the blade, Du sought his next target. The pirate, eyes wide with disbelief and resentment, was still alive, yet utterly powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Du's performance astonished onlookers. His swordsmanship was astonishingly swift and formidable. Beside Shi Qinxue stood a burly man, clad in a horned helmet and wielding two massive iron hammers. He spoke gravely. Just a mere commoner, nothing extraordinary. Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. Yet, Shi Qinxue appeared not to hear Lin Feng's words, her eyes sparkling with realization. I never expected Du, unnoticed until now, could hone his swordsmanship to such heights. Denyo, can you discern his level of prowess? Denyo ignored Lin Feng's remarks and nodded. If I am not mistaken, Du's swordsmanship has reached the impressive height of level 7. To achieve such mastery before awakening showcases his terrifying talent. He lamented. It is a pity that he is not a combat-type awakener. Thus, he is rendered useless. What good is such swordsmanship talent for a summoner? He cannot learn other sword techniques unless he chooses to forsake his own abilities. It was well known that awakeners could learn skills outside their profession. But those skills would lack the benefits of their class. If the skills were entirely incompatible or even oppositional to their profession, the consumption would be substantial, and the effectiveness would suffer. The greater the mismatch, the graver the consequences. Therefore, a summoner could never feasibly learn combat skills. It would be an exercise in futility. Denyo and Shi Qinxue exchanged glances with Lin Feng, but chose not to respond. Let us engage as well. We must not keep others waiting, Shi Qinxue whispered, then unleashed a shard of ice. A formal magical skill, not merely a general one. The ice spear struck and transformed a pirate into a frozen statue, shattering upon impact with the deck. Denyo swung his massive hammers, crushing nearby pirates into a gruesome pulp. Humph, brutes, Lin Feng grumbled, then drew his bow. Indeed, Lin Feng was an archer awakener, but his longbow was anything but ordinary, radiating a brilliant white light, a testament to its exceptional quality. He chose not to conceal its glow, flaunting it instead, and the arrows he loosed shimmered with a faint white luminescence, utterly unstoppable by the pirates. One arrow could even pierce a pirate cleanly through. Humph, showing off, Old Air remarked, witnessing Lin Feng's antics. With a mighty swing of his axe, he cleaved a pirate in two. Old Air's exhilaration bore no trace of hesitation. He reveled in the battle, a true bloodthirsty warrior. The leader observed calmly, by his demeanor. It appears he is employing archer-type skills. His star rating is dismal, merely level 1, and not even magical. Such a waste. Du nodded gently. Indeed. If it were him, a simple draw and shot would suffice. It would not be difficult to fell ordinary pirate minions with a single arrow. Yet Lin Feng insisted on utilizing skills, and his accuracy with arrows seemed lacking. To Du's estimation, Lin Feng's basic archery could hardly exceed level 4. A brash individual who exerted little effort, despite his affluent background. Du gradually ceased to regard him as a rival, for he posed little threat. As for Lin Feng's current bravado, Du thought it best to let him prance about. The leader, analyzing the other's performances, readied his crossbow against airborne targets, pirates swinging from the mast, a common tactic. Unfortunately for them, the moment they descended, arrows struck true. While the crossbow's power was modest, each projectile was laced with potent poison, ensuring death even without a follow-up strike. In mere moments, the pirates' morale shattered, and those remaining hastily severed their grappling hooks to flee. Quickly run. This ship is no mere cargo vessel. Even the dullest pirate recognized the peril. A quarter of their crew had fallen in a short span. Continuing the fight would surely lead to annihilation. As the grappling hooks were severed, the pirates, utilizing their superior speed, rushed away. Pursue them, even if we cannot catch up. We must remain on their tails, the captain commanded, and the ship turned to chase after the pirates' fleeing vessel. Chapter 62, A Moment of Solitude. Ha ha ha. We have triumphed. I have triumphed. The students erupted in cheers below. However, the seasoned soldiers nearby gazed at them with a mixture of disdain and amusement. Humph. New recruits are just that, new recruits. What does this skirmish amount to? Hurry, we must clear the bodies. Bodies. As the students regained their composure, they finally grasped the grim reality of the numerous corpses. Indeed, they were human, not mere objects. One girl paled and suddenly bent over to vomit, triggering a chain reaction as others followed suit. A bunch of cowards. It was merely a few kills. Look at me. I'm fine, ugh. Old Air shouted. Yet he too soon doubled over in retching. Du found his reaction quite comical. How could one be so fierce in battle yet falter afterward? Yet Du's expression soured, not from the act of killing, but due to the mingled stench of blood and vomit that churned his stomach. It was natural for many to struggle with their first kill, but they would acclimate in time. I will step outside for a moment, the leader said, moving toward the windward side, evidently feeling unwell. Old Air, keep heaving if you must, I'm leaving too. Du quickly followed, anxious that he too might succumb to nausea, a circumstance he wished to avoid. Shi Qianxue's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, indicating her own discomfort. Yet, striving to maintain her composure, she suppressed her queasiness until, after a prolonged struggle, she finally managed to quell the urge. Let us step outside for some fresh air, she suggested to Daniel, who promptly complied. The environment posed no challenge for Daniel, a follower of Shi Qianxue, having grown up in a butcher's household where bloodshed was commonplace. These rookies have yet to endure true combat, but after this, they'll be just like us. The seasoned soldiers observed, shaking their heads. They recalled their own initiation as newcomers, and thus felt no need to chastise them. The task of clearing the bodies and vomit would fall to the students. They simply needed to search the corpses, sever the heads, and discard the remains into the sea. Those heads were their military honors, not to be discarded lightly. Regarding the vomit on the deck, it must be gradually cleaned with seawater, as they have not yet indulged in the luxury of using freshwater for such tasks. After all, they remain unaware that within a mere day's time, everything will revert to its original state. Once the students settled down, Teacher Li leaped down and asked, "How does it feel to engage in your first skirmish?" Open your light orbs. The light orbs, a unique phenomenon, are claimed by the one who ultimately vanquishes the target. Others typically cannot retrieve them. If left unattended for too long, they will vanish, and the natives cannot perceive the light orbs. This is merely one of the rules governing the derivative world. The light orbs one generates differ from those produced by others, a distinction only the creator can identify. However, the number of light orbs appeared rather meager. Du noted that despite eliminating numerous pirates, he had only acquired 2 light orbs. The 2 orbs yielded 3 white crystal coins, a return that left him somewhat speechless. Many others had not even obtained a single light orb, and this disheartening ratio rendered Du at a loss for words. What does it feel like to earn your first white crystal coins? Quite gratifying, I presume. However, remember, the fewer participants there are, the higher the drop rate. That is the rule. Thus, this yield is already quite scarce, Teacher Li intoned ominously, seemingly delighted by their misfortune. He continued, Today's first lesson is to understand the essence of combat. In the derivative world, everything is exceedingly brutal. If you do not fight, you shall meet your demise. The second lesson pertains to personal space. As awakened ones, we cannot carry everything on our persons, as it would be a waste of energy. Thus, our predecessors have established fixed personal spaces for us. To unlock your personal space, you must use a white crystal coin that you have generated yourself, in conjunction with a special magic circle, which I shall now teach you. Teacher Li swiftly drew a simple, yet unique magic circle on the ground with chalk. After all, this was inherently affixed to them. It simply had not been activated until now. "Oh, my personal space? I never anticipated such a thing," exclaimed Lin Feng disdainfully, while Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having suffered from the lack of personal space during the previous battle, the prospect of having an alternative to a backpack was exhilarating. No wonder many were seen empty-handed in the market. They all had personal spaces. Do you recall some past instances? Only awakened individuals possess personal spaces. Half-awakened ones cannot access them, which gives you a significant advantage. Teacher Li continued in his characteristic tone. Each personal space measures 1 cubic meter, neither more nor less. Only through significant advancements can one increase the size of their space. Aside from that, one can only enhance its capacity through special means. A student inquired loudly, "What special means?" "Do not inquire of me. I have not encountered such things myself. You will understand when the time comes," Teacher Li tantalizingly replied. Du rolled his eyes and began sketching the magic circle. It was evident that his drawing differed from those of others, a reflection of his unique capabilities. Upon placing a white crystal coin into the circle, it activated, and a personal space appeared on his panel. Personal space, 1 cubic meter. Du attempted to place his sword inside, and indeed, it vanished, creating an additional sword within the space. Many students, like Du, reveled in the experience. Even Lin Feng could not resist experimenting with it, despite being fatigued from battle. The joy in Lin Feng's eyes was unmistakable, especially since this was the first time he had earned a white crystal coin he had personally generated. After experiencing the discomfort of taking a life and the subsequent joy of personal space, the students quickly acclimated to their environment. Observing the changes around him, Du silently nodded, realizing that Teacher Li was far more than he appeared. Their rapid adaptation would enable them to endure the forthcoming battles, which was undoubtedly Teacher Li's intent. At that moment, Teacher Li suddenly declared, "Do you find picking up light orbs from the ground bothersome? Fear not. Once you activate your personal spaces, you will possess an automatic pickup function. Such a marvelous feature. Where is it? I wish to utilize it," a student exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Li, seemingly aloof, replied, "Where is it? Of course, it's on your occupational panel. It requires 10 of your own white crystal coins to activate this automatic pickup functionality." The collective joy on their faces swiftly morphed into disappointment at the realization of the cost, as it seemed unlikely they would have the opportunity to amass such coins today. Many cast resentful glances at Teacher Li, who merely smiled ominously. After an indeterminate time, Teacher Li suddenly leaped onto the mast again, announcing, "The second phase is about to commence, my beloved students. Strive to survive." His reminder made it clear that yet another battle was imminent. In the distance, the pirate ship remained within their line of sight. Indeed, the pirate ship was significantly faster, but during the previous skirmish, one of its sails had been ignited, thus impairing its speed. This explained how the disguised warship, laden with goods, managed to keep pace with the enemy. However, at this moment, the pirate ship began to turn around, seemingly unwilling to flee. Upon witnessing this, the captain promptly commanded, "We shall turn back. Reinforcements for the pirates have undoubtedly arrived, and in considerable numbers. The pirates would not have gained such audacity without a sufficient reduction in their reinforcements." The captain ordered, "Signal for the others to hasten their arrival for support. Everyone, pay heed. Many pirates will soon attack us, and we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Then we shall claim victory. During this time, some of you may perish. Tell me, are you afraid?" "No," the soldiers shouted in unison. "I am here to slay pirates. If the pirates do not die, I shall." It appeared the morale of the troops was quite high, and even the students felt their blood boiling in this environment. And you, new recruits, while your talents are commendable, remember to protect yourselves. The future of maritime peace shall rest upon your shoulders, the captain unexpectedly called out to them. One student mused, "It seems we already possess the identity of new recruits upon our arrival." "Indeed," came the reply, "this is a derivative world entirely controlled by the school. A fully controlled derivative world allows for certain influences, such as granting legal identities upon entry." In an unusual turn of events, Lin Feng chose to explain, revealing that his previous actions had drawn numerous female admirers to him. A young man of decent appearance and a favorable background, coupled with his commendable performance, naturally captured the attention of the ladies. Those around him would eventually realize that only someone like Du could be deemed a truly reliable man. The second in command, slightly envious, flexed his muscular arm, drawing a chorus of eye rolls. While his statement held some truth, they would only come to understand this in due time. In the realm of professionals, strength reigns supreme. Though we have moved beyond a world governed solely by strong men, possessing strength still confers numerous privileges. A glimmer flickered in the leader's eyes as he reflected on the immense scale of the conglomerates, attributing their success to the presence of formidable individuals. Countless large organizations have crumbled into disarray following the unexpected demise of their leaders, leaving them vulnerable to being consumed by others. Without strong figures to anchor them, they lose their foundation. This is a common occurrence. Thus, for these professionals, only strength holds any significance. All else pales in comparison. As he spoke, the cargo ship completed its turn and began to flee, having detected the threat early enough that the pursuing vessels were unable to catch up. Yet, the pirate ship, ultimately faster, soon revealed its true numbers. 5 vessels. Their catch was indeed substantial. The first mate gazed into the distance, while the captain, peering through his telescope, wore a face marked by both elation and gravity. It was the pike fish pirate crew, the largest in the vicinity. If they could capture them all, the surrounding waters would remain undisturbed for years. However, this also meant greater danger, for their captain, Pike Fish, was a powerful adversary. Not only the crew, but even the students recognized the swiftly approaching pirate ships. With the addition of 4 newcomers, they now faced 5 pirate vessels, signaling the onset of the second phase. Thanks to Mr. Lee's intel, they were aware that the upcoming pressure would be intense, but as long as they persevered, they would be fine. After all, this was a training exercise provided by the school, and they were unlikely to encounter any truly grave threats. Like the other crew members, the students gravitated towards the side of the ship, equipping themselves with bows and arrows, opting for ranged attacks to avoid close combat. An experienced soldier shouted, distributing bows and arrows to others. They secured their knives at their waists, ready for melee if necessary. Du gripped his longbow with a grin. Military combat bow, max draw weight 3, light white, non-equipment. This longbow surprisingly reached the light white level, proving it was no trifling matter. However, many students began to voice their complaints, as they had never practiced archery and lacked the necessary skills. They might learn later, but their low levels rendered them ineffective. Yet, everyone recognized that ranged attacks were the safest option for the time being. This is my stage, and I will protect you all. Just watch my performance, Lin Feng declared joyfully, for he was an awakened archer and possessed the finest equipment. Chapter 64. The Pursuit at Sea. Don't throw it away. Prepare for battle. Suddenly, the command rang out. The soldiers, who had been desperately tossing heavy cargo overboard, immediately halted their actions. Some took refuge in the cabin while others armed themselves. Ready for combat, everyone stood on high alert. Recently, much of the cargo used for camouflage had been jettisoned, causing the ship's draft to rise significantly, thus increasing its speed. However, even with this advantage, they could not outrun the pirates. They braced for battle, determined to hold out until the third phase. Don't worry, they're only level 1 pirates. I'm not afraid of them, Lin Feng boldly proclaimed, eyeing the increasingly close pirate ship. You lot are nothing but scraps, just watch me. From a distance, Lin Feng began to draw his bow and release an arrow that sailed across the sea. Utilizing his skills and high-level equipment, his shot exceeded the pirates' range, pinning one of them to the ship. A cheer erupted among the crew, especially from the young women, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Feng. On the mast, Mr. Lee squinted at Lin Feng, lost in thought, though a knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth, suggesting he understood something unspoken. The others remained still, their range insufficient to engage the pirates. They could only wait for the adversaries to draw closer. Finally, as the pirates approached within striking distance, Du became the second to draw his bow. Lin Feng, having exhausted his strength and magic from his earlier display, was now panting heavily. Indeed, this was the price of showboating. Having failed to eliminate many pirates, he found himself drained. You, a summoner, think you can play at archery? What do you think you are capable of? Lin Feng laughed loudly, but Du paid him no heed as he loosed an arrow. In the next moment, Lin Feng's laughter faltered, for Du's arrow struck a pirate preparing to leap from the mast, sending the body crashing down and inciting madness among the remaining pirates. You thought you were invincible. Look at you now. Keep going, don't give up, shouted the second mate, while others gazed at Du in astonishment. Until now, they had only known Du as a swordsman, who knew he had practiced archery as well. Unbeknownst to them, Du had only recently acquired this skill during prior battles, and it was through intense combat that one could improve swiftly. However, at this stage, even within battle, further improvement would prove challenging. The initial levels were relatively easy to attain, but as one advanced, the difficulties multiplied. What superb archery! His foundational skills must have reached level 3. Among us, only Lin Feng matches his proficiency. Denyo offered high praise for Du. Indeed, it was commendable. Not originally an archer, attaining level 3 to compensate for his range deficiencies sufficed. However, Training too high would yield diminishing returns. The plan was sound. But Shi Qinxue shook her head. While magical attacks could reach such distances, the previous skirmishes had drained their resources, and they had yet to recover. At this moment, everyone realized the necessity of conserving their strength. Lin Feng, too, came to understand that excessive bravado had left him depleted, complicating the subsequent confrontation. Du, undeterred by the others, continued to unleash arrows. Before long, arrows began to rain down from their opponents, indicating that the pirates also possessed archers of level 3. As the distance closed, the volume of arrows increased. Du sheltered behind his skeleton, which bore several arrows embedded in its frame. Had it not been for the sword and shield skeleton beside him, he too might have sustained injuries. Many students were not unscathed. The unluckiest among them had been struck in the thigh and had retreated to the rear. The second mate, indifferent, loosed arrows haphazardly. While his shots were powerful, their accuracy left much to be desired. In contrast, the first mate displayed impressive aim, nearing level 3. The range of his bow far surpassed that of his hand crossbow. Quick, cut the grappling hooks. Finally, as they drew within a critical distance, the pirates hurled their grappling hooks, latching onto the sides of the ship. The soldiers swiftly drew their sabers, severing the ropes with great force. However, the pirates' pulls had brought the ships alarmingly close. I never expected to encounter disguised naval forces. None of you will return alive today, shouted a tall pirate from above, his limbs unusually long. It was Pike Fish, who had indeed arrived in person. With 5 pirate ships, he had committed a considerable portion of his forces. He could hardly afford not to be present. Yet, this individual was notoriously cautious and would not approach recklessly. Remember our objective. Destroy their sails to prevent their escape. The captain gripped the hilt of his sword, poised to join the fray. Below, chaos erupted, and everyone engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a pirate swung towards them, gripping a rope. Du raised his hand without hesitation and loosed an arrow. The pirate, unable to evade, could only watch helplessly as the projectile struck his abdomen. A sharp pain surged through him, causing him to release his grip and plummet into the sea. A chorus of screams erupted from below, and Du glanced around, noticing that a pack of sharks had mysteriously gathered nearby. The unfortunate pirate, upon hitting the water, was swiftly torn asunder by the ravenous creatures. How tragic, Du mused silently. At this moment, he remained composed, meticulously calculating the positions of his adversaries, unleashing arrow after arrow in a relentless barrage. Suddenly, a grappling hook sailed towards him, and a skeleton companion promptly severed it with a sword. Trouble loomed as numerous pirates boarded from the right. Du glanced over, nearly choking in disbelief. 2 students had succumbed to panic, turning to flee and inadvertently triggering a stampede among their comrades. What had been a reasonably secure defense crumbled in an instant. As several pirate ships approached, the battle grew increasingly dire. Second, move over. You are ill-suited for long-range combat, the leader commanded. Without hesitation, the second student dashed forward. You too, Du shouted to his skeleton ally, who promptly obeyed. From this point onward, Du could no longer rely on the skeleton for cover. He had to devise his own means of evasion. Chapter 65. Perseverance in adversity. Things are looking grim. The pirate ships are closing in. A glance over his shoulder heightened the tension. With the pirates multiplying and drawing ever closer, ranged attacks became sparse. As the marauders were reluctant to harm their own, these ruthless brigands, having already suffered significant losses, continued to advance recklessly. Yet, their fervor hindered Du's ability to use his bow, prompting him to stow it away and draw his longsword, charging into the fray. That scoundrel! He just felled several of our men with his arrows. The pirates recognized Du, his earlier performance having been too conspicuous to forget. However, upon engaging him, they quickly regretted their decision, as Du's swordsmanship delivered a harsh lesson. Wasn't he supposed to be an archer? How can his sword skills be so formidable? One unfortunate pirate charged forth, only to be met with a precisely angled strike that nearly severed his wrist. Had there not been others nearby, he would have met his end at the next blow. Utilizing his foundational swordsmanship, now at level 7, Du left a trail of wounds on the pirates as he retreated. Individually, these pirates were no match for him, and even facing 5 or 6 simultaneously posed little threat. However, the sheer number of them forced him into a continual retreat. During the skirmish, Du discreetly activated his illusory sword shadow, significantly enhancing the speed and potency of his strikes. A faint shadow danced along the blade, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, under its influence, his already chipped sword transformed into a formidable weapon, delivering attacks that appeared unaffected by its prior condition. As Du grew bolder, several pirate corpses littered the ground behind him. The surrounding pirates began to regard him with a mix of fear and trepidation. They had encountered skilled swordsmen before, but none with such extraordinary prowess. They were pirates, not mere fodder for slaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng fought and retreated simultaneously. However, he soon found himself backed against a wooden wall. Stop running and fight. Don't just think about retreating. You are not a mage. Daniel roared, effortlessly smashing a pirate into pulp with a single strike. Lin Feng's face momentarily flashed with anger. I am an archer. Why can't I retreat? You are a warrior. You should stand in front. Daniel retorted, spitting in disdain. Lin Feng, never before treated in such a manner, felt a surge of resentment towards Daniel. One day, when you no longer have Shi Qianxue's protection, you will learn the meaning of regret. This individual harbored yet another grudge against his companions. However, the surrounding young women began to feel disillusioned by Lin Feng's performance. Aside from an initial display of prowess, his subsequent efforts had been woefully inadequate. At first, he had maintained a distance, utilizing skills to deplete his mana, but now he could hardly muster any magic. The white bow in his hands was a powerful weapon, and unlike others, its pull grew stronger with levels. To wield such a weapon, Lin Feng's stamina drained rapidly, resulting in a diminishing attack frequency. It was evident that outside of his initial display, Lin Feng's performance and kill count paled in comparison to Du Yu's summoning prowess. At this juncture, the most effective combatants were undoubtedly the stalwart warriors, the second student, and Daniel, who moved like relentless killing machines, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Suddenly, Shi Qianxue called out to a ship, pointing her staff at the enemy vessel. In an instant, a multitude of sparks erupted in the air, enveloping the entire ship. The flames singed the pirates, causing discomfort but no significant harm, merely scorching their garments. However, the true purpose of this spell was to ignite their sails. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the sails of the pirate ship, which soon began to lose speed and falter in its pursuit. Though no lives were claimed, it effectively diminished their attacking force by a fifth. Excellent. The captain laughed heartily, delighted to have such a mage aboard. Yet, Shi Qianxue's complexion paled. It was evident that her recent spell had drained a considerable amount of her mana. For a level 1 class without a job change, casting such a broad spell was exceedingly taxing. Du Yu, too, was taken aback, not expecting Shi Qianxue to possess such a staff. Such skills were often seen as useless aside from igniting fires. Wait, igniting fires. This is a tactical skill. Du Yu realized, a sense of alarm washing over him. Foolishness. You seek your own demise. The pike fish suddenly seized a rope and swung towards them. Did you ask me before trying to kill my men? The captain brandished his sword, also gripping a rope, and leaped into the fray. Both were level 3 fighters, albeit with different development paths. Do you finally understood why the pike fish was named as such? He wielded an enormous, bizarre weapon resembling a pike fish. The weapon's size indicated a considerable weight, suggesting he was a strength-based warrior, while the captain clearly favored agility. The two collided midair, each grasping a rope in one hand while the other swung fiercely at the opponent. The pike fish, relying on his superior strength, barreled forward, landing on the warship. The captain, undeterred, utilized his swiftness to slice through the pike fish's shoulder, drawing blood. Upon landing, neither spoke a word but charged directly at their foes. Two level 3 warriors of notable caliber engaged in battle, causing those nearby to hesitate to approach. This is untenable. The numbers are overwhelming. Can we truly hold our ground? A student lamented, unable to fathom that so many would find themselves ensnared in such dire straits in this derived world. Indeed, the derived world proved to be merciless, fraught with challenges far beyond mere survival. Chapter 66. Reinforcements arrived. You scoffed inwardly at the notion of being in dire straits. He had faced far graver perils alone in the Goblin Forest, having encountered dangers more formidable than this on numerous occasions. In this perilous scene, though it appears dangerous, I have yet to unleash my true prowess. My magical projectiles remain unutilized, and I have not donned my equipment, even my summoned allies. The Thunderhawk and the Cursed Crow King remain uncalled forth. For now, I am merely relying on my swordsmanship to confront my foes. Not far away, my skeletal minion continues to engage in battle against the pirates, though it appears to be on the verge of collapse. Its bones have been severely diminished, and its shield bears numerous dents. In fact, even Du Yu is somewhat astonished that my skeleton has endured this long. Turning to observe teacherly, it is evident that he has no intention of intervening, regardless of the student's peril. Thus, the most pressing concern lies with the captain. Should that pike fish emerge victorious, it would be impossible to conceal my strength against a level 3 pirate. Hence, I must devise a strategy to deal with that adversary first. As I continue to fight, I stealthily maneuver towards the clash between the pike fish and the captain. While others retreat, I alone draw closer, yet I remain unnoticed amid the chaos engulfing the ship. With cries of distress resonating everywhere, some students, in sheer panic, are running amok, adding to the disorder. Just as I approach, I observe that someone has already engaged the pike fish. Shadows dart forth, and the pike fish emits a muffled grunt as several hunting hounds latch onto its legs and arms, severely hampering its movements. In a fit of rage, the pike fish tears the hounds away and slams them to the ground. The wounds left by the hounds are minor, given the disparity in levels. Inflicting serious damage is no easy task. However, this distraction grants the captain an opportunity, leaving 2 significant gashes on the pike fish, blood gushing forth. Well done, I murmur softly, recognizing the hand behind this action, another summoner present, the girl who initially summoned the hounds. Yet, when I glance back, I find her cowering beside Qianxue. Her countenance frail and timid. Is she seeking protection? I wonder if her earlier assault was her own initiative or a request from Qianxue. With a sigh, I resign myself to the reality of the situation. You dare to disrupt a noble duel. The pike fish bellows. This is war, not a duel. There is no need for courtesy, the captain retorts, clearly disregarding any semblance of decorum. The captain, slightly out of breath, shows signs of fatigue, a testament to his age. The pike fish, enraged by its injuries, intensifies its ferocity, escalating the battle. At this moment, I find myself a mere distance away, not yet fallen. I decide to make use of my skeletal minion. I discreetly recall my resilient skeleton without drawing attention, keeping a watchful eye on the battlefield. Suddenly, I perceive a favorable opportunity. With a swift gesture, my skeleton materializes at the precise moment of the pike fish's attack, emerging from an unexpected angle. Though the pike fish boasts high levels and great strength, its foundational swordsmanship pales in comparison to mine. Utilizing such a heavy weapon, I can easily discern its flaws. The arrival of my skeleton disrupts the pike fish's assault, and it suffers a superficial wound from the skeleton's longsword. Roar! The furious pike fish bellows in vain. Seizing the moment, the captain thrusts his longsword into the pike fish's left hand, rendering it incapacitated. What once required both hands is now rendered ineffective, drastically diminishing its agility and threat level. I, too, relinquish my longsword and draw my combat bow, releasing an arrow without hesitation. At this juncture, I am within 6 meters of the battlefield. Utilizing the enhancement from my mental lock skill, my arrows fly with precision, far surpassing the capabilities of a level 3 archer. A flurry of arrows appears as if randomly shot, yet each one finds its mark at the pike fish's vulnerable points, forcing it to evade, accumulating more injuries in the process. Remarkable. It appears that close-quarters archery is my true forte. Bovine, having returned to Qianxue's side, is now covered in gore and blood. After enduring the trials of battle, Qianxue has adapted to the chaos and no longer appears as distressed as before. Her eyes gleam with admiration for my performance, while even Lin Feng, filled with resentment, gazes at me in astonishment, recognizing the skill I exhibit with the bow. This individual once displayed lesser prowess. I have no intention of explaining myself. I shall simply focus on my own duties. Look, the Navy's ships. Our reinforcements have arrived. A student suddenly exclaims. In the distance, several shadows race towards us. The only possible allies at this point can only be the Navy. Everyone realizes that an hour has elapsed, and the third phase has commenced. You filthy scoundrels dare to ambush us. The pike fish roars in fury. The captain scoffs. Dealing with pirates like you requires no consideration for methods. Everyone listen. Give it your all to prevent their escape. As the Navy approaches, the pirates begin to contemplate retreat. Taking a deep breath, Qianxue points her staff at 2 distant vessels. Fire! A vast area control spell is unleashed, igniting a sea of sparks. The angle is particularly calculated, engulfing 2 closely positioned ships. Half of one ship and a third of the other are engulfed in flames, swiftly consuming the sails. Now, for ships have compromised sails, leaving only one intact. All mages, concentrate your fire on the last remaining vessel. Qianxue, despite her throbbing headache, cries out. Chapter 67. The moment of counterattack. At this juncture, Qianxue has exhausted her magical energy, rendering her incapable of further combat. Bovine and another member refrain from straying too far, concerned for Qianxue's well-being. The remaining students, having heard Qianxue's command and with reinforcements arriving, begin to regain composure. Those who still possess magical energy immediately direct their spells towards the last intact ship. Magic projectiles and various unusual spells are unleashed, demonstrating that magical versatility is not limited to a single type. Among them, Fire-based spells ignite the sails. With the sheer volume of magic unleashed, the pirates find themselves unable to mount a defense. As the flames consume the sails entirely, despair washes over the pirates. Damn the Navy! They wish to see us perish here. Even in death, they shall not have satisfaction. Oh heavens, how could this happen? I do not wish to die yet. Quick, put out the flames. Why are you all just standing there? The sails are nearly gone. The pirates descend into utter chaos, surpassing even the disarray aboard the Navy's ships. Without sails, their ability to escape is utterly compromised. The pike fish, face twisted in rage, finds itself devoid of options for flight. Blood loss has rendered it dizzy and weak, and facing the captain's sharp assaults, the pike fish can only struggle to defend itself. My skeleton has perished. Yet my arrows continue to maintain their suppressive fire. At last, the old captain found an opportunity and thrust his sword into the heart of the pike. The pike, realizing what had transpired, widened its eyes in disbelief as it gazed at the old captain. One day, you two will join me below. Death is inevitable, yet its significance varies. The old captain smiled serenely as he withdrew his sword. With a spurting of blood, the leader of the pirate crew, the pike, met its demise here. What a pity. Dooyu shook his head, realizing that he had merely used his bow and arrow, unable to claim the kill for himself. The final blow had not been struck by him, and thus he reaped no rewards. This reinforced Douyu's resolve that in future battles, he must secure the final strike. Otherwise, he would suffer great losses. This wretched rule of the world is indeed miserly and stingy, Dooyu mused silently. You performed admirably, much like that young lady. The old captain remarked. When we return, I shall commend you both. Dooyu nodded lightly, choosing not to respond. As for accolades, they held little value for him. These are our responsibilities. We should intercept the other pirates first. Indeed, you are right. Hurry along. I shall hold the line here. The fierce battle had sapped the old captain's strength, rendering him unable to continue fighting. However, should any pirate underestimate him and dare to provoke him, the old captain would certainly teach them a lesson. It appeared that the old captain's success in slaying the pike hinged upon having assistance. Without help, the pirates might very well destroy the Navy's disguised ships and eliminate the Navy before making their escape. Dooyu felt increasingly clear about the rules of this derivative world. Reaching the ship's railing, Dooyu stowed his longbow and drew his sword, commencing a pursuit of the pirates. At this moment, it was indeed a chase. Less tense than before, and Dooyu refrained from employing his virtual sword shadow skill. It would be unwise to reveal it. Hadn't he noticed Teacher Lee meticulously observing everything? Nonetheless, as long as he did not encounter an overwhelming number of pirates at once, he remained undaunted by them, relying on his swordsmanship. One pirate after another fell before him, and he finally acquired several orbs. Upon seeing the orbs in Douyu's hand, the others became frenzied, some previously timid students, perhaps in a bid to redeem their image, now exhibited even greater fervor than Dooyu. Their madness resembled that of rabid dogs pursuing their prey. The ongoing chaos among the pirates presented them with a chance to counterattack. Before long, the naval ships drew near. The loss of their captain had significantly diminished the pirates' morale, and lacking a decisive leader, their confusion only prolonged. How could they possibly mount a defense at this moment? Nearby Navy vessels surged forward, employing grappling hooks, fighting in a style nearly identical to that of the pirates. The hooks ensnared the ships, and the Navy, fierce as wolves, charged forward. Better equipped and stronger, the Navy, resting on their laurels, proved to be no match for the pirates. A comprehensive melee ensued, and within less than half an hour, the pirates were utterly slaughtered. Remarkably, not a single pirate surrendered, which struck many as peculiar. According to laws across various regions, pirates discovered must face execution. They understood that capture meant certain death. Thus, pirates rarely left survivors after plundering at sea and would never surrender when besieged by the Navy. The captain seemed to sense their confusion and began to explain. Dooyu nodded, recalling that he had heard of this rule before, though it was in a previous life. Many truths seemed to connect. He realized he must observe more closely. However, pondering such matters felt overly cumbersome. In situations like this, it was best to charge indirectly, with sufficient strength. Who would fear whom? The battle has concluded, and I trust you have all gleaned valuable insights. Reflect upon them thoroughly upon your return. In a week, come back to school and continue your second adaptation to the derivative world. Pausing for a moment, Teacher Lee continued, of course, venturing into the derivative world on your own is also commendable. Self-adaptation can be more effective, and it spares the school's resources. In other words, you may choose to attend next time or not. It matters little. After all, they were all awakened once, and Teacher Lee was indifferent to their choices. Everyone was free. This world of vocational universities was far more liberated than the ordinary universities of his past life. Ultimately, they fought for their own futures and lives. If they took it lightly, death might be the best outcome for them. Look, what is happening over there? Suddenly, someone shouted, causing everyone to gaze into the distance. Countless fragments filled the sky, spreading incessantly, as if the entire world were shattering. Yet the Navy continued to celebrate, seemingly oblivious to this bizarre spectacle. This marked the conclusion of the derivative world, the commencement of a cycle. There was no need to be alarmed, as such occurrences would become more frequent in the future. Chapter 68. Psychic Restoration. Had the plot of the derivative world reached its finale? Such an apocalyptic scene left even Du, who had been inundated with information. Filled with awe, this was the might of heaven and earth. Teacher Lee, what will happen to them? A girl spoke with a trembling voice. At that moment, 2 students lay unconscious on the ground, blood strewn about. These 2 students had sustained the most severe injuries, one having lost both legs and the other an arm. Were it not for the enhanced resilience of their bodies, they would have perished long ago from blood loss. Yet even so, their conditions were critical, and it would not be long before they succumbed. Upon witnessing their dire state, those who had yet to shift their mindset finally grasped the harsh reality of the derivative world. This was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong. An unforgiving existence. You're the teacher. Surely you have a way to help them. The school wouldn't allow students to die from accidents, would it? Teacher Lee scoffed. Who told you that you are still ordinary students? Once you become awakened, you cease to be mere students. While you enjoy higher status and privileges, you also bear your own responsibilities. Whether it's defending Earth from invasion or acquiring resources from another world, it is no simple task. Moreover, the school maintains a death quota. It is quite high. Even if half of you were to perish, it would not concern me in the slightest. Teacher Lee's eerie tone sent chills through the crowd. The sobbing girls fell silent, their expressions betraying heightened fear. Suddenly, Teacher Lee's grim demeanor vanished, replaced by his usual composed expression. Of course, I would not abandon you in your time of need. Have you ever heard of an awakened one or semi-awakened one ending up as a cripple? His words shifted the expressions of the onlookers. Do you mean to say there is a way to restore their conditions? Shi Qianxue inquired. Teacher Lee revealed no further concealment, for time was running short. Indeed, upon returning from the derivative world, the body will transform into a state of psychic particles and reassemble. As long as there are sufficient white crystal coins, all injuries can be fully healed. But they do not have any white crystal coins, a girl whispered. That is of little consequence. This derivative world is entirely controlled by the school, and there are certain privileges. Is it not yet cruel enough for your adaptation? Honestly, I wonder who designed this system. Well, even without white crystal coins, they will recover once they return. Teacher Lee seemed quite dissatisfied with the design. It is crucial to understand that without an adequate amount of white crystal coins, upon their return, their bodies will not recover but rather deteriorate into a state of disability. Only with the acquisition of white crystal coins can restoration occur. Fortunately, these coins do not necessarily need to be acquired through one's own efforts. Even those obtained through trade hold the same value. The same applies to your weapons. They can also be repaired with the expenditure of white crystal coins. Mr. Lee expressed his dissatisfaction with a curt remark. Du glanced at the fine steel longsword in his hand, deeming it not worth the effort for repair, and decided to let it be. However, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known this would be an option, he should have repaired the sword of warriors before departing from the Yalan continent. Yet, he was unaware and had not activated such a function, leading to his current predicament. Other students wished to inquire further, but suddenly a flash of white light enveloped them, transforming everyone into ethereal energy particles that vanished from sight. The individuals aboard the ship appeared oblivious, continuing to celebrate. As the world shattered into fragments and was obliterated, a new realm emerged. Once again cycling through the guise of a merchant vessel sailing the seas. This time, however, the new recruits were absent. The energy particles rapidly coalesced within the vessel of the world, materializing figures from the void back into their corporeal forms. Look, they have truly returned. The sound of joyous weeping resonated, as onlookers beheld the individual who had previously lost his legs, now restored, albeit without trousers. The one who had lost an arm experienced a similar revival. Both individuals were awakening from their stupor, and upon regaining consciousness, the one who had lost his legs let out a piercing scream. Ah, my legs, my legs! After a couple of cries, realization dawned upon him. There was no pain, and indeed, both legs were intact. His face flushed a deep crimson as he looked up, seemingly embarrassed. All right, you two. You'll have to fund your own repairs next time. For the matters you missed earlier, kindly inform them, Mr. Lee stated, eager to move on, as he opened the gates of the vessel of the world. What just happened? My legs, how? One student began questioning his companions, while Du Yu remained in a state of astonishment. The extraordinary ability of limb regeneration was astonishingly immediate. Yet, his longsword remained unrepaired. It seemed the school's decision had been merely to restore their physical injuries. All students, regardless of their ailments, were fully healed, but their weapons remained damaged, as the school evidently deemed their repair unnecessary. This served as a stark reminder that entering the derivative world necessitates ample white crystal coins. Though the exact amount required for bodily restoration was unknown, no one wished to find themselves lacking when the need arose. Du Yu suddenly noticed numerous fragments appearing in his space. No, they were better described as debris. What is this? I did not store these items. Wait. He recalled placing a longbow inside earlier. It was issued from the ship, non-equipment. Was it that non-equipment could not be taken out? As Du Yu examined the debris, he began to understand its nature. The fragments were indeed mere splinters of wood, long since decayed, utterly devoid of value. Consulting his panel, Du Yu discovered that prior to their departure, there had been warnings indicating that taking non-proprietary equipment would result in its destruction. He had failed to heed this while listening to Mr. Li's discourse. Well, it was just a bow. I never expected to bring it along anyway. Not suffering a loss is already a considerable fortune. Chapter 69. Acting alone, a group gradually made their way outside. Lin Feng shot a venomous glare at Du Yu and the second, then cast a disdainful look at the third, harboring a profound dislike for these three individuals before turning on his heel to leave without a backward glance. Hey, why are you running away? Did you not boast of your prowess in slaying a few pirates? The second taunted without hesitation, furthering Lin Feng's embarrassment. Reflecting on his earlier performance now made him feel like a fool. Despite possessing skills and strength, he had squandered them on insignificant minions instead of crucial moments, leaving him crimson-faced. What is there to be proud of? Just a few more kills? Next time, I'll make sure you understand the depth of a prestigious family. Lin Feng scoffed, hastening his departure. At that moment, he felt as though every gaze upon him was laced with ridicule. It was intolerable to remain there. Behind him, the two individuals who had recovered from their injuries gradually emerged. Perhaps due to unfamiliarity, the one who had lost his legs walked cautiously, as if his limbs were made of paper. Du Yu, our alliance is organizing a group activity tomorrow. Would you like to participate? Everyone witnessed the dangers of the derivative world firsthand, and it would be prudent to have each other's backs. Upon exiting, Shi Qianxue once again extended her invitation. The hostile stares from those around confirmed her suspicions. She recalled having promised to provide an answer after experiencing the derivative world. Given that the duration spent within had been fleeting, the residual aura of laws would dissipate within an hour after their return. Thus, re-entering the derivative world the following day posed no issue. Yet, she had no desire to waste time here. She was confident that her strength would not pale significantly in comparison to the entire group. In fact, collectively, they might not equal her prowess. The crux was that the more individuals involved, the lesser the rewards. This time, she had managed to secure the most kills. Yet the orb she held yielded merely a handful of white crystal coins. Observing the others, it was likely their gains were even more meager. Nonetheless, Shi Qianxue's earnest invitation, despite her unhealed state, made it hard to refuse. Who knew how many flower protectors might emerge to create trouble if she declined? However, she truly felt unsuited to associate with this group. After some contemplation, Du Yu replied, "It is precisely because our strengths are inadequate that we should first seek a change in class. With occupational skills, perhaps our circumstances will improve." It was said that the effectiveness of class transition was greater at lower levels, and that it seemed only one person could undertake it at a time. At this juncture, the leader approached from the side. What the third said is accurate. Class transition is indeed significant. Haha, while it is true that transitioning at lower levels yields better results, the transition itself is tiered. Should the transition task be poorly executed, it could even result in a downgrade in star rating. There are numerous prerequisites, such as the need for white crystal coins. Indeed, I have heard that the required amount for transitioning is substantial, yet preparing for more white crystal coins necessitates greater strength. Generally, individuals transition after reaching level 3, with those attempting it at level 1 being exceedingly rare. If one acts rashly and fails the transition, it would certainly be a spectacle. A crowd began to gather around, seemingly well-versed in the intricacies of class transition. Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared. It is not imperative to transition on the first attempt, but we can at least familiarize ourselves with the process. As long as we do not initiate the transition ceremony, there is no risk. After all, observing the transition poses no danger. The leader tended to speak favorably of his own group, despite now having joined the alliance. In that case, you need not join just yet. Whenever you decide to, we will welcome you with open arms. Shi Qianxue felt a twinge of disappointment, but would not forsake the entire alliance for Du Yu alone. Only by establishing the alliance could she maximize her own benefits. If Du Yu wished to act independently, so be it. He would come to understand the importance of unity once he encountered obstacles. Hearing their discourse, Du Yu felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Is a job change necessary? As long as one possesses sufficient white crystals, there is no need for anything else. Many students have awakeners in their families, which they surely refer to. Moreover, if they are to prepare themselves, it must be something they need to earn. After all, there are plenty of such resources at home. After bidding farewell, Du Yu made his way back home, feeling uneasy about the numerous belongings he had left behind. Even though losing equipment would be of little use, the thought of it being stolen was unsettling. If someone were to take it, even if they couldn't use it, it would still be lost to him. Furthermore, the white crystals would eventually belong to someone else after a while, which was quite a commonplace occurrence. Rushing home, Du Yu carefully opened the door and began to inspect the premises, eventually letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. Silently, he dismantled the traps he had set up around the house. Yes, Du Yu, who had suddenly become wealthy overnight, had laid many traps before leaving his home. Any visitor would have left traces behind. Upon returning to his room, Du Yu opened his chest. Inside lay numerous items, which he hastily placed into his personal space for safekeeping. After organizing everything, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He decided to activate some functions. But to his dismay, each feature required payment. With no other option, Du Yu accessed the panel and began inserting coins. Without a teacher's guidance, there were no instructions available, leaving him in the dark about the panel's functionalities. The team communication feature required 10 white crystals, which he deemed unnecessary for now. The automatic pickup function, also costing 10 white crystals, was activated without hesitation, as it was essential. There was also a weapon repair feature, which only required 1 white crystal. However, future repairs would demand more white crystals, a seemingly endless expenditure. Each repair had to occur when entering or exiting the world, for only then would the weapons transform into energy particles, allowing for the most fundamental repairs. Other methods, such as hiring a blacksmith, were also available. As for the white crystals, he had nearly 400 untraded and a considerable amount traded, more than sufficient. Du Yu calculated his wealth, realizing that to reach several hundred white crystals, he would need to be at least a level 3 or 4 awakener, if not higher. It was said that many awakeners at levels 7 or 8 still lacked a profession, though the truth of that remained uncertain. If there were no other dangers, his white crystals should suffice. The higher the level, the more challenging the job change tasks became, requiring even more white crystals. Surely, he would manage under these circumstances. Du Yu had already decided on his future magical profession, so there was no need for further preparations. Taking his belongings, he departed before dawn, boarding an autonomous vehicle to the city center. The heart of the city primarily catered to professionals, with most industries revolving around them. Thus, numerous shops for world vessels were present nearby. Naturally, those who could afford a world vessel were backed by formidable professionals. Soon, Du Yu arrived at the grand castle-like structure he had previously researched, the largest entry point to a derivative world in the city. It was here that he would undergo his job change. This was the city's foremost professional transition center, where most public professions could be found. "Hello. I am here for a job change," Du Yu stated as a staff member approached him. The attendant's demeanor became more respectful. "Please, sir, follow me." Typically, those seeking a job change were not of low level. Du Yu followed the attendant into another large building connected to the grand castle, where countless world vessels were densely packed. "What type of job change are you looking for, sir?" "Here is the list of professions," the attendant said, handing him a form listing various job transitions, including different focuses within the same profession, which likely weren't comparable within the same world. Du Yu, wearing a mask, was not concerned about being recognized. Before long, he identified what he sought, the introduction to the magical profession. Ah, this one, the spellcaster. Indeed, Du Yu had already resolved to specialize as a spellcaster. "Sir, are you certain? The spellcaster profession is indeed powerful." But Du Yu raised his hand to halt the attendant's words. "I have made my decision." This was a matter for the awakeners themselves. Since Du Yu had made up his mind, the staff member refrained from further input. To be fair, his attempt to offer a warning reflected his goodwill. Du Yu was well aware of the uniqueness of the spellcaster profession, which evolved from traditional mages. Some mages inscribed magical arrays within their minds, forming specialized spell models. This was the genesis of the spellcaster. Over time, these spell models evolved into spells, leading to the rise of the spellcaster profession. However, this profession is marked by extreme polarization. Ordinary spellcasters may even fall short of some lesser magical professions, often regarded as the weakest in the magical category. Yet, formidable spellcasters stand among the elite in the magical realm. When wielded effectively, it is said to rival some powerful hidden professions, which was Duyu's rationale for his choice. The sole drawback was that being a spellcaster was an expensive endeavor, requiring white crystals, which must be earned personally. Consequently, the difficulty in advancing as a spellcaster was the primary reason for the profession's scarcity. Only large factions, equipped with an abundance of supportive items, could cultivate competent spellcasters. Generally, individuals like Duyu rarely pursued such affluent professions. Nevertheless, he was confident in his abilities. If he could not surpass those affluent individuals who cultivated spellcasters, he would indeed be a disappointment. As long as things progressed favorably, his power would grow exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Every powerful spellcaster was revered by others. Ordinary mages needed to amass extensive knowledge, while spellcasters, in addition to studying, had to perceive various natural phenomena and express them through spells, crafting their unique incantations. Those without insight would struggle on this path. Similarly, those lacking comprehension among professionals would merely burn through their wealth, relying on quantities of white crystals to create their spells, which explained the financial demands of being a spellcaster. Moreover, spellcasters possess another advantage. Professional skills are limited. With each level gained, 2 skill slots are added. But the total number of skills remains relatively few. A spellcaster does not require an extensive array of spells, only a select few effective incantations. Unlike mages, who must learn numerous spells to enrich their arsenal, the spellcaster profession is inherently compatible with professionals. Were it not for various regulatory constraints, its numbers would not be so scarce. In reality, the number of professionals choosing to become spellcasters is exceedingly low, even less than many so-called hidden professions monopolized by powerful factions. However, most spellcasters are indeed elite. Seeing Duyu's firm choice, the attendant could not object and instead produced another form for him to fill out. There are a total of 3 derivative worlds where one can undertake the transition to a spellcaster. The spellcaster does not possess any particular inclination, only varying degrees of difficulty, allowing you, sir, to make your choice freely. The table provides merely 3 succinct descriptions. Without hesitation, Duyu opted for the most challenging option. The heightened difficulty promised superior outcomes and greater rewards upon completion. The attendant seemed disinclined to offer further commentary, perhaps in their mind. Duyu had transformed into someone blissfully unaware of their own limits. After all, his voice still bore the youthful timbre indicative of his age. Duyu had no intention of elaborating on his choices to others. He simply aimed to focus on his own path. The attendant swiftly escorted Duyu to the side of a world vessel, a collection of such vessels affixed to the wall, though only 4 were present, indicating that entry into such worlds was indeed scarce. Upon paying 10 white crystal coins, Duyu acquired the right to utilize it. Chapter 71. Entering the Land of Legacy using the world vessel in a formal setting was deemed the safest approach, a common understanding. Upon activating the solitary world vessel, Duyu was enveloped in darkness. When the scenery re-emerged, he found himself in a different realm. Surrounding him were lush trees and a network of interwoven streets. Amidst the bustling crowd, Duyu stood before a colossal building. This structure resembled a tower, yet it was remarkably wide and flat, consisting of only 3 stories, adorned with opulent decorations. World, Spellcaster's Trial World Transition Task. Undertake a transition, magic system. This world has no main storyline. One may exit at will. Upon reading the introduction on the panel, Duyu realized that this world was likely another one entirely under control. It was, after all, a guild facility designated for transitions. He noticed an invitation letter in the panel, an unexpected addition. Having gathered information prior to his arrival, he produced the invitation and advanced towards the building. There was no need to linger in front of the guild. As he approached, 2 monsters at the entrance barred his way. These were puppets conjured by magic. Initially, Duyu mistook them for statues. He presented the invitation, and the puppets' eyes glowed red before they stepped aside. "Please enter," a voice emanated from one of the puppets, which was not their own. Duyu nodded slightly, choosing not to engage further, and proceeded into the building. Inside, the decorations exuded an ancient and natural charm, as if many of the items had endured the passage of time. "Welcome, aspiring spellcaster, for possessing an invitation signifies your entry into our ranks. However, we must first assess your qualifications." An elder cloaked in a robe approached, holding an archaic crystal ball. Duyu furrowed his brow but stepped forward, placing his hand upon the crystal sphere. Instantly, a blinding white light erupted. The elder's face, previously rigid, transformed into one of disbelief. "Oh, I did not expect to encounter someone with such exceptional talent. This is splendid news. It may not be long before our guild gains a formidable mage. Follow me. The elder led you to a spacious area behind them, filled with numerous large array plates, each inscribed with magical symbols. The materials shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, none of which you recognized. Now, you must choose a direction for your transition. I will then transport you to the corresponding land of legacy. There, you will undergo trials. If successful, you will become a true spellcaster. If you fail, the consequences could be dire. Without hesitation, you declared, I choose the path of the spellcaster. Which one is it? The spellcaster? Why would you select this? Nowadays, few choose the path of the spellcaster. This profession once thrived, but demands a high degree of comprehension. Without such understanding, pursuing the role of a spellcaster may lead to limited prospects. The elder spoke at length, a departure from his usual indifference towards others' choices. Yet Duyu's displayed talent was so formidable that the elder could not bear to see him stray from the right path. Nonetheless, as a spellcaster, your choice is of utmost importance, and others cannot interfere, Duyu insisted. I have chosen the path of the spellcaster from the very beginning. Very well, if you are resolved, then proceed. The elder gestured towards a nearby magical array. Simply stand upon it, and I shall handle the rest. Heeding the elder's instructions, Duyu stepped onto the magical array. The elder manipulated the controls, activating the array. In an instant, Duyu's form vanished, not as mere energy particles, but through spatial transmission. A familiar light flickered, and he found himself in a new location, resembling a vast laboratory. Before him lay a great stone slab, covered in an array of peculiar patterns. At first glance, these markings appeared as childlike scribbles, yet upon closer inspection, they emanated an aura of profound mystery. Transition task, Spellcaster, Stage 1, within the shortest time possible. Coalesce your first spell. Duyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a task. If one were a native, they would have likely studied extensively, perhaps even constructed spells beforehand, yet he was starting from scratch. Fortunately, a book lay nearby, filled with foundational knowledge for spellcasters. Now he understood the necessity of ample white crystal coins. This step required preparation. Opening the tome, Duyu found the contents comprehensible, yet mastering them in a brief period necessitated the use of his white crystal coins. The coins in his hand began to ignite. After expending 50 white crystal coins, he finally grasped the essential knowledge. The patterns upon the stone slab began to reveal their secrets to him. A spellcaster perceives the myriad phenomena of nature and diverse environments, transcribing their essence through linear spellcraft, akin to painting but focused on the essence itself. Ultimately, these runes coalesce into a spell. The stone slab illustrated various natural patterns, serving as a reference. Lacking a foundation, Duyu faced an insurmountable challenge in crafting his unique spell in such a short time. Thus, relying on his white crystal coins became imperative. Excellent, this is it, a rule-based attack spell. With this, my magical projectile can be discarded. He resolved to construct it accordingly. And thus, Duyu's white crystal coins ignited once more. Identifying his preferred spell pattern, the spell began to take shape. The consumption of white crystal coins escalated. Any other individual would find it impossible to allocate such vast resources. Moreover, the acquired white crystal coins were insufficient. Only his own could suffice. Were it not for the abundance of his own coins, this transition might have encountered dire complications. Even now, Duyu questioned whether his preparations were adequate. Who could have anticipated that a level 1 awakened would find their coins lacking? Chapter 72. Deconstructing spells to select the optimal spell formulation in one go naturally required a substantial amount of white crystal coins. Coupled with Duyu's choice of the most arduous transition task, the demands only increased. The greater the investment, the more substantial the eventual rewards. Others transitioning would not expend resources at the same rate as Duyu. Most significantly, the role of a spellcaster inherently demanded financial expenditure, exacerbating the depletion of white crystal coins. As a level 1 awakener, only he could bear such immense consumption. During his inaugural journey through the world, Duyu's gains were truly substantial. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sustain it. As the white crystal coins continued to burn away, the intricate patterns in his mind began to transform, gradually constructing a rudimentary rune that emerged, strengthening and perfecting bit by bit until it became remarkably complete. At this moment, Duyu had expended another 50 white crystal coins. It was insufficient. He had not yet reached the pinnacle. The higher the level of the first spell, the more advantageous it would be for his class transition, so he pressed on. Duyu resolutely continued to incinerate his white crystal coins to enhance this spell. The already complete rune, under the scorching of the white crystal coins, began to undergo further changes, gradually losing its completeness. The nearby spell patterns began to twist and add complexity, growing increasingly bizarre. Strangely, Du found himself completely comprehending the meanings expressed by these patterns. He had initially chosen the most intricate type of rule-based spell, which was also the most challenging to grasp, as it transcended the ordinary natural phenomena. As this spell continued to take shape, Du's white crystal coins dwindled further. In the blink of an eye, another 100 coins had been consumed, bringing his total expenditure to 200, exceeding half of his available funds. Had he reached his limit? If he could no longer enhance it, then it was time to solidify its form. Spells and magic are not the same. Magic can be cast once learned, and if one possesses the magical energy to wield it. For practitioners, learned magic can directly manifest as skills. However, without forming a skill, it cannot be utilized, which is a limitation for practitioners. Spellcasters, in contrast to ordinary mages, must complete an additional step. They must condense a spell within their mental sea. Only after the spell takes shape can it be considered complete. Once formed, the spell can be instantly unleashed with magical energy. The advantages of using spells include low consumption, swift activation, brief cooldowns, and greater power. Yet, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Forming a spell is exceedingly difficult and costly. Thus, spellcasters often possess a scarcity of skills, which is not particularly problematic for practitioners, as their skills are inherently limited. As a lone wanderer, few skills are better suited to him than those that have low consumption and great power. Rapidly forming spells also requires the participation of white crystal coins, which began to ignite once more. The already constructed spell, under the influence of a mysterious force, began to mobilize its mental power, continuously carving itself within the mental sea. As the spell slowly took shape, Du sensed that his mental sea was also undergoing transformation. This signified a class change. Once initiated, it could not be halted. Moreover, once formed, he would henceforth be a spellcaster, with his mental sea able to store only spells, excluding all else. This is why some spellcasters struggle. They cannot change their profession. For magic-oriented practitioners, once their class is established, transitioning to another profession is no easy feat truly. It consumed vast resources. It seemed he would need even more funds in the future. Du gazed at his dwindling white crystal coins, sighing inwardly. Another 100 coins had vanished, leaving him with fewer than 100 of his own. If this proved insufficient, his class transition could be perilous. Fortunately, his spell had been completed. Du glanced at the newly appeared spell description on the panel. Decomposition spell, rule-based spell capable of splitting matter or energy in half. Level 1, 10 stars, indeed. A rule-based spell was the type Du had chosen. The rule of the decomposition spell is to directly disassemble the targeted object or energy. The greater the disparity in levels, the more pronounced the decomposition. It is even possible to reduce an object to dust or even atomic state, but that requires an exceedingly high level. At present, he could manage to split a target into several pieces at best, barring encounters with entities possessing formidable resistance that could negate his spell's power. As long as the spell's potency cannot be countered, this ability to decompose directly is virtually invincible, akin to an instant death capability. Its power is evident and formidable, particularly when faced with targets of lower levels. How could you not choose such an option? This is the advantage of having ample white crystal coins. Without sufficient funds, who would dare to condense spells of such caliber? Indigenous spellcasters must achieve a very high level to grasp rule-based spells. Is my limit truly 10 stars? The skill has indeed reached its apex at this star level. Du pondered silently. At this moment, the first phase of the class transition task was complete, and the panel information shifted once more. Class transition task, Spellcaster, Phase 2. The first trial of the Spellcaster. Please defeat the impending enemy using only the spell you just condensed. No items may be utilized, and results will be calculated based on trial performance. Du was taken aback that his other skills were rendered unusable. Feeling around, he noted that his skills remained accessible and were not sealed. This meant that if danger arose, he could still employ them for assistance. However, utilizing those skills would undoubtedly diminish his performance score, and he was uncertain of the consequences. Therefore, it was best not to experiment. If he could only use spells for attack, then passive non-attack skills should still be permissible. Du recalled his basic meditation. His basic meditation was at maximum level. With a maxed-out basic meditation as a boost, his spell's power could be enhanced by at least 50%, a benefit derived from a fully leveled foundational skill. Unfortunately, this ability could not be augmented by external forces. The vast laboratory around him began to shift, gradually receding underground. A grand laboratory transformed into an expansive training arena in mere moments. Chapter 73. The Trial of the Spellcaster. The arena gradually took shape, and in the distance, a mound of earth began to rise, slowly giving form to a creature. Du had no time to concern himself with this entity. He let it take shape for now, focusing instead on familiarizing himself with his spell. The mental sea had transformed into a celestial expanse, with his soul as the central luminescence, radiating vibrantly, as if all light originated from this point. Surrounding this central brilliance was a spherical space, with tumultuous waves below representing his magical energy, while the cloud-like presence above signified his mental power. It became clear that while mental power and magical energy complemented each other, they were not entirely synonymous. Beside the soul's brilliance, a resplendent diamond spun continuously, emitting boundless radiance. This diamond was none other than the spell he had just condensed. Unlike the magical runes formed by rune mages, a spellcaster's spells advanced further. Runes mutate and fold through special means, ultimately infusing their mental energy, culminating in a diamond-like entity. Spellcasters bear no specific type or elemental affiliation. Their spells do not store or restore magical energy. Rather, they only require an infusion of their own magical energy to activate. The final result is this dazzling diamond. Having familiarized himself slightly, Du felt as if the spell was an extension of himself, as instinctual as breathing. Just then, the earthen mound had fully risen. Earth Elemental Puppet, a creature formed from earth elements, with the ability to absorb the earth's power to restore itself. Du observed this newly emerged creature, astonished to find it was level 2. Indeed, this task was of a more challenging nature, beginning with a level 2 adversary while he was merely a level 1 spellcaster. If other high-level individuals were to undergo this trial, it is likely that they would encounter even more formidable monsters. No wonder the difficulty level is so daunting. Du recalled the description he had seen earlier in the chart. The challenge presented by this derivative world was indeed exceedingly high, and few would choose to venture here, as the majority of those who attempted would inevitably fail. Moreover, a failure during the transfer ritual could have severe repercussions. Not only would one's star rating diminish, but one's potential would also be significantly impacted. Once affected, recovering one's star rating and potential would prove to be a formidable task. As Du observed the earth element puppet rushing towards him, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, reminiscent of an earthquake. He knew that if he were struck by this creature, the outcome would be dire. Save for its sluggish speed, this entity possessed formidable attributes. Although it was merely a level 2 creature, it was remarkably tenacious. It was no surprise that such a being had been designated as a trial monster in this place. Without hesitation, Du unleashed a spell. In an instant, the spell diamond within his mental sea descended, merging into his magical essence, allowing for a more effortless absorption of mana for recovery. This would facilitate a swift cooldown, likely within a second, and with further practice, he anticipated even greater speed. Resolutely, he pointed towards the approaching puppet. A radiant white light coalesced between his fingers and shot forth, exuding an indescribable brilliance. The white beam struck the puppet's head, causing it to momentarily pause before shattering into fragments. However, Du did not feel elated, for despite the destruction of its head, the puppet continued its relentless advance, its obliterated head regenerating as it absorbed the earth beneath it. It became evident that this creature possessed a regenerative trait, making it exceptionally difficult to vanquish unless one could deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, his spell proved effective, easily demolishing the puppet's head, which boasted considerable defensive capabilities. Yet, his disintegration spell seemed to be partially countered by the elemental nature of the creature. He could only dismantle a portion of it, as the elemental being lacked critical vulnerabilities. Thus, breaching a section was inconsequential. Was he to suffer a significant decline in his trial performance? This was unacceptable. Once the trial commenced, he resolved to persevere to the end. A poor performance could yield unforeseen negative consequences. The earth element puppet continued its approach, seemingly unfazed by his attacks. Du found himself at an impasse, for the creature's formidable defense and massive stature obscured its weaknesses. He struck at the puppet's chest, causing a cascade of rubble to fall, and then aimed for its shoulder, yet each attempt proved futile, as the puppet steadily advanced and restored itself. Fortunately, its slow movements meant it would be challenging to strike him. What a predicament! How was he to defeat a creature that could not be easily dispatched? As a mere level 2 being, he had previously slain numerous level 3 creatures. Failing to eliminate this one would be a source of embarrassment, especially since he could only employ the disintegration spell. Wait, if memory served him right, elemental beings possessed a core. However, where could that core be located? Cursed be the distance that obscured his understanding, and mere sight would not suffice. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Why rely solely on sight? He possessed a high-level foundational skill, mental lock, that could scan everything within a 6-meter radius. Thus, he needed only to approach. If this proved effective, he would not have to worry about his trial performance. With a slight smile, he thought to himself, even if he could not strike the core directly, he could still achieve something of significance. Once more, he summoned a spell, a crystalline white light cascading down upon the puppet's foot, the most slender and fragile part of its form. With a single incantation, the entire foot shattered and crumbled. The massive earth element puppet, unable to support its weight, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. At this point, the puppet was no longer far from him. Du swiftly approached, entering the 6-meter range. As he neared the fallen puppet, it struggled to raise its arm and swatted at him. Its sluggish movements posed no threat, and Du easily evaded the attack. Within the 6-meter radius, the passive scanning effect of mental lock activated, a basic skill inherent to him. Thus, its use would not be impeded. There it was. At last, he sensed a marvelous force within his consciousness, a spherical energy, inexplicably swirling within the earth element puppet's form. This erratic entity could very well prolong the battle if he lacked fortune. In his perception, the sphere had traversed to the puppet's thigh. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a disintegration spell, striking true at the sphere's location. The earth fractured into large fragments, and within them, he discerned crystalline shards tumbling free. The puppet, which had been struggling to regenerate, suddenly disintegrated into mere stones. At last, he had vanquished it. Were it not for the mental lock, this victory would have been far more arduous. He sensed a shift on his interface. Task complete. Would he like to continue? If not, he could instantly receive his evaluation. Evidently, this was the assessment mechanism. Without hesitation, Du chose to proceed to the next wave. In the blink of an eye, 4 earth mounds began to rise from the ground, dramatically increasing the difficulty. Could they not be dispatched one at a time? Though he voiced his complaint, his pace quickened. For once fully formed, these creatures would present a considerable challenge. He positioned himself beside one of the mounds, awaiting its emergence. As the sphere reappeared in his perception, he unleashed another disintegration spell, shattering the earth into fragments and disintegrating the sphere within. Without a moment's pause, he raced toward the next mound, casting another disintegration spell, swiftly obliterating the second. He continued this process, eliminating the third before the fourth had even fully emerged. Once again, the task prompt appeared, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded and prepared for the next wave. As before, the earth mounds surfaced, and the earth element puppets took shape. Du positioned himself in the most concentrated area, awaiting the puppet's emergence. The instant the first puppet materialized, he began dispatching them one by one. Ultimately, only one puppet remained. While the others had been eliminated before they could fully form, he approached the last puppet, which launched an attack. Du deftly sidestepped its slow-moving fist, easily evading its clumsy strike. After launching the attack, the earth element puppet could not redirect its assault and was compelled to continue its onslaught due to inertia. There it was, he found it. Sensing the unusual elemental energy fluctuations emanating from the left shoulder of the earth element puppet, Du wasted no time in casting a disintegration spell. With the simultaneous shattering of the shoulder and core, another wave subsided. Du had intended to take a respite. Yet he realized that if he refrained from making a choice for just 10 seconds, it would automatically default to continuing. Such stinginess, even the time to recover was denied. Gradually, Du began to comprehend the meaning behind the task's difficulty. There was no alternative but to press on. As long as his magical energy did not deplete, he would persist. Wave after wave of earth element puppets manifested, only to be eradicated by Du. Ultimately, he found himself entangled in a battle with the puppets. Though the earth element puppets were slow, their numbers rendered them formidable. Upon the formation of the 7th wave of puppets, Du sensed an extraordinary challenge. Despite his prior efforts to eliminate some, over 30 earth element puppets still emerged that he could not intercept. Du grappled with these puppets for over half an hour, finally reducing their number to a solitary foe. Frustratingly, his magical energy was running low. Should another wave emerge, he would be unable to endure. Du felt disheartened. While the white crystal coins were beneficial, they did not restore magical energy. Once depleted, it was gone. Even though he had managed to eliminate one with each strike, he found his magical energy nearly exhausted. Just as Du dispatched the final earth element puppet, he contemplated giving up. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly a pass? The difficulty seemed excessively high. Class change task. Spellcaster. Task completed. Rating. Perfect. Commencing talent selection in progress. Selection complete. Talent. 50 reduction in spellcasting consumption. Perfect rating. Unique heir of the inheritance site task completed. Unique inheritance reward. Origin stone. Origin stone. restores magical energy at a rate increased by 100, enhances spell power by 30, exclusive equipment. The rating was perfect. It appeared he had achieved the utmost. Unexpectedly, a talent had emerged alongside exclusive equipment. Curiously, he wondered why there had been no exclusive equipment in his previous class. Suddenly, Du chuckled wryly, realizing he might have been overly greedy. Such benefits were indeed rare. With the talent and exclusive equipment, his spellcasting power had significantly increased, and both magical energy consumption and recovery speed had enhanced dramatically. If he were to use spells judiciously, his endurance would surpass that of anyone else. This capacity for prolonged combat would be immensely advantageous for his solitary ventures into the derivative world. Overall evaluation, star rating increased to 8 stars. As the star rating surpassed 8 stars, it ceased to rise further. Suddenly, Du noticed another prompt appear on the panel. To his surprise, his evaluation had allowed for a star rating increase. Indeed, excelling in the class change task yielded substantial benefits, though it felt somewhat wasted on himself. Achieving an 8-star rating required immense restraint against these monsters. It was essential to recognize that his talents and foundation were incomparable to those of others. It seemed that for others to elevate their star ratings, it would be akin to dreaming. 3 Rivers Reflections. To his astonishment, he had ascended to 3 rivers. Truth be told, it was his first time. When he saw the news, the author felt a surge of excitement. However, after the thrill, it was crucial to focus on writing and not disappoint the reader's affection and support for this book. The author refrains from further commentary. As per usual, barring any unforeseen circumstances, updates will remain absolutely stable. The manuscript for this book is ample, so readers can rest assured in their collections. Updates guaranteed, completion assured. The Era of Earth Transcendence 3 Rivers Reflections. Currently being typed. Please hold momentarily. After the content updates, refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Era of Earth Transcendence novel website text updates. Remember the URL. The Era of Earth Transcendence 3 Rivers Reflections. Currently being typed. Please hold momentarily. After the content updates, refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Era of Earth Transcendence novel website text updates. Remember the URL. Chapter 75. Continuous entry task completed. Should the class change process be made public or offered as a paid viewing? Another notification appeared. This was likely related to the guild. Du narrowed his eyes and opted not to disclose. His class change was somewhat unique, and there were aspects he preferred to keep private. Not only his special skills and dual professions, but also the considerable amount of white crystal coins he possessed could reveal too much. Furthermore, his abundant magical energy and the exclusive equipment he had obtained were similarly sensitive. If he had only one profession, making it public might have posed no issue. Perhaps it could even facilitate joining a powerful organization. However, his dual professions rendered it impossible to affiliate with any group. Should this be discovered, the repercussions would be dire. Fortunately, by keeping it private, the rules of the derivative world would prevent the disclosure of his information. Even the guild would be powerless to uncover it. Such was the absolute nature of the derivative world's regulations. Name: Du level, Awaken level 2 status, Fatigued magical energy, 6 profession, Dark Shaper, talent. Increases shaping creature strength by 20, skills, Summon Purple Lightning Golden Eagle, level 2. 10 stars, Curse Crow King, level 2. 8 stars, profession, Spellcaster, talent. 50 reduction in spellcasting consumption, skills, Disintegration spell, level 2. 10 stars, pet, empty basic skills, basic swordsmanship level 7, basic meditation level 10, max level, basic archery level 3, mental lock level 6 universal skills, magic bullet, level 1 constant, random summon, level 1 constant, phantom sword shadow, level 1 constant, equipment, warrior's longsword, sharpness 6, white, personal space, 1 cubic meter items, goblin statue, 3-3, goblin summoning scroll, 1-1. Origin stone, exclusive equipment. The attributes on Du's panel shifted once more. He now possessed 2 professions. Seizing the opportunity, he absorbed white crystal coins to elevate his profession to level 2, along with his 3 primary skills. With the class change completed, there was no longer a need to suppress his levels. As his level increased, Du instantaneously felt a significant enhancement in all aspects of his power, be it attributes or otherwise. His magical energy, too, experienced a considerable boost, at least doubling from before. Initially, the rate of magical energy increase was quite rapid. Similarly, as skill levels rose, magical energy consumption also escalated. However, since the spellcaster's spell consumption was inherently low, the increase was not as substantial as his magical energy growth. Consequently, his combat endurance would witness tremendous improvement. Having decided it was time to depart, He thought to also repair his warrior's sword. Do you contemplated and added the warrior's sword to the repair options, expending 2 white crystal coins to complete the restoration. His remaining white crystal coins were now scant, necessitating some reserve. Given his current situation, the power of the law at his disposal would deplete within an hour. Thus, there was no need to leave just yet. He resolved to explore which derivative worlds were suitable for him next. Entering once more would allow him to replenish some of the resources he had expended. With this in mind, do you open the portal to the world vessel? The attendant from earlier was still waiting outside. During his time within, not even a minute had passed in the outside world. Such was the time ratio of the derivative world. Sir, is there anything else you require? The attendant smiled upon seeing Du Yu emerge. Observing the lingering radiance around him, the attendant discerned that Du Yu had successfully changed classes. Regarding the extent of the job transition, it is utterly indiscernible. The attendant had no reason to inquire further. Du Yu, feeling rather disinterested, simply stated, I need to find a suitable derivative world. I will be entering again shortly. Do you have any recommendations? The attendant, without hesitation, asked, what type of monsters or terrain do you require? Do you have any specific environmental preferences? It was evident that the attendant had encountered such queries numerous times before. After a moment of contemplation, Du Yu replied, ideally, I prefer a location with fewer creatures, avoiding any large-scale encounters. Given my current situation, it is most advantageous to confront one or a handful of monsters. A larger number would be quite perilous. This battle had revealed Du Yu's vulnerabilities. He was not adept at dealing with large groups of monsters, and his spells were ineffectively countered by elemental beings. Furthermore, it seemed that puppet-like creatures with cores or high magical resistance posed a significant threat to him. He needed to swiftly develop a second spell, preferably of the ordinary attack type. Unfortunately, his supply of white crystal coins was insufficient. Creating a new spell felt like a distant dream. Without white crystal coins, constructing a spell based solely on his current knowledge would take years of dedicated effort. Please follow me. The derivative worlds you seek can be found here, the attendant said, leading Du Yu back to the counter and handing him several books. These volumes detailed various derivative worlds affiliated with guilds, alongside extensive constructs. Sir, perhaps you should consider registering with the guild. It would reduce your costs for entering derivative worlds and provide more reliable service. Upon hearing this, Du Yu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall proceed with the registration. After all, most professionals registered with the guild. Du Yu had no aversion to it. The guild was a loosely organized entity, devoid of stringent commands, offering a great deal of freedom. Within this branch of the guild, Du Yu easily registered his name and identification number, and there was no need to disclose his strength, as the guild did not concern itself with levels or professions, only with the completion of tasks. Upon completing a task of a certain level, he could then accept the next tier of assignments, which constituted the evaluation system. The guild refrained from prying into individuals' privacy or taboos, a practice that contributed to its impressive growth. Most individuals preferred the guild over other organizations. The registration process took merely 5 minutes, after which Du Yu resumed his search for useful derivative worlds. As time passed, the aura of laws surrounding him gradually dissipated. Equipped with specialized machinery, it could accurately analyze any residual traces of law. Once completely expunged, he could confidently enter the next derivative world, a convenience for all. Chapter 76. Major Public Task. Hurry, hurry. The guild has just announced a major public task. You must go quickly. This is a level 3 task. Just as Du Yu was leisurely selecting beneficial derivative worlds, chaos erupted in the hall. Many individuals, upon hearing this, immediately set aside their current engagements and rushed toward the center of the hall. Sir, why not take a look? Major public tasks are a rare occurrence. Following behind should be relatively safe. Moreover, as you've just joined the guild, you must start with level 1 tasks. If you perform well in this task, you can directly advance to level 3, allowing you to eventually take on level 4 tasks. Noticing Du Yu's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the attendant, aware of his new membership, whispered a reminder. Is there such a requirement? Du Yu inquired, lifting his head in curiosity. Indeed, the guild's tiered standards dictate that one must complete a task of a particular level before advancing to the next. Typically, the guild also marks completion rates and client evaluations. However, public tasks lack such stipulations. Anyone can participate, though there may be certain dangers involved. What does this level 3 task entail? Does it involve confronting level 3 entities? Du Yu queried. Not necessarily. While level 3 tasks may involve level 3 creatures, it is not guaranteed. Du Yu nodded. I see. Very well. I shall go take a look. Setting down the book he held, Du Yu made his way toward the hall, where discussions were already underway. He approached, observing that nearly everyone possessed a task sheet. The task required exploration of the Level 3 world, Dinosaur World, with the objective of obtaining Level 2 pterosaur eggs. The reward was 1 white crystal coin, while the guild offered a purchase price of 10 white crystal coins. You contemplated the information on the paper, then glanced at the description of the derivative world. As the name suggests, Dinosaur World was populated by dinosaurs. These formidable creatures were abundant and displayed greater aggression than those documented in the texts, classified as monsters of varying levels. Hunting dinosaurs posed considerable challenges. Given their large size and formidable physical defenses and attacks, individuals of lower levels found them exceedingly difficult to confront. Conversely, those of higher levels derived little benefit from engaging these beasts, resulting in few attempts to hunt them. The guild's acquisition of a substantial number of pterosaur eggs had led to the creation of this unique task. How curious that the guild does not directly dispatch individuals to retrieve the pterosaur eggs, considering they control this world. Don't be naive. Not every world the guild can enter is under their dominion. I have heard that control over this world is nearly impossible. Dinosaur World is an expansive, non-narrative derivative world. What do you mean by a non-narrative derivative world? Aren't derivative worlds cyclical? Fool. While it is true derivative worlds undergo cycles, they typically involve characters and events. In Dinosaur World, populated solely by dinosaurs, there are no events. Even the slightest disturbance can instigate monumental changes, rendering predictions futile. This is what defines a non-narrative world. No one knows when it might collapse and restart. Additionally, the vastness of Dinosaur World makes it challenging for the guild to exert complete control. Thus, they only need to establish an entry point for access. I understand now. Is it perilous inside? The earlier speaker scoffed. Of course it's dangerous. However, the most powerful dinosaurs are only level 3, so it shouldn't pose a significant issue. As long as you aren't surrounded by dinosaurs, you should be fine. Most small groups of dinosaurs are only level 1. That reassures me. Another person sighed in relief. You nodded subtly, remaining silent as he absorbed their discussions, acquiring a comprehensive understanding of Dinosaur World. Dinosaurs, with their favorable numbers and quality, seemed perfectly suited for him. This time, you intended to hunt in order to replenish his white crystal coins. It was common knowledge that one should farm bosses for gear and smaller creatures for leveling. This opportunity was ideal for engaging smaller monsters. With this in mind, you approached the counter to register. As a member of the guild, he only needed to provide his identification number to accept the task. Public tasks had no restrictions. Anyone who believed they had a chance could participate. Many individuals had struck it rich overnight through such tasks, and as long as one refrained from recklessness, the risks were minimal. Therefore, each time the guild announces such public quests, it invariably draws countless individuals, and this occasion is no exception. In just a brief moment, you observe that the number of registrants ahead surged to over 100. Under such circumstances, utilizing an ordinary world vessel would certainly be inadequate. However, the guild was not without solutions. Soon, a large world vessel was transported and placed in the backyard square. You had encountered a similar vessel during his time at school. Quick, step inside. The first batch can accommodate 300 individuals. If we exceed that number, the rest will have to wait. Large world vessels like this one were scarce. There was only one designated for the journey to the Dinosaur World. Adjusting others would consume too much time, so it was best to proceed with this one. After all, a minute here equates to a day there. As Yu's level increased and he acquired his own profession, he found that his duration of existence in the derivative world lengthened. Previously, he could only remain for 7 days, but now, even if he lingered for half a month, he would not face assimilation, blending in with the crowd. You displayed no unusual behavior as he entered the world vessel. As the world vessel activated, accompanied by an explosion of spiritual energy particles, all individuals left behind mere shadows as they transitioned into the Dinosaur World. The scenery before them shifted instantaneously, revealing that they had arrived in a dense forest. Yet, this was no ordinary forest. You keenly discerned that these were ferns. This expansive fern forest indeed epitomized the characteristics of the dinosaur era. How fascinating! You murmured to himself, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Chapter 77. The Dinosaur World. The prerequisites for entering the derivative world were straightforward. First, ascertain the safety of one's surroundings. Second, once safety was confirmed, immediately check the task panel. You recalled his teacher's words. Although Teacher Lee was not particularly engaging, the knowledge imparted to them was quite practical. Indeed, as you carefully scanned the area, the sounds of battle erupted nearby. There were indeed dinosaurs in the vicinity. However, those daring enough to enter this realm were all formidable individuals. They faced a few level 1 small dinosaurs, which posed little threat. A burly man bellowed. Swinging his axe in a graceful arc, striking down a small dinosaur that lunged at him. The nearby dinosaurs exhibited a reckless disregard for danger, a behavior inconsistent with the natural instincts of living creatures. It seemed that the dinosaurs in this world were rather different from what one might typically envision, Du pondered. Upon opening his task panel, the mission materialized before him. World, Dinosaur World Task. Hunt a Level 2 dinosaur. The primary quest of the dinosaur world was deceptively simple. Hunt a dinosaur of equal level. Should one surpass Level 3, slaying a single Level 3 dinosaur would suffice. At that moment, someone shouted, "Come here, come here. This is a spatial pouch provided by the guild for your tasks. It can only hold materials related to dinosaurs. Please register your numbers." A middle-aged man produced a box, loudly addressing the crowd. However, given the insignia on his uniform, it was evident that he was a guild staff member, and thus no one dared to attempt any theft. Although these spatial pouches could only contain dinosaur-related items, the mere existence of such spatial constructs was impressive. The guild was indeed remarkable. Du glanced at his white crystal coins, realizing he possessed only a little over 200 for transactions. His personal space could hardly accommodate many dinosaur eggs, necessitating the rental of 2 pouches. Each white crystal coin could only carry 1 dinosaur egg, representing a cost. After all, dinosaur eggs were not items one could simply acquire. Theoretically, they should not be taken away. Nonetheless, white crystal coins could facilitate the possession of items ordinarily deemed untransportable. Naturally, this was contingent upon the low level of the dinosaur eggs. If one sought to carry more valuable items or equipment, the number of required white crystal coins would multiply, rendering such endeavors impractical. It was said that only large factions occasionally engaged in such transactions. However, these matters did not concern Du. He approached the counter, paid the rental fee, registered his number, and received 2 spatial pouches, which he promptly stowed in his personal space. The guild representative continued trading with others, announcing, "There are mountains to the north and south, both inhabited by pterodactyls. The northern range is larger, with greater numbers and heightened danger. Proceed at your own discretion. Just walk a few dozen miles forward, and you need not return to me." After a brief pause, the guild staff raised his head and inquired, "Is everyone registered? Does anyone still need pouches?" Silence filled the air, and with a wave of his hand, the guild staff shattered a gem, vanishing from sight. How curious. He left without completing the main quest, Du mused. That gem serves as a substitute for the main quest, he recalled, realizing that the guild was interconnected with this world. Such items, while difficult to procure, were not entirely absent. Remarkable. I must expand my knowledge of derivative worlds. Du reflected. I am a level 3 warrior in need of ranged companions. Who wishes to form a party? Immediately, voices arose from the crowd, indicating attempts to assemble teams. However, Du had no interest in joining others. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, he discreetly departed, heading northward, carrying 2 pouches. He doubted the southern mountain would yield much, and he noted that most individuals were gravitating towards the south, where it was safer. They were merely seeking profit, indifferent to the extent of their earnings. Those large organizations would take time to mobilize, leaving the northern pterodactyl ranges to the ambitious or those confident in their abilities. Du belonged to the latter category. His intentions were not to accumulate wealth, but rather to utilize the white crystal coins he had earned to enhance his strength. The coins meant for trade held little value for him. Silently separating from the main group, Du first veered a short distance to the side before continuing north. Before long, he encountered a pack of dinosaurs. If I am not mistaken, these should be velociraptors. They seem to be rather plentiful, he remarked to himself. The group of creatures that resembled velociraptors quickly noticed Du and charged towards him, instinctively organizing into a hunting formation. However, these velociraptors were all level 1, merely larger in size. Du unleashed a command, summoning his Thunder Eagle, which had not emerged in quite some time. As the majestic creature took flight, it emitted a sharp cry before descending like a bolt of lightning, swiftly dispatching one unsuspecting velociraptor. The velociraptors, taken aback by the aerial assault, momentarily faltered. Not wasting a moment, Du drew his warrior-s sword and cast a disintegration spell. The spell struck the velociraptor's robust armored scales, rendering them utterly ineffective. The curse penetrated the body of the thief dragon, and with a piercing scream, it shattered into several pieces, though it appeared it had not yet succumbed to death completely. However, in such a grievous state, survival was unlikely. Du furrowed his brow, remarking on the creature's considerable size. A single attack had failed to bring about a swift demise. The decomposition curse is of a rule-based nature, yet it cannot infinitely amplify its power. Such massive entities still influence the effectiveness of the spell. In Chapter 78, the harvest proved satisfactory. The decomposition curse, being rule-bound, was challenging to control. Unlike elemental creatures, it could not be merely broken down in parts. The cracks would only be more pronounced at the point of direct impact. Within a certain range, all were subject to the laws of the decomposition curse. Next time, it would be prudent to target the head. At least then, the damage would be more severe, leading to an immediate death. As Diyu muttered to himself, he cast another curse, striking the thief dragon's head. After practicing for so long, his aim had not been in vain. The decomposition curse successfully hit the dragon's head, resulting in even more fissures, splitting the head cleanly in two. Although the rest of its body was not as severely damaged, the separation of its head led to an instant demise. In the air, Xiaozi, now at level 2, moved with increased speed, making the hunt for these level 1 dinosaurs significantly easier. Appearing akin to an eagle, Xiaozi was, in fact, a special magical beast of 10-star caliber. Even when faced with the strongest level 3 dinosaurs in this world, it might still prove to be their superior. These dinosaurs were indeed ferocious, perhaps only displaying such aggression towards humans. If they behaved this way regularly, the dinosaur realm would have long been devoid of life. Diyu pondered silently, contemplating the peculiar behavior of these dinosaurs and its potential correlation with this world. After all, the world could guide its biological inhabitants to a certain extent. As the remaining dinosaurs dwindled, Diyu began to experiment. His magical projectiles were proving ineffective. The dinosaurs' massive size and formidable defenses rendered them almost impervious. A direct hit to the head would only result in temporary disorientation rather than serious injury. It would take at least 5 or 6 magical projectiles to slay one dinosaur, and attacking other parts would require even more, perhaps over a dozen, yielding minimal effect. Such expenditure of magical energy was excessive. It would be wiser to utilize curses. With his innate talent reducing mana consumption, the expenditure for using the decomposition curse was nearly equivalent to that of casting magical projectiles. He wondered if random summoning would still be effective. Diyu mused to himself that he and Xiaozi could dispatch these dinosaurs with a single strike, posing no threat to him. Therefore, summoning the cursed Crow King was unnecessary for the time being. Diyu initiated the summoning, and the familiar glow of random summoning illuminated the area, conjuring a well-known figure, a brown bear. Despite being only level 1, its massive size and strength could potentially contend with level 2 dinosaurs. At the very least, it would serve as a reliable shield. Moreover, weary from the journey, using the bear as a mount seemed advantageous. With this thought, Diyu commanded the brown bear to lie down, mounting it promptly. Let us proceed northward. The bear let out a fierce roar and charged ahead. Xiaozi patrolled the skies, scouting for larger dinosaurs. It wasn't too long before Diyu spotted a group of level 2 dinosaurs. This species appeared to be the Brachiosaurus, a truly colossal creature. If memory served, it was a herbivore, yet still classified as level 2. As Diyu approached, one of the Brachiosauruses suddenly noticed him and, with an enraged roar, charged directly toward him. Its immense form felt akin to a freight train barreling down on him. Why are these dinosaurs so aggressive? They attack upon sight. Diyu lamented, yet his actions remained swift. With a casual gesture, a crystal-clear beam of white light erupted from his fingertip. Diyu had grown remarkably adept at the decomposition curse. The convenience of curses, with their rapid activation and brief cooldowns, allowed him to cast the decomposition curse almost instantaneously, something other magic systems could not achieve. Significant investment naturally yielded substantial rewards. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. How could this creature still run? The Brachiosaurus's head, under the influence of Diyu's decomposition curse, was instantly riddled with cracks, chunks falling away. Evidently, even its brain was obliterated. Such injuries would spell death for any creature. Moreover, the luminous orbs falling nearby confirmed the Brachiosaurus's demise. Yet, astonishingly, it continued to run. Without its head, it pushed forward. Had he not seen the light orbs, Diyu might have believed it still lived. Surprised, Diyu sidestepped, watching the Brachiosaurus dash past him, heedless of any obstacles until it collided with a large tree. Tumbling to the ground, its legs still thrashing about. Such vitality was remarkable, he mused, then turned his attention elsewhere. By this time, Xiaozi had already dispatched 2 Brachiosauruses, moving even faster than he. As for the brown bear, well, it was better left unobserved. Its strength paled in comparison to the Brachiosaurus's, though its defense and power were formidable. For now, the bear could not be easily slain. What Diyu witnessed was the brown bear being kicked around by 2 Brachiosauruses as if it were a mere soccer ball, a truly humiliating sight. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 2 decomposition curses, eliminating the 2 Brachiosauruses and thus rescuing the bear. The bear sprang up, savaging the fallen brachiosauruses as if seeking to avenge its prior indignity. In the face of such large dinosaurs, the bear, once thought to have an advantage, was rendered somewhat ineffectual. Perhaps, considering their size, even at equal levels, dinosaurs were significantly stronger than goblins. This disparity perhaps illustrated the differences in star rankings. Overall, the dinosaurs of the same level as Duyu appeared rather unimpressive. They could not withstand his decomposition curse, falling to a single blow. The Brachiosaurus herd was not particularly numerous, and shortly thereafter, the surrounding dinosaurs were eradicated. Despite their size making them difficult to deal with, the bounty was plentiful. With numerous dinosaur species present, killing any one type excessively would not diminish the overall rewards. As Duyu opened the various luminous orbs, he found himself quite pleased with his bounty. Chapter 79, Mistaken for a Master. After vanquishing a horde of thief dragons, along with the brachiosauruses and a few smaller dinosaurs encountered along the way, Duyu discovered that he had amassed over 50 white crystal coins. Indeed, this place was a treasure trove. Of course, this success was contingent on his ability to operate independently. Others would find it perilous to venture alone. In a team, the spoils would be divided. In a party of 5, slaying the same number of dinosaurs would yield only 5 white crystal coins, meaning each individual would receive a mere coin. This stark contrast in earnings only solidified Duyu's resolve to act solo. He swiftly upgraded his skills to their current maximum level. Each of his 3 level 2 skills required 20 white crystal coins for enhancement. In total, this amounted to 60 coins, nearly exhausting his remaining reserves. Furthermore, his 2 professions would necessitate another 40 white crystal coins for improvement. With each advancement in level, the requirement for white crystal coins increases by 10. As the star rating rises, the cost to enhance one's strength naturally escalates. It appears that to reach level 3, continued hunting is imperative. No, that is not correct. Advancing to level 3 may complicate matters, as higher levels entail more challenging quests. Establishing a solid foundation is essential. It is prudent to accumulate white crystal coins and evolve a suitable spell first. Regrettably, dark essence stones are scarce. Otherwise, I could continue to create pets. Duyu's vocation as a dark shaper necessitates dark essence stones to produce his own companions. Although he can learn other summoning type skills, the lack of vocational bonuses significantly diminishes their effectiveness. Given the limited skill slots, Duyu cannot afford to squander them. It would be wise to research dark essence stones upon returning. If they are available for purchase, he should acquire as many as possible. Duyu felt somewhat disheartened. Shaking his head, he continued his journey northward. However, unlike others who were hastening towards the dinosaur eggs, Duyu was hunting dinosaurs along the way, significantly slowing his pace. Thus, even though he set out first, the others gradually caught up. After recently slaying a creature resembling a, Duyu suddenly heard a rustling nearby. Who goes there? He squinted. If it were a dinosaur, Little Purple would certainly alert him. Sure enough, 3 individuals emerged from the bushes, appearing to have been hiding for some time. Just as a slender man prepared to speak, he was silenced by a glare from the apparent leader. Cautiously, the leader said, "Apologies. We were preparing to hunt a few small dinosaurs here, but it seems we've encountered someone. It appears the dinosaurs here are gone. We shall relocate." With that, he and his companions retreated and turned to leave. How perplexing. Am I truly that fearsome? Duyu mused, touching his face in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the trio hastily withdrew, and the slender man finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Brother, why not rob him? That sword of his looks quite impressive. He must be wealthy." Indeed, before we set out, he rented 2 spatial pockets, so he must have nearly 200 white crystal coins on him. If we rob him, we'll strike it rich, chimed in another shorter man. Fools, you only see the money and fail to consider other factors. Do you know why I possess such mediocre talent, yet have thrived for so long? The leader retorted sharply. If it weren't for our mother, I would have dealt with you too long ago. Brother, what is going on? Do you know that person? The younger one inquired. The leader, exasperated, replied. What do you mean no? I don't recognize him. But surely you realize that someone so affluent, who dares to rent 2 spatial pockets, must possess confidence. Besides, anyone capable of traversing the dinosaur world alone, what do you think their strength is? Do you really want to rob someone like that? Are you seeking death? He's just an ordinary young man. At such a young age, he cannot possess formidable strength. You 2 dolts, what can I say? Strength and age are not synonymous. Have you never seen those from powerful factions? Many of them are young yet immensely strong. Your ignorance should lead you to speak less, act less, and observe more. The leader chided. Let me enlighten you. You overlooked some crucial details. Did you notice the dinosaurs that perished around him? The wounds they bore, those gruesome, dismembered corpses, are clearly the result of magic. Why magic? The slender man asked, perplexed. Do you not see how smooth those wounds are? If they were inflicted by a weapon, it would have to be a sword or knife, but whose blade could possibly cause such damage? Hence, it must be magic. Do we possess such destructive capabilities? The two fell silent. Anyone capable of inflicting such horrific wounds would likely overpower them effortlessly. Now they understood the peril of the target they had chosen. Moreover, if his magic is that formidable and he is accompanied by a bear, it signifies that the bear possesses skills granted by equipment. Those adorned with gear are certainly not individuals we can afford to provoke. You are right, brother. It seems we must exercise caution in any future attempts at robbery. Robbery? If you wish to thrive, stop fixating on theft. Those who pursue such paths often meet dire fates. How did I end up with such foolish brothers? As the elder brother, I find myself at a loss dealing with your ignorance. But what can I do? I cannot simply abandon you. That would surely lead to your demise. Unbeknownst to you, who was perceived as a formidable opponent, he continued onward, undeterred after the trio departed. He did not rest much and pressed on, riding his bear towards the north. At his current pace, it would likely take him 2 to 3 days to reach the northern region. Duyu was in no rush, for now. His priority was to hunt as many dinosaurs as possible. What? He discovered a large lake teeming with plesiosaurs, fearsome crocodiles, and various other creatures. This is an ecological haven. Let us approach and seize the opportunity to hunt more. Receiving Little Purple's intel, Duyu secured his bear and mounted Little Purple, soaring towards the lake. With her level increased, Little Purple had grown larger and could fly faster and more steadily. Previously unable to sustain flight for extended periods while carrying him, this was no longer an issue. Even flying for 2 hours would not tire her. Chapter 80. An ambush. Little Purple carried Duyu over the expansive lake. It was indeed vast, with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, stretching beyond the horizon. Yet, this was not a deep lake. It resembled a marshland, rich with diverse life forms. From the sky, Duyu spotted several groups of plesiosaurs congregating together. Here, few creatures dared to provoke these serpentine giants. On land, there were some crocodiles, as well as smaller alligators and turtles, species Duyu did not recognize. Various dinosaurs frequently appeared at the marsh's edge to drink, often falling prey to ambushes or engaging in mutual attacks. The sheer number of dinosaurs here was staggering. Additionally, Duyu noticed groups of herbivorous dinosaurs nearby. It seemed that fortune favored him today. Excellent, Little Purple, let us land discreetly nearby. Be cautious not to startle the dinosaurs. He located a concealed spot and guided Little Purple to descend. Duyu dismounted while Little Purple remained airborne. Recalling the locations of the dinosaur groups, Duyu prepared to approach a herd of ankylosaurs. These creatures had tough hides and decent offensive capabilities, but their mobility was lacking, making them ideal targets for his hunting endeavors. There were about a dozen ankylosaurs. He would eliminate them first. As Duyu stealthily approached, a sudden instinct of danger surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively released a magic projectile towards the source of the threat. In an instant, he realized that a fireball had unexpectedly soared through the air, only to be intercepted and obliterated by his magic projectile. Who goes there? He demanded. Dinosaurs do not cast fireballs. At least, none he had encountered could. The only beings capable of casting fireballs here must be human. Duyu was taken aback by the thought that he was being attacked by humans. While he had long heard tales of the lawlessness in the derivative world, where practitioners often clashed, the reality was far more jarring than mere hearsay. Kid, quick reflexes, huh? Hand over everything you possess, and we will allow you to leave. Otherwise, today shall be your last. A figure sauntered into view, exuding arrogance as he gazed at Duyu. A multitude of individuals began to emerge cautiously from their hiding places. Yet Duyu felt a chill run down his spine. This group comprised at least 10 members, a considerable assembly indeed. Was there such a large faction among the initial arrivals? Were they planning to rob him? Such actions were in direct violation of the established regulations. Regulations? Huh. As long as there is no evidence, who can hold us accountable? Here, there are no omnipresent surveillance cameras as in the city. Regardless of our actions, who can intervene? Another voice boomed. Kid, do not even think about fleeing. Completing your task and departing will take at least 3 seconds. In that time, our numbers are more than sufficient to eliminate you. It was unexpected. These individuals had evidently prepared themselves well. He recalled that he had just attacked, placing him in a state of combat. In such a state, one cannot submit a task. He had almost overlooked that crucial detail. Are you still planning to escape? Another arrow whizzed toward him, and although Duyu dodged it, the combat state persisted. He had not previously recognized such a rule, so he glanced at his interface. Indeed, while in combat, he was unable to submit his task. However, they were also engaged in battle, were they not? Someone had once advised him that encountering robbers in this derivative world warranted their elimination whenever possible. Is that so? Do you possess the capability? The leader sneered. Enough with the chatter. Hand over your belongings. Their impatience was palpable, and you, too, had no desire to squander time. His earlier banter had merely been to ascertain their configuration. He now understood that there were a total of 11 individuals, with only 3 ranged attackers. One was the mage who had just cast a fireball at him, while the other 2 were archers. As his mentor had indicated, spellcasters were indeed rare among all professions. Furthermore, due to their initial vulnerability, they struggled to develop. Thus, the proportion of spellcasters among awakened individuals remained quite low. Most critically, these 3 had chosen to remain together, affording him a unique opportunity. In the air, the purple lightning golden eagle was enveloped in a layer of violet electricity, akin to a purple meteor streaking across the void. A cacophony of screams followed as the mage's head was crushed instantly. These individuals were all nefarious. If he surrendered his belongings, survival was unlikely. Dio had heard numerous tales of such scenarios, and thus, he felt no hesitation in dealing with them ruthlessly. What is happening? The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom that an enemy would launch an attack. In their moment of distraction, the 2 ranged archers also fell to the might of Xiaozi. Oh, it is only just retribution, Dio remarked coldly, as he hurled a brown bear onto a warrior, the weight and impact dispatching another foe. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a disintegration spell. The representative who had emerged before him was struck in the abdomen, instantly shattering into countless fragments, his eyes reflecting regret and resentment. In a heartbeat, Dio had decimated 5 members of the team, leaving only 6 remaining. Damn it, we've encountered a tough opponent. The remaining members finally grasped the severity of the situation, yet by then, it was too late for regrets. With unwavering resolve, Dio cast spell after spell, swiftly eliminating the 2 exposed foes. Xiao Jin seized the opportunity to slay 2 more. Only the brown bear lacked sufficient strength to vanquish anyone. Do you realize that these terrifying and despised bandits of the derivative world were not as formidable as they appeared? They seemed pitifully weak before him. In a single confrontation, only 2 remained. As they recognized their impending doom, their spirits shattered. One disheveled individual discarded his weapon and knelt, pleading, "I surrender. Spare me, I beg you." The other, cloaked in darkness, stood frozen, rendered speechless, whether from fear or unwillingness to speak. "Excellent. Share with me the knowledge I seek, and I may consider sparing you," Dio stated nonchalantly. However, at that moment, the cloaked figure suddenly began to fade into nothingness, vanishing right before Dio's eyes. An invisibility ability? This was problematic. He must not allow an escape. Dio squinted, swiftly casting a disintegration spell. Yet, the spell failed to hit its target, instead piercing the ground where the figure had stood, obliterating a nearby stone into countless shards. The trembling figure on the ground curled into himself, shaking uncontrollably. The same spell had just claimed the life of his companion, the gruesome corpse still lying nearby. Find him. Do not let him escape. Dio's eyes narrowed. These brigands had witnessed him cast spells. Who knew what they might reveal? Although exposure later would not matter, he felt his current capabilities were still insufficient. Once he acquired better gear and advanced in level, even if his spellcasting abilities were revealed, others would likely assume he had merely learned skills outside his profession. Such practices were not uncommon. Many would acquire skills not belonging to their vocation, but with extraordinary effects. Even if they could not unleash their full potential, learning them could provide significant assistance. Thus, it was rare for someone to rely solely on their profession's skills to confront every situation. Damn it, I did not expect to encounter someone with invisibility. Suddenly, Dio's gaze sharpened as he peered at the ground. I seem to have overlooked that invisibility is merely the most basic form. To leave no trace at our current level is unattainable. Dio finally recognized a crucial distinction. The individual was merely invisible, yet failed to mask his scent. His brown bear, lacking tracking talents, still possessed some aptitude for pursuit. Moreover, as the individual fled through the dense forest, he would inevitably disturb branches and foliage, revealing his location. Dio felt a spark of inspiration and instructed Xiao Zi to scout for such spots. Before deploying the brown bear, Xiao Zi had already identified the fugitive's path. An unmarked patch of grass suddenly bore the weight of something, for a dinosaur lacked such capability. "Xiao Zi, take him down," Dio commanded. With that, Xiao Zi dove from the sky. The electric currents surrounding him blazed brighter, and the fleeing figure, now terrified, emitted a scream before being seized by Xiao Zi. This time, due to the invisibility, Xiao Zi's attack did not strike the head but instead crushed the shoulder. In retaliation, the cloaked figure slashed at Xiao Zi with a dagger. leaving a shallow wound. Witnessing Xiao Zi's injury incensed Du Yu. Since Xiao Zi had become his summoned companion, it was the first time he had sustained harm. In a similar vein, Xiao Zi, now wounded, grew increasingly furious. Clutching the shoulder of the assailant, an overwhelming surge of electricity coursed through the man's body. Following a horrific scream, the cloaked figure was reduced to a charred remnant. Finally, Du Yu turned to the still kneeling figure. "Can you inform me of that person's identity?" The trembling, disheveled man replied cautiously. He was a temporary thief we found who could provide us with various intelligence. Previously, we were directed to you by him. Thus, it becomes clear why this individual, fully aware of the potential futility of escape, still chose to flee. He was the one who provided the information regarding his arrival, leading these people to ambush him. Indeed, he is the mastermind behind it all. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Du Yu's eyes. Ultimately, this person could not be spared. However, it was essential to first inquire about certain circumstances. What brings so many of you to this remote location? It seems rather ill-suited for a robbery, given the lack of passers-by. This assertion was indeed accurate. Of course, we are not here to rob anyone. In fact, we are in search of the Titan python. Du Yu paused. The Titan python, a legendary species of serpent, was said to have coexisted with the dinosaurs. This was, after all, a land once dominated by dinosaurs, so the presence of a Titan python was not entirely implausible. What purpose do you have in seeking the Titan python? What is so special about it? Du Yu's voice turned icy. Do not attempt to deceive me. I possess ample means to ensure your demise. The man's complexion paled, yet he managed to force a smile, responding, "Well, the Titan python's gallbladder is a prized commodity. The market price outside is 1,000 white crystal coins per piece." 1,000 white crystal coins? Why such a high price? What is the gallbladder's purpose? The insidious man dared not conceal the truth and hurriedly divulged the information. In reality, this was not a closely guarded secret. The difficulty lay in locating the Titan python. The gallbladder, it turned out, could be used to concoct a unique potency elixir. Consuming it would significantly enhance one's strength for a day, making it immensely valuable to those in the awakener stage. Hence, the gallbladder commanded such a high price. Regrettably, it could only be obtained as a drop. Extracting it directly from the body and taking it with white crystal coins would not yield the same formidable effects. Given the rarity of the Titan python, acquiring its gallbladder was even more challenging. They had gathered here after discovering traces of the Titan python, unaware that they would encounter Du Yu. Fearing that Du Yu might share their intentions, they sought to obstruct him, robbing him and eliminating him to conceal this secret. Little did they anticipate the extent of Du Yu's terrifying prowess. With Du Yu being alone, they had let their guard down, falling victim to a surprise attack that resulted in nearly half of their number perishing, leaving the remaining ones utterly outmatched. Had it not been for this, facing such a multitude might have posed a genuine challenge for Du Yu. "Very well, I find your information quite intriguing," Du Yu stated nonchalantly, prompting the man to smile in return. "However, after careful consideration, I have decided to eradicate you entirely." Chapter 82. A Nest of Titan Pythons. You are untrustworthy," the insidious man exclaimed, terror etched across his face upon hearing Du Yu's final words. Unfortunately for him, Du Yu had no time for further discourse. A crystalline white light shot forth, striking the man's head, which shattered instantaneously. Engaging in trust with such brigands was utterly foolish, Du Yu thought disdainfully. Until he possessed sufficient strength, he would never reveal his unique capabilities. Allowing anyone to discover that he possessed two professions was far too perilous. Enough. There's nothing left but fragments. Du Yu instructed Xiao Zi, who had just unceremoniously tossed aside the lifeless figure clad in black. The man, already reduced to charred remains by Xiao Zi's electric currents, was subjected to further torment as Xiao Zi continued to dismantle the body into countless pieces. To any onlooker, it would be unrecognizable as a human corpse. They would likely believe it to be merely a pile of charcoal. Xiao Zi chirped plaintively, nuzzling against Du Yu's chest, raising its wings to reveal tiny wounds. Du Yu chuckled wryly. "It's but a minor scratch. There's nothing to fret over." After evolving, the intelligence of the Golden Thunder Eagle had evidently increased, and Du Yu recognized this as Xiao Zi's way of seeking solace. It was merely an injury, not the first it had sustained. The last encounter with zombies had inflicted far worse harm, yet Xiao Zi had not reacted in such a manner. What a little rascal. Du Yu mused, patting Xiao Zi's head. Seemingly rewarded, Xiao Zi's spirits lifted, joyfully flitting about. In stark contrast, the dull-witted bear, with its simple demeanor, was somewhat exasperating, as it was merely an ordinary creature. Regrettably, nothing had been salvaged from the chaos. All was wasted. Du Yu gazed at the corpses, shaking his head in resignation. There was nothing to be gained from the slain professionals. He had no knowledge of how many semi-professionals lay among them, but none would yield any spoils. All prior equipment and items would vanish upon their death, leaving no trace behind. It was said that centuries ago, when professionals died, their possessions would all be dropped, even presenting opportunities to acquire skills they had learned, but such practices were fraught with peril. This capability had led many professionals to hunt one another upon entering the derivative world, as the rewards could be substantial. At one point, professionals were reluctant to enter the derivative world due to the dangers involved. However, following a great purge, most of the predatory professionals had been eradicated by a coalition of others. Subsequently, some powerful entities altered the data concerning professionals, resulting in the disappearance of all items upon their death. While this led to considerable waste, it also diminished occurrences of professionals slaughtering one another, as there were few benefits to be gained, unless one sought to seize something, though that would only complicate matters. Consequently, Du had slain numerous foes, yet nothing remained. As for the corpses, he could not be bothered to deal with them. They would soon be consumed by the ravages of time. The age of dinosaurs was not solely defined by dinosaurs. There were also colossal insects. Already, numerous insects had begun to approach, feasting upon the remains. Forget it. Let's leave this place. With a goal in mind, Du would not relent. Guided by the information provided by the insidious man, he swiftly discerned traces of the Titan python nearby. The width and impressions left behind undeniably suggested the presence of a large serpent. Judging by the size, it should be the Titan python, albeit slightly larger than expected. After all, this was not the Earth's ancient dinosaur era, but rather a world dominated by dinosaurs, where creatures differed significantly from those of the Jurassic period. The Titan python's larger stature was not surprising. Now, the task was to follow these traces to locate the Titan python's lair. The direction of the traces led towards a marshy lake. Typically, the habitats of such serpents were closely associated with water sources. Thus, the location of the water should be where Du needed to venture. Xiaozi, stop playing around and help me track this trail. Du interrupted Xiaozi's frolicking. Those minor scratches had long since healed. As for the poison on the dagger, it was inconsequential to Xiaozi. After a chirp, Xiaozi spread its wings and soared into the air. Cautiously, Du advanced along the traces left on the ground. Yet, despite his efforts, he encountered not a single Titan python. Had these creatures feasted to their fill, rendering them absent? Du felt puzzled. However, it was entirely normal for serpents to refrain from feeding for extended periods after a hearty meal. After searching for much of the day, Xiaozi suddenly signaled, causing Du's eyes to brighten as he swiftly moved forward. At last, from a considerable distance, he glimpsed a stretch of riverbank. On the riverbank, numerous large pythons lay languidly basking in the sun. Their distended bellies clearly indicated they had feasted well. In this bountiful environment, the Titan python had no cause for concern regarding sustenance. It became evident to Du that there was indeed a nest here. No wonder so many individuals had gathered. They seemed well acquainted with such matters. However, Du pondered how to deal with such a large nest of pythons and how to eliminate them effortlessly. After much contemplation, he realized he was not a master strategist. Reluctantly, he abandoned further deliberation, concluding that such calculations were ill-suited for him. He decided to charge indirectly, reassured by his own strength. After all, these pythons were merely level 2. Indeed, while the Titan python was sizable, the highest level it reached was only 2, with many smaller ones at level 1. A lower level, even with a massive form, still presented a disparity when compared to higher-level creatures. Had it been otherwise, Du might have first focused on leveling up to enhance his skills before taking action. Xiaozi, prepare for battle. Let us vanquish these pythons. Du whispered as he approached. He pointed his finger at the largest python at the outer edge of the group. Chapter 83. The snake gallbladder that increases strength. The larger the creature, the slower its reaction time. And this was particularly true for pythons, especially those that had just fed. Faced with Du's brilliant disintegration spell, the Titan python sensed danger but was unable to evade in time. Moreover, the Titan python had no skills beyond its instinctual abilities. Consequently, it was struck in the head, its upper body reduced to a shattered state, transforming into a luminous orb that fell into Du's personal space. The automatic pickup feature was indeed convenient, he mused to himself. Du felt increasingly satisfied with his choice of disintegration spell. The spell's potency could not be quantified by mere attack power, as it was fundamentally a rule-based skill. If it could not be countered, it was insurmountable. But if it could, it would have no effect. Given the low magical resistance of these creatures, the Titan pythons was even lower. To obliterate such a massive serpent with a single attack spoke volumes about its magical resistance. Even in combat against humans, such proportions were unheard of. Upon witnessing the Titan python's feeble magical resistance, Du Yu felt emboldened. The Titan python, having sustained an attack, finally acknowledged Du Yu's presence. Initially, no pythons lunged at him. They all desperately regurgitated their recent meals. True to their nature, they exhibited no extraordinary behavior. When snakes engage in combat, they always expel their food first. And these Titan pythons were no exception. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yu unhesitatingly unleashed 2 more spells, slaying 2 sizable pythons. Xiaozi unleashed a torrent of lightning. Due to the python's low magical resistance, the effects were magnified. Empowered by the lightning, Xiaozi's claws sharpened, easily tearing through the Titan python's skull and piercing its brain. Though vastly outmatched in size, Xiaozi's speed in dispatching foes far exceeded Du Yu's. While Du Yu had slain 3 pythons, Xiaozi had already taken down 5. In an instant, 8 of the largest Titan pythons were vanquished, leaving only 13 smaller ones. Without hesitation, Du Yu summoned a brown bear to shield him, continuing his assault. A Titan python lunged at him, only to be swatted back by the bear, which finally began to regard this adversary seriously. However, the disparity in size was significant, and while the brown bear possessed immense strength, it was still merely a level 1 creature. The nearby Titan python seized the opportunity, sending the bear flying with a powerful tail swipe. In the next moment, another Titan python clamped its jaws around the bear's body, swiftly coiling around it. A cacophony of splintering bones echoed as the bear emitted a half-hearted cry of distress. The constricting abilities of snakes were undeniably lethal. When released, the bear's body was distorted beyond recognition. However, as a summoned creature, upon its demise, it dissipated into ethereal energy, leaving nothing behind. The Titan pythons appeared momentarily bewildered, as though they had never witnessed such an event. As the bear occupied their attention, the curse of the cursed Crow King transformed. A halo of light expanding as the pain curse activated. The red aura enveloping the Titan pythons shifted. Almost simultaneously, all the Titan pythons writhed in agony on the ground. The curse, emanating from the 8-star cursed Crow King, was beyond the capacity of these low-level creatures to resist. A single curse caused their collective downfall. Well done, Du Yu exclaimed. The nature of the cursed Crow King's curse was beyond his control. In the case of snakes, a blindness curse was largely ineffective. However, the pain curse was different, inflicting unbearable torment upon the creatures, allowing Du Yu and Xiao Jin to unleash their full might. In less than a minute, only 2 Titan pythons remained. The curse transformed once more, this time into a weakened curse. Yet, the specific nature of the curse was now irrelevant. 2 disintegration spells were cast, claiming the last 2 Titan pythons. Truly, such a devastating curse could alter the course of battle when needed. Had it not been for the release of the pain curse, vanquishing these creatures would have required considerably more effort. Having exterminated the Titan pythons, Du Yu lost interest in the smaller ones. Slaughtering such diminutive serpents would yield little benefit and waste his magical energy, so he chose to let them be. Opening his personal space, he retrieved the spherical items and began to examine them. The slaughter of 21 Titan pythons had yielded substantial rewards. He had acquired merely 26 white crystal coins, not a significant sum. Yet, the true bounty from slaying the Titan pythons lay not in these coins, but in the materials. He held 2 Titan python fangs in his hands, excellent for crafting weapons, though regrettably, they held no use for him and would have to be sold. Lastly, he had 3 Titan python gallbladders, which could fetch an impressive price of 1,000 white crystal coins each. Gallbladder, sourced from the Titan python, it permanently enhances strength, with the first one being effective. Material, light white. Indeed, the gallbladder had manifested. The material's description indicated its use in potion crafting. However, Du Yu had not anticipated that the gallbladder would possess the ability to enhance strength, albeit with only the first one proving effective. For him, trading white crystal coins held little significance, as he currently lacked any influence to utilize them. Thus, it became evident that enhancing his own capabilities was of utmost importance. Regrettably, as a spellcaster, if the enhancement could have been to his mental or magical power, it would have proven more beneficial. Strength held little value for him, but any enhancement was better than none. After some thought, Du Yu retrieved one gallbladder. It was larger than his fist and impossible to swallow whole. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth wide, biting down, and grimaced as he swallowed. How bitter! Upon finishing, he could not help but gag, hastily retrieving water to cleanse the lingering bitterness from his mouth. Bile was bile, no matter how fine, it remained bitter. Suddenly, Du Yu felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. The Titan python's gallbladder had finally begun to take effect. This was a material worth 1,000 white crystal coins. He was filled with anticipation regarding its ultimate outcome. Chapter 84. The imperial crocodile belt. The surge of heat arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Du Yu feeling invigorated, as if his entire being was infused with strength. However, there was a slight discomfort. It felt as though an extra bone had manifested within him. The engorged hardness in a certain area left him somewhat helpless. There were no women around, and he had yet to find a girlfriend. The side effects of this snake gall were indeed rather significant. Shaking his head, he endeavored to suppress the fiery sensations within and forcibly redirected his focus to the enhancement of his strength. At that moment, he felt as if he could shatter a stone with a single punch. Yet, Du Yu was aware that this was undoubtedly a mere illusion. The panel did not display any specific values, leaving him no choice but to conduct his own experiments. He swung his sword and moved stones, employing various methods to assess his strength increment. After considerable effort, he finally discerned his current condition. His strength had indeed increased, albeit not to the exaggerated extent he had envisioned. The enhancement was merely between 2 and 3 at most. It could not exceed that. Of course, this was in relation to himself. For an ordinary person, the increase would certainly exceed 20. Indeed, this substance could be beneficial if distributed among the common folk. In the realm of ordinary individuals, such materials commanded exorbitant prices, often unattainable even for the wealthy. Typically, however, no one would offer such precious items to ordinary people. If refined into a potion, it could yield tremendous effects at critical moments. Although the increase in strength was not particularly significant, Du Yu harbored no disappointment. After all, it represented a potential source of valuable materials. If this substance were truly effective, the Titan python would have long been hunted to extinction. Genuine treasures capable of substantially enhancing one's attributes were unlikely to surface in a derivative world. In this cyclical realm, the emergence of such high-grade treasures would impose considerable strain on the world itself. After securing the remaining items, Du Yu, now brimming with energy, eagerly continued his monster hunting journey alongside Little Purple and the Cursed Crow King. The previous target, a group of armored dragons, reappeared on Du Yu's list of hunting objectives. Thus, the time for monster hunting commenced. Each time, Du Yu initiated the attack with a disintegration spell, followed by Little Purple's aerial ambush, swiftly dispatching several foes. Next came the Cursed Crow King, who unleashed a wave of cursed auras. The Cursed Crow King's purpose was solely to cast curses, requiring no offensive actions. It merely needed to protect itself. The cursed dinosaurs began experiencing various afflictions, falling victim to Du Yu and Little Purple's relentless assaults. After clearing an area, Du Yu would hastily vacate the scene, moving on to continue his hunt elsewhere, for the corpses of the slain dinosaurs would soon attract numerous predators. If he lingered too long, he might find himself unable to escape. As the slaughter continued, the surrounding dinosaurs dwindled in number. Gradually, some seemed to sense the danger and began to retreat from the vicinity. Du Yu's hunting range expanded inward from the periphery. He had no intention of advancing further north. After all, even the dinosaur eggs paled in comparison to his current gains. Completing tasks held little interest for him. What he truly sought was to eradicate the creatures inhabiting the swamp's edge. As for the deeper waters, he was ill-equipped for aquatic combat and could only manage to eliminate those on the outskirts. Thankfully, there was no shortage of dinosaurs in this area. In fact, it was an excellent source of materials. This place is truly a treasure trove for materials, Du Yu lamented. Aside from white crystal coins, most items that dropped here were materials rather than equipment. It was no wonder that few chose to hunt in the dinosaur world. The materials offered little utility for most. Only professions like alchemists had a genuine need for such items. However, materials were not without their market. In fact, many powerful factions sought to acquire them. Yet for solitary individuals, these items provided minimal benefit aside from a slight increase in white crystal coins. To obtain equipment by selling materials would take an eternity. Not everyone possessed Du Yu's ability to single-handedly conquer the dinosaur world and amass such materials. Eventually, Du Yu found his personal storage overflowing with materials. After some contemplation, he retrieved the spatial pouch he had rented. Fortunately, he had it. Otherwise, it would have gone to waste. This spatial pouch could only accommodate materials harvested from dinosaurs. As for dinosaur eggs, Du Yu had grown weary of considering them. In fact, he began to discard less valuable materials that occupied considerable space without utility. Doing so without hesitation, discarded materials would lose their protective status after some time, becoming ordinary items that could not be taken out of this world, remaining forever within it. A thought that pained Du Yu. Damn dinosaurs, can't they drop a few more white crystal coins? Although white crystal coins appeared to be coins, they were exceedingly thin, What seemed like a substantial amount would yield only a meager stack when piled together. Diyu's current target was a group of imperial crocodiles, formidable creatures posing a significant threat. Yet, confronted with the dual assaults of curses and ranged attacks, the imperial crocodiles found themselves outmatched, falling one by one. Ultimately, realizing their predicament, most of them retreated into the water, evading pursuit. Who knows how many materials had slipped away? Diyu sighed as he began to activate the sphere. Various teeth, scales, bones, eyeballs, and other peculiar items emerged. Anything that failed to catch his interest was swiftly discarded. Without special effects, there was no reason to keep them. What a joke. Oh, a piece of equipment. Diyu exclaimed, standing up in shock. It was astonishing to discover that equipment could indeed drop in the dinosaur world. Imperial crocodile belt, crafted from the soft skin of the imperial crocodile's abdomen. White, effect, forms a faint defensive layer around the wearer, capable of negating normal physical attacks of level 1. This was a full coverage type of defensive gear. What a stroke of luck. Such defensive items were rare, and now he possessed one with full coverage passive effects. Diyu felt incredibly fortunate. The ability to negate level 1 physical damage meant that, under normal circumstances, attacks from a level 1 individual wielding a similarly leveled weapon would be ineffective against him. This was not merely defense, it was a diminishment of damage. In essence, if a level 1 person attacked him with a weapon of equivalent sharpness, and if there were no special skills involved, the attack would bear no effect. His warrior's sword, possessing a sharpness of 6, would yield a similar impact as if struck by a weapon of sharpness 5. This comprehensive level of attack was entirely negated. However, this item was rated white. If it faced an attack from a bright white weapon, the diminishing effect would be lessened. Nevertheless, even so, this imperial crocodile belt ranked among the finest in awakened defensive gear. This was not a conventional piece of defensive equipment. Rather, it was a belt imbued with a unique defensive property. A layer of special power enveloped him, creating an invisible shield of protection. Diyu tested it with his weapon, indeed perceiving a peculiar resistance against his strikes. With this item, he would no longer need to fear insects. Diyu expressed his delight, stating that the belt's primary utility was not in preventing attacks but in repelling mosquitoes. Even with insect repellent potions, he still found the day to be a continual nuisance. The several large lumps on his body clearly indicated the troublesome nature of these insects. However, the insect's offensive power ultimately remained rather low. With such comprehensive defensive coverage, ordinary mosquitoes posed little threat to him. The greatest value of this protective layer lay precisely here. Diyu was not a high-level practitioner who could simply disregard common mosquitoes. If he were to auction off the imperial crocodile belt, its price would surely exceed 10,000 white crystal coins, perhaps even more. Nevertheless, how could Diyu possibly allow others to use such an item? Freed from the harassment of insects, Diyu's efficiency in hunting dinosaurs undoubtedly increased. Throughout the day, he did not venture north but remained by the lakeside, hunting dinosaurs. On the following day, Diyu summoned another pet. Yet, to his dismay, this pet turned out to be a fox. Aside from its ability to breathe fire, it offered no other utility. The little fireball it produced was not a particularly powerful spell, merely enough to singe a massive dinosaur. As a result, shortly after the battle commenced, the little fox was devoured by a suddenly charging raptor. It seemed that today's randomly summoned pet was once again of little assistance. As his strength continued to rise, the value of such generic skills appeared to diminish significantly. Generic skills, aside from those with special effects that could mitigate shortcomings, were largely suited for novice practitioners. Many were acquired by the wealthy to benefit their family's younger generations. This was the only group of plesiosaurs near the marsh's edge. Once I eliminate them, I shall take my leave, Diyu pondered. Once engaged, these creatures would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, adhering strictly to the rules of the dinosaur world. In this realm, dinosaurs differed from other creatures. The titanoboa would ignore his presence, and the imperial crocodile would flee if he killed too many, but dinosaurs would fight to the last. Indeed, from a distance, after casting a disintegration spell, the plesiosaurs came charging madly towards him. The cursed crow king in the air unleashed its aura, complemented by Xiao Zi's dive attack. However, the plesiosaurs were not entirely helpless against these two pets. One plesiosaur took a sip of water and expelled it towards the sky, shooting a water arrow that narrowly missed Xiao Zi. The force behind it could potentially knock her down. This was not a magical attack. It was merely a spray of water. Unfortunately, Xiao Zi was too agile, and the cursed crow king was positioned too far away to be effective. Seizing this opportunity, Diyu picked off the plesiosaurs from a distance. As long as they could not resist his disintegration spell, it was a matter of eliminating them one by one. There was simply no counter to it. What posed a significant challenge to others seemed all too easy for Diyu to extinguish. As the horde of plesiosaurs approached the marsh's edge, they suffered severe casualties under Duyu's relentless assault. Retreating while attacking, the roars of the plesiosaurs failed to summon any reinforcements, as Duyu had already eliminated all nearby dinosaurs. Otherwise, he would have faced an onslaught from the dinosaurs. Though the plesiosaurs appeared numerous, their actual count was not substantial. By the time they reached the forest's edge, the last plesiosaur fell, who claimed that the dinosaur world could not be soloed. Was it not quite manageable? Duyu felt a deep satisfaction with his performance. Next came the time to open the orb. After a full day of hunting, Duyu had amassed over 600 white crystal coins. Had it not been for the upcoming new spell, this sum would have been sufficient for him to level up to 4 or 5. Another piece of equipment appeared, gleaming in bright white. But what was this? Plesiosaur's throat. Horn. Speaking through the plesiosaur's throat allows anyone within a 1,000-meter radius to hear bright white. Was this not merely a large horn? His first piece of bright white equipment turned out to be such a trivial item. What use could this possibly serve? Duyu gazed at the fossilized fragment of bone in his hand, somewhat speechless. Was it not said that the equipment and skills produced by practitioners were typically tailored for personal use? Did he truly require a horn? Oh well, he decided to stow it away for now. Who knew what potential it held? Even if it turned out useless, selling it would still be beneficial, at least as a piece of bright white equipment. Following that, he collected some more white crystal coins and materials, which were the same as before. However, as plesiosaurs were relatively difficult to kill, the materials should be worth more. With the area thoroughly cleared, he resolved to continue northward, uncertain of how prepared those individuals up north were. Perhaps some had already arrived, but they could not have cleaned out the dinosaur eggs. So it was not too late for him to go. After preparing his belongings, Duyu instructed Xiao Zi to patrol the skies while he stored the cursed Crow King and pressed on. Chapter 86. Pterosaur Mountains. As he journeyed northward, Duyu remained unhurried, continuously on the lookout for powerful dinosaur groups. However, he encountered no tyrannosaurs along the way, unsure whether they were simply absent or if he was merely unlucky. Nevertheless, the spoils of his journey were quite rewarding. Aside from a plethora of materials, his white crystal coins had already surpassed 600. The journey yielded no significant gains from a nearby lake, taking over 3 days before Duyu finally reached the northern pterosaur mountains, a name he had coined himself. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted pterosaurs soaring through the skies, both large and small, a veritable menagerie of both familiar and unfamiliar species. Even Xiao Zi hesitated to fly high, opting instead to skim the treetops. When confronted with a large flock of pterosaurs, she would swiftly descend into the forest for cover. The pterosaurs here were predominantly level 2, with level 1 specimens being rare and many not yet fully matured. Similarly, level 3 pterosaurs were sparse, indicating a balanced distribution. The pterosaurs did not maintain a peaceful existence, often engaging in conflicts for various reasons, be it for food, territory, or sometimes for inexplicable reasons. At times, Duyu witnessed 2 pterosaurs plummeting from the sky. Although they did not perish immediately, they were quickly discovered and devoured by nearby carnivorous dinosaurs. As he drew nearer to the mountains, the pterosaur population swelled. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Duyu observed that pterosaurs were practically ubiquitous. It was no wonder they claimed the north as their territory. Though it was perilous, this truly resembled a nest of pterosaurs. Duyu felt as though he were witnessing a beehive, the dense congregation of bees reminiscent of the current scene. Anyone with a fear of clusters might very well faint on the spot. Indeed, some individuals seemed rather fearless. Duyu glanced upwards and noticed that others were already in action. In the sky, a ripple shimmered, followed by several pterosaurs plummeting, seemingly struck by an unseen force. Duyu keenly discerned that the assailant had employed a stealth technique, evading the pterosaur scrutiny. Within this pterosaur nest, there lay at least 20 to 30 eggs. It appeared that after a few more attempts, he could fill his borrowed spatial pocket. The white crystal coins were indeed easy to earn, Duyu mused. Casting his gaze to another side, he observed a summoner, hands weaving intricate patterns, as numerous flying birds were conjured. Though they were far from a match for the pterosaurs, they could continually replenish the ranks, engaging in fierce combat against the relentless pterosaurs. After an unfathomable number of avian casualties, a single nest of pterosaurs was successfully eradicated, a testament to the assertive faction's ideals. However, I found myself somewhat inept at dealing with such a multitude of aerial pterosaurs, leaving me without means to adapt. It would be prudent to seek a more suitable location, as this area felt overly congested. Any excessive commotion might attract the ire of nearby pterosaurs. Contemplating this, I decided against taking action here, which relieved those around me when they observed my departure. Nevertheless, a palpable tension lingered among them. After an exhaustive search throughout the day, I finally stumbled upon a fitting locale. Although pterosaur numbers were still considerable, this isolated gorge promised to absorb any disturbances without consequence. Here, I could hunt a few pterosaurs and suffice my needs. This gorge, being merely an outer one, boasted a scarcity of formidable pterosaurs. Perhaps its relative safety rendered the pterosaurs lethargic. The skies were sparse, with most nestled in their nests. At that moment, I noticed that I was not alone in my interest in this gorge. Many others were lurking in the vicinity. Some hid within the underbrush, while others crouched behind rocks. Concealed among a pile of rubble myself, I observed these individuals and contemplated my next move. A single person's strength is limited, but collective efforts could yield greater results. With this thought in mind, I retrieved my grand amplifier, the throat of a plesiosaur, unexpectedly realizing its potential utility. Equipped with the plesiosaur's throat, I opted to utilize it. Esteemed individuals, you have all come for the pterosaurs of this gorge, have you not? Individual strength proves insufficient. Together, we can eliminate a few pterosaurs, ensuring ample rewards for all. My voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within a kilometer radius, astonishing many listeners. I chose not to conceal my location, allowing all to pinpoint my exact position upon hearing my call. With a smile, I continued, you are now aware of my whereabouts. Should you wish to collaborate, gather here with me. I took the initiative to organize a collective effort. Among the gathered, some hesitated while others stealthily approached. Yet, a few were already retreating, clearly disinterested in remaining. Many remained observant, weighing their options. What are you waiting for? This opportunity is fleeting. I called out once more, prompting a decrease in the number of onlookers as they began to coalesce around me. Before long, over 30 individuals had assembled at my side, maintaining a watchful demeanor but remaining silent. Observing this, I sighed in relief. Those unwilling to partake, please depart. We are about to commence our battle. With this declaration, the remaining observers divided, some moving closer to me while others turned away. Their decision was understandable. The gathered numbers were substantial, and if conflict erupted, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. Noting the choices of the crowd, I dismissed the departing individuals from my mind. The remaining 30 would suffice. With a total of 300 present, this constituted a commendable fraction. I had not anticipated that my amplifier would prove so effective in rallying such a crowd. Surprisingly, my initial estimate fell short, as the throng swelled to 50 individuals, far beyond my expectations. Chapter 87. Collaborative Assault. I had underestimated the confidence of those venturing into the dinosaur world. While many initially appeared to head south, most were merely feigning diversion, ultimately redirecting northward. Many among them were seasoned members of guilds, familiar with the dinosaur world, thus harboring no trepidation regarding this area. In fact, their overconfidence blinded them to the presence of numerous pterosaurs. Unavoidably, this gorge was a prime location, naturally attractive to many. I had not anticipated that nearly 100 individuals would gather outside the gorge, yet they hesitated to act due to the sheer number of pterosaurs present. Who could have predicted that this delicate balance would be disrupted by my call? At that moment, a single voice could easily rally a substantial crowd. Regrettably, I harbored no desire to cultivate a following. I merely sought to utilize them as labor for this endeavor. Even so, I had gathered 50 willing participants. What are your intentions? With so many of us, we will require numerous dinosaur eggs. A disheveled figure emerged, wielding a staff, evidently a mage of some repute. I replied nonchalantly, I will attract the pterosaurs, drawing a cluster for us to eliminate together. I have observed that the pterosaurs here are rather lethargic. When one region is attacked, others do not rush to their aid. By the way, may I inquire your name? I asked after a moment of consideration. You may call me Blue Sky, the temporary leader of this group. And you? Blue Sky? A clear alias, indeed. As for me, you may call me Wukong. Wukong, donned in a mask reminiscent of a cartoon character, felt rather absurd. A fine name, remarked those around me, their eyes lighting up. Momentarily taken aback, I recalled that this world seemed devoid of the classic tale of journey to the west. Centuries ago, during the early Ming dynasty, a great upheaval had transpired, preventing the novel from ever manifesting. I had expected some ridicule, yet I felt an unexpected sense of bewilderment. What role can we warriors fulfill? Attacking airborne pterosaurs is no simple task. As warriors, your duty is to safeguard our ranged allies. Our goal is to fill our pockets to the brim, and not cease until we do. What say you? I have no objections, declared one, prompting many others to express their agreement. Since there are no dissenters, let us commence. Please wait here while I attract the pterosaurs from the cliffs above. All eyes were trained on me. Curiosity piqued regarding my strategy. Attracting attention was no simple feat, especially with the languid demeanor of the pterosaurs. Drawing a significant number would be a challenge. Should I fail to eliminate them swiftly, nearby pterosaurs, sensing danger, would retaliate. Once within their attack range, the ferocity of these creatures was unyielding. Approaching the base of the cliff, I lacked sweeping offensive capabilities, yet I could lure creatures effectively. Summoning the cursed Crow King, I released it into the sky, where it spread its wings and emitted a call. In an instant, a cursed aura enveloped the area, ensnaring all pterosaurs within a crimson circle. This time, the curse inflicted pain, causing many pterosaurs to screech in agony. Some airborne pterosaurs plummeted to the ground. To my astonishment, my initial endeavor unfolded remarkably well. Quickly, attack. Do not squander this opportunity. Du shouted at the dazed individuals, who finally regained their senses. Indeed, they needed to swiftly eliminate the pterosaurs. The aura must be random. Lan Tian let out a loud cheer, and Du Yu's gaze sharpened as he realized that this person was not to be underestimated. With numerous pterosaurs falling, there was no need for ranged attacks. Even melee combatants could easily vanquish these creatures. Everyone rushed in to dispatch the fallen targets. It was astonishing to discover how effortless it was to slay these beings. Clear the way, you're obstructing my line of fire. A bowman yelled. Du said nothing further, drawing the sword of the warrior and striking at a target. Given the sword's sharpness, these level 2 pterosaurs were no match for him. To remain inconspicuous, Du refrained from casting spells or summoning Shaozi, merely acting as bait to draw the monsters. The widespread curse astonished everyone. Suddenly, a frost enveloped the air, freezing the wings of the pterosaurs, causing them to plummet to the ground with a series of crackling sounds. Du realized that it was Lan Tian who had unleashed a large-scale spell. Although the freezing aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, it proved remarkably effective against flying creatures. In mere moments, few pterosaurs remained aloft. Once these airborne beings hit the ground, their strength diminished drastically. The frenzied melee warriors charged in, mercilessly smashing the pterosaurs into a pulp. Regrettably, the spoils were quite meager. With 50 individuals engaging in the endeavor, the world's rules had significantly reduced the yield. In Du Yu's eyes, the rewards were hardly worth his attention. However, their objective lay not in the pterosaurs, but in the dinosaur eggs atop the cliff. After a brief period, the cliffside was entirely cleared. Well done, everyone. Now, let's begin. No stealing. Fill your bags and come down, Du urged as he led the group up the cliff. The massive nests, brimming with dinosaur eggs, were now theirs for the taking. 1 white crystal coin for each egg, and the reward is 10 white crystal coins. This is a lucrative venture, someone remarked from a distance. Indeed, it's a shame such opportunities are rare. Usually, these items are unwanted. When Du descended, he had already cleared 2 nests and collected over 40 pterosaur eggs in his bag. The pace of his haul was impressive. Soon he would be able to depart with a full bounty. While the dinosaur realm was decent, it was not conducive to evolving his unique skills. So leaving sooner rather than later was preferable. Moreover, the influx of people made Du reluctant to engage with so many others. The more individuals present, the easier it was to expose one's abilities. You're quite impressive. After one experience, the second becomes far simpler, he remarked. Continuing to use the cursed crow to attract more pterosaurs, Du guided them to maximize their density before Lan Tian unleashed his large-scale magic once more. This spell, consistently effective, brought the pterosaurs crashing down with a wave of ice. Given that pterosaurs were not true birds, their flying capabilities were limited. Otherwise, executing such maneuvers would have been challenging. Du marveled at Lan Tian's spells, and Lan Tian admired Du's summons in return. Your crows are quite remarkable. The curse-type aura is far more effective against large groups than my ice fog, Lan Tian noted. Du smiled. They both recognized the other's prowess. He did not believe that Lan Tian possessed only this one large-scale attack. Furthermore, acquiring such spells at their level was no easy feat, unlike Du, who relied solely on his own power. Mages often learned skills or acquired them by defeating other spellcasters. The two continued their collaboration without further conversation. Given that Du planned to return after this endeavor, he focused solely on luring the pterosaurs. As numerous pterosaurs were drawn in and subsequently dispatched, the group engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Even with modest yields, the sheer volume of kills ensured some rewards. Gradually, everyone's bags filled to near capacity. Du's one bag was already full, and the other, after accounting for materials, also contained numerous eggs. His goal was nearly achieved. Perhaps this would be the moment, Du thought as he spotted another nest and prepared to continue collecting. However, just as he reached the nest, a wave of danger washed over him. What was happening? Were there still pterosaurs lurking nearby? A thought flickered in Du's mind. Almost instinctively, he leapt aside. In the next moment, he felt a chill across his body. A dagger had sliced through the air, leaving a cut on him. From the void, a figure emerged, one of the thieves from his own team. This scoundrel dared to attack him at such a moment, igniting a surge of rage within Du Yu. As he watched the thief attempt to snatch his bag and flee, Du Yu understood the thief's intentions. While gear could not be stolen, this bag was different. It was merely borrowed and not considered official equipment. Furthermore, the pterosaur eggs within could be directly seized. Snatching a bag meant 100 pterosaur eggs in profit. No wonder this rogue took such a risk. Fury surged within Du Yu as he pointed at the fleeing figure, releasing a translucent beam of white light. In a flash, no one could discern Du Yu's actions. However, the power of the disintegration spell was vividly apparent. The thief was instantly torn apart by Du Yu's magic, falling to the ground in pieces. Finally, others noticed the commotion. What just happened? Did someone die? It was Wukong. He was the one who attacked. Someone had caught sight of Du Yu's spell. How can he do that? Even if he's the temporary leader, he shouldn't go this far. It's utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, others began to voice their condemnation. Du Yu's expression darkened. Were they truly twisting the narrative? Did they not see that the rogue had attacked him first? Without engaging in dialogue, Du Yu casually retrieved his spatial bag and also took the thief's bag. These were his spoils. Du Yu would not relinquish them. Hey, this is too much. Killing one of our own in front of us and then stealing the loot, others protested. Other items may vanish, but this bag and the dinosaur eggs will not. They are not their equipment. Du Yu replied coldly. Did you not see that this scoundrel attacked me first? I saw it. It was that thief who initiated the attack. Finally, someone spoke the truth. However, the individual continued. Though the thief attacked, it was not a lethal strike. And the poison on the dagger was merely a mild paralysis toxin. He was only attempting to rob. Yes, it was merely theft, yet you killed him. That's too extreme. Hearing such reasoning was sickening to Du Yu. As their bags neared fullness, it seemed they no longer needed his presence. Merely a robbery. And he was not allowed to resist. Was that the rule in this place? In Du Yu's mind, those who sought to threaten him could never be spared. Once again, the notion that merely avoiding self-harm equates to a desire for self-preservation is a jest too far. Previously, I had felt an imminent danger, the severity of which, coupled with the positioning of that dagger, was undoubtedly lethal. From such a height, a fall resulting in grievous injury would likely be fatal. Observing these individuals engage in a dialogue that suggested a consensus had formed, I realized they had likely conspired long before. After all, they were all part of a cohesive unit, while I stood alone. Such audacity. Their intent to dominate us was clear, and we must resolutely reject the deceit of such individuals. Before long, a faction had gathered, unbeknownst to me. A weariness settled within me. It was evident I was ill-suited for managing such a multitude. In a mere span of time, others had begun to vie for control. I sensed that some were eager to harness the potential of this sizable group, with me merely serving as an obstacle. Chapter 89. The Trials of Leadership. Wukong. You must provide us with an explanation. We cannot trust you as our captain, Zhang Chao declared, his voice echoing with indignation. I demand justice for this matter. Indeed. Others echoed, your actions were nothing short of tyrannical. You sought to rob us, yet you resorted to murder. A flicker of rage ignited within my gaze. How can you be so certain he harbored no intent to kill? Moreover, how do you know he employed only a mild anesthetic? You are acquainted with him, I presume? My voice brimmed with indignation. Moments ago, this individual had inadvertently revealed significant information during his tirade. I felt a momentary lapse in my composure. Yet I quickly regained my focus. It appeared my resilience was commendable. I merely know him. I've conversed with that individual, and he is quite amiable. Clearly, you are part of the same faction, I retorted. And you? Are you not merely coveting power? You yearn for control, and frankly, I can no longer endure this place. With a sweeping glance, I cleared the nest before me, filling my pockets before descending from the cliff. My tasks were complete. There was no need for lingering. Do not think you can depart unscathed after reaping the benefits. Suddenly, a slender needle whizzed towards me, catching me off guard and piercing my shoulder. Though the injury was not grave, the pain was incessant, and I remained unable to disengage from combat. You have been struck by a needle. For the next 2 hours, you are compelled to remain in combat mode. My expression darkened further upon reading the notification. Someone was determined to prevent my escape. Who could be scheming against me? Indeed. You seek to leave after taking what you can, relinquish your spoils, or you shall not survive. Zhang Chao descended the cliff, vociferously addressing me, while others followed suit. Some eager to witness the unfolding drama, others intent on confronting me. My countenance hardened. What? Do you wish to brawl? Very well. Let us see whether you can restrain me, or if I shall vanquish you. A palpable aura of menace enveloped me. Even if they could detain me, who could predict how many I might slay in return? In that instant, Zhang Chao felt an overwhelming sense of peril encroach upon him. Recalling the previous rogue who had been obliterated by unknown means, he trembled with trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Chao boldly proclaimed, upon reflection, "Your previous assistance was not insignificant. The dinosaur eggs shall be deemed yours. Depart now. We have no need for your kind here." Indeed, was this individual the one seeking power? I cast a penetrating gaze at Zhang Chao. Should the opportunity arise, he would pay dearly. Alas, with so many present, I was not their match. Who would choose to perish in such a place? Neither Zhang Chao nor I desired death. Though numerous, not all were inclined to oppose me. Yet, should I strike first, I would inevitably drive some into the enemy's ranks. As mutual caution prevailed, I finally departed the gorge under the scrutiny of others. Now that the troublemaker is gone, let us proceed and strive to gather the dinosaur eggs. We have a foundation of cooperation. I propose we form a mercenary group for future endeavors. Zhang Chao raised his arms, passionately extolling the virtues of establishing such a band. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals emerged, making their way towards the gorge's exit. We have matters to attend to. We shall not remain. Suddenly, another 5 or 6 appeared. That individual took the life of our comrade. We seek vengeance. In an instant, a dozen individuals departed. Zhang Chao's expression soured, and he thundered, "Let them leave. We can still attract monsters." Lantian, would you not agree? With a cold smirk, Lantian replied nonchalantly, "I have gathered sufficient resources. There is no need to linger here. Let us depart." Lantian addressed his companions before vanishing in a flash of light. Simultaneously, numerous others disappeared as well. From a contingent of 50, only 27 remained. I propose we also leave. After all, our purpose here was to procure the dinosaur eggs. Witnessing the exodus, the remaining scattered individuals gradually lost confidence and began to depart. Zhang Chao glowered as he observed the retreating figures. Ultimately, only 8 remained, and among them, aside from my 2 staunch allies, others appeared hesitant. In any locale, survival cannot rely solely on individual strength. Though our numbers were few, we could form a core team, eventually expanding our ranks. Those present would then become founding members. Relentlessly, Zhang Chao instilled various ideologies, ultimately persuading the last few to stay. However, without Lantian's widespread freezing and my ability to draw monsters, we could not effectively eliminate the pterosaurs. Fortunately, many pterosaurs had already been dispatched in this gorge, and some easily harvestable remnants remained at the periphery. Thus, our objective shifted towards this endeavor. Meanwhile, I, having left the valley, found myself unable to escape for 2 hours. It appeared I would have to seek a secluded location to engage in combat. I deliberately wandered to a remote area, weary of further interaction with these individuals. The outside world was fraught with complexities. I was not one to relish leadership. After the arduous effort of assembling a team, I concluded that I was far more suited to the life of a lone wanderer. With sufficient strength. What matter is there in being a solitary figure? Many of the most formidable beings in existence are indeed lone warriors. My resolve solidified within me. Suddenly, I sensed an impending threat and instinctively unleashed a magical projectile. It soared through the air, precisely striking an arrow. An ambush? Realizing the danger, I finally comprehended the situation. My instinctive counterattack was a result of the mental lock skill's influence, which had proven invaluable on several occasions. Indeed, you are worthy of your title as Captain Wukong. Your prowess is formidable. As I marveled, a shadow lunged towards me. Chapter 90. Retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. What is your objective? Why must you oppose me? I unsheathed my longsword, clashing with my assailant in an instant. Our bodies jolted simultaneously, each of us wary of the other. The pursuer had not anticipated that a magic user could possess superior swordsmanship. The suppression at the level of swordsmanship is truly unbearable. This is undoubtedly a foundational technique of level 7 or above. Du Yu, on the other hand, felt even more frustrated. Although his swordsmanship surpassed that of his opponent, he was not a warrior. The disparity in strength and speed between them was not vast, yet the opponent held a slight advantage. This was the inherent benefit of being a warrior, a gap that 2 professions could not bridge. Such a difference would only widen with increasing levels. While he could still wield his long sword in battle now, he knew this would not be the case in the future. However, it was evident that the opponent was also at level 3. "Haha, we are certainly after what you possess," they sneered. "Rest assured, once we capture you, all that you carry will be handed over to us." "Daofeng, why are you so slow? Haven't you eaten?" Behind them, 3 more individuals rushed over. Observing the clash between Daofeng and Du Yu, unable to resist making a few jibes. "If you have the capability, come forth. This mage's swordsmanship has already reached level 7. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Du's impressive swordsmanship level. yet they remained unconcerned. Indeed, Dao Feng suddenly swung his long sword downward with tremendous force, nearly causing Du Yu to lose grip on the sword of the warrior. The immense power he wielded was undoubtedly enhanced by a skill such as a heavy strike. Suddenly, Du Yu sensed a wave of danger and swiftly dodged to the side. Dao Feng struck again, and a brilliant white light erupted from the sword, slicing through a 2-meter radius and leaving a deep gash in the ground. This was a type of skill known as a chi slash. Du Yu reflected that what truly made warriors formidable were these close combat skills. Although his swordsmanship level was high, he realized that if the battle persisted, he would not truly stand a chance against the warriors. Instinctively, he waved his longsword, causing flickering sword light to manifest, activating a phantom blade. Unbeknownst to him, an ice orb flew towards him, which he cleaved in two with his sword, but as a result, he instantly felt a chill enveloping him. The ice orb expanded, transforming the ground into a slick sheet of ice. Among them were mages, warriors, and archers. The remaining two were identifiable as well, one likely a support type, and the other a warrior. One of the remaining two wielded a heavy hammer, clearly a combat specialist, while the other, clad in a robe, refrained from engaging in the attack, presumably a support character. Indeed, the support raised a hand, and a beam of white light swiftly descended upon Dao Feng, significantly boosting his speed. No, we cannot let that support escape. Otherwise, fleeing will become impossible. With such acceleration skills, Du Yu had no chance of evading. But what could he do? The distance was too great. Even summoning Xiao Zi was not feasible. Hurry! They are right here. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from behind. Both parties turned to see 6 more individuals approaching. The leader bore a distinct scar across his face, splitting it ominously in two. He was the Scarface, a true menace. Scarface, you bastard, you actually came. Dao Feng's expression shifted, halting his assault. The two groups began to confront one another, but Du Yu felt even more disheartened, sensing that these individuals were indeed targeting him. After all, it was much easier to deal with a single person than to confront an entire team. Scarface, what do you mean? Do you wish to engage us in battle? Certainly not. I have no desire for a confrontation. Otherwise, we would be left mutually wounded. Let us negotiate. Capture that boy, and we shall divide the spoils equally. Scarface declared lazily, wielding his large blade. No way. He is our target. Is he? Do not forget that the thief has only recently joined our ranks. If he is slain, we shall seek vengeance. An uneasy silence fell. Du Yu understood that remaining here would result in lost opportunities. Swiftly, he retreated and turned to flee. Think you can escape that easily? Dao Feng, closest to Du Yu, charged at him. But suddenly, a massive figure loomed before him, a monstrous entity composed of air, entirely white, leaving its nature ambiguous. Dao Feng, being a warrior, found himself ensnared within, struggling to break free. Damn it, a summoning skill. An ice orb flew from the mage's hand, striking the air creature's head. The creature exploded, and Dao Feng finally extricated himself. Furious at the repeated humiliation inflicted by that Wukong, he watched as Du Yu's figure faded into the depths of the forest. Let us hold off for now. How about this? Whoever captures that boy will keep 70% of the loot, while the other side receives 30%. The support called out loudly. Agreed, Scarface replied. And both groups promptly pursued Du Yu. As for their verbal agreement, it might hold some merit, but ultimately, it would depend on the circumstances. For now, it merely provided an excuse for mutual cooperation. Teams in this emergent world often lacked integrity. Du Yu felt a profound sense of frustration, aware of the piercing pain in his shoulder, knowing he would be pursued for some time. Having always been cautious, he had allowed himself to be outmaneuvered, truly careless of him. It seemed he had been too fortunate recently, but he was not entirely devoid of options. Glancing at his status panel, Du Yu gritted his teeth and elevated his level to 3, enhancing his skills simultaneously. In an instant, he felt his injuries dissipate and his speed significantly increase. Regrettably, the 2-hour combat state was still in effect. Humph, do not let me find an opportunity, otherwise you shall suffer. Even with his current strength, it would be challenging to contend with either team. These were no disorganized rabble, but a cohesive unit that had worked together seamlessly. The combat prowess of any team was not to be underestimated. If the two teams coordinated their efforts, he would be utterly encircled with no means of escape. Reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. He could never afford to let his guard down. This lesson might very well cost him his life. Chapter 91. A perilous escape. Best not let me find an opportunity. Du Yu grumbled as he endured the pain in his shoulder, finally managing to distance himself. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization. What a fool I've been. How could I overlook such a simple solution? In order to conceal his abilities, Du had previously stowed Xiaozi away. However, circumstances had changed. He could not afford to forget such a remarkable means of transportation while fleeing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xiaozi. Now a level 3, the Thunderbolt Golden Eagle had grown larger, and sitting upon its broad back no longer felt cramped. Xiaozi nuzzled against Du affectionately. Enough of that. Let us move. We're being pursued. Even with a team, they would struggle against Xiaozi. A well-formed squad could unleash a level of power beyond what he could currently handle. All of them were at level 3, seasoned veterans at that, who knew what tactics they might employ. Du mounted Xiaozi and flew close to the treetops, moving swiftly enough that his pursuers soon lost track of him. The two teams exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Given this terrain, the traces left behind suggest that the individual must possess a bird-type summon or pet. It has likely taken flight, one of them noted, pointing to a claw mark on the ground. What shall we do? Should we abandon the chase? That individual possesses considerable strength, and we have already made enemies. If we allow him to recover, he could become a perilous adversary. Let us continue the pursuit. Here lies the northern mountain range of the great dinosaur world, a territory abundant with pterosaurs. Those who dare to soar in the skies shall inevitably be brought down, remarked Scar with a nonchalant demeanor. How do you intend to track them? After flying a certain distance, they will surely leave no trace behind, and we will be unable to follow, Blade retorted, his gaze fixed on Scar. Were it not for this individual suddenly arriving with a group, how could he have allowed the other to escape? If they could hold on a little longer, they would surely capture him. Scar scoffed. The inability lies with you. Do you think I am without means? With that, a mage-like figure beside him produced a needle, directing it towards a specific location. The fine needle we previously employed to attack Wukong is complementary. It not only keeps him in a constant state of battle, but also serves as a tracking device. By following the needle's direction, we shall locate him. Thus, the group resumed their journey. As they progressed, Scar remarked, this tracking endeavor relies on our treasure, so we must take a larger share. Blade coldly replied, then let us grant you an additional share. A glint of coldness flashed in Blade's eyes. Meanwhile, Du, riding on Xiaozi, found themselves beset by a swarm of pterosaurs shortly after taking to the skies. The sheer number of dinosaurs here is overwhelming, each as fearless as flies. As the pterosaurs multiplied in the air, Du had no choice but to abandon aerial flight. With such a frenzy of pterosaurs charging at him, even Xiaozi could not contend with them. Continuing to soar would simply spell doom. With no other option, Du descended, expending considerable effort to eliminate the attacking pterosaurs. What? They are still in pursuit. Du's brow furrowed. Just before Xiaozi landed, a glance backward revealed those individuals were still in hot pursuit, heading straight for him. Realizing they must possess some form of specialized tracking, Du grimly stated, we cannot remain here. We must flee. He then urged Xiaozi to continue running forward. Indeed, Xiaozi was not flying, but rather sprinting alongside Du. With the enhancement of their levels, Xiaozi's legs had grown robust and powerful. Not only had its attack capabilities significantly increased, but its speed and endurance had also vastly improved. Du's pace was now easily matched by Xiaozi. As for the cursed Crow King, it was better to forego that idea. Its physical constitution was inadequate, making it vulnerable to the pterosaur's attacks once airborne. Only within the forest could it be considered relatively safe. The direction of the pursuit was undoubtedly correct. Look here, he must have been forced to descend from the sky. We must press on. We cannot allow him to escape. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a ground strewn with shattered corpses. The distinct manner of destruction bore the hallmark of Du's handiwork, reminiscent of how their former thief companion had met his demise. Blade remained silent, signaling to the others, and they continued to follow Scar's lead deeper into the woods. With 11 individuals in total, they were determined to not relent until they achieved their goal. Navigating through the dense forest was no simple task. Du pressed forward, frequently encountering various dinosaurs or other creatures. His strategy was straightforward, to cut through them. However, such actions would undoubtedly leave traces for those behind. Du had no time to clean up and could only keep charging ahead. This approach could not continue. Xiaozi, hunt in other directions and create false trails, Du commanded suddenly. Without hesitation, Xiaozi nodded and complied with Du's orders. Almost every minute, Xiaozi would venture far from Du, only to be summoned back, then switch directions to continue fabricating misleading trails. Indeed, as Du generated these deceptive signs, the pursuers began to slow their pace. Why are we encountering such a bifurcation again? Hurry, make a judgment. We must pursue in that direction. We have only 2 hours. Miss the window, and there will be no second chance. At this moment, even Scar was growing frustrated. This fellow's ability to escape was exceedingly formidable. Unbeknownst to Du, His evasive maneuvers were causing considerable trouble for those trailing him. In the chaos of his flight, Du lost all sense of direction. Ahead lay a vast expanse of peculiar mist. Initially oblivious, he soon realized upon closer inspection that this was no mist at all, but rather a swarm of insects. This area was inexplicably filled with insects, blanketing the surroundings and creating a haze-like appearance. The environment began to take on an increasingly strange quality. Chapter 92. The Toxic Swamp Zone. These insects have no effect on me. Du suddenly discovered that, although the insects aimed to attack him, they were repelled by an invisible force emanating from him, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm. It dawned on him that he was equipped with the Emperor Crocodile Belt, a piece of gear designed for comprehensive defense. This was precisely the ability he had prioritized when acquiring it. However, it was not long before Xiao Zi began to squawk pitifully. Du turned to look and nearly burst into laughter. It turned out Xiao Zi was thoroughly vexed by the persistent insects, sporting several large welts. To penetrate the feathers of a bird like Xiao Zi, these insects were indeed formidable. The majority of the insects here were mosquitoes, alongside various other species that Du could not identify. Some could fly, while others merely crawled or jumped. It was truly an insect paradise. Alright, enough of this. Du secured Xiao Zi and ventured further inward. Such a place would undoubtedly be a death trap for anyone lacking comprehensive defensive gear. Even those trailing him, if they possessed such equipment, would likely have very few. Those bold enough to enter alone would meet their demise upon encountering him. A glint of cold determination flashed in Du Yu's eyes as he pressed onward without hesitation. The number of insects surrounding him grew, blotting out the sunlight. The area became shrouded in darkness, completely swarmed by insects. Were it not for the Emperor Crocodile Belt shielding him, Du would have long since succumbed to their bites. Nevertheless, even as he traversed this terrain, a sense of caution began to creep in. Occasionally, Du would receive notifications on his panel indicating he had been poisoned. Upon closer examination, he realized he had entered a miasma zone. With no time to waste, he hastily retreated. Fortunately, as a professional, he had already undergone a process of lawfication, meaning toxins could not affect him permanently. For ordinary individuals, being poisoned in such a manner would spell swift doom. As he continued, Du discovered that certain waterholes and mud pits contained potent toxins. The environment became increasingly damp, resembling a vast swamp. However, the prevalence of insects only intensified, and the toxicity escalated. At this point, the skies were devoid of pterosaurs, the vicinity lacked dinosaurs, and no other creatures could be found. Perhaps any creature brave enough to venture here would become a feast for the insects. Scattered throughout were the remains of enormous skeletons, likely the remnants of dinosaurs that had once strayed into this place. With no other option, Du picked up a stick, moving cautiously while probing the ground, inevitably slowing his pace. He remained vigilant, constantly observing to avoid re-entering the miasma zone. Even so, Du frequently checked his panel, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. He could scarcely fathom who might survive in such a dreadful place. After more than an hour, the pursuers finally arrived. Here it is. That person has entered this area. What a dreadful place this is, teeming with insects. A woman in the group exclaimed in disgust as she swatted at the pests. Behind her, a mage studied the map, his expression grave. This is the area of the venomous marsh. It is rife with miasma and venomous creatures, and those without special equipment would not survive here. If that young man dares to venture in, he must possess some form of specialized gear. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of Dao Feng. That is splendid news. Once we eliminate him, we shall reap considerable rewards. Such specialized equipment may not be of great utility, yet its rarity makes it quite valuable. Dao Ba chuckled heartily. The issue at hand is how we shall enter, Dao Feng replied icily. Dao Ba dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Let us wait here. The environment within is particularly unique. Even those with special gear cannot endure for long amidst such conditions. Moreover, the insects are perpetually in a combative state, making it impossible to leave. We simply need to bide our time outside. The mage beside them interjected. The boss is right. Although Wukong has been inside for quite some time, he has not moved in a while. It appears he is reluctant to delve deeper. Dao Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, how long shall we wait? 3 days, came the response. If he does not emerge within that time, I shall depart. The group considered this, and 3 days seemed a reasonable duration. So they nodded in agreement and took to their positions in ambush. Unbeknownst to Du, the individuals were plotting an ambush against him. Since earlier, he had found his progress increasingly hindered. Eventually, he reached a point where he could advance no further, for before him lay a vast, foul-smelling lake. The water was a sickly green, shrouded in desolation. Approaching it even slightly would result in poisoning. Du was certain that entering the lake would lead to certain death. However, The lake was expansive, stretching beyond his sight, and he could not circumvent it. Reluctantly, he halted his journey. As time passed, Diyu could not help but chuckle bitterly. He never expected that while these insects could not harm him, they would nonetheless trap him. After 2 hours, he thought he might be able to escape, yet he soon realized that the incessant attacks from the insects kept him in a state of combat. These pests were troublesome. Killing them yielded no benefit and only hindered his escape. No wonder this place was deserted. Presently, he remained trapped. Though the low-level insects could not injure him, their relentless assaults still counted as attacks. Observing the dark and oppressive environment around him, Diyu felt a wave of discontent. He wondered whether those individuals were still waiting outside. They were experienced enough to deduce that he could not leave. Thus he knew he could not venture out, not until he had gained more power. Counting the luminous orbs he had gathered along his journey, Diyu discovered he possessed over 800 white crystal coins, all earned through his own efforts. Most of these coins had been spent on a wyvern egg, leaving him with little remaining. Such a substantial amount of white crystal coins could significantly enhance his strength. If he could reach level 4, entering the mid-tier of awakeners, he would be able to escape, even if he could not defeat the individuals outside. Yet, the prospect left him feeling unfulfilled. Wait, this marsh seems to be a natural phenomenon. Perhaps it holds potential. Chapter 93. Spell. Slime Marsh. Realizing the uniqueness of his surroundings, Diyu calmed his mind and began to utilize his knowledge as a spellcaster to analyze his environment. As he delved deeper, he gradually discovered that this venomous marsh possessed peculiar properties. Indeed, it was a convergence of the rules of nature, making it an excellent location to comprehend spells related to toxins under such a hazardous environment. Although it differed somewhat from his expectations, it compensated for his lack of combat prowess. The abilities of the spellcaster began to activate, and the waves of mental energy surged within his mind. Diyu gradually connected with an unseen force in the vicinity, gaining insight into the structure of the venomous marsh. He could sense that by adhering to these rules and depicting the patterns, he could create unique natural runes. With special methods to refine them, he would forge new spells. His first spell had emerged from a stone tablet inscribed with numerous spell rules, specifically a disassembly spell. However, that tablet was quite unique, making it difficult to find a similar one. For a spellcaster, the creation of new spells required an extreme environment, making this place undoubtedly suitable. Using white crystal coins, he estimated that he would need at least 100 to evolve the rules present here. It seemed worth a try. In such an environment, the resulting spell should be of considerable range. Diyu thought to himself and began to burn his white crystal coins without hesitation. As the coins ignited, the composition of the spell formed at a visibly rapid pace. This was the prowess of a professional. Of course, the money-consuming nature of the spellcaster's profession was also vividly showcased. Had anyone else acquired such a vast sum of white crystal coins, they would likely have reached level 6 by now. This, of course, referred to their level and skill rank. The growth of skills also required time. Yet here he was, merely at level 3, with only 3 skills to his name. He was currently attempting to form his 4th skill, which was quite frustrating. Nevertheless, having chosen the path of the spellcaster, Diyu understood he had no choice but to continue onward. If he were to run out of white crystal coins one day, he would essentially be rendered useless. 100 white crystal coins burned away rapidly, and a complex rune began to materialize. However, it was insufficient. It did not reach the 10-star level nor meet his requirements. So he pressed on with the evolution. Utilizing the environment around him, Diyu strived to recall the patterns he had seen on the stone tablet and continued the evolution. The white crystal coins continued to burn. After another 100 coins were consumed, he finally felt satisfied. Excellent. This will suffice. Now to refine the spell. Refining a spell is not merely about inscribing runes. The entire process requires considerable time and resources. Diyu lacked both, so he opted for the most convenient alternative, continuing to burn white crystal coins. 100 white crystal coins were sufficient for his spell to take shape. After expending a total of 300 white crystal coins, the new spell finally appeared. Unnamed spell, please designate a name. Without hesitation, Diyu declared, Slime Marsh. Naming complete. The spell was designated, Slime Marsh. Slime Marsh forms a vast expanse of poisonous slime upon the ground, creating a marsh. It slows enemies trapped within while inflicting a poison state. Range, level 10, meters, duration, 1 hour, level 1, 10 stars. Diyu felt a sense of relief as he sensed the new spell forming within his mental sea, that peculiar gray-green diamond. After such a steep price, a new spell had indeed materialized. Moreover, it was undeniably a 10-star skill. After some reflection, he spent 60 white crystal coins to enhance it to the pinnacle of level 3. He now had over 400 unspent white crystal coins remaining. Curious about its power, he thought to test it. With a flick of his finger, he pointed toward the distance. A gray-green light coalesced at his fingertip and transformed into a spell that shot forth, appearing as a seemingly insignificant beam. Upon striking the ground far away, it erupted instantly. The surrounding magical energy underwent a visible transformation, connecting with the environment to create an incomprehensible and bizarre mutation. In a once ordinary area, a viscous substance suddenly materialized, resembling a dark green adhesive, spreading over a radius of 30 meters. Beneath this slimy expanse, lethal toxins eradicated the surrounding venomous insects. The fact that even the most toxin-resistant creatures succumbed to tests to the potency of this curse. To Duyu's astonishment, this toxic slime was entirely odorless, in stark contrast to the fetid marsh he had previously sensed. This characteristic, however, proved advantageous, as it rendered the trap less detectable. Indeed, the surrounding insects were ensnared. Duyu nodded and approached to conduct a personal experiment. To his satisfaction, he discovered that it posed no risk to himself. He wondered, however, about its effect on his summoned creatures. After a moment's contemplation, Duyu summoned a new entity and cast it into the slime, observing that it too emerged unscathed. Clearly, this spell had no adverse effects on him or his summoned beings, likely due to their shared source of magical energy. However, this trait rendered the spell indiscriminate. While it spared him and his summons, it would undoubtedly harm any allies who ventured too close. With this newfound ability, Duyu felt a significant increase in his safety. Yet, he acknowledged that it was insufficient, especially with two teams comprising 11 individuals outside. Relying solely on this single skill felt precarious. Contemplating his remaining white crystal coins and the peculiar patterns he had glimpsed on the spellcaster's tablet, an idea began to form. Many special spell patterns that had eluded his memory during evolution now resurfaced with clarity. Seizing the moment, he resolved to evolve a new spell, knowing that doing so in this state would require less energy. Yes, a new spell, as he envisioned, would require only a little over 100 white crystal coins. Moreover, it would be exceptionally suited to his needs. Determined, Duyu took a deep breath and decided to proceed. He settled back into his previous position, conjuring a patch of slime marsh to deter the insects. Though they could not harm him, their presence was bothersome. After completing this task, he continued to expend his white crystal coins. Chapter 94, Spell Division Technique to Prepare Adequately. Duyu resolved to expend all the white crystal coins he had acquired in the dinosaur world. Under the radiant glow of the burning coins, the new spell rapidly took shape. It was not merely a spell, but an auxiliary spell, designed to enhance the effects of other spells and incapable of independent use. With the generous combustion of white crystal coins, Duyu expedited the evolution of a spell that would normally require years or even decades to develop, an accomplishment reserved for professionals. In the ocean of his mind, his mental energies swirled, and a peculiar rune gradually emerged, coalescing under his guidance. The abundant burning of white crystal coins transformed into primal energy, lending support to this new spell, which finally began to take form. However, do you notice something odd? This new spell did not manifest in the usual crystalline diamond shape. Instead, it emerged as a disc, hollow in the center, reminiscent of a copper coin or concentric circles. The intricate magical patterns condensed into the spell, ultimately revealing its specific function. Spell Division Technique. By expending 1 level times the magical power, the number of spells released can reach 1 level. Level 3, 10 stars. The description was straightforward, lacking specificity, yet its potential was formidable. Moreover, as one progressed further, its effectiveness would only grow more terrifying. Duyu raised his hand, and a beam of white light coalesced within it. This light split into two, transforming into 2 spells. Simultaneously unleashing both spells, he shattered a stone and a large tree into fragments. Thankfully, no one witnessed his misfire. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was his first attempt at such a splitting type of attack, and misfiring was to be expected. Moving forward, practice would be essential. Releasing double the magical power at once to cast 2 spells simultaneously may seem inconsequential, yet its significance was profound. This meant that during battles, he could release spells more swiftly and address multiple foes, potentially 2 or 3 at once, or even unleash more powerful attacks against a formidable adversary, greatly enhancing his burst potential. However, such methods were taxing on his magical reserves. If exerted to the fullest, his dual-class spellcaster might ultimately prove less enduring than some high-consumption mages. Although he had previously taken pride in his stamina, he now felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, this depletion occurred only during moments of intense exertion. His overall strength remained unaffected during calmer periods. It seemed imperative to devise a skill that could facilitate rapid recovery of magical power. However, his white crystal coins were nearly exhausted. Resolved, he decided to focus on training for the time being, followed by rest. Once he felt prepared, he would seek out those troublesome individuals. Do you remain diligent, wielding magical projectiles to hone his aim? Initially training within the confines of mental targeting, he gradually extended his reach. His precision improved incrementally, aided by the mental targeting skill, which significantly accelerated his progress. He rested when fatigued and resumed training upon recovery. With continued practice, Diyu noted a marked enhancement in his accuracy. Ultimately, his mental targeting skill reached level 7, although the range only increased by 1 meter. It was no wonder few chose to train such a skill, given its minimal impact. Nevertheless, as long as it served him well, Diyu was not overly concerned. Another complication arose. Finding food and water in this insect-infested area was exceedingly challenging. Any attempt to retrieve sustenance would invariably attract swarms of insects. In desperation, Diyu created a slime marsh nearby, using wood to construct a near-enclosed area of slime to eliminate the toxic creatures. Only then could he dine and hydrate in relative peace. Time passed swiftly, and a day had elapsed. Diyu's condition was fully restored. Name: Diyu. Level: Awakened level 3 status. Healthy magic, 100. Profession: Dark Shaper. Talent: Increases the strength of shaped creatures by 20. Skills: Summon Purple Lightning Golden Eagle, level 3. 10 stars. Curse Crow King, level 3. 8 stars. Profession: Spellcaster. Talent: 50 reduction in spell casting costs. Skills: Spell Decomposition, level 3. 10 stars. Slime Marsh, level 3. 10 stars. Spell Division Technique, level 3. 10 stars. Pet: None. Basic skills: Basic Swordsmanship, level 7. Basic Meditation, level 10. Max: Basic Archery, level 3. Mental Targeting, level 7. Universal skills: Magic Projectile, constant, level 1. Random Summon, constant, level 1. Phantom Sword Shadow, constant, level 1. Equipment: Warrior Longsword, sharpness 6, white. Emperor Crocodile Belt, white. Personal space: 1 cubic meter. Items: Goblin Statue, 3-3. Goblin Summoning Scroll, 1-1. Origin Stone, exclusive equipment: Plesiosaur Throat, bright white. At this moment, Diyu was no longer the same as before entering the marsh. Although he would still struggle against the two enemy teams, he felt an undeniable confidence in his abilities. At the very least, should he need to flee, he was certain they could not hinder his escape. A day had passed. He wondered if they remained outside. If they are here, that would be splendid. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Diyu's eyes. He had no intention of letting go of those who dared to ambush and pursue him. Although his strength was currently insufficient, he had already acquired the power to retaliate. After all, one must collect a bit of interest, mustn't they? Rising after partaking in breakfast, Diyu ventured outside. However, the path out was unlike the one he had entered. The darkness of the place made it hard for him to remember the way in. After a prolonged journey, he finally emerged, the number of insects dwindling and the sunlight growing ever brighter. Unlike when he was inside, Diyu could hardly tell the time without his wristwatch. He wondered if those individuals were still around, cautioning Xiaozi not to cause a commotion, as applying this substance would ensure safety. Chapter 95. Underestimating Oneself Upon Exiting. Diyu cautiously unleashed a sticky mire within a 30-meter radius, feeling somewhat disheartened. This was the stark difference between a caster and a mage. A mage could surely control the range and reduce consumption, but the caster's skills were inherently stable. Diyu found himself constrained. After all, the curse was a fully coalesced, mature skill. Much like a missile, its power was predetermined, impossible to amplify or diminish. In contrast, a mage resembled a pile of loose gunpowder. More added meant greater power. Less resulted in weakness. At that moment, Diyu applied the energy-infused slime onto Xiaozi, who writhed in discomfort. Endure this. It will prevent the insects from biting. Stop squirming. We will need you to fight soon. Once this is over, I promise a grand feast. The Thunderbolt Golden Eagle was indeed a living creature, one that could eat, and quite discerning at that. Upon hearing the promise of a feast, Xiaozi quieted down, casting a resentful glance at Diyu while enduring the toxic slime. This potent slime, crafted by Diyu, posed no harm to Xiaozi but could injure the surrounding poisonous insects. They were on the edge of a toxic swamp area, rife with venomous creatures. Without this method, Xiaozi could not endure for too long in such an environment. Although electricity could defend against insect bites, the energy consumption was excessive. Even a level 3 Thunderbolt Golden Eagle could not maintain it indefinitely. Otherwise, Diyu would not have gone through such trouble. Alright, let us see if those fellows are still around. After stepping outside, Do you manage to discern the direction somewhat? Xiao Zi, dissatisfied, took to the skies, venting its fury on those pursuing its master. Soon, Xiao Zi began to circle in the air, while Du squinted and confirmed that those individuals were indeed still nearby. Excellent. Who would have thought they would linger for an entire day? Since they chose to stay, they could not blame him. Carefully approaching, Du gradually spotted several individuals lying in ambush behind a slope. They appeared lethargic, hardly resembling a group on alert. After such a long time without Du's emergence, it was natural for anyone to relax their focus. Moreover, they had lost their tracking capabilities. The effects of a tracking needle had long faded, and they were oblivious to Du's escape, let alone his audacity to attack, which contributed to their laxity. The two teams did not seem to trust each other much. Positioned far apart, each in different regions of ambush, with a considerable distance between them. If Du acted swiftly, he could strike one team before the other could respond, presenting his greatest opportunity. Most crucially, they remained unaware of his presence. This enabled him to launch a well-calculated ambush. Du was acutely aware of his explosive power. Once the ambush commenced, he could likely eliminate several foes. With this in mind, he continued to approach cautiously, aiming to attain the optimal range for his attack. At this moment, he selected a spot where all individuals faced away from him, effectively placing him in their blind spot. Having circled behind, their attention was fixated on the swamp. The cursed Crow King had already been dispatched, stealthily alighting on a tree. Before any attack, the cursed Crow King bore a resemblance to an ordinary crow. Coated in slime, it was immune to insect attacks, while nearby insects frequently got ensnared and subsequently poisoned, resembling dangling ornaments. This was particularly evident on Xiao Zi, which had accumulated numerous such adornments, slightly hindering its flight. Du did not smile, but found it hard to suppress a chuckle. The cursed Crow King maintained a distance of 50 meters from the Blade team, hesitant to draw nearer, lest a multitude of insects fall and raise the alarm. However, he had already entered the range of the curse aura. Otherwise, he would have risked bringing the cursed Crow King closer. Little by little, Du approached, and upon reaching his optimal attack distance, the individuals remained oblivious to his presence. Engrossed in conversation, they had pursued him last time. Now it was time to settle the score. Du smirked coldly to himself. First, he would eliminate the priest. A plan he had formulated previously, and now he would execute it again. With a wave of his hand, a crystalline glow formed between his fingers, suddenly morphing into 3 strands of disintegration spells that shot toward the priest, the mage, and the archer, 3 ranged professions. Ordinarily, such an attack would alert the adversary, prompting evasive maneuvers. Yet at that moment, a red halo suddenly radiated from the cursed Crow King, activating the curse aura. Wait, why can't I see clearly? No, it's an ambush. The archer was the first to sense the danger. As an archer, vision was paramount. Upon noticing the distortion in sight, he was immediately aware. Others soon realized they had fallen victim to the blindness curse. Regrettably, under the curse's influence, all attention was diverted to their impaired vision, neglecting other surroundings, a primal instinct. Without extensive combat experience to suppress such instincts, it was nearly impossible to disregard this impact. In this moment of confusion, the 3 disintegration spells struck their targets simultaneously. The archer, with the lowest magic resistance, did not even have time to scream before his body shattered into numerous pieces. The priest and mage, possessing higher magic resistance, did not disintegrate but still suffered grievously. The priest's head rolled away, and the mage was nearly cleaved in 2. The disparity in magical capabilities between the 2 sides was substantial. Even a partial manifestation of the rules-based curse had resulted in the immediate demise of both spellcasters. Having struck down 3 foes at once, Du realized he might have underestimated his own might. With no time for further reflection, the gray-green light in his hand flickered. He was preparing to cast the Sticky Mire spell. The scale of the Sticky Mire was considerable, and his inexperience meant he needed 5 seconds to prepare. Oh no, what happened? Speak up. The Blade leader, upon hearing his companion's screams, shouted urgently. The opposing side had been ambushed. It was that person. Quick, go! Scarface also noticed Du's silhouette. Chapter 96. 1 against 6. I am not so easily trifled with now. Du sneered coldly as the spells in his hand were ready. 3 spells flew forth simultaneously. 2 headed towards the rear, while 1 surged forward. The 2 individuals still under the blindness curse, unable to fully recover, were instantly engulfed by the Sticky Mire. Their speed was significantly hampered, and being in a toxic environment, their condition continued to deteriorate. Spare us, and we can become your subordinates. As the blade's edge roared, Du, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed 2 spells of disintegration. Damn it, Blade cursed inwardly, his vision flickering with a flash of light as he regained some composure. Upon seeing the spell hurtling towards him, he swung his sword, releasing a crescent-shaped wave of energy that cleaved through the air. To Du Yu's astonishment, this energy slashed through one of his spells, utterly obliterating it, while the wave itself merely dimmed, refusing to dissipate entirely. After spreading a mere 2 meters, the wave collapsed, and another disintegration spell struck Blade directly. In an instant, one of Blade's arms shattered, taking a significant portion of his body with it, reducing him to mere fragments. The severity of the injury left Blade with little hope of survival. The venomous slime seeped into the wound, relentlessly gnawing at him, intensifying the signs of poisoning. Truly formidable. It took 2 strikes to eliminate a single disintegration spell. The need for a swift resolution was paramount. Du Yu mused, promptly conjuring 3 more spells of disintegration simultaneously. The next assault was directed at the one wielding a hammer. I curse you. Your demise shall be more tragic than ours. The burly man bellowed, spinning with his hammer, shattering nearby slime. Regrettably, he underestimated the might of the disintegration spell. In the absence of adequate defenses, a warrior of lower rank could not withstand the potency of his own spell. The whirling hammer encompassed everything within its range, yet after the first spell, it was riddled with cracks. Following the second incantation, even the large hammer shattered completely. The subsequent third spell followed through, severing the man's spine. With overwhelming inertia, his body contorted grotesquely, leaving him lifeless. In the rear, the scarred man roared, unleashing a powerful aura that sent the surrounding slime flying. This was the combined force of 2 spells of Slime Marsh. A priest within the group waved his hands, emitting a cascade of white light. Remarkably, the slime marsh was purified, transforming into motes of light that dissipated into elemental energy. 6 individuals, unscathed, rushed toward Du Yu, their caution heightened upon witnessing Blade's demise. Kid, I didn't expect you to take down Blade and his crew. This is even better. Let the spoils go to my team. Having dispelled the slime marsh, they swiftly encroached upon Du Yu's vicinity. Do you truly believe I fear a mere 6? Du Yu, having underestimated his own combat prowess, felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. This team was merely composed of 6 individuals. His current strength was certainly not to be trifled with. With radiant energy pulsating in his hands, he prepared another spell while retreating swiftly. Within 5 seconds, they closed the distance to merely 20 meters. Excellent. Now is the time. The curse of the Black Crow, having deactivated its halo, rapidly unfurled, a crimson light radiating outward, causing the steps of the adversaries to falter, some losing focus and glancing around in confusion. This was the dispersing curse. Following this, Du Yu released his spell. The slime marsh coalesced into 3 overlapping spells, ensnaring the group that had just freed themselves from poison, reintroducing the affliction anew. The cumulative effect of the slime was significantly more potent, nearly doubling both the slowing and poisoning effects of a single target curse. How could it be so swift? Damn it, hurry and dispel it, the scarred man shouted. The priest, upon hearing his command, finally regained his composure. However, as he prepared a purification spell, a momentary lapse caused his incantation to falter. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the dispersing curse. Under level 3 conditions, the curse power exhibited by the 8-star Black Crow King was akin to an extraordinary cheat. Unconsciously, their focus had fractured. At this moment, Du Yu struck without mercy, releasing 3 disintegration spells in rapid succession. One targeted the scarred man, who remarkably swung his great blade, a flash of light emanating from it, shattering Du Yu's disintegration spell. This fellow's star rating was likely not low, and his skill was commendable. However, Du Yu's other 2 spells found their mark. He aimed at the 2 ranged attackers, one a mage and the other an archer. In their moment of distraction, they were easily struck by his disintegration spells, their bodies crumbling into fragments, leaving them on the brink of death. In the air, the golden eagle, infused with lightning, seized the opportunity to swoop down, swiftly capturing the failing mage and crushing his skull. This individual is remarkably powerful. He cannot be allowed to roam freely. Among the remaining trio, all combatants, one was a rogue. The rogue gestured toward Du Yu, a silver light flashing forth. Utilizing his mental focus, Du Yu sensed the imminent danger. But the attack's speed rendered evasion futile. A sharp pain pierced his left shoulder as a throwing knife embedded itself, radiating a sinister blue glow, clearly laced with poison. Damn it, this team is indeed formidable. Weakness washed over Du Yu, yet Xiao Zi remained undeterred, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly dispatching the rogue and another warrior. Crackling with electricity, the remnants of the slime on Du Yu sizzled, releasing a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of barbecued meat as the insects clinging to him were seared away. The remnants of slime began to smolder under the electric surge, but due to the rapidity of the assault. The flames were extinguished by the wind before they could inflict significant harm. You've ruined everything. The scarred man, narrowly evading Xiao Zi's attack, felt the searing pain of his wounds, and the enormity of his injuries dawned on him. He had provoked a force far beyond his comprehension. Consumed by fury, he brandished a red scroll, bellowing, "Kid, do not presume you have emerged victorious." Chapter 97. A Pyrrhic victory without gain. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the scroll, Du felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Not good. Retreat quickly, Xiao Zi, he shouted. Xiao Zi transformed into a gleam of light, ceasing her assault on the scarred man and soaring toward Du. Behind them, the scarred man cackled as he tore open the scroll. In an instant, a massive fire elemental coalesced into a sphere in his grasp, rapidly expanding. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the surroundings, shrouding everything in its wake. Xiao Zi's speed slightly outpaced the expanding fireball, swiftly grasping Du's shoulder and propelling him away. The immense force exacerbated Du's wounds, causing blood to erupt from his body, intensifying his agony. The subsequent wave of flames seared his entire being, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. Nearby, countless insects were incinerated in an instant, and the remaining swarms fled from the oppressive heat. Such a potent spell, prepared for mutual destruction, revealed them to be a band of ruthless brigands. Du commanded Xiao Zi to set him down, enduring the intensified pain in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he removed the throwing knife, which drew forth a substantial amount of black blood. Notifications of poisoning on his interface incessantly reminded him of his dire state. Du recognized that he had been overly arrogant. This seasoned team was undoubtedly beyond his capability for direct confrontation. His prior successes had stemmed from their negligence and ignorance of his abilities. The combination of curses and Xiao Zi's assaults had inflicted significant losses upon them. Otherwise, had they employed their full arsenal from the onset, he would not have found such ease in battle. Moreover, the throwing knife was no ordinary attack. The scroll designed for mutual destruction transformed a 50-meter radius into a searing inferno. Had he not retreated swiftly, the consequences would have been dire. Inside, there was no longer any sign of life. Du gazed at the distressed Xiao Zi and waved his hand to withdraw her. Damn, the toxicity is indeed potent. Even with my resistance and physique, I find myself at a loss. If it comes to the worst, I might have to depart from this world. Upon leaving, my body would transform into energy particles, reassembling and alleviating all injuries and ailments. As long as I have sufficient white crystal coins, it should suffice. Although my current supply of white crystal coins is dwindling, I should still be able to detoxify. Let me give it another attempt. Du pondered for a moment, then suddenly unleashed a viscous swamp and applied the slime onto his wound, vigorously massaging it. Using poison against poison could hardly yield worse results. With no other options, Du resorted to this peculiar method. In truth, he relied on his body's resilience against the toxins he conjured. Otherwise, such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, different toxins can counteract and attack one another. As Du continued to massage, the blackened blood gradually took on a red hue, and the feeling of weakness did not intensify any further. After 2 minutes, the notification of poisoning vanished from his panel, although his body still felt somewhat weak. With a body governed by principles, such injuries pose no real concern as long as the toxins are absent. Du's use of the toxic slime as a remedy was a unique thought of his own. It seems that next time I visit this place, I must prepare some hemostatic and detoxifying potions. Du silently mused. Previously, under the influence of a curse, a thief had attacked him with a flying dagger. Even after being mitigated by his imperial crocodile belt, it had still demonstrated such formidable power. Without these protective measures, that blade would have likely pierced his shoulder, leaving him no chance to evade a fatal blow. The speed was astounding. Within 7 meters, even if he sensed it, evasion would be exceedingly difficult. Clearly, there remained significant deficiencies in his defenses. As Du contemplated this, he began to bandage his wound. Meanwhile, the flames had gradually subsided. After all, this place was quite damp. Igniting a large fire here was no simple task. Approaching, Du found that everything had vanished. This scoundrel left nothing behind, not even a trace. Did he harbor such deep-seated enmity? Du muttered under his breath. Upon their demise, not only had their gear disappeared, but also their spatial pockets and the pterosaur eggs contained within had all been obliterated in the recent inferno. He wondered how such a powerful spell scroll had come into the possession of that individual. The scarred figure had been reduced to mere fragments, leaving no remnants behind. Others fared no better, leaving behind only charred remains. Perhaps in no time, the insects here would consume everything. Reflecting on the insects, Du shook his head. It's best to depart. My current condition is still acceptable, but staying here for 10 days would require some replenishment. I had expended all my white crystal coins dealing with these foes. If I do not recuperate, what was the point of my coming here? As time passed, Diyu felt his stamina gradually returning. A body governed by principles possesses its advantages. Even when poisoned and injured, it can recover rapidly. He swiftly distanced himself from the toxic swamp, opting to head in an unknown direction rather than retracing his steps. His purpose now was not to seek pterosaur eggs, but to hunt dinosaurs. After covering some distance, Diyu finally summoned Xiaozi. The little creature, still distressed, called out to Diyu, writhing in discomfort. All right, there is a stream ahead. Let us wash you off, he reassured her. Honestly, even the cursed Crow King isn't this troublesome. Diyu affectionately patted Xiaozi's head. Eagerly, Xiaozi darted forward. As for the cursed Crow King, it remained unresponsive. After all, it was merely a shape-shifting entity, not a true creature, and thus had no real sensations regarding its own state. Sensing his nearly restored stamina and the lingering stench on himself, Diyu realized he, too, needed a wash. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Loyal and vigilant, the cursed Crow King flew above, alert to any potential dangers, proving itself to be a diligent and reliable companion. Chapter 98. Leaving the dinosaur world as they washed, the two birds and Diyu swiftly became cleaner. Next time, I must remember to bring some soap. Who knows how long this scrubbing will take? Diyu grumbled as he rinsed. The foul odor remained persistent, difficult to eradicate. The slime he produced was inconsequential, as it would dissipate over time. However, the noxious stench from the toxic swamp was particularly hard to mask. An ordinary person would likely perish from such lingering odors in a confined space. As Diyu scrubbed, the fish in the stream suffered the consequences. The toxic slime was washed away, causing the surrounding fish to float belly up, leaving him wondering if any unfortunate souls would consume those poisoned fish. Quietly apologizing, Diyu ensured he was clean before continuing his journey with Xiaozi. With a different path, he was unconcerned about encountering anyone. This time, Diyu was wholly dedicated to seeking out dinosaur herds, commencing his relentless hunt. Several days remained until the designated time limit. Before his arrival, he had been given a 10-day period. Should that time elapse without any exits, individuals would be forcibly removed. This 10-day time frame was allotted for task execution. Of course, if one wished to enter again afterward, it was permissible, but many others were waiting in line for their turn. In the ensuing days, Diyu leveraged the expansive toxic swamp spells, combining them with his disintegration spells, the attacks of the purple lightning golden eagle, and the curses of the cursed Crow King. His white crystal coins began to accumulate once more. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the 10-day mark had arrived. At this juncture, Diyu noted that his white crystal coins had once again exceeded 600. These coins could significantly enhance his abilities. Presently, he possessed 5 skills, 2 of which had reached their maximum potential, while the remaining skills required 30 white crystal coins each to fully develop. Additionally, upgrading his 2 professions would necessitate 150 white crystal coins. For now, he would maintain his level at 3, refraining from ascending to 4. As he contemplated this, Diyu commenced the absorption of white crystal coins. Soon, the power of his skills began to surge. After absorbing 150 white crystal coins, his total dwindled to less than 500. These remaining coins would also need to be reserved for new spells. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether he could acquire dark origin stones within the guild. Regrettably, during the remaining time, Diyu found himself only acquiring materials, with nary an equipment piece to show for his efforts. His time here had yielded merely the imperial crocodile belt and the plesiosaur's throat as equipment. The dinosaur world was truly not a realm abundant in equipment, but rather rich in materials. Alas, his pockets were not ample enough. Most items had to be discarded. Throughout this period, Diyu hunted a diverse array of dinosaurs and finally encountered the apex predator, the Tyrannosaurus rex. However, the materials it bore were merely the bone upon its forehead, seemingly suitable for crafting shields, entirely different from his expectations. Time was drawing to a close. It was time to depart. Observing that the timer was nearing the 10-day limit, Diyu contemplated briefly before submitting the main quest, and his form transformed into a point of light, vanishing. When Diyu opened his eyes once more, he found himself within the confines of the world vessel. Around him, numerous individuals were continuously coalescing from the luminous points, all choosing to return at the final moment. Meanwhile, within the world arc, some individuals stood by, those who had previously returned to this place. Time was peculiar. A minute equated to a day. And even the earliest returnee from the rental pocket had merely waited 10 minutes. It seemed that quite a number had made their way back. Out of 300 who had set off, only 40 or so had perished. The early returning guild member counted the returning individuals and remarked, "The dinosaur world is exceedingly perilous." Do you felt a twinge of embarrassment, as among those 40, over 10 were his own doing? However, at that moment, he refrained from voicing it. Suddenly, do you sense someone watching him? As he turned his head, he noticed an individual twisting their neck away. It was that fellow. Do you smirked coldly? The one staring at him was none other than Zhang Chao, the person who had previously ostracized him. This fellow stood beside a few other individuals, albeit not many. It appeared he had gathered his own team, but it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. After all, merely playing mind games without sufficient strength and capability made it challenging to earn others' respect. The danger he had encountered, which nearly cost him his life, also bore some responsibility of this individual. It was not the right time to take action. He would wait for a more opportune moment. In the city, resorting to violence was a grave matter, especially within the guild. Should he dare to attack, his demise would be imminent. All right, follow me. Next, surrender your pockets and their contents. The pterosaur eggs must be sold to the guild. Other materials can be sold within the guild or elsewhere. What are the prices like in the guild? I've heard there is a materials market nearby. Haha, the materials market is right behind the guild. Also under the guild's control. In truth, the prices are the same, but the guild's offers are not low either. It's best to handle it here. I see you don't have much material, do you? That's where you're mistaken. I've rented several pockets. Pterosaur eggs are hard to come by. And I filled them all with materials. It was quite amusing that someone had set their sights on this. Do you listen to the discussions around him while following the group out of the world Arkansas outside? Many were waiting at the entrance, indicating that a substantial team had formed. It had only been 10 minutes. The speed at which these individuals responded to the news was remarkably swift. Hurry, don't block the way. Everyone get inside. Let me remind you, the dinosaur world is treacherous. Once you enter, your life is your own responsibility. The guild staff, resembling tour guides, shouted loudly while waving a small flag. Yet, the crowd paid them no heed. Although the mortality rate in the dinosaur world was high, most individuals remained unafraid. Perhaps, in their eyes, the deceased were merely unfortunate semi-professionals. How could seasoned professionals perish? Indeed, the reality was somewhat aligned with this notion. Chapter 99. The ease of earning white crystal coins. While queuing, do you slowly assess the value of the materials in his possession? At that moment, a commotion erupted in front. Seize him. Don't let him escape. Suddenly, a few individuals from the guild pinned a task doer to the table. What are you doing? This is the guild. Your actions are against the rules. The captured individual struggled, but their strength was insufficient against the two holding him down, leaving him no choice but to remain subdued. What is the matter? You registered for only 2 pockets, yet you returned with 4. What do you have to say for yourself? Upon hearing this, Du's expression changed. He recalled that he had used a mercenary ID when renting the pockets. The mercenary ID he had always overlooked seemed to carry more significance than he had thought. I found these. They were lying around. The captured individual protested loudly. Oh really? You found these? Regardless of whether you found them or not, we'll need to investigate. Our guild advocates completing all tasks peacefully and prohibits any fighting within the guild-controlled derivative worlds. If discovered, severe punishment will follow. The unfortunate individual was thus apprehended. Du felt an alarm go off in his mind. He had intended to submit 3 pockets, but it seemed impossible now. Many others around him also exchanged glances, uncertain of their thoughts. Indeed, with so many entering the dinosaur world and such a high death toll, it was evident that the dangers of the derivative world were not the sole explanation. Although humans were inherently inferior to dinosaurs, those entering were seasoned professionals of a certain level. One dinosaur alone, or even a group, would struggle to kill a professional. Escaping was still feasible. Moreover, the pockets carried by professionals executing tasks were not easily found. After that, nothing more transpired. It appeared that others, like himself, chose to remain discreet. When it was Du's turn, he directly presented 2 pockets, both filled with pterosaur eggs. As anticipated, the guild staff merely recorded his submission without any further comments. 200 dinosaur eggs, totaling 2,000 white crystal coins. Additionally, you've performed exceptionally well. You've been upgraded to a level 3 adventurer. You may take your certificate to the counter for processing. Do you have any other materials to sell? Du nodded, retrieving some materials, all of which were stored in his personal space. There was no time to transfer items from his pockets. Being seen would pose problems. Fortunately, the special space pockets served a singular purpose and were simple to manufacture. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome if the guild pursued the matter. Excellent. Along with these materials, your total is 2,124 white crystal coins. Count them. The guild operated with remarkable efficiency. Behind him, someone opened their mouth to speak, but was silenced by Zhang Chao. They had witnessed you kill someone and take a pocket from that individual. Now, he was only submitting to, he surely had another. If this were revealed, you would be in trouble. Zhang Chao understood that the individual had attacked first, effectively asking for trouble, and in plain sight, it was impossible to fabricate evidence. Even if Du Yu were apprehended, it would merely cause him some inconvenience. He needed to develop his own standing and could not afford to waste time. He shot a glare at his subordinate, who reluctantly closed their mouth yet remained unsatisfied. Can this be sold? After contemplation, Du Yu produced the throat of a Sauropteryx. You actually dared to confront a Sauropteryx in the marsh and lake areas. You possess quite the audacity. Hand this to the counter for evaluation. I can't set a price. The guild personnel had clearly defined roles. Du Yu nodded, ignoring the envious gazes from those nearby. This item had been used by him. Should he present it again later, he might be recognized. So it was better to sell it. Besides, it held no utility for him. Soon, upon reaching the counter, an elder emerged for appraisal, accompanied by a team. However, as this was not an artwork, and the attributes were displayed on the panel, the evaluation proceeded swiftly. Among the numerous individuals present, most were merely there as witnesses. After all, it was still classified as a bright white item. Simultaneously, Du Yu also upgraded his identity level, completing the procedure together. The throat of the Sauropteryx, if sold to others, would surely fetch little value. It was intended for commanding large teams. However, if sold to the guild, they could offer a reasonable price. How does 20,000 white crystal coins sound? The elder finally stated. Du Yu contemplated for a moment. Although further haggling might elevate the price, he was not inclined to squander time. Speaking excessively could reveal too much about himself, and besides, the current offer was quite satisfactory. Selling elsewhere would unlikely yield such a price, as not every locale boasted a guild with such a formidable team. Very well, he acquiesced to this price. Du Yu was aware that the otherworldly interface included a friend communication feature, albeit limited to one-on-one interactions and subject to distance constraints. Yet it effectively mirrored certain capabilities of the throat of the serpentine dragon. The elder exhaled a sigh of relief and handed 2 cards to Du Yu, stating, "These are specially issued anonymous cards from the National Bank, which you can use for transactions at the bank." With the cards now in his possession, Du Yu knew he could verify their authenticity via his wristwatch. After all, possessing an excess of white crystal coins could be cumbersome. It sufficed to withdraw them from the bank when necessary. The banks in this new world provided services beyond mere currency exchange. In fact, these white crystal coins were remarkably stable, rarely subject to drastic fluctuations in value. "Thank you," Du Yu replied, feeling quite pleased at the unexpected ease with which he had acquired white crystal coins. It was curious how such a vital commodity could circulate in such abundance. However, he dismissed any perplexities, content as long as he benefited. If he encountered any valuable items, he could always bring them to the guild, which was renowned for its fairness in pricing equipment appropriately. The elder smiled at Du Yu as he pocketed the cards and departed. After leaving the guild, Du Yu opted not to return home, but instead rented a nearby abode. Subsequently, he ventured out to purchase an assortment of masks and cloaks, each of distinct designs. A secondary identity for self-preservation seemed prudent, he mused. Upon returning, Du Yu discreetly rented yet another new residence. While uncertain if he was being followed, it was wise to exercise caution. After inspecting the room with his wristwatch and finding no cause for concern, he changed his attire, incinerating his original mask and cloak. Many inns now possessed facilities for the disposal of unwanted items. Indeed, where there was demand, even the most peculiar devices would find existence. Having secured his possessions, Du Yu adjusted the contents of his pockets and made his way to the rear of the guild. Behind the guild lay a vast expanse designated as the guild's marketplace, divided into 2 levels. The upper level primarily facilitated the trade of ordinary goods, frequented by both professionals and laypeople. In contrast, the lower level was reserved for professionals and semi-professionals, with ordinary citizens prohibited from entry. Although Du Yu intended to sell materials of considerable quality, they were still merely materials. Thus, he aimed to sell them on the upper level. After several transactions, Du Yu successfully sold the last of his pocketed items. The minimal space they occupied allowed him to carry them conveniently. One could never tell when they might prove useful. These carefully selected materials fetched an impressive price of nearly 2,000 white crystal coins, rivaling the worth of 2 bags of wyvern eggs. Regrettably, he felt a pang of remorse for the materials he had discarded, as their collective value far surpassed what he had retained. Alas, it was impossible for him to transport such a quantity. Uncertain of what treasures lay within the guild's lower market, Du Yu resolved to explore the area further. He required information to develop new skills, which necessitated certain resources. As he descended into the lower market, he noted the reduced number of patrons compared to the upper level. Yet, despite its subterranean location, the space was brightly illuminated, hardly distinguishable from the surface. Numerous high-powered daylight lamps adorned the ceiling, indicating a significant investment in environmental enhancement. The abundance of shops in the underground space was evident. He began his search for those offering books and informational materials. Upon reaching a shop's entrance, he was promptly greeted by an attendant who quietly inquired, "Looking for information? We provide a comprehensive array of intelligence." Dewey shook his head. "I am not purchasing information. I merely seek ordinary materials." The attendant nodded in understanding and retreated, moving on to assist the next customer. Soon, Dewey discovered a compendium of beast records, various general introductions to different worlds, and data regarding potential resources, including information on mineral deposits. These were intended to aid his development as a dark shapeshifter. Now at level 3, he possessed only 2 skills, with merely one being a professional ability. He increasingly resembled a pure spellcaster rather than a summoner. Perhaps, when the time came for assessments, he would need to classify himself as a spellcaster. Summoners could also choose other magical professions, albeit with a reduced probability of talent emergence. Provided the chosen profession was not entirely unrelated or directly opposing, the impact was generally minimal. It was not uncommon for summoners to pursue magical professions, and vice versa. Strangely, he found no materials pertaining to spellcasting available. An individual nearby interjected, "Materials on spellcasters are quite rare. We do have a collection, but it comes at a steep price." Upon hearing this, Dewey promptly replied, "The price may be high, but it must be genuinely useful. Rest assured, we are affiliated with the guild, and our credibility is impeccable. What level of information do you require?" "Only awakening level." Dewey nodded, and the attendant swiftly began to search. Due to the scarcity of materials on spellcasters and the profession's unique nature, the available resources were limited. The awakening level information was priced at approximately 10,000 white crystal coins. 10,000? That's exorbitant. For that amount, one could purchase a piece of ordinary radiant armor. Given the limited scope of the materials, he surmised the price might be even higher if they were more comprehensive. This is merely information, not a skill scroll. Moreover, we also offer a spellcasting skill. If you wish to acquire both, the total would be 15,000. Indeed, the cost for spellcaster skills are substantial. A mere ordinary skill is already priced at 5,000. Now I understand why spellcasters are often deemed a financially demanding profession. May I see it first? Of course, here you go. The attendant handed to you a wooden plaque. Entangling spell. Release an energy that binds the enemy. Level 1, 3 stars. A 3-star skill valued at 5,000 white crystal coins seemed exceedingly steep. Skills from other professions rarely reached such heights. However, the rarity of spellcaster skills was a known fact, as most spellcasters relied on personal insight for their abilities, resulting in a wide variety of skills. Awakening-level spellcasting skills were indeed hard to come by. The attendant shrugged, and Dewey acknowledged the inherent difficulties. Yet, the pricing was undeniably excessive. After consulting his wristwatch for clarity on the pricing standards, he begrudgingly accepted that the cost was somewhat justified. Ultimately, he decided to acquiesce. "Very well, I will take these." He handed over the 2 cards containing unspent white crystal coins, and the attendant transferred the remaining 5,000 to him electronically. While the cards were not necessarily less convenient than direct transfer, they were more suited for discrete transactions. Thus, with this purchase, Dewey found himself with less than 10,000 white crystal coins remaining. Indeed, while white crystal coins arrived swiftly, they departed just as rapidly. Dewey had no intention of learning this skill immediately. He regarded this low-level ability merely as material for deduction. Its primary purpose was to inspire the creation of more formidable spells, which was the foremost reason for acquiring this scroll. In this regard, the financial demands of a spellcaster appeared to be even greater than he had anticipated. As for the ordinary materials, he could gather those freely, considering them as mere bonuses. His counterpart expressed gratitude for this arrangement. Having written for many years, this publication had reached the shelves at an unprecedented pace, with 100 chapters released in swift succession. Dewey expressed his heartfelt appreciation for the support of his readers, emphasizing that without their encouragement, the success of this book would not have been possible. Following the launch, he pledged to provide 3 updates daily, with a remarkable 10 updates to follow the next day. He guaranteed that as long as power and internet connectivity remained stable, updates would continue without interruption. He also humbly requested initial subscriptions, thanking his audience in advance. After departing from the guild, Dewey chose not to return home but instead rented a nearby residence. Subsequently, he ventured out to acquire a substantial number of masks and cloaks, each differing in style. Having a secondary identity for emergencies seemed prudent, he mused. Upon his return, he quietly secured another new dwelling, although uncertain whether he was being followed. He believed that exercising caution was always wise. After inspecting the room with his wristwatch and feeling assured of its safety, Du changed his attire. He incinerated the original mask and cloak, for most inns were equipped with devices specifically designed for the disposal of such items. Indeed, where there is demand, even the most peculiar devices tend to exist. After organizing his belongings and adjusting the contents of his pockets, Du proceeded to the rear of the guild. Behind the guild lay a vast expanse, a market owned by the guild itself. The market was divided into two levels. The upper tier primarily dealt with the trade of ordinary goods, frequented by both professionals and commoners. However, the lower level was a different realm altogether, reserved exclusively for practitioners and semi-professionals, barring ordinary folk from entry. The materials he intended to sell, while of considerable quality, were merely ingredients, so selling them in the upper market sufficed. After several transactions, Du finally sold the last of his pocketed items. Given their modest size, he had chosen to carry them rather than risk their potential usefulness. The materials, indeed, were of excellent selection, fetching nearly 2,000 white crystal coins, almost rivaling the value of 2 bags of wyvern eggs. However, the thought of the discarded materials filled Du with regret, as their combined worth undoubtedly exceeded that of what he had kept. Alas, transporting such quantities was beyond his capabilities. Uncertain of what treasures the lower market held, he realized that to explore new skills, he required additional information. As he pondered, he slowly descended into the lower market, which was noticeably less populated than the upper level. Despite being underground, the area was brightly lit, indistinguishable from the surface. The ceiling was adorned with numerous high-powered fluorescent lights, reflecting a significant investment in transforming the environment. Without even glancing upward, one might easily perceive it as a ground-level space. The shops in the subterranean area were indeed more numerous, and he searched for a store specializing in books and materials. Upon arriving at a shop's entrance, he was promptly greeted by a staff member who quietly inquired if he required any information, assuring him that they had a comprehensive array of intelligence. Du shook his head, clarifying that he sought merely ordinary materials. The attendant nodded gently and retreated to assist the next customer. Soon enough, Du discovered a compendium of beast records and various descriptions of different worlds, as well as information on potential resources, including data on mineral deposits. These were all gathered in preparation for his path as a dark shaper. Although he had reached level 3, he possessed only 2 skills as a dark shaper, one of which was a professional skill. He increasingly resembled a pure spellcaster, rather than a summoner. Perhaps, when it came time for examinations, he would need to register as a spellcaster. It was peculiar that there was a lack of information regarding the spells of spellcasters. An individual nearby remarked that the data on spellcasters was indeed precious. They had a document available, albeit at a steep price. Du responded immediately, indicating that while the price was high, it must be genuinely useful. The attendant reassured him of their guild's reliability, inquiring about the level of information he required, specifically that pertaining to awakeners. Du nodded, and the attendant swiftly began to search. Due to the scarcity of materials related to spellcasters and the unique nature of this profession, the available information was limited. The cost for awakeners level data was approximately 10,000 white crystal coins. Such an exorbitant price. For that sum, one could purchase a piece of ordinary bright white equipment. This was especially true given the incomplete nature of the materials. Otherwise, the price would likely be even higher. This was merely information, not skill scrolls. Moreover, they had a spell casting skill available. If purchased together, it would total only 15,000. Do you realize the high cost of spellcaster skills, particularly since even a basic one was priced at 5,000? He began to understand why spellcasters were often labeled as extravagant in their expenditures. May I review it first? He inquired. Of course, the attendant replied, handing him a wooden plaque. Binding spell. Release a binding energy to ensnare the enemy. Level 1. 3 stars. The value of a 3-star skill at 5,000 white crystal coins seemed excessively high. Skills of other professions were not priced similarly. However, the rarity of spellcaster skills was notable, as most spellcasters relied on personal insight, resulting in a diverse array of abilities. Finding Awakener's level spellcasting skills was indeed a challenge. The attendant shrugged, and Du recognized the difficulty involved, yet the price felt rather exaggerated. After consulting his wristwatch, he concluded that this cost was, in fact, somewhat reasonable. Reluctantly, he contemplated and ultimately chose to agree. Very well, I will take these. He handed over 2 white crystal coin cards, still unheeded from his grasp, and the attendant transferred the remaining 5,000 via electronic means. The term card was not necessarily more convenient than a transfer. It merely suited clandestine transactions. Now, he found himself with less than 10,000 white crystal coins remaining for trade. The influx of white crystal coins was swift, yet their expenditure was equally rapid. He had no intention of learning this low-level skill immediately. Instead, he regarded it as material for deduction. The real purpose behind acquiring this scroll was to derive more powerful spells, revealing that the financial demands of a spellcaster were indeed higher than he had initially conceived. He considered the ordinary materials available for casual collection as mere gifts. The other party appeared pleased with this arrangement. After gathering his materials, Du exited the shop. As he walked, he continued to search on his wristwatch. The only matter left was concerning dark crystals. Why was there no record of them on the magical network? The scarcity and minimal utility of dark crystals meant that few would bother to list them online. The mechanical voice of the wristwatch chimed, responding to its master's inquiries. Du felt a twinge of disappointment and began to meander through the marketplace, gathering information. Previously, during his time in the guild, he had sought out similar knowledge. Yet the results were disheartening. His guild had nothing to offer. It was rumored that some larger branches might possess such items, but in the small city he resided in, there was no trace of them. Procuring them would require considerable time for transport, a luxury he no longer had after completing his college entrance examinations. In this world, the conclusion of such exams did not grant one a reprieve. As a professional, there were no vacations, though one could choose to make every day a holiday. Regrettably, after wandering the guild market, Du discovered that the elusive dark ore remained unattainable, with most individuals here hearing its name for the very first time. It seemed that acquiring dark ore would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge, and he could only place his hopes on his forthcoming exploration of another world. Having found no leads, he decided to cease his aimless wandering. He purchased a few level 1 and 2 healing potions, antidotes, and other common remedies before preparing to return home. Rather than relinquishing his rented room, he left it as a ruse. Exiting the market, he summoned a driverless vehicle and returned home. In the ensuing days, he aimed to alleviate his fatigue, dispel the residual aura of the laws, and contemplate his next destination. Suddenly, a notification from his wristwatch announced that someone had transferred 10,000 credit points into his account. Du paused, recalling that ordinary citizens in this world used credit points. While there were also paper notes, they were scarcely utilized. Had his parents sent this? Or perhaps a message? They were certainly busy. Du grimaced. It had been quite some time since he had seen his parents. Once he became a professional, meeting them would likely become even more challenging. Scanning the message, he noted it was the same old routine. It would be disingenuous to deny his disappointment. Reluctantly, he replied, "I have now become a professional. There is no need for remittances henceforth." After sending his message and waiting a considerable time without a response, it was evident they were still occupied. 10,000 credit points, while significant for an ordinary person, amounted to little for a professional. The official price of a standard white crystal coin had already reached 100,000 credit points. In the black market, a typical white crystal coin usually hovered around 1 million credit points, often with prices existing without actual availability. Naturally, if one wished to sell in bulk, the price would not remain so elevated. This raised a puzzling question. How could there be so many white crystal coins in circulation? Prior to becoming a professional, one might perceive them as scarce. Yet, upon entering this realm, Du realize that white crystal coins were indeed plentiful. Most brightly colored equipment could command prices exceeding 10,000. Such a surplus of white crystal coins could not simply be accessible to anyone. Were these coins not consumables? Contemplating this, Du began to investigate online. As it turned out, many shared his curiosity, leading to detailed explanations. He learned that the majority of white crystal coins in circulation originated from two primary sources. First, there were the unambitious professionals and semi-professionals who, upon reaching level 3, ceased their advancement. Continuing would elevate them to intermediate awakeners, diminishing their rewards from slaying lower-level monsters. This was a rule Du had never encountered before. Given that he was merely a level 3 professional, these individuals sought comfort in the real world rather than self-improvement. When finances were tight, they would hunt monsters for minimal white crystal coin rewards, which they would then trade. Due to long-standing cooperative relationships, these transactions rarely entered the broader market. A significant portion of white crystal coins flowed from these individuals, particularly those who had given up on their adventures in the derivative worlds. The second source stemmed from various powerful factions that completely controlled certain derivative worlds. These worlds generated vast amounts of primeval energy each time their narratives unfolded. Because of this control, the energy transformed into coins for the factions. Even if these coins had changed hands, they could not be immediately used for personal enhancement. Thus, When these factions traded among themselves, they would first utilize this batch, contributing to the abundance of white crystal coins in the market. However, this abundance was relative. Many sectors still demanded white crystal coins, such as those used for communication devices or as energy sources. The alchemy industry and other sectors also required these coins. As such, while new coins emerged, many were simultaneously consumed, preventing any risk of inflation. Being a currency with intrinsic value, white crystal coins could not depreciate. Having unraveled these complexities, Du found clarity on a question that had long puzzled him. Aside from these two primary sources, there were other minor origins of white crystal coins, but they were exceedingly rare. Closing the wristwatch, Du lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, silently pondering his future. Chapter 102. Group Activity 210. In the following days, Du refrained from venturing into the derivative worlds, opting instead to organize his thoughts. However, after a few days, his leaders suddenly sent a message. There was a group activity, and everyone was invited to participate, with benefits to be gained. What benefits? What sort of group activity was this? Why hadn't the school notified him? Du found this peculiar, having spent much of his time in the library. He should have been among the first to know if the school had issued any announcements. Indeed, after the initial entry into the derivative world, many felt they had acclimated. The library had become increasingly deserted, and on this particular morning, Du had only seen 3 individuals, 2 of whom were a couple, and the third did not linger long. It was no wonder that the upper shelves of the school library were often coated in dust. There were simply too few visitors. Even with daily cleaning, some areas remained untouched. This gathering was not organized by the school, but by the Graduates Alliance. Everyone was expected to attend. They had identified a promising derivative world, a large one, ripe with opportunities. Such a favorable derivative world must be hard to come by. Was he certain it wouldn't be snatched away by others? Certainly not. It must be said that Shi Qianxue was indeed remarkable. It seemed she had leveraged some connections to secure this opportunity, which was, without a doubt, an excellent chance. Contemplating this, Du nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand. I shall participate. When and where shall we meet? Given his recent quietude, Du also planned to continue accumulating white crystal coins. The quantity of white crystal coins in my possession is still insufficient. The upcoming spell I intend to evolve requires a substantial amount of these coins. Du has already devised several promising directions for his spell planning. With adequate white crystal coins, he could successfully create one. However, the ordinary attacks of the spell remain inadequate. Where are you right now? The boss immediately inquired. I'm in the school library. Surely there's no need to rush. Du replied. That's splendid. We shall set off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I wonder if anyone has been left uninformed. After your lunch, come to the school gate for assembly. At the gate, won't such a collective activity draw the ire of the school authorities? Du questioned. Well, since becoming a professional, every entry into the derivative world entails risk. Once on this path, the school cannot constantly shadow the students for protection. Time passed swiftly, and after lunch, Du leisurely arrived at the school gate. At that moment, a considerable gathering had already formed, with a high platform at the front. Just moments ago, Shi Qianxue had been delivering a speech. Du had timed his arrival perfectly, as she had just stepped down when he arrived. Nearby, Lin Feng was indeed following closely, much like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Over here, third. Upon his arrival, the second shouted boisterously. Du noticed the eyes of the crowd turning toward him, and he hurriedly blended into the throng to shield himself from their gaze. Such a scene of collective attention felt quite alien to him. Huh, you've arrived late. You missed Shi Qianxue's speech. It was truly impressive. It's hard to fathom a woman achieving such heights. Most of the school's population are now her fans. Oh, is that so? Du replied nonchalantly, acknowledging that everyone walks their own path, and there's no need to envy others. Indeed, just look around. Everyone's spirits have been uplifted. Suddenly, Du remarked, by the way, why are there so many people? Are there really this many professionals at our school? The boss approached and answered, of course not. There have never been that many professionals. However, there are many semi-professionals among us. These are classmates who are joining in, especially since the derivative world is quite vast. It said that many semi-professionals shy away from entering the derivative world. That's what the magic net suggests. That's for the future. Everyone here has just graduated and hasn't yet stepped into society. They are still brimming with vitality and eager to venture forth. Besides, Lin Feng was also a semi-awakened individual before, and look at him now. He has become an awakened one. Exactly. If that waste can do it, there's no reason others can't. The second scoffed without hesitation. Du felt somewhat speechless. Lin Feng had received special tools from his family, which were not easily obtainable. But never mind, such individuals would likely choose to abandon their pursuits once they entered society. After all, Even if one cannot become a powerful figure, they can still ascend to a prominent position in this world. You've come too. Splendid. We are finally all here. It's about time we set off. Shi Qianxue approached and nodded at Du Yu. I've heard this was organized by you. I genuinely appreciate it. Humph. Commoners are indeed commoners, always seeking to benefit from others, Lin Feng retorted. Without hesitation, Du Yu chose not to engage. They were no longer on the same level. Observing Lin Feng brazenly exuding his aura, Du Yu discerned that Lin Feng was now a level 2 awakened individual. As for his profession, who could say? He had slain countless level 2 beings. It was hardly comparable. By the way, have you successfully transitioned to a profession? What is it? Shi Qianxue inquired further. Du Yu did not withhold, responding with a premeditated phrase. I have succeeded. I am a spellcaster. What? A spellcaster? You, of all people, dare to choose such a profession? Do you wish to hasten your demise? Lin Feng erupted in laughter, fully aware of what a spellcaster entailed. So, what about your star level? Surely it hasn't diminished. Shi Qianxue seemed to ignore the mockery and pressed on. It's all right, Du Yu replied calmly, neither boasting nor belittling himself. Lin Feng continued to mock. Ha, I bet it has dropped significantly. Transitioning to a spellcaster is not an easy feat. Tell us, how strong is your star level? Share it with everyone. The second finally interjected, causing Lin Feng's laughter to abruptly cease, his expression turning sour. As the atmosphere grew tense, Shi Qianxue quickly interjected. Given Du Yu's capabilities, his transition must have yielded considerable rewards. This helped alleviate the tension, prompting Lin Feng to scoff and step back, while the second refrained from further comments. The second harbored resentment toward Lin Feng, but still held Shi Qianxue in high regard. However, the spellcaster profession was indeed unsuitable for solitary practitioners. It required robust organizational support to thrive. Du Yu nodded gently. Typically, that is the case, but it's merely a pastime for me. Shi Qianxue subtly sought to draw him in, while Du Yu indirectly declined, neither party stating it outright. Subsequently, Shi Qianxue nodded, offered a few compliments, and departed to continue organizing others. The assembled crowd was now being allocated buses. This time, more than 200 individuals were set to venture forth. Indeed, there were over 200 participants, but only 33 professionals. The rest were semi-professionals from the school. Upon arriving, these semi-professionals seemed to regard themselves as inferior, only daring to converse with their peers. When encountering other professionals, most wore expressions of flattery or quietly distanced themselves. The disparity in levels and statuses was glaringly apparent. Even friendships that had flourished in the past now exhibited clear distinctions in status due to their professional differences. What could you say about such matters? Moreover, as a beneficiary himself, being a professional, he could not openly oppose his own class. Best to feign ignorance. Third, Shi Qianxue seems to regard you quite differently. Could it be she has an interest in you? The second whispered. Of course, this whisper was still loud enough for many nearby to hear. Du Yu hastily replied, impossible? Don't speak nonsense. She merely seeks to recruit a capable spellcaster. After all, as a spellcaster, one's prowess could be formidable in the later stages. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor noticeably softened, and their spirits lifted. Though Shi Qianxue was considered a goddess and many believed they had no chance with her, if she favored someone, they would nonetheless regard that individual as a rival. Du Yu had no wish to be unnecessarily opposed by so many. The boss quickly added, second, refrain from making baseless claims. A woman like Shi Qianxue would surely seek a partner who would benefit her career. She wouldn't settle for just anyone. Du Yu felt slightly aggrieved at being labeled as someone who would be merely settled for. He cast a reproachful glance at the boss. Du Yu understood Shi Qianxue's intentions. It was not merely the spellcaster profession she was interested in, but the talent he had displayed during the day of formalization, which surpassed that of others. Unfortunately, no matter how much he concealed, he could only hide to a certain extent. As a result, being the only individual with greater potential than Shi Qianxue, Du Yu had become a focal point of her attention. However, he sensed a slight shift in Shi Qianxue's demeanor. Perhaps she does not believe that she can excel in the profession of a spellcaster. Moreover, refusing assistance from the support team raises questions about the prospects of a spellcaster's career. Such a lack of ambition prompts Shi Qianxue to perceive her future as limited, thus leading to a shift in her attitude. While others may remain oblivious, Du Yu is acutely aware of the subtle changes. Having navigated the complexities of society in her past life for many years, her skills may not be exceptionally honed, yet her perceptiveness remains commendably sharp. Nevertheless, it matters little. If she is looked down upon, so be it, for Du Yu never intended to rely on others. With 2 professions under her belt and a solid foundation established from the outset, it would be inconceivable for her not to thrive. The future is in her own hands. As they boarded the bus, idle chatter ensued, and by the time they disembarked, the group had arrived at the city center. Indeed, it was once again the city center. Yet this location differed from the previous one. It was somewhat secluded. The disembarkation point was a grand estate. This opportunity was hard-won, as Shi Qianxue remarked, expressing gratitude towards Lin Feng. Without his assistance, securing this place would have been considerably more challenging. Lin Feng stood tall, brimming with pride. The advantage of familial support was unmistakable. Who could possibly compare to him? The gazes of many shifted as they observed Lin Feng with newfound respect. Seizing the moment, he began to explain. The world we are about to enter is known as the Northern Border Struggle. The setting is an empire's northern frontier, beyond which lies mere illusion. Stray not from the path. In close proximity to the northern border, there exist 3 major cities, one in the north, inhabited by orcs and currently in a defensive phase, while the other 2 belong to rival human empires. Upon our entry, we will assume the roles of soldiers stationed at the border city of the Voss Empire. Nearby, the wood shield city of the Xena Empire has fallen under orc influence, and a clandestine alliance has formed between them. Thus, our adversaries will consist of both humans and orcs. Our primary task is defense. Initially, our standing is low, preventing us from entering the decision-making circles, and time may not suffice for elevation in rank. Hence, our objective is to gain a measure of prestige through localized skirmishes, enabling us to undertake hidden and temporary missions. If this initial strategy is executed well, we may continue to participate in future endeavors. There is no need for concern. The cyclical time of the northern border struggle is extensive. The overarching narrative spans several years, and even in the external realm, it will require considerable time to cycle once more. If we strategize effectively, we can inherit our status anew. Lin Feng proclaimed, exuding confidence, almost leading one to assume he was the captain of the team. Shi Qianxue interjected, this time, we are to remain within for a full month. How long can each of you endure? After a brief assessment, she continued, excellent, all full-fledged professionals can stay the entire month. Although semi-professionals cannot. They can manage at least 10 days. Therefore, those whose time is up may depart, with their rewards belonging to themselves. However, specific actions must adhere to command. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their compliance. At that moment, a young attendant approached. Are you Miss Shi and Mr. Lin? The time you set has arrived.